where primal instincts meet forbidden desire. Welcome to Moonlit Publishing, your home for steamy werewolf romance.
Prologue. The sun hadn't even fully risen when Simeon Riker's world shattered forever. Imagine this. You're the alpha of alphas, the unbreakable patriarch of the Riker wolves. You've waited your entire life for one moment, the death of the white wolf, the end of the curse, your family ascending to godhood among the packs. And then the door opens, and instead of victory, terror walks in wearing Drexler's face. His skin was as gray as graveyard ash, his eyes sunken into black pits of horror. Simeon's carved smile cracks like thin ice. Where's my son? The question hangs raw and trembling, because deep down he already knows the answer will destroy him. Drexler can't speak. Just gulps air, shakes his head once, slow, final, devastating. Simeon shoves past, storms into the living room where celebration should have roared. Instead, his soldiers stand like broken statues, heads bowed, shoulders collapsed under invisible weight. The silence screams louder than any howl. Where's my son? This time it thunders, but the power bleeds out hollow. She killed him, Drexler finally whispers. The words coil in the air like poison smoke. No, Simeon's denial rips free animal sharp. Glendon is invincible. Stronger than her. Always. He won, Drexler chokes, tears carving tracks down his face. He took her down. But her mate came. And saved her. Simeon's knees slam the floor. A hollow crack echoes through his bones. Memories flood in like knives. Cradling newborn Glendon, tiny and perfect. Teaching him to balance on a bike, laughing at wobbly victories. The fierce pride. The sacred oath to end the white wolf. All snuffed out. Gone in a single brutal instant. He buries his face in his hands. The sob that tears from his chest sounds like a beast being gutted alive. 3 weeks later. The waiting has been slow poison. Green Rock Fortress bristles with guards, but even iron vigilance dulls after 21 days of grief. On the humid patio, Simeon stands rigid beside Randy and Drexler. The minivan crawls up the drive like a funeral procession. Today Glendon comes home not breathing, but in honor. A warrior's pyre. A hero's rest. The door slides open. Simeon steps forward. Arms open, eyes drowning in tears, ready to cradle a coffin. But the rogue who emerges clutches no body. He clutches a jar. Trembling, eyes glued to the dirt, terrified to meet the alpha's gaze. 2 more rogues slink out behind, shrinking from Simeon's rising fury. Where's my son's body? The growl vibrates low in Simeon's chest. He stares at the jar. Refuses the truth screaming inside it. I asked, where is my son's body? The roar erupts, predator surging to the surface. They burnt the chief, the rogue stammers. The jar shakes violently. Simeon snaps. Lunges. Seizes the rogue by the collar. Where is he? The jar slips. Time fractures. It hits pavement and explodes. Not just breaks, shatters. Gray ash, Glendon's final remains, bursts outward, swirling on the wind like stolen smoke. Simeon freezes. Grip falls away. He drops to his knees, hands hovering over the dust, fingers quivering as they brush the ghost of his legacy. I am going to kill her. Drexler's bellow rips through the morning. He spins, storms toward the gate, body vibrating with murder. She will suffer. She will burn the way Glendon burned. Randy moves lightning fast. Blocks him, pins him with 2 rogues' help. Calm down, Randy hisses, voice a razor edge. Calm down? She turned him into ash. Yes. Randy locks eyes, something colder than rage flickering there. And her blood will spill. But not now. Drexler stills. Sees the plan in Randy's stare, dark, patient, lethal. We wait, Randy whispers, hand heavy on Drexler's shoulder. Every step calculated. Every move designed to destroy her. Then do it, Simeon rasps from the ground, clutching ash in a white-knuckled fist. He lifts his face, eyes hollow, venomous. Make sure you kill her. Randy's lips curl into a slow, twisting smirk. Thumbs rub together like sharpening blades. Oh, I will kill her, Simeon. But first, I will take the one thing she's too proud to lose. Her mate? Drexler asks. No, Randy's eyes narrow to slits. Her mate is her strength. Her pack is her shield. But she has a weakness. One tiny, hidden wound. His smile turns vicious, the grin of a wolf who savors the stalk more than the kill. And when I find that wound, I'm going to press until she screams. Chapter 1. 1 year later. She stared out of the window overlooking the crowded city. Her son was here. She just knew it. He was here in one of those buildings. She could feel him calling for her, asking her to come and rescue him. She hadn't seen him for the last 3 days. Tears clouded her vision as she imagined him being kept in a dark room. He was scared of the darkness. A tear rolled down her cheek as she imagined him lying in the corner of the room and crying. How scared must her baby be? She closed her eyes and let the tears flow. Opening her eyes, she once again stared at the city. She knew her son was here, and it gave her enough confidence to surface from her emotional torment. No, she wouldn't waste her time sitting in the room and crying. She would go out and look for her son in this crowded city, where everyone was a stranger to her. I stopped reading, and soon the audience started clapping. A smile crept onto my face as I saw the small crowd gathered at the bookstore for the launch of my 4th book, Single Mom. Beautiful Monica, who was also the host of the event, said. I smiled at her. That was really beautiful, Serena, she said, and then asked the audience to ask any questions if they wanted to. The next 20 minutes, we had a Q&A. Questions ranged from personal to those related to my books. After that, Monica thanked the folks for attending the book launch. I went and personally thanked and said goodbye to the attendees. That went well, Norris Cahill, Kate's husband and the manager of my publishing company, said, handing me a glass of drink. I know, right? Monica agreed, sitting beside me. Thank you so much for choosing me to be the host of this event, she said with a smile. Was I bad? She asked me, and I shook my head. You were great, I told her genuinely with a smile. The audience loved you. Thank you. I am glad you. She stopped talking all of a sudden, and I knew she was talking to someone through the link. What's wrong? Norris asked Monica. Nothing. It's almost 8, and Benedict said he would come to pick me up at 8, she said, getting up. All right, Norris said, and I stood up to hug Monica. Who is coming to pick you? Monica queried me through the link. I am going alone. Say hi to Benedict, okay? I told her, and she nodded. We'll be coming home next weekend, she said cheerfully, and I smiled. Benedict and Monica had shifted into town almost 5 months earlier. Both got a job in town, and since the commute was quite far, they shifted closer. However, they would visit us once a month. After Monica left, I turned to face Norris, but stood frozen in my spot as I spotted Norris's daughter in his lap. Guilt enveloped me as I saw his daughter. She was the spitting image of Kate, who was lost last year. Hi, Serena. This is my daughter, Lily, he said, and the little girl turned to face me. The little girl's bright green eyes lit up as she gave me a cute smile that tugged at my heartstrings. I felt really bad that this little girl, who looked around 10 years old, had lost her mother at such a young age. Hi, Lily, I said with a smile and pinched her cheeks playfully. How old is she? 9, Norris said, and I gulped. You write stories? She asked me, and I nodded. My mummy used to read your stories, but she never let me read them. She had said that she would give them to me only after I grew up, but now she is gone, she said, and I sucked in a breath. My face turned pale, and I blinked repeatedly. Even though I was not the one who ended Kate's life, I still couldn't help but feel guilty about it since I was connected to the reason she was gone. I will give you the books after you grow up, I said shakily, and the little girl smiled again. Promise? She asked me, and I nodded. Thanks, she said, and turned to face her father, who smiled sadly. Lily continued to talk to her father, completely unaware that he had turned an ashen shade ever since the mention of his late wife. But then, Norris looked at his daughter, and something flashed in his eyes. It was so strong that all of a sudden his whole pallor changed, and he was smiling brightly again. I watched, amazed at the change in his features. One moment, he was a heartbroken widower and the next a jovial father. I wondered how he got so much strength and prayed that the goddess would constantly give him that same strength. Serena. Norris's voice interrupted me from my thoughts, and I shook my head. I'm sorry, what? I asked him, confused. I asked, do you need a ride home? No. I brought my car, I told him, and he nodded. Let's go, it's already late, and it's a school night for Lily, I said, and then we walked out of the library. I had just pushed open the main door and treaded down the stairs when a black Pagani came to a halt in front of me. I stopped in my tracks and held the skirt of my red gown in my fists. My eyes widened, and my mouth dropped open in surprise as I locked gazes with Rhett's specific blue eyes. My wolf howled happily inside me, and I realized that Rhett really was here. What? I whispered, totally confused. He winked and gave me his trademark smirk as a reply. Serena, Norris called, and I looked at him. Are you all right? He asked, rushing towards me along with Lily. Yes, I nodded and looked at Rhett through narrowed eyes. What is he doing here now, when he wasn't supposed to be home for another week? Let's go, he said. You guys go. My husband is here, I said, and Norris turned to face Rhett. Oh yes. We got married 7 months ago, right in front of our packed temple. Both men exchanged an awkward smile before Norris left with his daughter. I shook my head and climbed into the passenger seat. Surprise, surprise, Rhett said as I closed the passenger door. What about your very important work? I asked sarcastically, not looking at him. Turns out Rhett moving into my pack was not as easy as either of us thought. The difficult part wasn't handing over his pack responsibilities, it was his business. Since the base of his business was Green Rock, it was a tough job shifting it to Waterwave. There were still some problems, and hence he had to go every now and then to Green Rock. The worst part was that neither of us knew how long it would continue like this. I took a small break, he said, and judging by the tone of his voice, I knew he was amused. Oh wow. I thought nothing came between you and your business, I snapped. Except for you, he said candidly, and my wolf sighed dreamily. A blush crept up on my face, and I turned to look out the window because I didn't want Rhett to notice it. We drove in silence the rest of the way. I knew it was not Rhett's fault. Shifting the base of business to a new location was not an easy job, and Rhett was doing this for me, but I couldn't help but feel lonely whenever he was gone. I had to stay alone in our house whenever he was away, and I didn't like it. My wolf's constant whine wasn't helpful either. She just doesn't understand what his work is. Rhett is the current alpha of the Waterwave pack, and I am the Luna, though nobody calls me that. But since Rhett has to constantly go to Green Rock, I manage alpha duties, just like I did before. I was brought out of my thoughts when Rhett brought the car to a halt. We are here, he said. I climbed out of the car and went inside our house. Rhett really isn't the person who could stay in apartments. He likes to own an independent house, with big rooms, a wide patio, a garden, several trees in the yard, our own pool, and a very long driveway. He was getting claustrophobic in my room in the pack house, and within 2 weeks of us shifting here, he started designing a new house. We moved into this house 3 months ago, and before that, Rhett and I used to live in Mike's beach house. I was climbing up the stairs when suddenly an arm wrapped around my waist. Rhett pulled me closer to him, and I closed my eyes. I missed you, he whispered right next to my ear and placed a gentle kiss on the spot right below my earlobe. Goosebumps appeared all over my body, and I turned to face Rhett. I missed you too, I accepted reluctantly. He smiled and then lowered his head. As soon as his lips touched mine, I felt all the sadness slowly fading away, replaced by warmth. I wrapped my arms around his neck. Later, I lay in Rhett's arms, comfortable and content. What's wrong? Rhett asked, holding my chin with his fingers and compelling me to look at him. Nothing, I said with a shrug. I was happy he was here with me, but... It's something, he said with a frown. Something is wrong. What happened at your book release? Did anyone make a bad comment? He asked me with a low growl, and I shook my head. I am fine, really, I said with a humorless chuckle. The book release went fine, and I hope this one will be a success too, I said quietly. It will be. But that is not bothering you. What happened? He asked, gazing at me intently, his Pacific blue eyes piercing my soul. Soon, my eyes filled with tears, and I gulped. I saw Kate's daughter today, I said, and Rhett patiently waited for me to continue. I feel horribly guilty. Knowing the reason for her loss, but unable to tell that little girl so, I said and sniffed. She is only a child with big innocent green eyes. It's not your fault, he said, soothing me. I know. I didn't hurt the girl's mother, but I can't deny that I am connected to the reason she is gone, I said, and then rested my head against Rhett's forehead and let the tears flow. Just because you're connected to the reason doesn't make you responsible, Rhett said, and I looked at him. When a building collapses due to a storm, you cannot blame the earth for not holding it upright. Understood? He asked me, and I nodded. Not your fault, he soothed. Thank you, I whispered and closed my eyes. What do you mean? She is not here. I can smell her, I heard Jan, my best friend, yell downstairs, and I groaned. Not again. Rhett and January just can't be in the same room as each other without arguing. It starts with snide remarks and ends with Terrell or me dragging either one of them out. I think their stars just don't match. Get out of my house. I don't want to hear your shrieking early morning, Rhett snapped at her. This is my best friend's house, too, and I am not going anywhere until I meet her. Now you get out of my way, you're blocking the air, she launched back. I got up from the bed and picked up a long t-shirt from the closet. Terrell, get here right now and take this person back to wherever, are you insane? Rhett roared, and I rushed downstairs. I was pleased to see that Rhett had picked up our clothes from the floor and kept them inside. That's what you get for calling me a thing, Jan retorted. Good morning, Tem. This rhinoceros told me you weren't in the house, she said accusingly, and I frowned at Rhett. What? You needed rest, and she will not allow it, Rhett said defensively, and I rolled my eyes heavenwards. I am fine. Just a little tired, I said, and sat on the couch. How was the book release yesterday? Jan asked me curiously. Jan got a job in a very famous fashion magazine, and she was constantly called for some photo shoots. Yesterday, she had to go to one such shoot. Great. The audience was good. Very encouraging, I said with a cheerful smile. What brings you here early in the morning? I asked curiously. I knew well and good that Jan, like me, was not a morning person. Nothing, she said, and I narrowed my eyes. Really, she said to convince me. Please. Your trouble with a capital T, Rhett scoffed, and Jan immediately turned to glare at him. Jan, I called, and she looked at me, her green eyes bright with excitement. Okay. I went to Luca's room to play with him, and he was asleep, she said in a how could he be asleep tone. So I jiggled his tiny feet, she said, giggling. Very nice, I said sardonically, and Rhett shook his head. Luca was Sven and Cameron's 6-month-old son. He woke up cross and then started to cry, she said with a grimace. Before Sven could find me, I ran, she added proudly. Now you have to give an alibi to Sven that I was here since 6 in the morning. Okay. And why would I do that? Because you love me, she said in a duh tone, and I rolled my eyes. Idiot, I muttered, smiling at her. Sven would be upset. Luca was a very demanding child who slept only a handful of hours. Thank you, she said loudly and gave me a tight hug, but quickly pulled away as her gaze fell on Rhett. He wouldn't tell her, would he? She asked, frowning at him. Already did, Rhett said with a chuckle, and Jan growled loudly. You stubborn rhinoceros, she snapped and got up to chase after him. I leaned back in my seat and laughed as Rhett threw a pillow at Jan's face. They were running around the house, but stopped when Cameron came into view along with Terrell and Kier, who was also holding a crying Luca in his arms. Jan stopped all of a sudden, her green eyes wide as she saw Cameron. Come here, Cameron, who is the third in command of Waterwave Pack, said calmly to Jan, who shook her head. I didn't do it, she said, shaking her head. He is lying, she said, pointing her index finger at Rhett. Kier, who is the beta of my pack, quickly came towards me and past Luca, who was sobbing inconsolably. I don't know why they call these things cute, he said in dismay, sitting on the couch and placing his hands on his ears. Oh, baby, I fussed, looking at the large tears overflowing from his big eyes. Luca clung to me and continued sobbing while I rocked him gently. Luca, with his loud cry, could wake up the whole household. Good luck. You are going to be having one soon, Terrell, my brother, said to Kier with a smirk. Truman was 6 months pregnant now, and her due date is in the second week of next month. Unlike humans, a she-wolf will carry her child in the womb for only 7 months. He hasn't stopped crying, Cameron said, looking at his own son in distress. And Sven asked me to take him out, he said as I gently rubbed Luca's back. Give him to me, Jen said, extending her hand. She scooped Luca up and then playfully lifted the little boy, who loved the attention. Soon, Luca flaunted a smile, and everyone in the room, including me, was relieved that the little boy flashed one of his rare smiles. See, he loves me, Jan said, kissing Luca's cheeks. Despite her naughtiness, Jan was terrific with babies. Way better than me. Yeah, he does. That's why I asked you to hold him, Cameron said with a smirk, gently holding Luca's head. How is Truman? I asked Kier, who was staring at Luca like he was an alien. Good. She sent me last night to get black grapes for her, Kier said, pouting, and I laughed as he rested his head on my shoulder. Truman had some rare cravings during her pregnancy. Last week, she wanted to have coconut ice cream. Right now, Truman, my sister, and Kier, her mate, are living together in a separate house. Both weren't interested much in the concept of marriage, so they are not going to get married. It is accepted in our world. Some of us get married because we believe it gives a new name to our relationship. You got it? I asked him with a smile. Yes. She was asleep by the time I returned home, he said gloomily. I bit my bottom lip and shook my head in mock sympathy. That's tough, Jan said, sitting beside Kier after Cameron left with a now calm Luca. I thought he wasn't about to return until another week, Kier pointed out, looking at Rhett, who was talking to Terrell. He took a break, I said with a shrug, hoping he wouldn't notice the blush creeping its way onto my face. Unfortunately for me, he did, and he cocked an eyebrow. Don't do that, I snapped the moment his eyebrow went up. I still don't know how to do it, and I still get frustrated when anyone cocks a single eyebrow in front of my face. You mean this? He asked, deliberately lifting another brow, and I growled. Ass, I commented while he laughed at me. He stopped laughing and suddenly got up. Truman is calling. With that said, Kier took his leave. Okay, I have to go. Got to get ready for work, Jan said, yawning, and then she went away along with Terrell. That was some morning, Rhett murmured, sitting beside me on the couch. Your friend has the worst timing ever, he said, leaning his head backward. I leaned closer to him and closed my eyes. Okay, just concentrate. Now slowly raise it upwards, Rhett said to me. I am concentrating, I snapped. But it's not happening, I growled. That's because you are not concentrating properly. We were in our room, lying on our stomachs in the bed, where Rhett was teaching me how to raise an eyebrow. Now, don't take your eyes off your eyebrows. Come on, you can do it. Okay, I whispered, staring at my eyebrow using the makeup mirror. Go up, I said, glaring at the eyebrow. My eyes started to water because of strain. Up, I whispered. Stupid eyebrow, I said furiously, glaring at my reflection. I can't believe you are mine. I give up, Rhett sighed beside me. I guess it's not your gift, he said, wiping the tears rolling down my face. Not everyone can do it, he said with sympathy when I used my hand to raise my eyebrow. Sad, I said with a pout. Just then, my cell phone started ringing. I climbed out of bed and looked around until I spotted it on the dressing table. Hi, Princess, Myron greeted me as soon as I took the call. Rhett growled as he heard Myron's voice. Hi, I said with a smile, ignoring Rhett. How are you? Long time, no call, I said, and Myron sighed. Myron, my friend, is the alpha of Firelight Pack. Been fine. Just busy with pack duties, he mumbled, and I frowned. Everything all right? I asked in worry, and even Rhett looked at me with concern. Yes, it is. Just the trackers in our pack spotted rogue scent, he said. Heading. Not your pack, but Whitefield, he said, and I inhaled sharply. Whitefield pack shared its border with the water wave as well as the Firelight. You called their alpha? I asked. Yes. I did inform Sebastian. But that is not why I called you, Myron said, and I furrowed my brows. I called to ask whether you guys are celebrating Temple Fest during the eclipse. Hold on, I said, and looked at Rhett, who shook his head in refusal. No, we are not, I said to Myron. Okay, good. Because we are, and even though I'll invite you officially later, you are all still invited. Also, I need some wolves from your pack for guard duty that day, he said, and I immediately agreed. There would be a solar eclipse occurring next month, and every year, the solar eclipse is celebrated with pomp and show in the Firelight Pack, mainly because Patricia, the former White Wolf, was born from the energy of the eclipse. Thanks a lot, Princess, all he said, but I cut him off. About the rogues, I began. Your pack wolves, did they see how many there were? I asked curiously. No, and I doubt those rogues want to attack. I think they were just passing through because if they were attacking, then we would have gotten the news by now, he said, and I sighed. I will inform you if anything happens, okay? He said. All right, I said, and then he cut the call. I turned to face Rhett and smiled. Relax, if there is anything serious, Sebastian and even Myron will inform us, he said, and I nodded. Don't know. I thought all rogues were an extinct species, but I trailed off with a frown. I honestly thought rogues, even if they existed, wouldn't try to attack other packs because I had defeated Glendon, the most powerful rogue, last year. There are few left, here and there, he said, and I nodded. Also, wolves who don't like to follow their leaders too will leave the pack and become rogues, he added. I know, but I am just getting a bad feeling about this, I said, and Rhett got up from the bed and walked towards me. He wrapped his arms around me and placed his chin on the top of my head. They will not stand a chance against us, he whispered, and I nodded. I will ask the guards to be alert, he said, lowering his head and placing a kiss on the beauty spot right below my lower lip. I chuckled as he did that. Okay, I said with a sigh. I really didn't want to go through all the things that I went through for nearly 5 years of my life while hunting for Glendon. The pack was living a happy and peaceful life, and I liked it that way. No, nothing will happen to my pack. I will not let anything happen. I chuckled and pulled away. Maybe I am just simply worrying, I said to Rhett. I mean, the rogues that are left aren't any harm either way because Riker is gone, I said flatly. What about his family? Rhett asked me, and I gave him a confounded look. His family? I parroted. I don't think he has any family left. I heard about his father, but there was also news that he died about 4 years ago, I said, and Rhett nodded. While we were hunting for the other rogues, I had a detailed search about the Riker clan, and there was Riker, his father, and an uncle left, who was his dad's brother. What about this uncle? I don't remember his name now, but all I know is that he was the one taking care of Glendon's father. Besides, I don't think they are a problem because they don't live here, and it's been a year, and even now they haven't caused any problems to us, I pointed out. I will have this uncle checked out, he said, nodding unsurely. Here has the file that has their information. I will ask him, Rhett growled and then once again pulled me closer to his chest. Whatever the truth is, I'll not rest until I find it out, he said, gently running his hands through my hair. And if these rogues try anything, then they'll pay, he said with another growl, and my own wolf growled back in affirmation. We will get through all of this, he said, and I craned my neck to look at him. We will. I asked, looking at his Pacific blue eyes that had turned dark. We will, he replied with a growl. Chapter 2. 2 days later, I was washing dishes while Rhett was raiding the refrigerator for ice cream when his cell phone started ringing. With a groan, he closed the refrigerator door and picked up his cell phone from his back pocket. It's Egbert, he uttered before answering the call, and I frowned. Every time Egbert calls Rhett, it's because he wants Rhett's help with work. 9 out of 10 times, it involves Rhett going back to Green Rock. Rhett walked out of the kitchen while talking, and my frown deepened. I placed the plate on the counter and waited for the news. My wolf growled, and I took a deep breath. He wasn't doing this intentionally. It was difficult for him, and I should be more considerate because the bottom line is, he is doing all this for me. It was for me that he decided to leave the Green Rock pack. I tried to reason with my wolf, but she was far from hearing my words. You cannot be selfish. Almost everyone in the Green Rock pack relied on him, but he left them, all of a sudden, for you. I hissed at my wolf, and she cowered. Good girl. Placing my hands on the edge of the counter, I started taking deep breaths to compose myself. When I was sure I was calm, I started drying the dishes. Rhett appeared after a few minutes and stood silently, leaning on the threshold of the kitchen door. He was watching me as I placed the dishes in their respective places. I have to leave tomorrow, he said. I nodded, but didn't turn to face him. At what time? I asked quietly. Morning. And when will you be back? Might take around 2 weeks, he said, and I held the bowl very tightly. 2 whole weeks. My wolf started to whimper, but I quickly pushed her back and turned to face him with a bright smile. Cool, I said, and he narrowed his eyes. Cool, he parroted, and that's when I snapped. Yes. Cool. I am trying not to be selfish, okay? So please cooperate with me because at the moment all I want to do is throw this plate at your head, or even better, Egbert's, I said in one breath. Rhett sucked in a breath and flashed me a startling smile before saying, okay. Good, I said, keeping the plate I was holding back on the shelf. I closed the shelf door firmly and flinched at the noise. In a flash, Rhett was behind me. He held my arms, twirled me around, and then pulled me closer to his chest. It took me no time to wrap my arms around his waist and hug him tightly. My eyes started brimming with tears, and I gulped. I have good news to announce, Rhett whispered right next to my ear, and I craned my neck to look at him. Wiping my tears, he announced, once this is done, I don't think I have to go back. Seriously? I asked quickly as my heart bubbled with happiness. Seriously. After this, there are only a few things left, and it is nothing which Egbert cannot handle, he said with a smile, and I flaunted one of my own. That makes this better, I said sincerely. Ouch, Rhett mocked, hurt, and I raised my eyebrows. Does that mean you are not going to miss me? He inquired, and I chuckled. Yes, I am not at all going to miss you, I teased. Rhett smirked and leaned forward. How about I change that and make sure you will miss me? He whispered near my ear. I bit my bottom lip. When he pulled back, I held the collar of his shirt, pulled him closer, and pressed my lips against his. Around 8 the next morning, Rhett boarded a flight to Green Rock. After dropping Rhett at the airport, I picked Thean up from the pack house to take him to school. My car was in my garage. I had recently purchased a new Mercedes, and I called him Muscles, my new baby. Thean hopped into the passenger seat of Muscles and quickly buckled his seatbelt after waving goodbye to Marissa, his mother. Did you keep your lunchbox in the bag? I asked Thean. Yes. Mama packed a chicken sandwich, he replied excitedly. Yummy, I said with a smile, and Thean stuck his tongue out. So, did your teacher change your seating arrangement? I asked him. Apparently, Thean is asked to sit beside Tanya, a cute golden-haired girl whom he dislikes thoroughly because she placed a sloppy kiss on his cheek after he helped her once. No, Thean grumbled. I still have to sit with Tanya, and she tells everyone that she is my girlfriend, he said, and I feigned a gasp. You didn't tell her about me? I asked with a pout. Thean shook his head, and this time, I really gasped in surprise. Why not? Because she is my girlfriend in school, he said, and I raised my eyebrows, amused. So you keep 2 girlfriends? I questioned and brought my car to a halt at the side of the road when I spotted Alice going somewhere. Yes, just like you, he said grumpily. What? I don't have 2 boyfriends, I said in shock. You have. You married Alpha even though I am your boyfriend, Thean said sadly, and my eyebrows shot up. Okay, I said, unsurely. But I am not going to marry Tanya, he quickly added, and I sniggered. Oh dear, he has his future planned. Alice, I called out loudly, and she turned to face me. Hop in. Why not? I asked, turning to face Thean. Tanya is short, and she talks a lot, he grimaced, and I shook my head. Where are you going? I queried Alice, as she placed her bag on the next seat. To pay the college fees, she answered. Alice graduated from high school and was now admitted to a well-known college in town to study medicine. She wanted to become a doctor. You are going to college? Thean asked Alice with wide eyes, and she nodded with a soft smile. I heard you have a lot to study in college. Is it true? Yes, it is, she said, and Theon pulled a face. Then I don't want to go to college, he said, furrowing his brows, and I shook my head. This boy seemed to be just like me. I didn't want to go to college because after high school, I wasn't keen to study more. What do they teach you in college? Theon asked her after a few minutes. Well, since I want to become a doctor, they teach me about medicine, she said, smiling and ruffling Theon's blonde hair as he replied within you. Did Hendrik leave already? I asked Alice about her younger brother, who started schooling in a private institution in 6th grade. Even though Hendrik is 13 years old, he couldn't complete his studies after he got kidnapped. Hence, the school principal insisted that he start from 6th grade again. Yes, he left with his friends, she said, and I nodded. I dropped Theon off first at his school and then Alice at her college. Alice, I called her before she could climb out. Tell me if you need extra cash, okay? She nodded as a reply. Thank you, Alpha, she said, and I smiled. While she was walking towards the entrance, I stared at her retreating figure. Even though she was the one who actually ended Kate's life and her niece's, I couldn't actually blame her entirely. She had done that out of fear and, most importantly, to ensure that Glendon's plan turned out to be a fiasco. But that didn't stop me from feeling guilty about Kate's loss. Even though what Rhett said about Kate was true, I still didn't get that peace of mind over it. I couldn't get it because every time, Lily's face would pop into my head. While I was lost in my thoughts, Kier spoke to me through the link. Hey Templar, can you get some pickles? Kier said in a worn-out voice, and I felt a wave of sympathy for him. Sure will. Anything else? If your sister had given me the list of her cravings beforehand, I wouldn't have had any problems at night, he replied sourly, and I chuckled. True. Anyway, thanks. I owe you more than a ton, he murmured. No problem. Just take care of my sister and my niece or nephew, I added at the end. Just like Sven, even Truman didn't want to know the gender of her child. She wanted it to be a surprise. I was about to go to my house and give her the pickle that was in the fridge, but then I didn't want to give her a half-eaten one. Sighing, I started the engine and drove to a nearby shopping mall. When I entered Kier and Truman's house, I found Kier sleeping on the couch on his stomach, while Truman was simply flipping the pages of a magazine, sitting on another couch. The TV was on, but no one was actually watching it. Why is the TV simply on? I asked, and Truman looked up, her eyes first traveling to check my hands. You got it, she said in ecstasy. It's mixed vegetables, I warned, handing her the bottle. Perfect, she grinned and quickly opened the lid. I will get you the spoon, I said, heading to the dining table. When I turned, Truman was already licking her fingers. I shook my head when I saw her. Truman was a perfectionist, but ever since she got pregnant, all her rules were thrown into the nearest bin. She was also health conscious, but right now, it was like she didn't give a damn about her weight. Actually, we got to know she was pregnant only after she gained weight. Before that, no one actually noticed any change in her scent. By the time we came to know, she was already 12 weeks pregnant, and Truman was over the moon. Maybe that's what having a baby does? I thought with a smile and went and sat next to her. How's the kicking going? I asked her, gently placing my hands on her belly. She kicks occasionally, Truman said, still eating the pickles. Oh, look. A carrot, she said excitedly, showing me a carrot, and then popped it into her mouth. Yes, Truman does believe that she is going to have a daughter. That's enough, I snapped when I saw that her cheeks were turning red and her green eyes were swimming. I want to eat. She popped another piece. Later. Now you need to drink water. I snatched the pickle jar from her hand. Fine, she grumbled. Keep it on the table, she added while I walked towards the kitchen. Ignoring Truman, I kept the jar in the fridge and pulled out a water bottle. You sent him anywhere last night? I asked Truman, looking at Kier, who was still sleeping. No. Rhett called him last night to ask him more about the rogues. Do you know about whom? She said, and I nodded. Yes. It's about Riker's family. He still has a family left? Truman asked, her eyes widening with fear. Yes. I am aware of a father and an uncle, I said, and Truman gulped. Relax. I don't think they are of much harm, I said gently, looking at Truman's haunted face. But they are Rikers, she said, and I shot her a look of bewilderment. We are Waynes, and they hate us. Do you seriously think they will not come after us? She asked, fright evident in her tone, and I furrowed my brows. If they wanted to, they would have done so sooner, I told her, but after hearing her words, even I realized that I had to find out the whereabouts of the remaining Riker clan and their friends. Maybe they are planning something big, she added, and then squeezed her eyes shut. I really don't want anything bad happening now. I will not be able to handle it, she whispered, holding my hands tightly while tears were already tumbling from her eyes. Shoo, Truman. Nothing is going to happen, I said gently, placing my hands on hers. I knew she was hormonal and tended to take silly things seriously. No, I have got to tell you. Last week, I dreamed about me and Kier getting married, she said, and I looked at her, confused. Don't you know, if you dream about someone dying, then something good will happen. But if you dream about someone getting married, then something devastating will happen, she sobbed loudly. Kier woke up at that moment, and when he saw Truman's distressed face, he rushed towards her. Truman, it's a myth, I said, trying to pacify her. The White Wolf was supposed to be a myth, was all she said, and I immediately pulled back. I will take care of her, Kier said through the link after looking at my aghast expression. I nodded and then strode out of their house while Truman sobbed, resting her head against Kier's chest. I cannot handle it. I cannot, Truman kept saying to Kier. The water touched my feet and was immediately pulled back by the ocean. I stood, crossing my hands against my chest, staring at the wide ocean, recalling all the things Myron, Rhett, and Truman said. My head felt heavy all of a sudden. I placed my hands on either side of my head and tried to regain composure. Recalling their words again and again was stressing me out, and I needed to take a rest. However, that could wait. Right now, all I wanted was peace of mind, and I would get it only after I talked to my mother. I shrugged off my jacket and threw it on the shore along with my sandals. I walked a few steps ahead before diving under the surface. As soon as the cool water engulfed me, a sense of serenity washed over me. Feeling relaxed, I swam length after length. After almost half an hour, I climbed the rocks that led to my favorite place. It was the same place where I first connected with the moon goddess, mere minutes after shifting into my wolf. I then sat on the rock in a lotus position. After placing my hands on either side of my lap, in a Gan Mudra position, I closed my eyes and started taking deep breaths. One after the other, the sounds around me started fading until even I couldn't hear my own breathing. I felt myself being taken away from this world, and there was complete silence everywhere. You have come here, I heard an angelic voice say. At that precise moment, I opened my eyes and looked around. I was in what looked like a large garden. Green pastures covered the ground, and there were a few trees here and there. There was also a fountain where water was brimming from the mouth of a statue of a silver wolf. The moon goddess was sitting on the edge of the basin of the fountain, playing gently with the cool water in the shallow basin. Dressed in a white gown, the goddess was sitting facing sideways. Her dark hair cascaded like waves on her back and side, covering her face as always. At least now I was aware as to why I couldn't see her face. I whispered, taking a step towards her. I realized that not only was I barefoot, but I was also wearing the same white off-shoulder knee-length dress that had an ocean blue silk tie around the waist. Tell me what is bothering you, she said gently in her soft voice. You know what's bothering me, I told her, and she laughed. The sound was melodious, and I couldn't help but smile. Indeed, I do, she said gently, and then there was a splash of water as the goddess kicked up the water. I watched in astonishment as the droplets sparked in the sunlight when they were splashed. Wait a minute. Sun? I frowned and walked closer, staring at the bright sun. Indeed, the sun was there in this garden. The sun, the moon goddess said after some time. Some of you call him my brother, some of you call him my creator, the goddess added quietly, and I stared at her in confusion. I then understood that the you here was the entire living creation and not just me. Day and night, you both are looking after us, I whispered and took another step forward. "What do you want to know, my child?" she asked me tenderly. "Is there any danger lurking around?" I queried her, and suddenly the goddess stopped tracing her fingers on the surface of the water. That gave me the answer I needed, and I closed my eyes. There is always danger lurking around, but there are also ways to overcome those dangers just around you. All you have to do is look carefully, and then you will surely overpower it. "So, it's always about the way I look?" I asked her. "Yes, it is. It is always about the way you look. If every person had the same view, then there would have been either only good or only evil. But since different individuals have different ways of thinking, it is a fight between these two," she said, and I nodded. "What should I do?" I asked gently. "That completely depends on you. You can make the best out of it, or you can turn it into a worse nightmare," she replied, and then stood up and got out of the basin. "Okay," I whispered feebly. "Remember one thing, my child. No matter what happens, never lose your calm," she added, and I looked at her in puzzlement. "Calm?" I said unsurely. "Being calm even in the worst state of affairs will be your greatest strength," she said, and I gulped. She was talking in riddles, and I couldn't understand the message she was trying to convey. "Will anything happen to my pack?" I inquired when she started walking towards an apple tree. "That again depends on you," she said smoothly while placing her hands on the trunk of the tree. "Do I have to fight against evil?" I asked her, but there was no reply. "You will have to fight against yourself before you fight against evil," the goddess replied after a few minutes of silence, and I furrowed my brows. "Go, my child. Someone is waiting for you." I nodded and was about to turn when the goddess asked me to wait. I turned around only to see an apple being flung in my direction. I was so taken aback to see it that I immediately cupped my hands together to catch it. But apparently, I had butterfingers because the apple slipped from my hand and then fell on the ground. I stared at it, only to see it shatter into a million pieces and disappear like it was never thrown at me. "Oh no! I dropped it," I said sadly, and looked up to face the goddess, who threw the apple in the first place. Even though her face wasn't visible, I felt like she was staring at me intently with a sad expression. It was like she was expressing her sympathy to me. "It was never yours then," she stated, her voice almost like she was holding back a sob. "Catch this." She threw another apple, which I caught quickly. "This one is yours to treasure," she said, and I grinned and stared at the apple in my hand, which disappeared without shattering. "Why the apple?" I asked her. "You will understand soon. But remember, my child, never lose your calm," she whispered. I opened my eyes only to realize that I was completely soaked in salty water. I shook my head, sighed, and then craned my neck to stare at the bright sun in the afternoon sky. "Some of you call him my brother, some of you call him my creator," I recalled the goddess saying. Facing the sun, I closed my eyes and prayed to give me enough strength to overcome whatever life throws at me. I then dived into the water and swam back to the shore. Once I reached the house, I went to take a shower since I was all salty and sticky. While returning here, I already checked the text I received from Rhett informing me that he reached the pack. I decided to call him after I came out of the shower. I stood under the shower, letting the powerful flow of the water cool my body. "Never lose your calm. Never lose your calm," I chanted in my head, placing my hands on the cold tiles. When I was done, I turned the shower knob to stop the flow of water. I stepped out of the shower and wrapped myself in a huge towel. I groaned when I checked the time. It was 2 in the afternoon, and I was hungry too. Whenever Rhett isn't in town, I either go to some restaurant or I eat in the pack house. Today, I decided to go to the pack house since I didn't have the patience to wait in the restaurant. My cell phone started ringing while I was drying my hair. Sliding my legs into black skinny jeans, I pulled a gray tank top over my head and hurried downstairs to answer the call. The call was from Rhett. He couldn't connect with me through Mind Link because our link gets weak when he is miles away. "Hello," I said chirpily. "Templar," he whispered in a grave voice, and I stiffened. "Teresa met with an accident. She passed away on the spot," he said, and all color drained from my face. Teresa, my aunt, was also my foster mother. Hearing the news of her loss made my heart bang loudly in my chest, and I gulped, but it was impossible to hold back my tears. "When?" I stuttered. An hour ago, he added quietly. How is Alan? I asked about my foster father. He isn't taking it well. He has shifted and is trying to attack other wolves, Rhett said, and I sucked in a breath. Listen, I have already informed Terrell, and he will come to our house soon. You both decide whether or not you want to tell this to Truman, but I suggest you don't. I will not. I will not tell it to Truman, I said, shaking my head, recalling the way she was crying this morning. It's too risky. All right. You and Terrell come here as soon as possible, okay? Yeah. I love you. I love you, I said, and then ended the call. I sat on the couch and held my head in my hands. While I closed my eyes, all the wonderful memories that I had with Teresa popped into my head. She had taken wonderful care of me while I was a child, and she did try her best to be a good mother to us. She had come here for mine and Rhett's wedding, and even after marriage, I used to occasionally call and talk to her. The front door being pushed open brought me out of my thoughts, and I found myself staring at Terrell's brown eyes that were sad. He sat on the couch beside me, and I rested my head against his shoulder. We cannot tell Truman, I said, sniffing after a few minutes of crying. Terrell nodded before saying, we will have to leave for Green Rock on the 5 o'clock flight. They are conducting the funeral today itself. Okay, I whispered. I stood up and wiped my tears. Did you book the tickets? I asked him, and he shook his head. You do that. I will go and inform Kier, I said, and then went upstairs. I picked up a white utility jacket and put it on. Terrell wasn't there when I went downstairs, so I closed the main door and rushed towards my car. I was just buckling up my seatbelt when I heard screams coming from somewhere. I quickly undid the belt, climbed out of the car, and rushed towards the gate. 2 fighters from the pack were already coming towards the house. As soon as they saw me, they stopped in their tracks and lowered their heads. What's wrong? I whispered. My heart started hammering in my chest as goosebumps appeared all over my body. Fear was engulfing me, and my wolf started pacing continuously inside me. A body of a pack wolf was thrown, one of the guys said, and I squeezed my eyes shut. Where? I asked and curled my fingers to form a tight fist. On the outskirts, Alpha. The guards are fighting with the rogues, and the third in command and your brother have rushed there, the other one said. Growling ferociously, I started running towards them. When I reached there 20 minutes later, I stopped running and looked around. Terrell, Cameron, Kier, and a few other fighters were already fighting against 10 to 12 rogues. 2 of the pack guards were already gone in the fight. It was then that my eyes fell on the other body, and I froze in my tracks as soon as I saw who it was. I want to become a doctor. I could still hear her saying the words this morning. But here she was, lying on the ground, life stolen from her. Alice, I whispered chokingly. Tears clouded my vision as I stared at Alice. Suddenly, a rogue lunged at me, but Kier quickly pushed him away. I growled and glared at the nasty creature that had done this. All of a sudden, my claws were out. I was about to take a step forward to attack him when my eyes rested on a rogue leaning against a tree with a relaxed expression on his face. He seemed to be the leader of this group of rogues. As soon as his eyes met mine, his lips curved to form a victorious smirk. How can I not lose my calm after witnessing that? Chapter 3. I stared at the still figure ahead of me and started panting repeatedly. This was the first time I ever regretted ending someone, but it had to be done. What do I say to Templar? In a day, she lost her foster parents just the same way she lost her biological parents. I took a deep breath and growled lowly. I totally regretted stopping Alan this way, but he wasn't backing down. After hearing the news of his mate Teresa's death, Alan immediately shifted into his wolf and started attacking everyone around him. 3 girls from the pack were already fighting for their lives after being brutally attacked by Alan. I gulped and took a step back from Alan's figure on the ground. I despised myself for it, even though stopping him was the only solution. I shouldn't have. Damn it. Templar will not forgive me for doing this. I just shouldn't have done it. Rhett, Egbert called me, and I turned to face him. Shift back, he said, and then threw some shorts at me. Clamping the shorts between my jaws, I went behind a tree and shifted back to my 2-legged existence. After putting on the shorts, I stepped out from behind the tree and stared at Alan's motionless form on the ground. Rose passed away, Egbert said somberly from beside me. Rose was one of the girls who had been attacked by Alan merely minutes ago. The girls were plucking fruits from the trees before they got ambushed by Alan. I nodded and then went back to my house in the former pack. My wolf started pacing inside me, and I suppressed him back. I didn't want him to take control of me again for the day. Since I felt sticky, I went to have a quick shower. In the tiled wet room, I stood under the shower and, clenching my fists, I closed my eyes. Templar is not going to be happy about this. She would have wanted me to calm Alan down. Egbert and I tried, but damn it. I should have tried harder to stop Alan. What do I say to her? 10 minutes later, when I was thrusting my arms into the sleeves of a black shirt, I heard the familiar buzz of my cell phone. It was lying on the coffee table downstairs, so I went to pick it up. It was Terrell calling me, and I decided to first break the news about Alan to him. Yes, I answered as I picked up the call. Rhett. You need to come here as soon as possible, he stuttered, and I frowned. My wolf continued pacing, and this time, he was begging me to let him out. What's wrong? I asked, my mind immediately wondering if anything happened to Templar. Dear Goddess, what if she took the news of Teresa's death worse than I imagined? Where is Templar? Is she okay? I asked Terrell with a growl while my wolf howled inside me. She is not okay, he whispered, and I gulped. My heart started hammering in my chest, and I felt a terrible sense of fear engulfing me. What are you hiding? I all but shouted. My wolf continued howling so that he could connect to Templar. I didn't feel any pain, which meant she was okay, but why was my wolf so worried? Rogues killed Alice and then attacked, he said, and I closed my eyes shut. Please, please don't tell me she lost control to her wolf. Please don't. I prayed repeatedly. However, my prayers weren't answered. She lost control and attacked all of us. She then crossed the territory, he told me in fear, and I felt the ground collapsing beneath my feet. My heart pounded badly, and soon my claws were out. Where did she go? I whispered shakily. I don't know. No one followed her. We are trying to call Sebastian, but he isn't answering the call, Terrell said, and then coughed repeatedly. Sebastian was the alpha of the Whitefield pack. What the hell happened to you? I asked, irritated by his cough. Templar tried to strangle me, he croaked, and I gritted my teeth. Did anyone follow her? I questioned and quickly rushed upstairs to pick up my bag. I wanted to go back to Waterwave right now. Whoever tried got hurt, he said, and I growled loudly. I will be there on the next available flight. Keep updating me on any news you get, and keep trying to contact Sebastian. Also, pass me his number, I commanded. I opened my mind link for Templar, but it was blocked, and I suppressed a growl. All right, he agreed when I zipped my bag. Did she hurt everyone? I whispered the question when I switched off the room light. There was a pause for a few seconds before Terrell whispered, almost everyone. Gulping, I ended the call and rushed towards Egbert's house. Nearly 4 hours later, I walked into the pack house of the Waterwave pack. It was close to 7 in the evening, and still, there was no news about Templar's whereabouts. It had been exactly 4 hours since she crossed the territory. As I stepped in, I was shocked to see the sight that lay in front of me. Color drained from my face as I looked at them. Almost every person was injured in the pack, and I stared at them gloomily. Kier and Cameron were very badly wounded compared to others. But wounded, they all were. Cameron was still unconscious, but he was alive. I was informed that Kier woke up an hour ago. Truman was still not informed about Teresa's death, and it was better that way. I looked at Jan, who was handing a glass of water to her father, Mike, while Afra and January's mother were tending the wounds of some fighters along with Sven and Monica. Jan was out at work, and when she returned, Templar had already crossed the territory. Somewhere, I could hear Luca sobbing loudly. I'll take care of this. You go put Luca to sleep, Truman said, taking the bandage from Sven's hand. While Sven rushed upstairs, I stared at the wound on the fighter's leg. It was pretty deep and done by Templar's claws. That wound might heal fast, but I think he will not be able to shift for another week or so. I dropped my bag on the floor, slumped on the couch, and held my head in my hands. My wolf was repeatedly trying to connect to Templar, but there was no response from her. The one and only thing that kept me calm in this entire scenario was that I couldn't sense any deep pain, apart from some light stings here and there. Wherever she is fine. That thought would make me sigh. But I wouldn't completely rest until I had her back in my arms. I just wanted my Templar safe. Once I have her back, I will teach her to control her anger. Templar's anger was getting out of control, and she must be taught to control it. But before that, I want her back. I rubbed my face with my palms and took a deep breath. My eyes were stinging from the lack of sleep. The strain of the day was catching up to me. So many things happened in one day. First, Teresa's death, then I had to fight Alan, and now the news about Templar's disappearance. Wait a minute. Something just didn't feel right. Every bad thing had to happen today? This didn't feel right at all. It was no coincidence, and I felt suspicious. I hitched my brows together and tried to see if there was any link between all the events that occurred today. However, I couldn't come up with anything. Teresa's death was an accident, and Alan's wrath was unexpected. Surely it wasn't planned. But the rogues? The rogues were already traced entering Whitefield last night, and Sebastian was already informed about it. I didn't even want to think about why the rogues attacked my pack, because the rogues often attack packs just to steal some jewelry from the temple. Surely this wasn't planned either. But one important question lay in my head that still made me skeptical. Why did the rogues kill Alice first before entering the pack? There was some connection between the two events, and that was Alice's death and the rogue attack. Alice's death was planned, and the rogue attack, too, was planned. Entering the Whitefield pack was only to mislead us when all this time, their main intention was to attack Waterwave and get to Templar. I growled viciously, attracting the attention of everyone in the room. Ignoring them, I continued to think. They chose Alice to get to Templar. Why Alice? Why? I ran a hand through my hair and raked my brain, when suddenly I grasped that Alice used to work for Glendon before. But Glendon is gone. Taking a deep breath, I shook my head and once again tried to think this meticulously. Alice used to work for Glendon Riker, who is gone now. He was defeated by Templar a year ago, along with his followers. No one was spared because Myron, I, and other fighters have defeated each and every one of Glendon's bootlickers. I blinked as another realization hit me like a lightning bolt. Riker. 3 days ago, Templar had informed me about the last 2 remaining Riker clan members. Glendon's father and uncle. Templar wasn't sure about Glendon's father, but the uncle was still very much alive. I must have him checked. Surely, he wouldn't let Glendon's defeat pass that easily. I was about to ask Kier when Terrell entered the room. He seemed comparatively better than other rogues. As soon as he spotted me, he came and sat next to me. Tell me everything from the start, I muttered. Truman is here, he said through the mind link. Since Truman wasn't aware of Teresa's death, we couldn't talk about anything in front of her. Sighing, I got up and entered Templar's office in the pack house with Terrell following me. I want everything from the start, I demanded, sitting on a chair. After your call, we decided to come to the Green Rock pack. I was booking the ticket when I was alerted by the guards that the rogues had thrown a body near the outskirts and were already attacking. I rushed there, and 5 minutes later, Templar joined us. As soon as she saw Alice, she started attacking the rogues, and she defeated all except one. The one she didn't defeat managed to run away, and when she tried to go after him, Kier tried to stop her because she was about to cross the territory. Kier didn't know he was talking to the White Wolf, and by the time he realized, he was already thrown to the farthest tree. Since fighting one-on-one wasn't successful after Cameron and I failed, we tried to ambush her. Bad just turned out to be worst, and she knocked out 25 of us fighters who were there at the moment. Out of which, some were forced to surrender and retreat by her power. More than half of the wolves from the pack were out working. We called them, but they reached us much later. By the time I regained consciousness, her scent was already faint in the air, but I knew she had gone to Whitefield pack, he said sadly. Are you telling me 25 of you couldn't stop her? I snarled angrily. I growled and held the arms of my chair in a tight grip, almost cracking the wood. Yes, he confirmed in a whisper. She was out of control. You have seen her before. It's only you who can stop her. And as I said, she forced many of them to surrender and retreat, he said, and I growled. Later, I called Alpha Sebastian of the Whitefield Pack, and he didn't pick up. I called you, and after informing you, I again tried calling Sebastian, and you know the rest. He trailed off, and I nodded. I definitely knew the rest. As soon as I landed in Waterwave, Terrell informed me that the rogues had even attacked the Whitefield Pack. They attacked Whitefield after our pack? I asked him, and Terrell nodded. This is planned, I barked furiously. What? You mean everything? I don't know to what extent, but I do know it is planned. Think about it. Why did they choose only Alice? I said, and Terrell nodded. Do you think Teresa's death, he trailed off? I am not sure about that, I said, and pulled out my cell phone from my pocket. I quickly scrolled through my contacts to call Egbert. Hello, Egbert said from the other end. I have a suspicion that Teresa's death isn't an accident. Have it investigated, I said to him firmly. What? Why do you think so? He asked, clearly surprised. Just have it investigated, I growled and ended the call. Templar went to the Whitefield Pack, defeated the rogues from that pack too, and hurt a few wolves. By now, she must also have crossed the Whitefield Pack territory. Did you call the Alpha of Blackraven Pack? I asked Terrell, pinching the bridge of my nose. Their Luna took the call and said they were being attacked by the RO-. He said and paused before adding with a growl, You are right, this is planned. The Luna promised to call us if she finds Templar there, he continued, and I nodded. Has our temple been attacked? I asked him. They tried, but they failed. A group of rogues tried to make their way to the temple. That is how Cameron and I got distracted when Templars started fighting the rogues. The temple was their target along with the Templar. They failed in one but succeeded in another, I said, running a hand through my hair. She was still in the Whitefield Pack. Alpha Grankanala would call us if she reached Blackraven. However, I couldn't wait any longer. I am going to search for her, I stated, standing up. I cannot sit here and wait for Grant or his mate to inform me. I am going to search for her, I declared. Rhett, only roadway transport is possible from here to Granala Pack, Terrell told me. I know, but I am still going there. She might already cross the territory by the time you reach there, Terrell informed me, and I growled. I cannot go all the way to Daydusk Pack and wait for her to come to me, okay? Anyone might try to hurt her. She might hurt many wolves. This has to be stopped, I spat furiously. The next airport in the country was in Daydusk Pack, and to go to the other pack, which comes between Waterwave and Daydusk, only the land route was possible. This has to be stopped, I whispered. I don't know what they have planned, but I know one thing. Things are going just the way they want. I cannot let them win, I said, and shook my head. I am leaving, I said, and started making my way towards the door. I am coming with you, Terrell said, and I stopped in my tracks. She is my sister, and I can help you with anything you want to do. His statement convinced me, and I nodded. What about your mate? I asked him. She is coming, I heard January replying instead of Terrell. I whirled around to see her standing near the doorway, with her arms crossed across her chest. If this is all planned, then this is not a matter we can take lightly, she growled. January, Terrell spoke, but Jan growled. Don't you dare try to stop me, she spat at her mate. I am coming, and that is final. With that, she turned and walked out. Terrell followed after her, and I took a deep breath. You are wasting time. Go after her. She needs us, my wolf encouraged, and I couldn't agree more with him. When I was in the living room, I looked around for Kier. Where is Kier? I inquired of Afra, his mother. He has gone to his house, she replied, and I nodded. I was about to go there when Afra called me. Did you find anything about Templar? She asked me nervously. She is almost close to crossing Whitefield, I said, and Afra inhaled sharply. I am going after her, I added. You should. Don't worry about the pack, she soothed, and I nodded. Bye. I then hurried towards Kier's house. What did you find about Rikers? I inquired of Kier as soon as I entered the house. I was on it when he trailed off. When those rogues attacked the pack, my mate went after them. All right. You continue searching for it and inform me as soon as you find out anything, I said and turned to walk out. Are you going somewhere? Kier asked me with a confused expression. I am going to search for Templar. I cannot let her cross Whitefield, I answered, and Kier's eyes widened. Dear goddess, Truman gasped, and I gulped. I will come with you, Kier said, and I shook my head. No. I want you to take care of the pack along with Cameron and Benedict. I am taking Terrell and January with me, I stated. But how can only 3 of you manage? He protested. We will manage. Truman needs you, and so does the pack. We will keep informing you of our every movement. Just take care of the pack, I said with a growl. He turned and faced Truman, who, with her hands resting protectively on her belly, was lost in her thoughts. Fine, Kier sighed. But if you need any help, all you have to do is call, he said. Sure will. Just find out more about these Rikers, because I think they are behind this, I said, and he growled loudly. What happened? Truman, who snapped out of her thoughts, asked Kier with a baffled expression. Is Templar all right? She asked, her tone panicky. She is fine, I said, and Truman let out a breath of relief. I hope she is, I prayed in my mind. Those good-for-nothing, Kier snarled, but I cut him off. Trust me, I know the feeling, I said menacingly and made my way out. I will not leave any loose ends about that clan, he pronounced resolutely. I knew Kier would find every detail about that clan. 10 minutes later, I climbed into the driver's seat of my black BMW SUV. I looked at my rearview mirror to see Terrell and January getting in their BMW. I looked out of the window at Kier and Benedict. I had already informed Myron, and he too wanted to come, but I refused. His pack needed him, and it would be selfish to ask his help, especially when there are rogues lurking around. Call me if you need help, Kier said, and I nodded. Once again, I tried to connect to Templar through the link, but it was blocked again. Her wolf was in complete control over her, and it was no use connecting with her through the link. Everything was fine, even in the link, and that brought me a small amount of relief. Taking a deep breath, I started driving the car. I promise I will not return to Waterwave Pack until I find Templar. Chapter 4. Once the guards gave permission, I drove into the Whitefield Pack territory. I had never been to this pack. However, Waterwave Pack wolves were in good neighborhood relationships with this pack, though not as good as with Myron's pack. It was almost close to 9, and I didn't want to waste my time sweet-talking with Sebastian. The guards led the way to Sebastian's house, and I followed after them. I looked at the rearview mirror, and sure enough, Terrell's BMW was behind me. Once we reached the pack house, I stopped my car and climbed out. I wanted to finish this as soon as possible. There were around 6 to 7 guys standing in the entrance, and I didn't know who Sebastian was. As soon as those guys spotted me, they started making their way towards me. Their stance proved that they were all fighters of this pack. Rhett Green, a short, blonde-haired guy, stepped forward, and I nodded. Sebastian, he said, extending his hand, and my eyes widened in surprise. Don't stare, January spat in my head. It was difficult for me not to stare because Sebastian barely reached my shoulders. He was short, I suppose shorter than Templar too. Though Sebastian looked older than I, he was shorter than any other alpha I had seen before. I cleared my throat and shook my head. Rhett Green, I said, and then looked at Terrell, who was staring at his own feet to hide his grin. January elbowed her mate, and he looked up. The she-wolf's mate? Sebastian asked me, and I nodded fiercely. We did try to stop her, but she was not only fast, but powerful too, he said, furrowing his brows. If you don't mind me asking, what is she? He asked me, and I growled furiously. She is my mate and the Luna of Waterwave Pack. That's all, I spat. She is incredibly strong for a she-wolf, Sebastian muttered with a growl. She is an alpha blood. Of course, she is strong, I hissed. After some seconds, I asked him the most dreaded question. Did she end anyone from your pack? I queried, holding my breath. No, he said, and I let out that breath. She hadn't excluded anyone from the Waterwave Pack either, but attacked everyone. But she attacked everyone who tried to stop her, and needless to say, all started fearing her, he said, and I didn't bother saying anything to that. So it is true? She was the alpha ever since the water wave pack got freed? He asked me, and I gritted my teeth. January and Terrell growled, standing beside me. Yes, she was, I replied, and he smiled. Why lie to other packs then? Sebastian asked with a smirk. Because she didn't want unwanted wolves coming after her for her title, Jan said casually, and I tried my best to hide my smirk. Everyone from Sebastian's pack growled, and I stiffened. I seriously didn't want to waste my time fighting these people. Now, if you are done with your 20 questions, can we pass your territory without your wolves interrupting us? I said, and Sebastian growled. Sure, but control that maid of yours. She is. I cocked an eyebrow as he hesitated to find the right word to describe Templar. Volatile, he said after a few seconds. I growled and was about to take a step towards him, but Terrell held my arms. It is true, Sebastian stated, his eyes turning dark, making me aware of the alpha blood in him. She took down 5 of my fighters within minutes, ended around 7 rogues before any of my pack members could touch them, and forced the rest of my pack members to surrender. A normal she-wolf cannot do that, he said firmly. I curled my fingers to form a tight fist. I wanted to break the prying nose of that guy. An alpha blood too cannot compel other pack wolves to surrender like that. So tell me what she is? Is she even a wolf because she didn't shift throughout the fight? He said, and I took a deep breath. She is my mate and comes from a family that has been alphas for generations. I lied smoothly. It's no surprise for me, and it clearly shouldn't be a surprise to you, I said in a nonchalant way. Sebastian was trying to bait me and compel me to tell the truth, but I refused to take the bait. I will never reveal to any other pack members that Templar is a white wolf. I do not understand what's so new in this. If your fighters got defeated by a she-wolf, then all I can suggest is that you personally train them, I said with a smirk. Glass houses was all Sebastian said, and it wiped the smirk from my face. I was about to lunge at this guy when Terrell stopped me. Don't waste your time on this, he said in my mind. I stepped back and threw a nasty glare at Sebastian before getting inside my car. All I want to ask is my sister still in this pack or did she cross your territory? Terrell asked Sebastian while I held the steering wheel in a tight grip. She crossed the territory, Sebastian said, and my knuckles started turning white. Before an hour or so. Injured my guards, he stated with a growl. That was it. I pulled out a stash of notes from my duffel bag and threw them at Sebastian. That should cover all the damages, I muttered and then started driving. I drove, ignoring the scenery around. Waterwave Pack was located on the coastline of the country, just like Green Rock. But Whitefield and Blackraven were packs that had lots of hills and mountains. The roads were curvy, and I had to take too many twists and turns. Since Templar ran through the woods, it was much easier for her to cross this territory. Around 10:30, when I was still driving through the territories of Whitefield, I got a call from Kier. Yes, I answered. She crossed Whitefield, but has not been spotted in Blackraven yet, he said, and I frowned. What about the neighbors? Gold dust. I asked him. Not yet, he said, and I sighed. Also, Cameron woke up, he added. Is he fine? I questioned. Yes, he replied. All right, I said, and ended the call. It would take me another hour to reach the outskirts of Whitefield. By then, I am sure Kier will be informed about Templar's movements. Hey, Terrell, did that guy tell you where Templar had gone? I asked him. The guards got knocked down before that. What? I snapped with a frown. His pack wolves are useless. The pack had been attacked, yet there was no extra measure to increase security. It's no surprise that the rogues chose this pack, and honestly, if Tem hadn't fought those rogues, then few of their pack wolves might have been lost today, Jan said crossly. Did the Alpha keep questioning about Templar after I left? I asked her. He wanted to know why her eyes are red? And? I said she drinks love potion, January grumbled, and I chuckled. He got annoyed and refused to show us the shortcut to get out of his territory. Jerk. I lost count of the number of times Templar had sent pack wolves to protect his pack, and this is how he repays. She spat furiously. I rumbled at that. Instead of helping us, Sebastian kept lamenting about his own problems. It's because of him we are in this problem in the first place. If only he had paid a little attention to Myron's words, she said through clenched teeth. January was right about that. Sebastian had been informed in advance about the rogues, yet he didn't take any action. My wolf growled and wanted to be let out so that he could attack that guy. Who made him the alpha? Terrell queried in irritation. Got the title because he shared the same blood as his daddy. And you hate his daddy because? Terrell asked her. He didn't offer us any help when Igor and Glendon threw us to the dungeon, she replied in a whisper. I shook my head in disgust. Like father, like son. How can such useless wolves lead a whole pack? I didn't know what other specimens I had to see on the way. Hey January, does anyone else from the pack know about the shortcut? I asked her. No, I don't think so. We rarely travel anywhere through this pack route, was her reply, and I sighed. Another dead end. Suddenly, the BMW following me stopped, and I turned to look back in confusion. Both January and Terrell climbed out and exchanged seats. I smiled softly and looked ahead. At least they had each other. At 11 that night, I got another call from Kier. No information, he said as soon as I picked up the call. I called both alphas, but none of their trackers spotted her, he added, and I brought my car to an abrupt halt. What? I growled. Did you ask the Whitefield guards? They refused to help us. What? Kier roared. That guy refused to help us, he said, and I would have smirked had I not been furious at Sebastian now. He turned out to be just like his useless father, Kier said in revulsion. Anyway, you will be lucky if Templar goes through Black Raven. Why? Grant is good and helpful. The Black Ravens have been friendly with the Waterwave Pack for nearly 6 decades. Runs longer than the friendship we share with Firelight, he said, and I was surprised to hear that information. He'd better help us, I mumbled and started driving again. Oh, he will. Grant's pack consists of some really tough fighters, Kier said, and I frowned. They might be able to stop Templar, Kier added. I hope they do, I muttered lowly. What about Gold Dust? I asked him. These packs were all north and far from Green Rock, hence I rarely. Actually, never associated with these alphas. Not that friendly. But we have been through that pack when Glendon had kept Goddess's ear and a piece of head there. How are the pack wolves? I queried. Okay. Your former pack wolves were comparatively stronger, Kier answered with a chuckle, and I growled loudly. How dare he? Even though I left Green Rock, that doesn't mean I can stop caring about the pack wolves from that pack. I was born in that pack and brought up to lead them. Relax. I was kidding, he said through the other side. I was glad Kier was on the other side. I would have strangled him if he had been right in front of me. But yes, the fighters aren't that strong. I swear half the jewels of their pack temple have been stolen by the rogues. Assign special guards for the temple. The rogues tried to attack the temple I ordered. Sure will, he said calmly. Like I was saying, the Alpha, Bradley, doesn't owe anything to our pack, but if he refuses to help, then eliminate him, Kier snarled cruelly. With pleasure, I sneered. There was silence for a few seconds before Kier spoke lowly. I pray to the goddess that Templar doesn't go through Gold Dust. Why? I asked, muddled. The pack after Gold Dust is Bluebells, he said with a growl, and once again, I brought my car to a halt. Did you just say Bluebells? I asked slowly and warily, while also trying to keep my temper in check. So, you two weren't friendly with the Bluebells? He asked with interest. Who can be friendly with that lecherous guy's pack? I all but shouted on the phone. Alpha Reed Burdock of the Bluebells pack is a notorious womanizer, and girls from that pack often leave his pack to join other packs. He abuses his alpha power, and his pack has to bear the brunt of that. Monica belonged to that pack before she joined mine, I said, and Kier growled. Monica? Our Benedict's mate. Kier asked, and I growled in affirmation. When Reed's eyes fell on her, she left the pack along with her parents and joined Green Rock, I said. That guy treats women from his pack like dirt, and I wonder why they even bother staying there. His pack wolves are too much of a coward to fight against him. I really hope Templar does not step into that land, Kier murmured. I growled out loud, and my wolf scratched inside me, wanting to be let out. I will tear that guy apart if he touches what's mine, I swore savagely. Templar will not let him, Kier asserted, and I breathed deeply. Did you feel anything through the bond? He inquired. No. She is fine, wherever she is, and that is the only thing keeping me stable right now, I mumbled lowly. You will find her, Kier assured. With a yes, I ended the call. I was driving when I noticed that I had a fuel shortage. I suppressed a groan as I saw that. Terrell, you have extra fuel? I asked through the link. No, came his instant reply, and I squeezed my eyes shut. There is a town 3 kilometers from here, January replied quietly. Take. The second left turn, she said, and I sighed. 30 minutes later, we finally found a petrol station. I quickly got out of my car and climbed out, desperately wanting to stretch my limbs after being cooped up inside the car for so long. As the guy over there filled gas, I stared ahead, lost in my thoughts. I couldn't stop thinking about Templar. I didn't know where she was and what she was doing, and I hated it. Ever since we got married, we have been closer than we were before, but losing that closeness made me feel like I lost a part of myself. It made me feel incomplete, and truly, my life is, and will be incomplete without her in it. When the guy there started filling up the tank, Terrell and January walked towards me. I looked at January, who looked sleepy, and she was yawning repeatedly. You guys rest here if you want to, I said to Terrell, and he frowned at me. She looks sleepy, I told him, pointing at Jan. I'm fine, she muttered, crossing her arms against her chest. I think we all need to take a rest. We have been driving for nearly 5 hours, Terrell muttered, and I shook my head. I cannot. Knowing Templar is out there, I cannot rest, I said in disapproval. If you don't rest now, you will not be able to drive tomorrow, Terrell said with a growl, and I growled loudly. The guy at the petrol station stared at us curiously. He is right, January mumbled sleepily. This town directly connects us to the Black Raven pack. If we are informed about Templar's movements, then we can reach there easily. So, it's better we rest now, she said, and then climbed inside the car. I frowned at her retreating figure. Rhett, you look like you passed through a storm, and though the present situation is similar to that, I still suggest you take some rest. At least for an hour. Sooner or later, you will get tired, and it is better to stop in a place like this than somewhere in the middle of the woods, he said, and I gnashed my teeth. It was true. The tiredness of the day was finally getting to me. I had woken up at 5 in the morning today because I had to leave for Green Rock, and then I had to fight against Alan, and now driving for nearly 5 hours was a strain on my eyes as well as the muscles. Fine, I said, and Terrell nodded. Climbing into the back seat of my own SUV, I leaned back and closed my eyes. As soon as I closed my eyes, her face popped into my mind. I recalled her brown eyes, which were sad when she drove me to the airport, the kiss she gave me just before I left, and the small smile she flashed when I turned to look at her. Templar, I whispered before drifting off to sleep. When I woke up again, it was only from the buzz of my cell phone. Rubbing my eyes, I checked my watch and frowned when I saw that it was close to 5 in the morning. Since when did sleeping for an hour turn into sleeping for 4 hours? The first thing I did was connect to Templar, and once again, there was no response from the link. The bond was strong as ever, and I let out a breath of relief. I then picked up my phone and groaned when I realized it was my alarm that I had kept yesterday morning. Frowning, I quickly climbed out of my car and marched towards the restroom near the petrol station. After refreshing, I returned to find Terrell and January already awake. I sat in the passenger seat and waited for them to return. My wolf whined softly, missing his mate, and I clenched my fists. All I want to do is end the person responsible for causing this. I will make the person responsible pay. January was the first one to come out. She was tying her hair up as she was marching towards me. I closed my eyes and took deep breaths to calm myself while my wolf was repeatedly urging me to shift. He wanted to run and search for her, but it was useless because 1. I would eventually get tired too. Without Templar's scent, I wouldn't know which way to go because this was another pack's territory, and 3. I cannot connect to Kier, who has been giving me updates about Templar's movements through the cell phone. Did you receive any call? She asked me, and I shook my head. So there is a possibility of her going either to Blackraven or Gold Dust, right? She inquired, and I merely nodded. I seriously wish Templar would choose Blackraven, she mumbled. Same here, I mumbled lowly. Are you alright? January asked, furrowing her brows. I am fine, I muttered and gulped. Hey, Rhett, listen to me, January snapped, and I turned to look at her. I suppose this was the first time she was calling me by my name. I didn't think you would give up so easily, she growled, and I growled louder than her. I am not giving up, do you understand? I will never give up. Right now, all I want to do is hunt down those rogues responsible for this, I spat furiously. Good. Don't give up because if you do, then I will have to end you, she said smoothly with a smirk, and I frowned at her. I think you are the one who is going to give up first, I snapped, and she glared at me. After all, last night, you were the one who was begging for a place to rest. I did not beg, and I was tired of driving for long hours, she said in outrage. At least you had Terrell to swap places with you, I bellowed, and Jan flinched. Her eyes softened for a minute, and she looked away. Hey, cut it down, you two, Terrell growled, walking towards us. We are going to find Tem, she whispered, looking away. I closed my eyes and looked away. I did not want to vent my anger at her. She wasn't the reason Templar wasn't here with me. Sorry, I muttered, taking a deep breath, and Jan nodded. You already woke the manager up. Now let's go before he asks us to leave, Terrell said, holding January's arm and dragging her away. Where are we going exactly? We don't know where Tem is. We have to wait for Kier's call because the other option is mindlessly traveling in this hilly terrain, Jen said irritably when I was just about to close the driver's door. I stopped in my tracks as a particular word bagged my attention. We can't just sit here and do nothing, can we? Terrell asked her, and I quickly climbed out of the car. January, I called, and both turned to face me. You have been to Blackraven as well as Gold Dust before, right? I queried, and she nodded in bewilderment. What's happened? Terrell asked, just as confused as January. Which pack had natural water resources in it? I asked, and January's eyes widened. Shoot, Terrell whispered as he figured it out. It's Blackraven. The pack's on the coastal area, just like ours, she said. That means Templar will be in Gold Dust, I said, and then turned to climb inside my car. I quickly started driving, and soon the BMW was following my SUV. The rogue's plan was to take Templar far away from the water resources, because if there is any natural water resource close by, Templar's wolf will automatically get attracted to it and would immediately want to go there. Once she is in water, it will be minutes before her wolf calms down and she will return to her normal self. But these rogues were smart because they were making her go through the packs that did not have any water resources. I tried to think of the next pack, which was the Bluebells. It did have a river, but it was close to human habitation, and I doubt the rogues would go through human habitation. This means I have to find and stop Templar before she reaches Bluebells. I cannot let her go through that pack at all. Terrell, let's split once we are in Gold Dust. At any cost, I want to find and stop Templar before she steps into Bluebells, I said. Okay. Terrell was quick to reply. Please don't let Templar cross Gold Dust. I prayed and wiped the sweat from the corner of my forehead. My heart was beating rapidly, and my wolf was pacing inside me. Now that he knows where Templar could be, he couldn't wait until I reached there and bring her back to Waterwave. Taking a deep breath, I increased the speed and drove swiftly. An hour later, I had already entered the Gold Dust pack through a town. I was making my way towards the woods when I received a call from Kier. What? I snapped as soon as I picked up the call. It's bad news. I know she has reached Gold Dust, I said with a growl. But I will not let her cross the pack, I added. That's not the only thing I wanted to say, Kier said, and I frowned in confusion. What else? I asked, and my wolf stopped pacing. My first thought was that something bad happened to Templar. My heart thumped continuously in my chest, and fear was engulfing me. I tried connecting with Templar, but there was no response from her. I relaxed when I learned there was nothing wrong with the mating bond either. However, my wolf still started shaking in anger. The pack figured out that she is the white wolf, Kier replied in a barely audible voice. Chapter 5. Growling thunderously, I slammed hard on the brakes. The back wheels went into a skid, and the car came to a stop, missing the trunk of a tree by mere inches. I cursed and started taking deep breaths to calm myself. It wasn't helpful because my heart was thumping wildly in my chest. How the hell did they know? Who told them? Did they just guess it, or did someone, especially the rogues, tell it to other packs? I was shaking furiously and glaring ahead, lost in my thoughts, completely aware that Terrell had stopped driving and was rushing towards me, closely followed by January. "What's wrong?" Terrell asked, tapping my arm. January reacted quickly by picking up the phone that had dropped near my feet. I turned to face her and hear the conversation. "Hello," she said, placing the phone next to her ear. "Jan?" "Yes, it's me." "What happened? Where's Rhett? Is he all right?" "He is in shock, but he is." "Fine. Tell me what happened," she asked, and Kier repeated the same. January's eyes started turning pitch black, and she growled furiously. "How did they come to know?" she snarled. "I have no idea. When I called Bradley's pack, his beta informed me that they spotted a she-wolf. He then told me it's not possible for them to stop the white wolf. Before I could ask anything, he ended the call. My guess is one of the rogues told them. Those scoundrels," January spat. "Look, now is not the time to think about it. You already know where Tem is, so go and stop her," Kier advised. "We figured she would be in gold dust. We will find her and sort this out," she said, and then ended the call. Gulping audibly, I took my phone from her. "Let's go," I said, and then resumed driving. I drove like I was in a car race. At any cost, I wanted to find Templar. I inhaled deeply and growled in frustration when I couldn't trace her scent. "Where is she?" "Please don't tell me she crossed gold dust." I quickly called Kier and frowned when he didn't answer. I then called Cameron. He was quick to pick up. "Cameron, call Bradley and ask him whether Templar has already crossed their territory," I ordered him over the phone. "We'll get back to you," he said quickly. I was glad that both Cameron and Kier were working swiftly, even though they weren't here with us. Templar had made the right decision when she chose them as her beta and third in command. 3 minutes later, Cameron called back. The same routine. "She defeated some rogues and is almost close to Bluebells." "Shoot," I hissed. "How close are you to Bluebells?" he asked me, and I shook my head. "I have just entered the woods." "I think I am almost 2 to 3 hours away from her," I said in frustration. "You will miss her," he said, and I closed my eyes. I really didn't want him to state the obvious. My advice: let her pass through Bluebells, Cameron suggested, and I snarled. "Are you out of your mind?" I said with scorching emphasis. My wolf snapped his teeth, furious to hear Cameron's suggestion. "Calm down and listen to me," he said slowly. "Reed cannot stop her. Only you can," he said, and I gritted my teeth at the mention of that alpha's name. "So let her pass through that pack. Once you reach Bluebells, you do not stop. No matter what, you shouldn't stop because Reed's wolves will surround you and challenge you to a fight, which will waste a lot of time," Cameron said, stressing each and every word. "I cannot let her wander in that pack," I snapped at him. "She will not wander. No one can stop Templar except you. Remember that." "They can try all they want," he said gently, and I stopped growling upon hearing his words. "Her wolf will not let them come close," he assured. "I will think about it," I whispered after some time. "It's the best solution," he said with a sigh, and I bristled in annoyance. "Which is the next pack after Bluebells that doesn't have any natural source of water?" I asked him. "Hold on," he said, and I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. I was thinking about what Cameron said. I know that Reed would definitely challenge me to a fight. He hates me as much as I hate him. He was furious that I gave shelter to Monica and her parents when he clearly warned me not to. However, I don't regret that decision at all. I couldn't let some innocent girl fall prey to the hands of that lecherous man. Reed has not yet found his mate, and even if he did, I doubt he would get over his lustful ways. I seriously don't understand why his pack doesn't fight against him. I would happily lend them my support if his pack of wolves decides to overthrow Reed. A person like Reed doesn't deserve an alpha title. "Rhett," Cameron said. "Here," I replied. "It's day dusk. They have a river, but I'm sure these rogues will make Templar not go anywhere close to it, he said, and I gritted my teeth. All right, thanks, I said, and was about to end the call, but Cameron interrupted me. Think about what I said, he added at the end. With that, I ended the call. I gulped and blinked repeatedly. I didn't want to do this, but I had no option left either. She will be alone in that wolf's pack, my wolf snarled furiously. I will not let my mate go there alone. I ground my even teeth and held the steering wheel in a tight grip. My wolf was right. No matter what, I will not let Templar pass through Bluebells. I will go after her. I was racing down the road when almost 4 to 5 wolves jumped into the middle of the road, compelling me to hit the brakes. I growled furiously when I saw more and more wolves joining them. I was in the middle of Gold Dust territory, and I was sure by now that Templar had already crossed this pack. The Gold Dust pack wolves had been following us for half an hour. Ignoring them was successful until now. Pushing open the passenger door, I climbed out and glared at the wolves. They were all surrounding me, and I clenched my fists. My wolf was begging to shift, but I didn't let him take over. One huge brown wolf, standing at the forefront, started shifting back. I looked away to give him some time. It was almost noon, and my stomach was growling with hunger. The last time I ate was yesterday evening on the plane. As I turned backwards, I frowned when I saw that the BMW was nowhere to be seen. Terrell and January had stopped in the town for breakfast. However, since I wasn't hungry then, I refused. Terrell? I called through the link. We will join you soon, he replied. Rhett Green. I heard a voice asking, and I turned my head to look at him. A tall and lean, ginger-haired guy, who I am sure was Bradley, alpha of the Gold Dust pack, called me. Seething, I gave a jerky nod, and he stepped forward to extend his hand. Bradley Cunningham, he said. I believe the White Wolf is your mate, he said with a small smile, and I stayed silent for a few seconds. It was no use denying that claim because I am sure by now the news has spread all over the country. She is, I said croakily. May I know her name? Templar Green, I said gently. She passed through my pack. I couldn't stop her and neither could others. She is too strong for us to control. Did she hurt anyone from your pack? No, he said, shaking his head in denial. She compelled all pack wolves to retreat, and she defeated me in a fair fight, he said, grinning. She asked me to surrender to her, but I refused, which is why she had to fight against me. Was she hurt? I asked Bradley in a whisper. She was fine, but she was out of control. She defeated all 15 rogues who came in her way. Left none for us. The rogues were baiting her. They wanted her to get angry, he said, shaking his head in pity, and I growled loudly. My wolf started lunging forward to attack the nearest person. Every wolf except Bradley took a step back as I fell to my knees. My whole body was shaking with anger, and I cracked my neck several times sideways to stop myself. I pounded my clenched fists on the pavement. Blood oozed from my knuckles, and I cursed under my breath. It hurt, and my wolf whined softly and took a step back. Craning my neck upwards, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I heard the screeching sound of tires and a car door opening, followed by footsteps running towards me. Rhett, Terrell screamed, rushing towards me and helping me stand up. I was breathing heavily, and my heart was banging wildly in my chest. I am fine, I grunted and shrugged off his hands from my arms. Did she cross the territory? Terrell asked Bradley. And you are? Her brother, Terrell snapped. You are not a white wolf, he asked, and Terrell growled. I don't have time for your nonsense. So let us pass, I said to Bradley, rubbing my knuckles. Bradley raised his hands in a surrendering way. I will not come in your way, but I have to tell you that your mate is quite dangerous, he said, and I glared at Bradley. Aren't white wolves supposed to be protecting our kind? He derided, and I finally took a step forward and punched him square in the jaw. Bradley growled loudly, and so did his pack members. They took a step forward, clenching their fists, and all 3 of us stiffened. I held Bradley's collar and said through gritted teeth, by defeating those rogues, she did protect our kind. Bradley took a step forward and raised his hand, but I held it before he could hit me. You want a fight? A fight is what you will get. But remember one thing, baiting my wolf when he is not in the best mood will only make him ensure that you lose all your members, I said lethally. I wouldn't fight with him if I were you, January said coolly from beside me. He is the only one who can control the white wolf, whom none of your pack members could stop. So, I hope you can guess his capability. Those were the right words, because immediately there was fright in the eyes of the other wolves. Good for nothing mutts. I let go of Bradley's hand, and immediately, all the wolves of his pack spread apart to make way for us. I was about to get in the car, but was shocked to see January climbing in and sitting in the passenger seat of my SUV. What are you doing? I growled nastily. Just climb in, Terrell said through our mind link. Giving him an angry look, I sat in the driver's seat and started driving, with Terrell following after us. Why did you climb into my car? I snapped once all the wolves were out of my sight. My knuckles were completely healed, and I sighed in relief. It had been a problem for me until now while I was driving. Oh, please. I wasn't interested in climbing in. He told me you didn't have anything to eat, she said, and then threw something on my lap. I looked down to see a packet of cookies and then at Jan, who had a large paper bag in her lap. There's water if you need it, she said, and then kept the paper bag on the passenger seat and went and sat in the back seat. Once we are in the city, you go back to your mate's car, I said sharply. Like, I want to stay here, January growled, and I growled back just as loud as her. Looking at the packet made my stomach growl in hunger, and I realized just how hungry I was. While trying to drive properly, I also tried to open the packet of cookies, but it failed because it dropped out of my hand. Pass it here, Jan said jadedly. I passed it on, and then she opened the packet and passed it back to me. Quickly, I took a bite of one cookie and soon another. Within minutes, I emptied the whole packet. Where's the water? I asked January while she was busy staring at the scenery outside. Leaning forward, she took a bottle out of the bag, uncapped it, and handed it to me. Driving very slowly, I drank the water and then crushed the empty bottle. Thank you, I said stiffly. Say it like you mean it, she said with a scowl, and I decided to ignore her. 2 hours later, we reached the city, and immediately, January asked me to stop the car at a petrol station. Groaning, I did as asked. She hopped out and rushed to the restroom, while I decided to fill the tank. Just then, Terrell stopped his car. How far are we from Bluebells? Terrell asked as I handed the money to the worker. 1 more hour. Did you get any news from Kier? No. Kier said they aren't friendly with anyone from Bluebells, and when he called, Reed hung up on him. Rotten guy, I said and rushed towards my car. I suspect he knows you're her mate. I think so too, I spat furiously. Reed is going to pay for this. Kier already called Marcus Thompson, Alpha of Daydusk. They promised to inform us. Everyone is already waiting for the White Wolf, Terrell said, the last sentence in anger. I know. I didn't deny it when Bradley asked me, I said irately. Why not? He demanded in outrage. What's the use? If I denied it, it would have led to a fray, which would simply waste my time. Anyway, I cannot waste my time here either, knowing she is in that guy's pack, I said broodingly and climbed in. Imagine my outrage when I saw January climbing into the back seat. Seriously, what are you doing here? I bellowed in fury and she withered. Looking at her flinching, I immediately took a deep breath to calm my wolf. Sorry, I muttered in annoyance. But seriously, what are you doing here? I asked, pinching the bridge of my nose. Your back seat is comfortable, was all she said before lying down on the back seat and closing her eyes. Terrell, I seethed through the link. Let her take some rest. She'll drive after we are in Bluebells, he said, and I bristled in displeasure. He then came and handed over their duffel bags to her. Why the bags? Pillows, January said with a cheeky grin before placing it under her head. Fine, I barked and started the engine. Bluebells. A pack of around 130 wolves. This is the only pack in the country which has the least number of wolves. Why? Because the alpha of Bluebells, Reed Burdock, is a total philanderer. Right now, I am 10 minutes away from Bluebells. And I knew, once I entered Reed's territory, he would try to challenge me to a fight. He would definitely say something to bait me, and I hoped my wolf would restrain himself. A small groan disturbed me from my thoughts, and I looked at January through the mirror. She smothered a yawn and then ran her fingers through her hair. In spite of what she said about wanting to sleep, she didn't close her eyes for a single minute. I growled in irritation when she leaned forward and climbed into the passenger seat. "Have you ever been to Bluebells before?" I asked her, and she shook her head. "The Alpha has a bad reputation, so the boys never let us go there." "So Templar 2 has never been there," I said, and my wolf sighed in relief for a moment before realizing that she had just been there. "She went there now," January said stiffly as I impatiently drummed my fingers on the steering wheel. "You do know it's only you she will listen to, right?" January reminded me starkly, and I nodded. "So," she inquired, noticing my tension. "Did Terrell tell you about Monica?" I asked her, and she nodded. "Well, Reed is taking revenge for that with me and has been ignoring calls from our pack, refusing to give information to us." "Jerk," Jan hissed, and I bobbed my head in agreement. "Well, are you going to stop in his territory?" "I don't want to. But knowing Reed, I know he will create a situation where I will be compelled to," I told her, and she nodded. "That's their territory," I told her, nodding at the dark blue and white flag. Just before I entered the territory, I tried to connect with Templar, but once again, there was no response from her. Sighing, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. "Welcome to hell," January muttered just as I drove into my biggest enemy's territory. 15 minutes. It took only 15 minutes for one of the Bluebells wolves to notice us, and soon there were around 15 to 20 wolves following us. "Don't stop," January said tightly from beside me, looking straight ahead and ignoring the huge red wolf that was running right next to my SUV. I didn't either. I inhaled deeply and tried to find Templar's scent. However, there wasn't any hint of her scent in the air. I looked at the rearview mirror and saw Terrell following us in his car, with wolves running beside his car too. Suddenly, there was a loud bang and the sound of someone's paws hitting the roof of the vehicle. January shrieked, and I gritted my teeth in frustration. "They are totally mad," January said, shaking her head in disbelief and looking at the roof. I glared when the wolf, which was on the roof, decided to act smart and jumped to the hood. It was a tan-colored wolf with golden eyes. Even when it was trying to regain composure, the wolf couldn't stop growling and snapping its teeth at us. "He is crazy," Jan said, scowling at the tan-colored wolf that was covering the screen. Since it was slippery, it was difficult for the wolf to regain balance, and very soon, he slid and fell on the road. I quickly hit the brakes and missed the brown wolf by mere inches. "You total bonehead," I shouted, getting out of the car. "If you are planning to go under a car, choose someone else's," I snapped, glaring at the tan wolf, which stood up and whined softly. "Call your alpha," I bellowed, and the tan wolf slowly took a step back. I punched the bonnet of the car and took deep breaths to calm myself. I imagined Templar's smiling face, and that was enough for my wolf to seek retreat. Looking around, I gave a nasty glare to all the wolves of the Bluebells pack. The red wolf with green eyes that was running next to the car earlier started shifting back, and I looked away, giving him his time. "The Alpha wants us to escort you to his house," he spoke, and I turned my head. Instantly, I recognized him as Altman, Beta of the Bluebells. He smiled and lowered his head in respect. "Lead the way," I said, and climbed into the driver's seat. "Who is that?" January asked, pointing at Altman, who climbed on the back of a gold wolf. "The Beta." "So, are you planning to follow them, or do you have any plans of ditching them?" January asked, cocking an eyebrow. Immediately, I recalled Templar frowning, and I smiled. She hates it when others cock an eyebrow because she herself cannot do it. "Well," January probed, "if we ditch them, then they will want to fight. But if we fight first and then leave, then these wolves will not bother us," I said, following Altman. I checked through the rearview mirror and sighed when I saw Terrell's car. Reed's house was in the middle of the territory, and it took nearly 1.5 hours for us to reach there. I stopped right in front of the prison of the Bluebells pack, because that is where Reed wanted me to come. If that wolf has any plans of capturing me, then he has another thing coming for him. I leaned against the bonnet of my SUV with Terrell and waited for Reed to make an appearance. 10 minutes later, Reed marched towards me with a red head in his arms. A lean and tall, dark-haired guy of around 30 with golden eyes, Reed was fairly good-looking, which is what attracted the attention of some. "Is there any particular reason you wanted me here?" I queried him with a growl as he whispered something to the redhead. He was intentionally ignoring me, and it was getting on my nerves. "Oh, look what we have here, the one and only Rhett Green," Reed mocked as he dismissed the redhead. "I heard you were looking for someone and want my permission to let you go through my pack," he derided, and my wolf erected his ears. "That someone is my mate," I said, grinding my teeth together. Reed whistled, and I stiffened. "I must say, she is stunning," he said, and my wolf's fur bristled. Beside me, Terrell stiffened and glared at Reed. "Her scent," he said, and inhaled deeply, so appealing. Reed closed his eyes, and my wolf started pacing inside me. "Don't let him get to you," January said through the link. She was sitting in the driver's seat of my SUV. "Had I known she was your mate, I would have treated her like a queen," he continued, and I clenched my fists. "My queen," he said, giving me a smirk, and I immediately strode forward to attack him. But Terrell was quick to react because he held my arms and started pulling me back. "Cut the crap, Reed, and tell your wolves to make way for us now. And if you don't, we will find one for ourselves," Terrell snarled. "Watch it, Wolf," Reed warned. "I do not take orders from you. But you have to take from me," I growled and shrugged myself off from Terrell's hold. "So, don't waste my time and let me pass," I said lethally. "Not so soon, Alpha Rhett Green of Waterwave Pack," Reed mocked, and I glared at him. "I was surprised to hear you handed over the Alpha title to your cousin. But now I know the real reason you did it," he teased, and my wolf started scratching inside me. "For a beauty like that, I would have done the same," he added, and soon my claws were out. I hated how cheap he was making my relationship with Templar sound. "Last time, Reed. Let me pass," I said, each word through difficulty because all I wanted to do right now was end him. "That is one thing I cannot do," Reed said sincerely, his gold eyes shining. "My wolves are already after your mate, and if they find her, they will bring her to me. Let's face it, she'll obviously choose me over you because everyone knows I am a better choice in every field," he said, and I lunged at him. Those words were the limit for my wolf and me. Holding his neck, I pushed him to the ground and repeatedly punched his face. All the anger and frustration that I have been holding inside for the past 24 hours were finally being vented out. Reed tried to fight me, but I had a very tight hold on his neck. "Rhett," Terrell growled, trying to pry me off him. Soon, his pack wolves too started interfering, and his beta and third-in-command held me and were successful in prying me off from their alpha. "Scoundrel," I spat as I saw his injured face. My wolf wasn't satisfied with it, and neither was I. I wanted to deal with him permanently. Reed spat out blood and then lunged at me. He punched me in the stomach and then raised his hand to punch me in the face, but I held his hands and shook my head in warning. Reed took that as an opportunity and immediately clawed me in the stomach. I had to take a step back, and Reed then punched me in the face. Soon, Terrell interrupted, and Reed hit him too. "Get them all," Reed bellowed in his alpha tone and rushed to attack me. I stood up, and as he raised his arm, I held it and twisted it. He screamed in pain, and at the same moment, I kicked him in the chest and threw him away from me. I was about to attack him again when all of a sudden, Terrell held my arms and roughly pushed me into the back seat of the SUV. "Jan, now," he screamed, quickly getting in, and soon January kicked the engine to life. "Run, Rhett, run," Reed shouted, kneeling on the ground and holding his left hand with his right. "But one day you will see with your own eyes how I will make her mine," Reed said and laughed merrily as I once again tried to attack him. "Follow them," he barked to his pack members as January started driving. "Don't let them pass," was the last thing I heard Reed yell. Sitting in my seat, I was fuming in anger. My wolf was still in an aggressive stance and was begging me to shift. "Jan fast," Terrell snapped as one wolf hit itself against the car window. It was the same tan-colored wolf that jumped on the roof when I arrived at Bluebell's. I growled nastily at the wolf, and soon Terrell dug his claws into my arms. "Calm down, man," he shouted, and I glared at him. I noticed that Terrell was holding both my arms in a tight grip, refusing to let me go and attack. "Take your hands off me, now," I commanded him, and he lowered his head and let me go. "Stop the car now," I said to January. "Jan, don't," Terrell snapped at her. "Rhett, calm down. We cannot waste our time here," he said, and I snapped my teeth. "Templar is still out there, alone," he whispered, and my wolf perked his ears at the sound of her name. "Please calm down for Templar's sake," Terrell pleaded, and my wolf whined softly. Immediately, my claws and fangs disappeared as my wolf relaxed. He retreated, and I took a deep breath to calm myself. I looked at Terrell, who sighed in relief when his brown eyes met my blue ones. I leaned back against my seat and closed my eyes. "Reed baited you, and you took the bait, just like Cameron predicted," Terrell said after some time. Cameron. He had warned me not to waste time. However, I did the opposite. "So asking the Spitfire to drive with me was Cameron's idea?" I inquired with a smirk as January growled at me. "It was hers," Terrell said, looking at his mate proudly. "All Cameron asked us was to make sure that you don't get into a fight with Reed," Terrell confessed, and I nodded. "Thank you and sorry about your car," I said candidly to January. She looked at me and nodded with a sincere smile. As I stared out of the window, I muttered a curse when I saw that the Bluebell's wolves were still following us. "Drive faster," Terrell said to January, who was already driving like she was in a race. I knew if any wolves came on her way, then January would just drive past them. "You're bleeding," Terrell said, and I gazed at the wound in my stomach. As I tore apart the blood-soaked black shirt, Terrell quickly opened one of the duffel bags and handed me a piece of cotton with a band-aid. While I was tending to my wounds, I noticed that Altman, the beta of Bluebells, was sitting on the back of the same tan-colored wolf and waving his hands to attract our attention. "I think he wants to tell us something," I said, looking at Altman, who was still waving his hands. "Lower the glass frame," I told Terrell when I pulled over a fresh white shirt. "Decrease the speed," I commanded so that Altman could catch up to us. Within 5 minutes, Altman caught up to us and dropped an envelope onto Terrell's lap from the window. He didn't say anything to us, however, still continued following us. Nevertheless, the speed of his, as well as that of the other wolves following us, was considerably slow. That's not the way wolves follow the target they have been ordered to stop. It was like the Bluebell's pack wolves were deliberately letting us pass through their pack. Terrell handed me the envelope, and I quickly pulled out the paper from inside it and read the message. "I've asked Geneva Carey, a rogue on the outskirts of Daydusk, to keep tracks on your mate. Her address and number is in the card. She will help you. Altman." I looked at the business card where her name, address, and phone number were written. "What's in it?" January asked curiously. "A contact to a rogue," Terrell mumbled, inspecting the business card. "What can she do for us?" January asked, cocking an eyebrow. "Her name is Geneva, and she is working in some research organization," I said, and then stared out of the window. Altman and the group of wolves were still following us. Holding the business card between my index and middle fingers, I waved at Altman. He nodded and gave me a jubilant smile. I looked at the wolves from the Bluebells pack, who all came to a halt. They all looked relieved that I received the message they were trying to convey. "They helped us," January asked in surprise. I smiled as I saw the wolves from the Bluebells pack, who had disrespected their alpha's orders. However, I was happy that they disrespected Reed's orders. Happy, not only because they helped me, but because they finally want to rebel against Reed, and they need someone to lead them. Someone like Templar. Chapter 6. "Try again," I told Terrell as I placed the band-aid on my wound. No reply, Terrell muttered and ended the call. "They might have fooled us," Terrell said with a scowl. I shook my head in denial. Altman, as well as the rest of the wolves, looked relieved that I had received the message. "It's not a ploy. This particular rogue might definitely know something," I said and flipped the card. "Think about it, Rhett. Why would they want to help us?" January asked with a frown. "It was plain obvious that they are fed up with Reed's behavior," I reasoned. They helped me so that they could receive help in return from the Templar. Try again after some. I was cut off when my cell phone started ringing. When I noticed it was Kier's call, I quickly answered it. I found it, he said gravely, and my wolf perked his ears in interest. I didn't have to ask him what he found out. Where are they hiding? I demanded, raw anger already tensing my features. Lockwood, he replied. Lockwood. I repeated in disbelief. But that's not the route Templar is heading, he incised. Yes, I said grimly. Also, Daydusk wolves have spotted her, he said, and I let out a breath. How far are you from her? Kier inquired. I think maximum 3 hours. I can stop her, I said with a smile, and both January and Terrell smiled, hearing the news. Drive faster, Terrell said to his mate, who nodded, laughing happily. I placed the phone on my lap, took a deep breath, and then once again placed it next to my ear. Check if there is any extended family somewhere. Check Felix's history as well, I instructed. Already on it, Kier retorted. I smirked and shook my head. I should have known Kier didn't need telling. But what made me happier was the news that I was finally getting closer to Templar. Letting out a breath, I closed my eyes and thanked the goddess. Now all I needed was to hold her in my arms. My wolf made a mewling sound, and I frowned, wondering what was wrong with him. He should have been happy to know that his mate was close by, but something was still bothering him, and I couldn't understand what it was. However, I didn't let him dampen my mood. When I woke up, I realized that we were parked in front of a pharmacy. January was anxiously tapping the steering wheel, while Terrell was nowhere to be found. Why did we stop here? I asked curiously. I checked my watch and frowned when I noticed the time. It was almost 3:30 in the afternoon, which meant I had slept for nearly 3 hours. We needed cotton rolls. Your wound isn't healing, she said, and I looked down at the cut on my stomach, which was caused by Reed. I pulled up my blood-soaked white shirt and frowned when I noticed that the cut was healing very slowly. How is that possible? Your wolf cannot cope, January said sympathetically. Just then, Terrell climbed in with some cotton rolls, Band-Aids, and antiseptic creams. I snatched a roll from him, ripped the packet, and placed the soft cotton on my stomach. Feeling better, he asked me, and I nodded. There was no pain, but my wolf was healing very poorly. Here, drink, he said, handing me a water bottle. I gulped the water without any protest. You have lost a lot of blood, Terrell murmured. Did we cross bluebells? I asked no one in particular. We did, but we are in town now, he said, and I nodded. Take some rest. You have been driving continuously since yesterday, Terrell advised, and hesitantly, I leaned back in my seat. I knew every passing minute my wolf would get weak because of being apart from Templar. When I go to Green Rock for business trips, my wolf knows that our mate is safe and is waiting for us. That keeps him as well as me strong. But now, not knowing where and how she is bothering him more than I like to admit. Hence, my wolf was suffering. Through our bond, I could feel she was fine, but that was it, nothing else. Ever since I realized Templar was my mate, I have known about her every moment, but now, not knowing where she is was making me restless. I tried connecting to the link and closed my mind link when there was no response from her. Terrell passed me some food packets, and I started munching on them since I was hungry. However, I was more tired than hungry because constant driving for the last 18 hours was getting to me. I wondered how Templar must be because she was going through packs by either walking or running, without any food and, most importantly, without any water. That thought made me sour, and I threw the food away. What the heck? Terrell shouted, hitting the brakes. He started growling and then climbed out of the car, closing the door with a loud thud. What's wrong? I asked, climbing out of the car. I checked my wound first, and luckily, the bleeding had stopped, but it wasn't completely healed. Resting did help me. But what is going to help Templar? Terrell was crouching next to the front tire with a sharp steel arrow in his hand. I growled in frustration when I saw that the tire was punctured. Who is it? I growled out, scanning the area. My wolf immediately straightened his ears and narrowed his eyes, ready to attack as and when needed. I inhaled deeply, and a few scents hit my nose. Terrell and January too sensed it, and they stiffened. I clenched my hands and gritted my teeth furiously. Where are we? On my territory, a new female voice replied. I turned my head in the direction of the voice and glared at the she-wolf who stepped from behind the tree. Dressed in black trousers, a black top, and a black jacket, the blonde-haired and gray-eyed she-wolf would have looked like a gothic girl had she applied the makeup needed. Holding a bow in her left hand, she marched towards me with two more she-wolves following after her. It was then I noticed that she, as well as the she-wolves behind her, had band-aids applied on their foreheads, hands, necks, and fingers. And who are you? I asked her, cocking a perfect brow. Since you are in my territory, I ask the questions, and all you do is answer, the blonde-haired she-wolf countered smartly. Your territory? January inquired, stepping forward to stand right in front of the she-wolf. My territory, and you are trespassing, she confirmed with a smirk. You are a rogue, January scoffed in irritation. And rogues don't have a territory, she said and let out a breath. Listen, we don't have time for you. So cut the nonsense and make way for us, she continued stiffly. Do not order me around, wolf, the she-wolf snarled and Terrell growled. Listening to Terrell's growl, the she-wolf smirked cunningly. I will let you pass if and only if you tell me which pack you belong to and where you are heading. Who are you? My mother. January snapped at her. Tell your mate to watch her tone, the she-wolf warned Terrell, her gray eyes turning dark brown. Or else? Terrell asked, crossing his arms across his chest and glaring at the she-wolf. Or else the next arrow will pass through her chest, the she-wolf threatened calmly, and both Terrell and I growled savagely. I suggest you shut your mouth right now, wolf, if you want to see the dawn break tomorrow, I snarled, standing right in front of the she-wolf and pushing January behind me. She didn't even flinch at my tone, instead, she looked amused. An alpha, she said calmly, while the wolves behind her started to cower after hearing my tone. I was startled seeing it. Yes, and it would take me less than a minute to take you and your minions down, I growled. Your threats will not compel me to budge, Alpha, the she-wolf replied, glaring at me. If you want to pass and reach day dusk, which I know you are in a hurry to, tell me which pack you belong to because I do not let tourists on road trips pass through my territory, she said, growling loudly. This she-wolf wasn't some homeless rogue. She was a highly trained she-wolf who would not give up without a fight. Well, if it's a fight she needs, then a fight is what she would have gotten in any other circumstances, but right now I didn't want to waste my time on her. I quickly wanted to stop Templar before she crossed day dusk. You have got some nerve talking to us like that, January condemned fiercely. Change the tire, I ordered Terrell, and he nodded. He went and opened the rear door of the car and pulled out a new tire. While he was placing the new tire, I gave my full attention to the she-wolf. Since I don't believe this is your territory, I don't think you have a right to receive any answer from me, I said, and the she-wolf growled. I had just turned back when she shot another arrow that scraped January's arm before hitting the bonnet of the SUV. When he saw the injury on January's arm, Terrell stood up and went to lunge at the she-wolf while I held his arms and stopped him. Next time, I will not be so merciful, the she-wolf said, grinding her even teeth. Exactly what is your problem? January yelled at her. She was about to attack the she-wolf, but I growled and commanded her to step back. Terrell, I snapped, and he quickly took January from my arms. I inhaled sharply and let my wolf make an appearance. Soon, my claws were out along with my fangs. Taking a step forward, I tried to dominate this tormenting she-wolf. You are testing the nerves of a wolf who is lethal ever since his mate is missing. If you try to get in my way, then I will happily end you, I growled out, venom dripping from my tone. The she-wolf blinked and immediately took a step back. As she lowered her head, I took back my wolf but continued glaring at her. She took another step back, and so did her minions. Huh, that's for trying to stop us from going after Tem, January sneered from behind, and the she-wolf raised her head in confusion. What did you just say? She asked January, narrowing her eyes. The name, whose name did you just take? She probed. My wolf straightened when she started to snoop. Why? I asked her with a growl, and she turned her head to face me. Are you looking for Templar Wayne? She stuttered. She is no longer a Wayne. Her surname changed to Green the minute she married me, I said with a scowl. The she-wolf gasped and then blinked. That female is your mate? I took a threatening step forward while January and Terrell growled at that insult to Templar. The she-wolf raised her hands in surrender and shook her head. I am sorry. I didn't mean it in a bad way, it's just. I thought I was the best female fighter in the country, but I am no match for Templar, the she-wolf said, scowling, which I knew was aimed at Templar. Did she pass from here? I asked, ignoring the she-wolf who had some serious issues. Yes, and she is the one who caused this, the she-wolf said, pointing at her wounds. I sucked in a breath and held the she-wolf by her arms. Which way did she go? I questioned impatiently. Today dusk. I have already warned the fighters of that pack to stop her, she replied, and I nodded. Let's go, I said to Terrell, who was still repairing the tire. I don't have time for this, I said, and turned to shift into my wolf, but the she-wolf stopped me. Rhett Green is your name, right? She asked me, and I nodded, breathing heavily. I am Geneva Carey, she said, and my wolf immediately retreated so that I could give all my attention to her. You are Geneva? January asked, looking her up and down. Judging by your facial expression, I believe you have heard about me. Just your name, I countered. Okay, what do you know about Templar? I asked her inquisitively. Just that she is a white wolf. Altman, the beta of Bluebells, called me earlier today and asked me to stop her before she could reach Daydusk, but unfortunately, she trailed off and I squeezed my eyes shut. How is she? I asked her in a whisper. Exhausted, Geneva replied without even bothering to think. But she still fought against us. Terrell, I called edgily. My wolf started pacing inside me, and my heart rate jumped through the roof. It's done, he replied instantly. Let's talk on the way, I said, and asked Geneva to climb into the car. This rogue definitely would be helpful to me, and I knew it. My gut instinct was telling me so. Oh no, I cannot come with you. You are going to Daydusk, right? She asked, and I nodded with a skull. Then I cannot come with you, she replied and gave a reluctant smile. Why on earth not? Terrell snapped at her. I just... Jen, one of Geneva's friends called her, and she whirled to face them. Go. She is a white wolf. Serving her is a privilege for us, the same girl said with a smile. You are going to find the white wolf, not to help any pack, the other one supplied. Geneva merely nodded and then turned to face us. She debated for a few seconds before letting out a breath. I'll come with you, she said. She then pulled out her mobile phone from her pocket and called someone. Hey Sandy, any news about the white wolf? She asked, and I tuned in to hear the conversation. Blake and others have gone, but none are ready to fight against her. The speaker on the other side, Sandy, replied, and I hitched my brows. They're scared because she is the goddess's daughter. What if she curses our pack? Sandy said fretfully, and I rolled my eyes. Seriously? The female is out of control, Sandy added, and I muttered a curse. If the Daydusk wolves aren't going to fight against Templar, then her time will be saved, and our time difference will increase. I cannot afford for that to happen. What about the Alpha? Geneva asked with a frustrated growl. I don't think he is fighting with her, was the unexpected reply. So they let her pass? I bellowed heatedly. Geneva repeated the same question to Sandy, who replied with a yes. Unbelievable, I said, shaking my head in disgust. How could they not try to stop a trespasser? No matter what. Templar was trespassing in their territory. They should have at least tried to stop her. However, another part of me was grateful that they didn't stop her because I was aware that she was too exhausted to fight. I didn't want them hurting her or Templar hurting herself anymore. Okay, call me as soon as you get any other information, Geneva said to Sandy before disconnecting the call. How do you know so many pack wolves? January asked Geneva in dismay. Even I was wondering the same. How does this rogue know so many pack wolves? Let's just say we are friends, Geneva responded, flashing a bright smile. Tell me everything, I urged the moment Terrell started driving. I was sitting in the back seat of my SUV with Geneva while January sat in the front passenger seat. Around 10:30 this morning, I got a call from Altman, and he asked me to stop the White Wolf. I asked and received the details. I was waiting for her along with my friends, and she did come here around 1. She was running, but after sensing us, she stopped in her tracks. She waited until we made the first move, and when we did, she went, "Feral," Geneva said, and I clenched my hands. You know, since she didn't at all shift into her wolf, I doubted whether she actually is the White Wolf. I thought the rumors were all silly. But then again, the power she exudes compelled a few of my friends to submit to her even before they could attack. She continued in awe of Templar. Sweet Lord, her scent. So strong. Is she an alpha? Yes, January muttered. Theoretically, alpha female. She didn't shift into her wolf? I asked, grinding my even teeth together. No, but her wolf was completely in control of her. I suppose she couldn't recognize you, Geneva said softly. Her wolf always recognizes me, but I wasn't there when she left the pack, I said guiltily. I hated the fact that I wasn't there for Templar when she needed me the most. Oh, Geneva said sadly. That must have been tough, she added. I don't need your pity, I said with a scowl. All I need is Templar. I didn't pity you, I pitied her, Geneva said with a frown of her own. I turned my head and gave her a sharp look. She was very tired. She looked like she would faint any moment, but even then, she fought against us. Closing my eyes, I pinched the bridge of my nose. My wolf howled in pain, and I let him do that. Were there any rogues baiting her other than your friends? January asked Geneva. No, I replied before Geneva, who stared at me and shook her head in the negative. How do you know? Geneva asked me. Whoever planned this knew that you and your buddies would be on the way and hence didn't think it necessary to keep another bunch of rogues here. But I'm sure there is a group waiting at daydusk, I replied, growling every time I thought about those rogues who were responsible for taking my mate away from me. There might be many groups, Geneva muttered under her breath loud enough for me to hear. She paused, blinked, and asked, Wait a second, planned? Everything is planned. Geneva asked in bewilderment. I merely nodded as a reply. Were there wolves from Bluebells following after her? I prompted. Replying with a negative, Geneva turned and gave January her full attention. You are her best friend, right? She asked January, who nodded. How long have you known each other? She asked. Almost 7 years, January retorted. How old is Templar now? She turned 22 3 months ago. Geneva was silent for a few minutes and then spoke again. Were any of you there with her when she first shifted? I was, January said, raising her hand, and Geneva frowned. You just told me you knew her only for 7 years, she said, utterly confused, just like me. January nodded, not knowing where this was going. But white wolves shift at the age of 6, Geneva said, and January shook her head. Not this one. That was Patricia. Templar shifted when she was 15 and a half, January said, pressing her lips to form a thin smile. Geneva looked spooked after hearing the news. Patricia shifted when she was 6? Terrell asked, totally startled by that information. Can you please tell me everything about Templar? Geneva asked January, who turned to face me, seeking permission. I contemplated what to do. Immediately, I recalled the business card Altman had given me, which was still in my jeans pocket. Wait, I told January. What do you research about? I countered at Geneva, who turned to face me. Humans think I research extinct species while in reality I research our kind, and also a lot about the white wolf, she said with a grin, and I nodded. So, this is why Altman wanted me to talk to Geneva. Tell her I told January, who then went on to tell Geneva about how Templar shifted for the first time in Waterwave Pack, how Templar defeated Igor, how Templar learned to control water, and how Templar went after all of Glendon's followers. At the end, Geneva looked flabbergasted. She defeated Felix? Geneva asked, her jaw dropping. Shoot. I was on a hunt for that scoundrel, Geneva said, shaking her head in annoyance. I should have guessed when there wasn't any news about him that he was gone. Why did you want to end him? I asked her. He had kidnapped and harmed nearly 7 girls from, she paused and gulped. From my group, she said, and I narrowed my eyes. Geneva changed her words. She was about to say something else. January once again continued telling about how Templar defeated Glendon and how Templar saved lives. I stared out of the window, looking at the trees as we passed through Daydusk territory. My God, Templar is completely different from the previous one, she mumbled. The previous one, Patricia, was created by the energy of the solar eclipse, and your mate is from the tides. That's like fire and water. But I can assure you, your mate is way better than whatever stories I've heard about Patricia, she said, wincing. What have you heard about her? I demanded. I was talking to distract my wolf, who wanted me to shift and hunt all those responsible for taking Templar away from me. Well, she used to walk on fire. Does your mate do that? Walk on the surface of water, she asked, and I shook my head. Oh, she said, confounded. The current and previous white wolves are poles apart, she concluded. Is she in any way related to the previous one? Again, Geneva got a negative answer. She heaved a sigh before saying, give me a week's time, I'll write down everything and then come to some conclusion about the white ones. Sure, I said uninterestedly. Which pack does Templar actually belong to? As soon as she asked me that question, my wolf moaned and rested his head on his paws. My pack, I told her. My, January said at the same time. We both glared at each other before January directed her gaze to Geneva. She was in Green Rock, but ever since she shifted, she lived in Waterwave. So, technically, she belongs to Waterwave. But she was born in Green Rock, right? Does she have any siblings? Geneva asked me. I am her brother, Terrell told me, and Geneva was once again spooked. She took a deep breath and muttered, give me 1 full week to put things straight. She held her head with her hands and then closed her eyes. I am so confused. Everything I discovered may vanish from my head, she mumbled. I need to study a lot, talk to lots of people, discover about her ancestors. Her cell phone ringing cut her off. With a groan, she picked it up and placed it next to her ear. Hey. What? She all but shouted, and I spun my head to look at her. She crossed the territory? Geneva asked, and I hit my fists on my lap. Stop the car, I decreed with a feral growl. Terrell did as he was told. Pushing open the door, I stepped out and immediately shifted into my black wolf. As soon as my paws touched the ground, I took off in a search for Templar. My wolf was tired of having his hands tied and not being able to do anything about the situation. He didn't like it when he wasn't in control. And even I was done with this. I am tired of this game. Whoever those rogues are, they will pay a heavy price. I will make them suffer for hurting Templar. Hell will seem like a 4-star paradise when I am done with them. Chapter 7. Racing through the trees, I ran as fast as I could in my wolf form, ignoring the wind rushing past my ears. I think I've been running for nearly an hour or so now. My wolf, even though exhausted, refused to stop anywhere. The only time I stopped was to crane my neck and howl loudly to connect with Templar's wolf. Unfortunately, I didn't earn any response from that howl either. But my head was pounding very badly. It started pounding the moment I shifted. However, I was trying my best to ignore it. I continued running. I was still at least 2 hours away from Templar, and it was upsetting me. I wondered where she was. What is she doing? I miss Templar so much. My wolf slowed his pace and made a mewling sound. I was afraid, thinking about what was happening to her. How difficult it might be for her wolf. She has crossed nearly 5 packs on her feet without anything to eat or drink. How exhausted must she be? I gulped and stopped running. Lowering my head, I closed my eyes and let a tear escape. Since I didn't want to waste my time, I took a deep breath and composed myself. I inhaled deeply to find Templar's scent, however, it was gone. Shaking my head, I looked up and once again howled loudly. The howl was filled with concern, and my wolf was begging for her to respond. The pain in my head skyrocketed, but I slowly raised my front paw and patted my own head softly. While doing so, I waited patiently for a whole minute, and when there was no response, I took off. Terrell and January were repeatedly trying to contact me, but I had blocked them out because the pain in my head would increase the moment I talked to them. This was one appalling headache. I halted when the vision in front of me started turning hazy. At first, I thought I was crying, but then as I closed my eyes and opened them, I didn't feel any tears rolling down my face. I lowered my pounding head, which was now whirling. Shifting back, I held my head in my hands, hoping it would lessen the pain, but nothing worked. I was tired, exhausted, and so was my wolf. As my mouth turned dry, I desperately wanted water. Crouching on the ground, I gently placed an unsteady hand on my pounding temples. I knew I had to make myself strong, but I didn't have any energy for it. I was feeling as weak as a kitten. It was then that I realized that I was feeling Templar's pain. She was not well. She needed my help. That thought gave me enough stamina to shift back. However, that was a mistake. I drifted in and out of awareness for a few minutes before darkness welcomed me. When I recovered consciousness, I was in a bed. More like a hospital bed. Except for the pain in my head, I was perfectly fine. My wolf, he was terribly weak. He was whining and refusing to give me enough strength. Templar. It was all Templar's pain. I could hear voices, people talking, but I couldn't exactly make out what they were saying. I closed my eyes to shut them out. The second time I woke up, I could hear January talking. Can't believe she is an alpha's daughter? Neither can I. Wonder why she left the pack? They treat her kindly, Terrell said. Dimly, I grasped that they were talking about Geneva. And that too to become a rogue, January said in disbelief. A dry cough jolted through me, and both heads spun round. Rhett, January called. Pass me the glass, was the last thing I heard Terrell say before I slid out of awareness. The next time I opened my eyes, I was still in the same bed, with a blanket wrapped around my waist. Sitting up, I realized, was more difficult than I expected because every bone of my body was in pain. As I jogged my memory of the last few hours, I realized that I had a fever. As I stared out of the window, I became aware that it was morning because the sun rays brightened the room. The blue sky was cloudless. Knowing that I had wasted a few hours asleep instead of searching for my Templar, I quickly rolled my legs off the edge of the bed and set them on the ground. I was dressed in blue shorts and a white shirt. I wondered whose clothes I was wearing. I looked around and sighed in relief when I found a glass of water. Gulping down the water, I stared at the vast room. My bag and cell phone were on a couch, lying in the room. I first went to the bathroom and frowned when I saw my reflection in the mirror. I looked like a storm passed over me. After freshening up, I quickly changed into my own jeans and a black shirt. I felt considerably better because this time there was no pounding in my head. Picking up my cell phone, I checked the time and inhaled sharply when I noticed the date as well. As I tasted blood in my mouth, I registered that I had bitten down painfully on my tongue to prevent a shocked exclamation. I honestly couldn't believe that I had been out for 3 days. There is no way I could be out for 3 days. My wolf was not that weak at all. Even though Templar wasn't with us, he was strong. His strength came from his firm resolve to find his mate. And I knew he wouldn't give up like this. Something happened to Templar. Something terrible, and he felt every pain of hers. I suppose Templar was out for 3 days as well, which explains why I was passed out and sleeping in a bed instead of finding her. Muttering a string of curses, I placed my phone inside my pocket, picked up my duffel bag, and walked out of the room. I had wasted more than enough time. Where is Templar? What happened to her? Hey, I heard a female voice calling me, and I stopped in my tracks. My wolf made an appearance then and growled lowly. Where do you think you are going? I spun my head and glared at the female. She immediately took a step back and lowered her head. Sorry, Alpha, she mumbled before running away. At that moment, I tried linking to Templar and furrowed my brows when I got no response. The bond between us was completely fine. I couldn't feel anything unusual. Nothing. Instead of bringing relief to me as I expected, it scared me, and soon, I could hear my own heartbeat. My wolf whimpered softly and shook his head. We have wasted a lot of time. I want to find her, he growled loudly, and I couldn't agree more. Taking a deep breath, I continued walking down the empty hallway. It was a building, and I was in a room on the first floor. I suspected this to be a pack hospital, but I didn't know which pack it belonged to. My guess was that it belonged to Day Dusk. As I walked downstairs, the wolves around me kept staring at me, and I glared at all of them. When I reached the entrance, I was looking for my SUV. At that precise moment, I winced and stopped in my tracks. I felt like someone poked me with something sharp. Straightening, I found my SUV parked in the corner. It was already 3 in the afternoon, and I needed to resume searching for Templar without wasting any time. Immediately, I opened my mind link and connected with Terrell. "Where are you?" "Rhett?" he asked unsurely. "No, I am his ghost," I said sarcastically. "Where are you?" "Behind you," he replied, and I turned to see him already jogging towards me beside a pale-looking January. I furrowed my brows as I saw her. Something wasn't right. "What are you doing out here? You should be taking a rest." "I'm fine. Did you find anything about Templar?" I asked, and both lowered their lashes. I sucked in a breath and gnashed my teeth in furious frustration. My wolf started walking back and forth in apprehension. "Her scent is gone," January whispered weakly, tears clouding her eyes. There was no trace of her after daydusk. "No one from Thundersky spotted her," she sobbed, and I swallowed audibly. "Templar. Where is my mate?" "All the packs from the country are aware and are searching for her," Terrell added. "Where is she?" I heard myself whisper belatedly. They shook their heads to give me a negative response. "All packs have been informed, and they all are searching for her," January replied, and the bag dropped from my hands as once again I felt an unusual pain in my lower abdominal region. Few fighters from the pack have already attacked Glendon's father's house in Lockwood territory. They found nothing strange. "The house was EMP Rhett," Terrell said in worry as I placed a hand on my stomach. My wolf was howling with pain, and my heart hammered in my chest. "Rhett," Terrell screamed and rushed towards me when I fell to my knees. My wolf started howling repeatedly as I started shivering and gasping for air. I placed my hands on the pavement and tried to breathe. My wolf continued howling, and unlike other times, he didn't beg me to shift either. I screamed and hit the pavement repeatedly as the pain increased. It felt like someone was hurting me. Terrell and others were screaming my name, but I blocked them all out and was trying to breathe repeatedly. Closing my eyes shut, I bit my tongue hard to prevent any form of sound from escaping my body. However, sometimes it was very difficult. Someone was rubbing my back repeatedly, but it didn't help at all. I knew I was feeling Templar's pain, but I didn't understand what was happening to her. Her wolf wasn't even connecting to mine. Her wolf was just not there, but I knew it was her pain because, apart from a tasteless tongue, I was feeling fine. At one point, the pain skyrocketed, and I screamed loudly while my wolf wailed. I was still struggling to breathe as I felt heart-wrenching pain. The pain was so unbearable that my eyes flooded as I screamed. My wolf craned his neck and gave the longest howl I have ever heard him give to anyone. When there was no reaction to the call, my wolf collapsed on the ground, completely drained of energy. As he fell, my body too submitted itself to the fatigue. I opened my eyes and looked to see a crowd of people around me trying to help me, but all efforts were in vain. The pain started subsiding after a minute as I blinked repeatedly to hold back the tears. After some time, I started breathing repeatedly, but I lacked energy and was unable to move a single muscle. I have never felt this weak in my life, and when I did for the first time, I did not like the feeling either. I liked being in control, and when the situation wasn't in my control, I felt utterly hopeless. I felt like a total failure as a mate, knowing that something bad was happening to Templar, yet I couldn't help her. Swamped with remorse, I let my eyelids droop so that sleep could welcome me. "Rhett," Templar giggled, running ahead. "Come and catch me," she said with a bright smile that had my wolf yipping in joy. She motioned with her hands for me to come after her. I started walking while she ran ahead. For a moment, I stopped and stared at her. Clad in a white dress with an ocean blue silk belt, Templar looked like a vision, with her long dark hair framing her delicate face and brown eyes shining with enthusiasm. She was beautiful, and I was happy that she was mine. When she noticed that I wasn't running after her, she too stopped in her tracks, placed her hands on her hips, and narrowed her eyes. "Why are you taking so long?" "Come soon," she urged, and I smirked. Just as I took a step towards her, a black figure appeared out of nowhere from behind Templar. I increased my speed, but the distance between us seemed like worlds apart. The figure enveloped itself around Templar, blocking her beautiful self from me. The figure, which was a silhouette, wrapped an arm and rested its palms on Templar's stomach. Templar looked down to stare at her stomach, and then, as she glanced up at me, the figure pressed its palm hard against Templar's stomach. "Templar," I shouted, waking up with a jolt. There was a blur of movements, and immediately, Terrell, January, and Geneva were standing near the foot of my bed. My wolf started growling and barking until he apprehended that there weren't any threats from them. I was panting repeatedly and took the glass of water Geneva offered me. "Bad dream?" Terrell probed, and I nodded. "What kind of dream was that? Who was trying to hurt Templar again?" "How are you feeling?" January asked in a whisper. "Better," I muttered, handing back the empty glass. "How long was I out for?" I asked, getting off the bed. 3 hours. "The doctor said it was your mate's pain that you were feeling," Geneva replied. "Are you seriously all right?" she asked me, and I nodded. I had wasted more than enough time. No matter what, I will not lose hope. I know Templar is still out there. "Any news about Templar?" I asked them while I was wearing my watch. "No. But Alpha Marcus Thompson wants to talk to you," Terrell replied, and I frowned. "He wants to give you something that belonged to Templar," he said, and I stiffened. Terrell and I, along with January and Geneva, drove to Marcus Thompson's house. He was already near the gate, along with his mate and sons, waiting for us. Both his sons were younger than Geneva. One looked around 20, and the other, I think, was not more than 15. "Welcome to the pack, Rhett Green," Marcus said, extending his hand to me, and I bobbed my head. "What did you want to give to me?" I asked directly. "It's a silver chain. Your mate was wearing it around her neck. When I fought against her, I accidentally pulled it," he said, and I growled lowly. Terrell had already informed me that Marcus had fought against Templar, unlike other wolves from his pack. "Give it to me," I commanded. "It's in my office." "Come inside," he said, and I nodded. We all made our way inside, except Geneva. She leaned against the bonnet of the car and crossed her arms across her chest. "You too, Jen," Marcus told his daughter. I remember January talking with Terrell about Geneva being Marcus's daughter. "No thanks. I would rather stay here, Alpha," she said, and I frowned at the tone she used to address her father. "Jen, sweetie," the Luna called her daughter, who shook her head. I wondered what the scene here was. "I am sure you will not miss me, Luna," Geneva said, plastering a fake smile, and then climbed in and closed the door of the car with a loud thud. "Hopeless," the elder son muttered, glaring at his parents and holding the younger son's hand. He walked towards his sister. Both Marcus and his mate were staring at the car with a sad expression. However, their sons rushed towards the car and tapped the window. When Geneva saw her younger brothers, she smiled warmly and immediately let them get inside the car. I cleared my throat and Marcus turned to face me. "The chain," I reminded. At 9 that night, we were still in the day-dusk pack territory. I was sitting in the passenger seat of my SUV, with Terrell driving. In the back seat, January was sitting and sleeping, while Geneva was reading a very thick book. We were going to the Thundersky pack now to talk to the Alpha. My gut instinct told me that something happened to Templar after she reached Thundersky. I pulled out the pouch from my pocket where Templar's chain was kept. While Marcus was fighting against the Templar, his claws grazed the chain, cutting it off. I stared at it and winced again when I saw dry blood in the locket. I was 100% confident that the blood wasn't Templar's because when I inhaled, my wolf didn't react at all. He couldn't recognize it. The pain my wolf felt, it was Templar's. Someone hurt her, and when I find that person, he will surely regret setting eyes on Templar. I wanted to grill Arthur Jones, Alpha of Thundersky. How is it possible that his pack of wolves had not yet found Templar? Are there any rogues on the way? Geneva, I called her name with a growl that was loud enough to wake January. Yes. Are there any rogues living in between these pack territories? Yes. I know a few groups. Why? There are totally how many groups? I asked, ignoring her question. I know 4. With their address? With their address, she confirmed. Give me the address of the closest one from here, I told her. She hesitated but did as asked, and Terrell whirled the car to the right instead of heading straight for Thundersky. How do you know these rogues? Terrell asked curiously. To survive 5 years as a rogue, I had to make some friends who I knew would help me, she said, and I frowned. 5 years? She must have left the pack in her teens because she was close to my age. Why did you leave the pack? She continued, answering January's question. Taking a deep breath, Geneva answered, I don't know when and how it happened, but to my parents, I turned from being the apple of their eye to a burden. My dad, the alpha, wanted a male heir to take over the title after him, she said, and I frowned. That's unfair, January commented. I know. Did he ask you to leave the pack? I probed. No. He never told me to my face that he didn't want me to continue, but there were hints. Like, January grilled. Like other than you wouldn't be able to handle such a huge responsibility, there was also a refusal to pass me the title at 16, since I am too young. Then telling me to wait till I turn 18, and at 18, telling me to wait till I turn 21. By then, even my brother, Kevin, turned 16, and I was sure Dad would have given it to him instead of me. But he hasn't, I pointed out. The younger brother, Kevin, whom she just mentioned, wasn't the alpha of Day Dusk. I left so that I could stop being a nuisance and he could take the title, but Kevin isn't ready to take it, she muttered after a few minutes of silence. Because of you? Yes. He doesn't want the title. She sighed. I think he should take it because your dad clearly isn't doing a good job, I mumbled. She smiled softly before muttering thanks. Kevin is giving the alpha the same silly reasons he gave me. But even I think he should take the title now because I will never join that pack again, she breathed out furiously. There was complete silence for a few minutes before Geneva started talking again. I envy Templar, she said, and I hitched my brows. She was the alpha of Waterwave Pack for 5 years, accepted and loved by her pack members, she mumbled in a whisper. Well, not all the pack is cool like ours, January said smartly, and Geneva chuckled. I shook my head and stared out of the window. This is the place? I asked, staring at the old apartment where a group of rogues were staying. This apartment needs serious repair very soon. The walls looked like they could collapse at any moment. It isn't suitable for anyone. Which floor? I asked, clenching my fists. 5th. The entire floor, Geneva muttered, and I took off without another word. Since there were people in the apartment, I couldn't actually use my werewolf speed. However, as I reached the 5th floor, I kicked the nearest door so hard that it fell from its hinges. I frowned when I noticed the empty room. I kicked the next, and that too was empty. The other 3 rooms were the same. When I inhaled too, their scents weren't there. They are not here, I growled in frustration. Who are you? A middle-aged man asked me. I frowned at the man, who was curiously staring at me. I am a friend of Ash, Geneva replied. Do you know where he is? He's gone with his friend, the man replied. When? I demanded. Last week. He packed all his bags and was gone. Where? Geneva asked, and the man shrugged. Some jerk must have paid him a huge amount to attack Templar. January came to the same conclusion as me. I am sure Ash is gone, she said and turned to leave with Terrell. Gone, the man gasped. Give us the next address, I muttered as we went downstairs. The second was a better place than the first one. They were living on the outskirts of Thundersky, among the people. One rogue was the owner of a very famous bar in the town. There were around 15 rogues working for him. You cannot actually call these wolves rogues, Geneva said from beside me. They don't invade pack territories. They just work here and live a life like normal life. Their leader, Zane, is a good person. He takes in those wolves who don't want to live in packs. He took you under his wing, didn't he? I asked her and she nodded nervously. Then pray that he isn't involved, I muttered before kicking open the door. Everyone stopped doing their respective work and turned their heads to look at the entrance door. There was a loud growl that caught my attention, and I clashed gazes with golden ones, who I am sure was Zane. Zane, I suspected, might have been in his late 50s or early 60s. He had silver hair, a silver beard, and lots of scars, which I am sure were proof of his experience as a rogue. As I marched towards him, some wolves tried to stop me, but one feral growl from Zane made them all cower. Pulling out my cell phone, I placed it on the counter. He glanced down at the home screen, where there was a picture of a smiling Templar. The White Wolf? Zane asked as soon as he glanced at the photo, and I nodded. I was offered 2 bags of gold, but I refused, and so did my boys, because we don't work for others, he said, and I clenched my fists. By whom? He goes by the name Clark, and I frowned because I had never heard that name before. Clark is the leader of the next group, Geneva said sadly. How are you doing, kiddo? Zane asked Geneva, and they began to chat as I walked away with Terrell and January. Mr. Green, Zane called me, and I turned to face him. Clark said that the job was not to hurt her, but to capture her alive. Hearing that, my spine stiffened. Clenching my fists, I growled loudly, making everyone around tremble. Muttering a string of curses, I made my way out of the bar. Placing my hands on the bonnet of the car, I lowered my head and closed my eyes. I always suspected it was planned, but having it confirmed made me furious. Why did they do this? Who wanted this to happen? Capture her? What are they going to do to her? I was so furious that even taking deep breaths wasn't calming me down. I closed my eyes and soon different images of Templar popped into my head. The smile on her face as she walked down the aisle, her mouth swollen with my kisses on our wedding night, her jumping and dancing on the bed of our new house, her happiness when she received the news of her 4th book getting published. Somewhere, while I was lost in my thoughts, my wolf had calmed down and eventually rested his head on his paws. I took a deep breath and looked at Terrell, who was consoling a sobbing January. I think Clark and his group are gone. So why not we go to the 4th group? Geneva asked as soon as she came out of the bar. How far is it from here? I asked her. About an hour. Let's go, I said, and Terrell agreed. I was about to climb inside the car when I heard footsteps. There are 2 leaders in the next group, and they are both very RU. Geneva stopped talking as I signaled her to silence. Geneva stiffened and soon picked up her bow and arrow resting on the seat to prepare herself for any attack. When I inhaled, I stiffened at the all-too-familiar scent. It was too late to stop Geneva because by then she had already taken aim and had let go of the arrow from the bowstring. What the heck? Myron screamed as soon as the arrow pierced his arm. Shoot, I mumbled and rushed towards him along with Terrell and January. You all right? I asked him as he muttered a string of curses. I winced as I saw blood dripping from his arm, coloring his white shirt. What are you doing here? January asked, pulling out a hanky from her pocket. Remove the arrow, she suggested. 3 of his pack members who were with him snarled at Geneva, who was standing near the SUV. Hey. She is a friend, Terrell said when they were about to attack her. Myron removed the arrow and stared at it in disgust. Who did this? He growled furiously. I did, Geneva replied, and Myron glanced up and glared at her. His dark eyes that were glaring at Geneva's gray ones immediately softened, and I cocked an eyebrow. Geneva gulped audibly and immediately lowered her head. When she looked up, she was blushing beet red, and I rolled my eyes. Totally unexpected. First, Myron comes here, and then Myron finds his mate. Chapter 8. Rhett POV. Sorry, Geneva said sheepishly as Myron purposefully winced in pain. Someone please get me a bucket so that I can be sick. I was not here to watch romance. Terrell and January were talking with the fighters who accompanied Myron. I am really sorry, Geneva whispered, and I rolled my eyes. My ears were ringing because for the past 15 minutes, I had only heard her say sorry to her mate. If you are done, can you please give me the address of the next rogue? I queried in frustration. Just like the last 5 times, neither Geneva nor Myron heard me. I wanted to punch something really hard. It is no big thing, Cupcake, Myron said, and Geneva turned scarlet to the roots of her blonde hair. I am perfectly fine, he said, gently running his thumb on her cheek, which only added color to Geneva's face. Great, I said sarcastically. He is perfectly fine. So now, can you please give me the address of the next rogue? I all but snapped at Geneva. Myron turned to frown at me, and I glared at him. Seriously, what are you doing here? I asked Myron, cocking an eyebrow. I came here to help you in finding Princess, Myron replied, and I growled. Kier called and told me you had no help, and since he couldn't leave the pack, he asked me to go. Princess? Geneva demanded, raising her eyebrows. Templar, he replied with a smile, and she nodded. We are friends, he added. I didn't miss the way she pursed her lips and looked away without saying anything. She didn't like it, or maybe it was her wolf. I knew about it because my wolf didn't like Myron being close to Templar either. I was managing fine, I said politely. You were. But with my help, you will be better than fine, he said, smirking. I desperately wanted to wipe that smirk from his face. So, I threatened Arthur, and I am convinced he doesn't know the whereabouts of Templar. Totally? I asked skeptically, and Myron nodded. How did you find us here? January asked curiously. While returning, I caught your scent, Myron said, nodding towards me. What are you doing seeking help from rogues? Those mutts are of no help, he said with a frown, and Geneva stiffened. It was my turn to smirk now. Well, I figured Templar might be kidnapped by rogues and asked your mate to provide me information on all her friends, I said smugly, and Myron lost color. His mouth dropped open, but he quickly closed it and snarled at me. That is right, she is a rogue, I added, and Myron turned to face Geneva with a stunned expression. And an alpha's daughter too. I couldn't help but add it because I didn't want to create rifts in their relationship, assuming he had a problem with her being a rogue. Alpha's daughter? Myron asked her, cocking an eyebrow. My full name is Geneva Carey Thompson, Geneva whispered numbly. Marcus Thompson? Day dusk, she confirmed, and I sighed. You can get to know each other on the way. Please give us Clark's address now, January asked, and Geneva nodded. Jumping into the SUV along with Terrell and January, I started driving without wasting any time. Give me the 4th address, I said to Geneva as we were descending the stairs. Clark's house was empty just like ashes, and I gritted my teeth in frustration. I was sure that Clark and his group were killed by Templar. Whoever assigned these rogues promised them money in return, but not their lives. The person who appointed these rogues was smart and playing a very clever game. He left no dead ends. He used these rogues like pawns. He knew the chances of their survival were next to none. If I was not mistaken, he wanted it to be that way so that ultimately, Templar would come to him. The bad thing was I didn't know if Templar went to him or if she was somewhere else. The worst thing was that the other player had won every round so far. I despised myself for it because I felt useless. It was like my hands were tied behind my back along with my legs. Let's go, Terrell said as soon as he received the address. Also, call Zane and ask him if he knows any other rogues living nearby. So, 3 groups of rogues and yet you found nothing? Myron asked doubtfully, and I nodded. He stared at me silently, asking me what was going on. It is premeditated, was all that I said before getting inside the car. What time is it? Terrell inquired. I checked the time and gulped when I realized it was 3:30 in the morning. 3:30 a.m. What happened to your watch? I questioned. It stopped. We are indeed facing a bad time, he muttered, closing his eyes. January was already sleeping in the back seat, but since I had rested the whole day, I wasn't as tired. Terrell fell asleep while we were midway. The 4th address was a house. Quickly climbing out, I inhaled deeply to be aware of the number of wolves inside. As I took in the scent, I stiffened in shock. What is the name of the person living here? I asked Geneva, staring at the 2-story house. Evram, she replied coolly, and Terrell stiffened while I sucked in a breath. Known as Ron, he is Zane's friend. I have only met him once. My dad is not a rogue, I murmured, climbing the stairs. With determination, I used the knocker loud and clear. Almost 10 minutes later, the door opened, and my dad gasped in surprise as he saw me. Son, he whispered and stepped away to let me in. I looked at his house, which had a spectacular interior. He lived richly. He always did. Even after I had ordered my dad to leave the Green Rock territory, I kept transferring money to his account because I didn't want him to depend on others. I had never spoken a word to my dad since he left the territory. I did send him a wedding card, but now I figured it was to the wrong address. There were 2 staff members in the house who walked away when my dad inclined his head. "What brings you boys here?" he inquired, rubbing his eyes as Terrell and I sat on the sofa. Myron and Geneva didn't come in with us. And at this time, Templar is missing, I muttered somberly. "What?" my dad said in shock. "We were asking for the address of Rogues. Since I assumed they kidnapped her, I continued. Since when did you turn out to be a rogue?" I growled. "I am not a rogue. I am just friends with one," he said defensively. "Zane," I said, scowling at him. "He is a very good person," Dad said, and I rolled my eyes heavenwards. "Now, back to the main topic, what happened?" He asked me, and I told him everything. "White Wolf," he whispered in shock, and I snarled furiously. "Can't believe that girl is a white wolf," he murmured to himself. "Yes, she is a white wolf. Now get over the fact and tell me if you have heard about any kidnapping," I asked touchily. "No," he replied, shaking his head. "Then ask that Zane friend of yours," I said desperately. "And call me," I said, getting up. "I will. So it is all true, right? Sir Thomas and everything?" Dad asked me, and I nodded. "Just help me," I appealed. "You don't have to ask," Dad replied, closing the distance between us. I returned the hug and closed my eyes. It gave me the comfort I needed in the situation I was in. My wolf rested his head on his paws. "I will call you," he said when I turned to leave. While I was about to close the door, I couldn't help but add, "Since I am no longer the Alpha of Green Rock, you are free to return to your home." My dad smiled and shook his head. "It is no longer my home. The place brings bad memories for me. I am happy living here." "If you wish so," I said. "I hope you find your mate." "I certainly don't want you to go through what I went through," he said, and I gulped. After losing Mom, my dad became a distant person. He really lost all his faith in love and was rude to almost everyone in the pack. Templar had suffered a lot from it. Taking a deep breath, I resumed driving while Myron and his mate followed us. It was almost 8 in the morning when I woke up next. I had parked my car in the parking lot of a hotel from Thundersky at around 5 in the morning. My wolf was growing restless inside me, and I groaned. There was a beep, and I checked my inbox. There were 3 addresses and a note at the end. "You guys check these 3 on the east. We are going west, Geneva." Without wasting further time, I commenced driving. "No?" January asked, and Terrell shook his head in reply. Growling, I climbed into the car and closed the door with a thud. I leaned back against the seat and closed my eyes while January drove to the next location. Terrell called Myron to know about their whereabouts. It was 6 in the evening, and we still hadn't found her. There weren't any rogues in the first place we visited, and in the second place, there was a family. The rogue was married to a human and was living a decent family life. He didn't know anything about the White Wolf, and truth be told, I think that rogue had lost touch with his animal side. My gaze dropped to the book lying atop my bag. It was the same book Geneva was reading yesterday. I kept the book in the bag and decided to give it to her later. Sighing, I stared at the sky, which was a shade of blue and purple. The moon, like always, shone brighter than the millions of stars adorning the sky. "Please give me my mate back," I prayed quietly. It had been 5 days since I last saw Templar. 5 days. I missed her so much. My wolf was whining, growling, pacing, or just lying down inside me. There wasn't any kind of pain. Nothing. I didn't feel anything from the bond. There was also no response from Templar. It usually happened either when Templar was sleeping or connecting to the goddess. Given the situation, the former was more likely than the latter. Placing a hand on my abdomen, I tightly pressed it. There wasn't any kind of pain at all, but the horror of the pain I felt yesterday was still in my mind. I couldn't figure out what it was, but my wolf certainly did because every time I thought about it, he would make a mewling sound and howl loudly. He would then sit quietly, and tears would roll from his eyes. My wolf had never cried before, and I was shocked to feel that pain. His behavior crushed me. I gulped and blinked as I felt my vision getting blurry. I pulled out a water bottle from the paper bag. Myron has reached the second address. He said he will call me if he finds anything, Terrell said. I pulled out my cell phone, which was dead once again due to the battery. I had forgotten to charge it. I sighed. How far are we from the third? About 2 hours away, January replied as I drank the water. Just then, Terrell's cell phone started ringing. It is Myron, he said, and answered the call. I tuned in to hear it. We found her, Myron said on the other end, and immediately my wolf stood up. I snatched the phone away from Terrell's hand. Where is she? How is she? I asked Myron, my tone anxious. My heart started thudding in my chest, and my lips were already curving upwards. I have not seen her yet, but I can swear it is Princess because of her scent. This is a village, and the person treating her is not allowing us to go inside, Myron replied with a growl. Who is he? I snarled. I got the address, January said excitedly at the same time, checking her cell phone and quickly starting to turn the car. I don't know, but it is like a clinic. He is not allowing us because we are not related to her, Myron said hesitantly. I will be there soon. Come soon. These wolves are old-fashioned, Myron said, and I knew he was frowning on the other end. See you there, I said before cutting the call. Lowering my head, I let out a breath and smiled happily. My wolf howled again, and I stared out at the moon still visible in the sky. I swear I could feel that the goddess was smiling happily with me. I thanked her and handed Terrell his cell phone. I couldn't wait until I could see Templar for myself. The place where Myron found Templar was called Rosebud. It was in the interior parts of Thundersky, a village far away from the actual pack territory as well as the city. When we reached there, it was close to 9:30. The roads were curvy since we were driving up a hill. Other than the SUV, I didn't find a single vehicle on the road. There weren't any houses either until we reached the village. This place didn't even have bus stops or railways. I wondered how someone lived in a place like this.
My question was answered when I reached the village, where there was one single-story building with rogues residing in it. There were at least 6 or 7 vehicles parked in front of that house. One shop, one clinic, one wood mill, where I was sure all these rogues were working. There weren't any women at all in this place. Swinging out of the car, I inhaled deeply. My wolf howled happily as Templar's scent hit me after 5 days. In a flash, I reached Myron, who was standing at the entrance of the clinic with Geneva and his pack members. Inside, Myron stated before I could even ask him anything. Climbing the stairs, I pushed the first door available where a man in his late 30s was sitting behind a desk and writing something on paper. As he looked up, I collided with his green-yellow eyes, which were similar to a tortoiseshell cat's eye color. Who are you? He asked me, cocking one ebony brow. Rhett Green. My wife is here, I said, and the man leaned back in his seat and narrowed his eyes suspiciously. I can smell her, I spoke through gritted teeth. I could smell your scent on her, too, the man said, giving me a wide smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dr. Jonah. I also am the leader of the few wolves here. He stood up and extended his hand, which I shook. I will take you to your wife, he said, and I nodded. Can I know her name? He asked innocently. Templar, I replied quietly. Where did you find her? I asked him as I walked beside him while the others followed us. In the woods. It is about an hour from here. I always go there to bring medicinal leaves. She was lying on the ground, covered in dried blood and breathing heavily, he said, and I inhaled sharply. Someone hurt that girl. There were scratches on her arms and face, he said, shaking his head in sympathy. I clenched my fists while January growled from behind. She was unconscious, and my friends were very helpful in bringing her here, he continued as we walked down the lengthy hallway. There were 2 other patients in this clinic. He then paused and pushed open a door to his right. Templar's scent was strongest there. The lights of the room were switched off, but I still made out her form lying on the bed. Jonah went and switched on the light, and there she was. My Templar was peacefully sleeping on the bed with a blanket wrapped around her waist. Looking at her after so many days, I let out a breath of relief and closed my eyes. Templar, I whispered and closed the distance between us. My wolf whined as I held her hand in mine. I nestled my nose on her palm and breathed deeply, taking in her exquisite scent. My wolf closed his eyes and sighed merrily. I ran my eyes all over her body to make sure that there wasn't a single scratch on her body. Templar, January said with a chuckle, but there were tears in her eyes. She hasn't woken up yet? I inquired, tucking a strand of her dark hair behind her ear. No. The girl has been unconscious for 4 days. I expect her to wake up by tomorrow evening, Jonah said. Or else? Myron, who was standing next to Terrell near the foot of the bed, asked Jonah. There are chances of a coma, Jonah whispered, and I turned my head to face him. She has lost a lot of blood, he reasoned, and I gulped. Please don't. Please don't do this to my Templar, I prayed to the goddess. She smells different, Geneva said all of a sudden, and I turned to frown at her. Something is wrong, she mumbled suspiciously. I glared at her because there wasn't any change in Templar's scent. Yes, Jonah said, and once again I whirled my head to look at him. I am really sorry to say this, but we couldn't save the pregnancy, Mr. Green. Jonah added the dreaded announcement, and right at that moment, I felt like someone had shot right through my heart. Beside me, I heard sharp intakes of breath from others. I froze in shock and let go of Templar's hand. My wolf once again howled loudly in pain, and I finally understood what the pain he felt yesterday afternoon was. He whimpered continuously, and then tears dripped from his eyes. My heart pounded in my chest, and I gulped to keep my facial expressionless. A child? A pup. Our pup. Part of me. Part of Templar. Except, it was no more. She had lost so much blood that it was impossible for us to save the child. We tried our best, Jonah continued, completely unaware that what he said was news to us. Pregnant, January whispered in shock. That caught Jonah's attention, and he stopped talking. Yes, he said, staring at her in confusion. How many weeks? January asked shakily as I stared at the floor, goosebumps appearing on my skin due to fear. I thought you were aware, Jonah said uncertainly. They weren't, I heard Myron saying. Oh, Jonah said, and there was a lengthy pause before he replied. 8 weeks. I closed my eyes. A tear dropped from my eye, and I immediately turned to face Templar. I am sorry. I really thought you knew about it, he added helplessly. Jonah's tone clearly indicated that he, too, was in shock, just like me. I felt hollow, at a loss, because I couldn't believe what had happened in a week. My mind was not operating at all. I noticed that my own hands were shaking as I held Templar's hands in mine. There was this sudden fear surrounding me, and I recalled the dream that I had a few days ago. The hand that was pressed against her stomach. Our baby. Our baby was gone. Rhett, Terrell called, placing a hand on my shoulder. Please leave, I mumbled shakily, and without any further protest, they all left the room. I closed my eyes and shed all those unshed tears I had been holding for 5 days. Placing a chaste kiss on Templar's knuckles, I took a deep breath to calm myself. My wolf folded his limbs, curled himself, and then lowered his head. That was what I wanted to do right now, but I also wanted to hold Templar in my hands and soothe her. I didn't know if she was aware of the baby. However, I believed she wasn't. I gently brushed my thumb on her cheek and let my eyes travel over her slender body. I swallowed audibly as I saw her flat stomach. I was afraid that if I placed a hand on it, then it might hurt her. As I glanced at her, I realized that the wounds Jonah mentioned were no longer there. I was glad to see that her skin was flawless as ever. However, her body had undergone a major change. Pinching the bridge of my nose, I took a deep breath and stood up from my seat. I walked towards the window of the room and stared at the moon. She did give me my mate back, but she took my child away from me. How could she take away my child? My child. My flesh and blood. My wolf snarled aggressively and stood up in anger. I straightened my spine and clenched my fists. Growling murderously, I walked out of Templar's room. I found the person I was looking for in the hallway, talking with Myron. Holding Jonah by his collar, I pinned him against the wall. Who? Hired. You? I snarled. I don't know, he groaned as I shoved him against the wall. Who hired you? I roared, and Jonah flinched. My wolf made an appearance and stood at the forefront, controlling all my actions. Give me the name. I really don't know. If for 1 second you think that I will believe that fake story of yours, then you are highly mistaken, I bellowed. If you want to see the early morning sun, then give me the name. Rhett, Myron called from behind. However, I didn't pay any attention to him. Nobody. Nobody. I swear. I found her in the woods. She dash. Stop lying, I shouted. Just stop. I breathed heavily but still didn't let go of the hold I had on Jonah. I know you are involved in this. Are you the leader or are you just another pawn? I questioned. Alpha, I don't know. I am not involved. No one hired me. I said stop lying. Rhett, Myron shouted from behind me. Let him go. He isn't involved in this. He is. Do you seriously expect me to believe that he miraculously found Templar while going hunting for medicinal plants? I shouted, glaring at the man I was holding. Then he treats her, and she loses my child, I growled aggressively. He lost my child, I thundered. Jonah surprised me by saying, yes, I did. I was shocked to hear him say that, but after that, rage filled inside me, and once again, I shoved him against the wall. Jonah flinched and groaned. Gulping, he opened his eyes and looked at me. I couldn't save the baby, and I will regret that for the rest of my life. I tried my best to save the mother, but I couldn't save the child because the heartbeat was very slow when we brought her here. I loosened the hold I had on his collar. She had lost so much blood, her pulse was slow, and she was already bleeding when we brought her here. My guess is someone must have deliberately struck her in the stomach, he said, and I took a step back and gulped. Your child was fighting for life until finally, it gave up. The heartbeat stopped yesterday, and there was nothing I could have done to stop it. I had to intervene surgically because she would have died otherwise. I inhaled sharply as my wolf whimpered in pain. No. Nothing should happen to my Templar. I only wish I had gone to get the plants a little earlier than usual. I wish so many things that I could change, but nothing is in my hands. I am only a doctor, not the goddess, he whispered, staring at his feet, and I looked away. At the end, I convinced myself that everything in this world happens as and how the goddess chooses it to happen, he added, and I winced. My wolf retreated, and I gulped again. Doctor, January called precariously, and Jonah looked up. Can Templar become a mother again? I forgot how to breathe after hearing her question. My heart pounded in my chest, and the minutes I waited for Jonah to answer the question were the longest minutes of my life. Jonah gulped before answering, yes, of course. He cleared his throat and added, but she should wait for a couple of months. Letting out a breath of relief, I nodded and walked away. I woke up when I heard footsteps. Growling, I raised my head, pushed back the chair, and marched towards the door. As I opened the door, I saw a wolf, who was one of the patients here, drinking water. As he sensed me, he turned to look at me. He looked about my dad's age. Glaring, I went back inside my room and closed my eyes. I sat on my seat next to Templar's bed. Tucking a strand of her dark brown hair behind her ear, I leaned forward and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. Wake up, baby, I whispered, closing my eyes and resting my forehead against hers. Please, I begged. Swallowing, I leaned back and held her hands in mine. It was then that I noticed that her wedding ring was no longer on her finger. Frowning, I decided to ask Jonah to return it later. I was sure he was the one who took it. Letting go of Templar's hand, I turned to check the time from my watch, which I had kept on the bedside table. As I noticed it was close to 6 in the morning, I inhaled sharply. Getting up, I went to the bathroom to freshen up. While I returned, I connected to Terrell and frowned when I realized it was blocked. I guessed he was sleeping. I walked towards the window and stared at the moon, present in the light blue sky. The stars had already disappeared because the sun, which had yet to make its complete appearance, rose a few minutes ago. You have already taken my pup from me, but please don't take my mate. I cannot live without her, I begged, staring at the bright moon in the sky. At that precise moment, I heard a crack from the branch of a tree. I let out a chuckle and stared at the goddess in the sky. She really had weird ways of replying. Taking my seat next to Templar's bed, I took my cell phone and checked the inbox to see the messages I had in there. I had just opened my dad's message when Templar whimpered. The cell phone dropped from my hand as I stood up. Templar, I called and looked at her hopefully. Her eyelids scrunched up before she opened them slowly to reveal dark brown irises.
Chapter 9. Templar POV. There was a low chuckling sound somewhere in the background. I heard sounds of a chair being thrust back. I wanted to open my eyes and look around. I wanted to see who was seated beside me because I knew for sure that I was sleeping. Since I couldn't open my eyes, I whimpered. There was a sound of a plastic object falling on the ground, followed by Templar. That sweet, familiar voice gave me all the strength I needed. When my lids fluttered open, my gaze locked with the Pacific blue eyes of Rhett that I loved so very much. He grinned as he saw me, and I repeatedly opened and closed my eyes to get adjusted to the bright light in the room. My head felt heavy, and I tried sitting up. Rhett, I called. Yes, he asked, holding my hand and helping me to sit. Where am I? I asked as he tucked a strand of my hair behind my ear and placed a gentle kiss on my temple. You are in a clinic, baby, he murmured. How are you feeling? Rhett questioned as I rubbed my eyes with the heel of my palm. My head feels heavy. Like someone hit me with a rod, I replied, placing my palms on either side of my head. My memory was too foggy for me to remember anything. There was a low growl from Rhett as soon as he heard me, and I turned to face him. I furrowed my brows as I finally looked at him. He looked tired. Like he hadn't had rest for days. His hair was messy, his eyes were red because of the strain, and he even had light stubble growing. He was perfectly fine yesterday when he went to Green Rock. What happened now? What happened to you? I asked croakily. The insides of my throat were burning. Clearing my throat, I once again focused on Rhett, who was already handing me a glass of water. Drink, he urged, placing the glass near my lip. Still staring at him in confusion, I opened my mouth and took a sip of the water. As I felt it running down my throat, relief washed over me. I emptied the whole glass. Rhett filled it, and once again I emptied the glass. It felt like I hadn't drunk water for ages. Better? Rhett asked, and I turned to look at him. He was staring at me with an expressionless face, and as my heart thudded, I knew something was wrong. I replied with a nod, and as Rhett asked me, "Do you want more water?" I shook my head, however, I didn't take my eyes off his face. I wanted to know what had happened. For one moment, I spared a glance at the room and realized that I was in unfamiliar territory. I inhaled deeply and frowned when I noticed that I couldn't smell any familiar scents. I tried to climb out of bed when I felt a pain in my stomach. Wincing, I rested my palm on my stomach. A painful cry escaped from my lips, and Rhett immediately clutched my hand. "Tell me what is wrong," he inquired. "What can I do?" he asked me, and I shook my head. "My stomach is aching," I said, holding it very tightly. "Badly," I added, rubbing my hand on my stomach. I looked at Rhett and furrowed my brows when I saw that his eyes were misty. "Rhett," I called in a whisper. He gulped and looked away. "I will talk to the doctor about this," he said, and then took a deep breath. Hesitantly, I nodded and licked my lower lip. I knew I was having my period, but I didn't know why it was this painful. Mentally, I started counting the days from the last time I had my period. Rhett was looking at me in confusion, but I ignored it and continued. I frowned when I realized I didn't know the exact date. My frown deepened when I recalled that I didn't have it last month at all. I ran a finger through my hair and tried to recall, but it didn't help. Can you get me a calendar? I asked Rhett, looking around the room for one. My eyes fell on his cell phone on the table, and I immediately picked it up. The cell phone dropped from my hand as I saw the date at the top of the screen. Is the date right? I asked Rhett in a whisper, and he nodded. My heart started beating rapidly in my chest, and I felt the hair on my neck stand up. A whimper escaped from me as I took the cell phone from Rhett's hands. Nervously, I clicked on the call register to check the date that I had last spoken to him. My worst suspicions were confirmed when I realized that my last call to him was in the previous week. Immediately, memories of what he had told me on the phone call flashed in my head. I remembered him telling me about Teresa's death. A tear dropped from my eye as I recalled that. Terrell decided that he and I would go to Green Rock without informing Truman. Another tear dropped from my eye. I remembered Rogues informing me about a body. Alice's body. One more tear dropped, and then I recalled watching the vicious smirk of a rogue. I sucked in a breath when I realized that I didn't recall anything about that day after that. I tried my best, but all I could recollect was the vicious smirk of the rogue and nothing more. Gripping the blanket tightly, I closed my eyes and tried to recall, but I couldn't. 6 days. 6 days had passed since Alice and Teresa's deaths. I didn't remember anything I did in these 6 days. No matter how many times I tried, I couldn't. I raised my head to look at Rhett, who was staring at me without displaying any emotion in his Pacific blue eyes. What did I do? I asked in a barely audible voice. He didn't reply, but just stared at me. Rhett, I gasped and sniffed as more tears rolled down my cheeks. What did I do? I sobbed, and he immediately wrapped his arms around me. Resting my cheek against his chest, I sobbed loudly. I don't remember anything, I said, holding his shirt in a tight grip. I don't remember, I said, shaking my head. Pulling away, I looked up and blinked when I saw that Rhett had his eyes closed and a tear was rolling down his cheek. Watching him cry for the first time in my life made every ounce of strength I had crumble, and I broke down again. Around half an hour later, I was somewhat calmed down, and Rhett handed me another glass of water. I gulped it down without any protest and wiped any stray tears that I had on my cheeks. Where are we? I questioned, handing him the glass. Thundersky, he replied, and I gasped. How? I trailed off. I wanted to know how we reached here. Rhett said, soothing my hair. We will talk about all that later. First, I want the doctor to check you, he said with a smile that didn't quite match the dull look in his eyes. Before I could protest, I heard footsteps coming towards the room. A split second later, the door to the room opened, and my eyes collided with January's gray ones. She blinked and smiled in relief. Terrell, who was behind her, too, had a similar expression. January murmured and rushed towards me. Slowly, Rhett warned before she could hug me. She is not quite all right, he said, and January blinked. They both stared at each other, and I knew they were talking through the link. After a few seconds, January swallowed audibly and then turned to face me. Hey, she said, sitting on the stool next to the bed. How are you feeling? Terrell asked me, standing behind her. I didn't reply, instead just staring at them. They too had a sad expression on their faces, and I knew something really bad had happened in these 6 days. I was desperate to find out. I had so many questions in my head that I didn't really know which one to ask first. Sighing, I decided to answer Terrell, fine. Where is Jonah? Rhett asked, and I looked at him questioningly. He is your doctor, for now, Rhett said, and I nodded. He should have been here. I called him as soon as Templar woke up, Terrell answered. January held my hands, and I realized how cold and lifeless my hands felt at that time. I smiled softly, and she returned the smile, but her eyes were cloudy. The door opened that very moment, and I whirled my head to look at a man in his early 40s standing there. As my eyes clashed with his green-yellow ones, the man smiled merrily. Good morning, he chirped, entering the room, and I looked at him with confusion. How are you feeling? Is there any pain? He asked, making his way towards me. I looked at him, baffled, until Jan murmured, the doctor, beside me. Yes. My stomach. Actually, my lower abdomen, I answered nervously and watched with a frown as the doctor held my wrist to check my pulse. It is normal, but you will feel better after resting for a few hours, the doctor replied calmly, dropping my wrist. Normal? I asked, narrowing my eyes and staring at the doctor. Yes. The side effects of me dash. Doctor, Rhett cut in loudly next to me, and I whirled my head to frown at him. Is there any medicine for her to take? He queried, glaring at the doctor. I blinked, surprised to see his reaction. The doctor stared back before nodding. There is. Come with me, I will give it to you, he said, and Rhett agreed. He then asked January and Terrell to go along with the doctor. After they left, I turned to face Rhett. I want to know everything from the start, I said firmly. I want to know how many people I have. Gulping, I added nervously, killed. How many people have I hurt? Tell me everything as it is without any lie, I said, crying softly. I knew I did something really, really terrible that had even hurt Rhett. Nothing happened, he said cautiously. Then why am I in Thundersky? I demanded. Why am I so far away from my pack? Why are you crying? I asked him tenderly, placing my hands over his. Please tell me the truth. Rhett, please, I said, sniffing audibly. Please. Okay, Rhett said, and I looked up. But once you have fully recovered, he said, and I shook my head. I cannot. Templar, not now. My wolf wants assurance that you are okay, he said, and I swallowed. At the mention of the wolf, I tried to sense mine. My eyes widened when I felt no response coming from my wolf. She was there, I could feel her, but she wasn't responding at all. No matter how many times I tried, she wasn't coming forward. She was at the back of my mind, trying to maintain distance from everything. Okay, I feebly said. I wanted to know everything, but judging by Rhett's expression, I knew he needed some time, and so I decided to wait. At that precise moment, my stomach grumbled and Rhett pulled away. Let's get you something to eat, he said as I stared at my fingers to hide my embarrassment. I handed the empty plate to Rhett after my breakfast was done. I'll be back, he said and walked out of the room to dispose of it. I wanted water to drink, so leaning forward, I picked up the jug and the glass. While I was pouring the water into the glass, Dr. Jonah entered the room. I came to do a routine check. I always do it before going for a morn, oh goodness. Don't drink that water, it is too cold, and since there are chances of you catching a fever or other sickness, I recommend you drink hot water, he said, startling me. Hot water? Where is it? I asked in confusion. Downstairs. I will get them dash, he paused mid-sentence and furrowed his brows. Something wrong? No. Yes. I have to go somewhere. But let me get you the water, he said, entering the room to take the jug. No. It is okay. I'll do it, I said, already trying to climb out of the bed. You need rest, he said, shaking his head in disapproval. I also need to walk right now. I feel like my legs are numb. You can go, I said. Dr. Jonah seemed to hesitate, but then he nodded. With a moan, I rolled my legs off the edge of the bed and placed them on the wooden floor. After a whole minute, I was able to stand without any support. But walking was a problem because my legs were numb. However, swaying like a drunk, I managed to reach the door and then braced it for support. Standing next to the door, I took deep breaths and then continued walking. By the time I reached the stairs, I could walk like a normal person again. But still, my steps were slow and careful, mostly because my body was in pain in almost all places. While I reached the hallway between the stairs, I stopped to let out a sigh. At that moment, I heard familiar voices talking about me. What did the doctor say? I heard Myron asking, and I was surprised to know he was here too. I wondered why Rhett didn't mention it to me, but then realized Rhett doesn't exactly like Myron. Smiling, I slowly started descending the stairs. He said she will be fine, but she needs rest for a few days, Rhett replied sadly. How many days? There was no reply from Rhett for that. So, you guys cannot go home today? I heard an unfamiliar female voice questioning, and I furrowed my brows. Who is that? No, but we can go tomorrow, January answered, and once again I paused on the stairs to take a breath. Descending a few stairs was draining me of my energy. I have already booked the tickets for all of us, I heard Terrell say. I smiled in relief because I was happy to hear that we were going back to Waterwave tomorrow. I just hope she gets well soon, Myron said wishfully. Same here. I want to see her wolf, the unfamiliar female voice spoke as I descended another step. Seriously, who is this female? Why is she so interested in my wolf? It is going to take some time. Jonah said since her wolf is weak, she will not be able to shift for at least a fortnight, Rhett replied weakly. I can understand that, the female voice said as I took another step. Great. Only one more step left, and I can see for myself who she is. It must be really hard for her wolf after losing her pup. At that very moment, I gasped, standing at the foot of the stairs, and every single head turned to face me. Pup. My child. Losing? No more. My pup is no more. All color drained from my face as the truth crashed into my heart. My legs gave way, and I fell on the floor in an ungraceful heap. Templar, Rhett screamed, rushing towards me. He held my arms and pulled me closer to his chest. I heard everyone saying something, but I was too shocked to react to it. All I could think about was the child that I had lost. My child. My baby. At the moment, I felt like I was dying. I felt like I had nothing to live for again. People around me were rubbing my hands and patting my cheeks, but I was only thinking about the baby. The more I thought about the baby, the harder my head started pounding. It reached a point where my head felt too heavy to be supported by my neck. Just like that, I closed my eyes and let the darkness welcome me because that is what my life is going to be from now on. I woke up to instant consciousness of everything that happened. Whatever the doctor sedated me with was not enough to block the devastating memory. Walking towards the window, I simply kept staring at the sky. The sun shone brightly in the clear blue sky. As the fresh air fanned my face, I winced. I didn't want to be here. I didn't want to see the sunlight dancing in the sky. I didn't want this warmth. It felt like it was mocking me. At the moment, all I needed was darkness. I needed it to feel safe. I didn't want any light because then all the walls I had built in my head to compose myself would crumble. The walls that I built brick by brick to shut out the world around me and not think about anything other than my child. Closing the window, I Drexlered the blinds and went and sat in my bed to stare at the white walls of the hospital room. Placing a hand over my abdomen, I thought about the baby that had been there. But now there was nothing. Nothing to protect. The agony was unbearable and something I wouldn't have wished even on my worst enemy. But I knew I had to bear this agony. My hands slithered to my side, and once again I stared blankly. Templar, Rhett called from the doorway as I stared out of the window. Templar, please look at me, he said when I didn't even look at him. I wanted so much darkness that I didn't even want my vision. Because vision forced me to see. To look. He slowly took my hand in his. The hand that always provided comfort and assurance to me was offered to me even today. However, I didn't deserve it. I deserved loathing from him. I jerked my hand away and tried not to show the pain I felt when he didn't try to take it again. Talk to me, Rhett whispered slowly when I averted my face. He stood staring at me for a few minutes, not saying anything. I cannot watch you dash, he started to say, but paused and took a deep breath. We are going back to our pack tomorrow. We'll leave early morning, he said, and then reached out his hand. This time, he gently touched my hair. Then slowly, Rhett stepped back and walked away. I sensed him standing in the doorway and giving me a longing look. Then he left. Slowly, lying down on the bed, I buried my face into the pillow. January, Terrell, Myron, and the new girl, his mate, visited and tried to talk to me. But none could take away the agony I felt. Guilt was skewering my heart. My fault. It was my fault. I shouldn't have lost control. I paid a very heavy price for that cruel mistake. I paid a price that left me disgusted at myself. There are so many things I wish I could change, all of which are fantasies of the impossible. But then I was once again forced to face the cruel reality. I stared out at the window, the blinds of which were drawn by January. The sun was ready to take its rest. The stars were appearing. Each star illuminated as the sunlight diminished. I waited until there was only darkness left. And then, as the sun disappeared, I felt blackness engulfing me. Chapter 10. Templar POV. Templar, Rhett called me, and I whirled my head to look at him. "We have reached the pack," he informed me, climbing out of the car. Nodding, I climbed out of the car. Immediately, I was engulfed in a bear hug by Sven. I stood motionless as she said how happy she was to have me back. When Sven pulled away, Afra, Truman, Cameron, and others hugged me. They were saying something, but I didn't listen to any of it. I was only thinking about the baby. My baby would have still been with me had I not been reckless. I caused the death of my own child. What kind of mother does that make me? Templar, I heard Truman calling me loudly, and I blinked. "What is wrong?" she asked me confused. I blinked and stared at her in confusion. "Is everything all right?" "You seem lost," she said, resting her hand on her baby bump. I paled as I saw that baby bump. It brought back all the memories. Soon, the wall that I had built in my head to block thinking about a future with my baby started to crumble. Each brick was breaking, and I could do nothing to stop it. Desperately, I shut my eyes to stop thinking, but it didn't help. There came a wave so powerful that it shook me. It overpowered me and crumbled the wall. Soon, there were vivid images playing in my head. A child running on the shore with Rhett. A woman with long brown hair, waiting for them to join her. She kneels down and holds out her arms to her laughing child, to Rhett. As she lifts the child up, Rhett wraps his arms around them. They looked good. A happy family. The woman looked contented with her family, her face bright with happiness. When I opened my eyes, the image was gone. Lowering my head, I stared at my own feet. It was a dream. A cruel one. Taking a deep breath, I once again built the wall brick by brick, blocking all those thoughts. I heard Rhett saying something, but I didn't pay any attention to his words. Slowly, the crowd around me departed. Holding my hands in his, Rhett began walking towards our mansion. I stared at the mansion that felt like home a week ago, but now I felt like I had stepped into a strange horizon. I totally felt out of place. Once I was inside, I sat on the sofa and lowered my head. Tired? Rhett asked me, and I nodded. My skin was burning up, and I knew I had a fever. "Let's go to our room," he said, extending his hand for me to take. Gulping, I took his hands and let him lead me upstairs. Once we were in the bedroom, I felt nauseous. I barely made it to the bathroom before throwing up everything I had for lunch this afternoon. As I stepped out of the bathroom, Rhett was waiting with a towel and a glass of water to rinse my mouth. When I was done, I handed the glass and the towel back without making any sort of contact with him. If Rhett was annoyed, he didn't mention it to me. When I was sure he was gone, I walked back to the room and sat on the bed. I was hit with the memories of our intimate moments here. The moments that once were blissful now felt like they were mocking me. They were cruelly reminding me about what I had put at stake when I lost control of my wolf. Rhett stood next to the threshold, crossed his arms across his chest, and asked, "Do you want something to eat?" "Some fruit," I said, and he nodded. When he was gone, I stared at the photo on the wall near the bed. Rhett had his arms wrapped around me from behind, and he was resting his chin on my shoulder. In that photo, I was laughing with glee, and so was Rhett, because it was our wedding day. That day, we made promises to start a new life, build a family, but now... As I heard footsteps coming upstairs, I quickly looked away. Rhett placed the plate with sliced apples on the coffee table. Sighing, I sat on the sofa and began eating them while Rhett went downstairs to get his bag. When I was finished, I slowly made my way to the bathroom to change into something more comfortable for bed. First, I took a bath, and then after changing into a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, I went to our room. I felt as weak as a kitten, and since I didn't feel like having dinner, I decided to sleep. Pulling back the covers, I climbed into bed and then closed my eyes. I woke up around 5:30 in the morning the next day. Rhett was still asleep beside me, and I decided not to wake him up. As for my health, I felt a lot better than yesterday, but still, as my feet touched the floor, I felt a shiver run all over my body. Crossing my arms across my chest, I padded towards the bathroom. Once I was fresh, I changed into a summer dress and went downstairs. As I stepped into the kitchen, I noticed the calendar. I flipped until I found the black mark on the calendar where I had last marked my period. I winced as I realized that it was almost 2 months ago. I was so stupid. I never bothered about my delayed periods. I was so busy with the book release that I didn't even realize I had missed my monthlies. I was almost 8 weeks along, and my scent had started changing, too. According to our ancestors, a she-wolf scent changes the moment the baby gets a soul. In a scientific way, we call it when the embryo turns into a fetus. It is the time when the fetus's heart beats regularly and the time the baby's sense organs start forming. My scent had changed too, and I would have known it had I stayed here in the pack. The other pack wolves didn't recognize my scent well and hence couldn't find any difference. Just like Rhett told me, they thought I smelled all the more powerful. However, in reality, it was my baby's scent that was mixed with mine. I felt another sharp pain through my body as I recalled the harsh truth that I caused my baby's heart to stop beating. I had killed my baby all because I couldn't control my wolf. Speaking of wolves, I realized that mine was still not responding. She was taking much more time to heal, and the doctor said she'd take around a fortnight to get back to normal. Gulping, I took a step back and walked to the kitchen. I was looking for food when I found a list attached to the refrigerator with a title, Templar's Diet. There was a list of food that I could eat. Judging by the handwriting, I knew Sven had written it. Sighing, I decided to prepare scrambled eggs. By the time Rhett woke up, I already had my breakfast and was watching television. I was flipping channels, but paused when I saw a baby on one channel. The channel was apparently showing how a baby communicates with the parents before he or she learns how to talk. I compressed my lips as a mother was telling about a weird face her son makes whenever he wants to pee. A small chuckle escaped from my lips as I saw the boy wrinkle up his tiny nose and make the exact face. Another baby would tap the floor repeatedly when he wanted food. I watched the show with a smile at first, but later started envying it. The same pleasure would have been mine had I not. The channel was suddenly changed to a music one. "This is a good way to spend your morning," Rhett mumbled, sitting beside me. Even though I knew that he purposely changed the channel, I didn't bother saying anything. "Feeling better?" he asked, sitting beside me. "Yes," I whispered croakily. Rhett, however, leaned forward and placed his hand over my forehead. "Better than yesterday," he muttered. "Did you have your breakfast?" he inquired, and I nodded. "I prepared for you too," I said softly. Rhett seemed surprised to hear my words, however, he quickly covered it up. "Let me guess. Eggs," he teased, and I smiled softly. He placed an arm over my shoulder, and I stiffened. Having even a tiny bit of physical contact with Rhett roused intimate memories that I didn't want to recall now. His touch, which was actually to calm me, made me feel jumpy, and I knew Rhett sensed it too. Slowly, hesitantly, he pulled his hand back. I saw Rhett, whose jaws were clenched tightly. It was as if he were restraining himself from saying something about my behavior. Before he could say anything, there was a loud knock on the door, and with a sigh, Rhett went to open it. After Rhett went away, I let out a breath I wasn't even aware I was holding. The door opened to reveal my friends and my brother. January walked in first and slumped on the seat beside me. "She needs a place to hide," Kier spoke, sitting on the couch. "She woke Luca up, again," Terrell said with a frown directed at his mate. "He was already up," Jan objected, and I rolled my eyes. "I am not lying," she said when she saw our expressions. "Please," Rhett scoffed. "We all know you did it." "Get lost," she snapped at Rhett. "I don't care if you all believe me, I know Tem will believe me," she said, looking at me pleadingly, and I narrowed my eyes at her. "Please, please, please," Jen begged through the link, and I smiled. "Say it, Templar," she urged. "I believe her," I said, shaking my head, and Rhett snorted. "Who wants cotton for their ears?" Rhett asked loudly to no one in particular. "I want it," Terrell and Kier said at the same time. Just as Rhett handed them the cotton, Cameron came with a sobbing Luca in his arms. I saw Kier wincing and stuffing the cotton into his ears. I glared at them for doing that. "Please take him away from me," Cameron begged, passing his crying son to me. I gulped as I saw Luca, whose little face was red as fire while he screamed at the top of his lungs. Immediately, I pressed Luca closer to me and gently rubbed his back. Minutes passed by with me doing just that while the others were watching TV. I froze as the baby rested his head on the curve of my shoulder, his hot brow tickling my neck. Luca, unaware of what I was feeling, had already fallen asleep. Swallowing audibly, I gently pulled him away and stared at his sleeping figure. Eyes closed, he looked blissful. For a whole minute, I just stared at Luca. The walls that I had built slowly started crumbling, and, shaking my head, I decided it was time I handed Luca back to his father. As I looked up, I found every pair of eyes on me. Nervously, I handed Luca back to Cameron. "You are a natural when it comes to babies," he said, ruffling my hair. I smiled awkwardly. Natural. If I am natural, why couldn't I have the same pleasure? Do I not deserve to be a mother? Why did I have to lose my child? As I thought about all this, my head started pounding. Trying not to show the hurt expression, I lowered my head and muttered thanks. After Cameron was gone, Jan turned to face me. Before she could utter a word, I got up. "I have a headache. I need rest," I muttered, placing a hand on my temples. "I will see you guys later." With that said, I went upstairs. I knew they tried to cheer me up by bringing Luca. However, I was so much in grief that I knew it would not be easy for me to forget the baby or forgive myself. Rhett POV. My expression hardened as I stared at my mate's retreating figure. She cannot continue like this. January was the first one to speak when Templar closed the door behind her. She is not doing it on purpose. Try to understand her. Terrell defended his sister. "I am trying," I muttered through gritted teeth. I knew it was worse for her. My mind had gone blank when I found out she was pregnant, but I knew it must have been 1,000 times worse for Templar. Even though she was unaware of the truth, she still had gone through all that physical experience. Sven had warned that we shouldn't let her sink into depression. "There are chances of that happening, especially when her wolf isn't active inside her," Kier said beside me. Her wolf, if it was active, would have made things worse, I condemned. I knew how Templar's wolf worked. Her wolf would have kept lamenting and blaming itself. Inhaling sharply, I ran my hands over my face and stood up. "You guys go back to your work from today. I will take care of Templar." They all stood up with me as well. "Just call if you need anything," Terrell said, and after a hug, he walked out the door. I slowly pushed the door ajar and found Templar lying on the bed and looking out the window. When I pushed it more, she closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. I wanted to soothe her, comfort her, but then again, I knew there was nothing I could do for her now. No comfort would be enough. Instead, I decided to give her some time and space. In that time, I wanted her to try to forget everything and move on. If she didn't, then a change of scenery would help. I will be taking Templar away, somewhere where she can rest and recover from this traumatizing experience. Yes, that is what I will do. Entering the room, I ignored Templar and went and picked up my duffel bag, which I had kept on the couch yesterday. There were some old clothes in the bag that I needed to throw away. With a frown, I picked up those clothes and placed them on the coffee table. Next, I went and kept the stash of money in the closet. As the bag was also worn out, I decided to throw it away as well. When I was about to keep the untidy clothes in the bag, I saw Geneva's book. In haste to return to the pack, I had forgotten to give it to her. I took out the book, stuffed the untidy clothes into the bag, and went out. Standing next to the door, I stared at Templar, only to see her closing her eyes shut. Shaking my head, I went downstairs. After keeping the useless bag in the garage, I called Egbert while also eating my breakfast. "Rhett, how are you?" Egbert asked in concern as soon as I picked up the call. "I am good. I found Templar," I replied. "I heard." "Listen, are you aware that all the packs know she is the White Wolf?" he questioned. "I am," I answered gravely. "Oh, what are you going to do about it?" he probed. "Nothing. Right now, Templar is heartbroken, and she is my priority," I mumbled softly. Taking a deep breath, I called Egbert. "Yes, we lost our child." There was a silence for a few seconds before Egbert cleared his throat. "I am sorry." "So am I," said quietly. "You didn't know she was Dash." "No," I said, cutting him off. "No clue at all." "Yes, I know. You wouldn't have come here if you had any idea, he said and cleared his throat. I shouldn't have called you here either, he whispered bleakly. When Templar needed you the most, you were not with her because of me. I feel horrible. Don't, I muttered. Not your fault. No. I could have taken care of the work. You weren't needed, but Nicolaides insisted you be present, and so I was forced to call you. Egbert growled out and muttered a curse. Immediately, I stiffened, and my wolf growled. What did you just say? I asked, gritting my teeth. I could have taken care of the work. Nicolaides started creating tantrums about how he would not sign the contract if you were not present. I should have punched him right then and there. You should have, I yelled furiously. You know, until now, even though I guessed this was a setup, I still had my doubts. Nevertheless, now I am sure this whole thing is a setup, I spat. What whole thing? Egbert asked dumbly. Me coming to Green Rock. Rogues attacking, Alice and Teresa's death dash. I paused and then continued. Any news on inquiries of Teresa's death? They need some time. How much more? Another week or so, he replied sourly. Fine. Keep updating me about it, and Egbert, wring the truth out of him. Will do, he said, and with that, he cut the call. Placing my hands on the tabletop, I started taking deep breaths to calm my wolf, who was pacing inside me. A cruel smirk appeared on my face as I thought about the plan as much as I knew. A mastermind must have been behind it. So far, every single detail seemed planned because it is no coincidence. I didn't know to what extent this was a plan. I didn't know if Jonah was included in this plan as well. However, I was smirking because I found the first step of their plan, which was to take me away from Templar. That was a good lead, and from there, I will go step by step and find the mastermind. I swear on the goddess, I will find the instigator. I wanted a run. Since I didn't want to leave Templar alone, I sat on the couch and decided to watch TV to divert my mind. There was nothing good on, so I shut it off. Just when I was about to exercise to let some steam off, my eyes dropped on Geneva's book. It was a very thick and old book. Curiously, I picked the book up and opened it. The book was written in Greek. Thanks to my grandma, I knew Greek fluently. She used to talk to me only in Greek. The first picture in the book was of a wolf, which had its neck craned up and was howling, but from the picture, fire was coming out of its mouth. Guessing this book contained information about Patricia, I sat on the couch and flipped the page. The next page had a drawing of the moon goddess, followed by different phases of the moon. As I turned over, there was a strange picture which had the title, Triple Moon Goddess. There were 3 drawings on the page. The first one was of a young and beautiful moon goddess, sitting on the grass and holding a moonflower in her hand. Behind her was a waxing moon. The second was the goddess having a pregnant belly. Behind her was the full moon. The third picture of the goddess had wrinkles, and in it, she looked old. Behind her was the waning moon. Actually, it was just dark. The first picture represented adolescence, the second middle age, and the third old age. The next page had a picture of the moon goddess with a guard. It was mentioned that the guard's name was Orion. I suppose that's a constellation of stars? Sighing, I turned the page and found pictures of an eclipse. After around 20 pages, there was some writing. The first 3 chapters of the book only had information about regular werewolves. It was in the 4th chapter that there was information about the white wolf. According to the book, there were chances of a white wolf being born even before Patricia, but since they had no information about it, they considered Patricia the first white wolf. She was born on the day of a solar eclipse and exactly during the 8 minutes of darkness of a total solar eclipse. Her mother died 4 days after her birth. She shifted at the age of 6 when a wolf attacked the Pack Temple. Initially, she was ridiculed for being colorless. What does that mean? But as she grew up, there was no one who could match her supremacy and strength. And at 13, she almost became invincible when she learned to control fire. She was said to be beautiful, friendly, but also to have a very nasty temper. That is something which is familiar in Templar too, I thought with a smirk. There was a painting in Patricia's book. According to the book, Patricia was, and I quote, an exceptional beauty. She had golden hair, pale blue eyes that would turn the color of fire whenever she was angry, and creamy skin. Many alphas tried to woo her. I stared at the picture of Patricia in the book. It was a black and white picture just like all the others in the book. In the portrait, she had curly hair, was wearing a one-shoulder gown, and in one hand, she was holding a fire torch. On the next page, I read shocking information. It was stated that Patricia killed her own father. But then again, as I read further, I knew even I would have killed her father. He was a despicable man who often tortured his pack members by imprisoning them and refusing to give them food and drink. She found her mate when she was 17. He was also the son of a neighboring alpha. According to some people, Patricia's mate, Alexander, was a star from the constellation of Orion. After they mated, they combined packs. The Dark Shadows and Tranquil Pack, after the merger, came to be called Firelight Pack. I was surprised by this part of the information. Another part that astonished me was that Patricia used to curse. She would defeat her enemy either by cursing them or by killing them. There was information about an evil she fought against. He was causing fights against packs. It was given that Patricia had forgiven him 3 times before finally killing him. Apparently, years later, she killed his children too because they were about to follow their father's path. She had only one son, and through him, her generation continued. But she also adopted 3 girls and brought them up as her own. There was further information about her death. The book said her soul left her body as soon as her mate died. She was 63 years old by then. Wolves begged her not to leave them like that, but she didn't budge from her decision. Instead, Patricia made a promise that when someone truly calls her for help, she will come back. I paused and read the line again. Will she really come back? But I don't think we need her now. After all, Templar is a white wolf just like Patricia. The next chapter was about the white wolf and why it is different from ours. Apparently, they are created by energy extracted by the moon goddess. She stores this hot, lively energy until it cools down and takes on the form of a fetus. It takes years for this process, and then when the fetus is formed, she transfers this to a she-wolf she deems preferable to be the mother of her child. In the present world, we call this birth through surrogacy. However, even though the godchild, that's how a white wolf is referred to, is born to a she-wolf, they will never be known as the child of that she-wolf. I had to agree with this, because no one actually knew or cared to ask about Templar's mother. The she-wolf who gives birth to the godchild is only a porter. In other words, a caretaker. Here comes the interesting part. Since the white wolf's mother is a goddess, they often ask for help only from their mother. Their means of communication is through meditation, a state during which their soul departs from their body to visit the other world. I gasped as I recognized the concept of body different from soul or spirit here. The process is long and takes complete focus. A normal wolf can do it too. However, since the white wolf is the goddess's child, it is easier for them because they are personally connected. A white wolf often does meditation in isolation so that they are not disturbed. Once the soul departs, their body is guarded by the goddess herself until it arrives. This means whenever Templar is meditating, she is literally dead to the world. Chapter 11. Rhett POV. I leaned back on the couch and blinked in confusion. I recalled seeing Templar meditating once a few months back. She looked like she was at peace. Her face was tranquil and her body straight and stiff. Only now did I understand why it was so. Why did she always look like she was out of this world? She is dead at that time in this world. It's just her body that will be there. Taking a deep breath, I continued reading. There was further mention of the white wolf's abilities. They always come to know the events that are connected with their life. Templar had already mentioned how she knew about Sir Thomas and the sacrifice made by others for her to get her wolf. At this, I smiled because once Templar's wolf has fully recovered, she will definitely come to know what happened to her and who all tried to hurt her when she was away from home. However, I couldn't wait for that. I badly wanted to find the culprit. Or should I say culprits? The writer in the last paragraph of the chapter mentioned the next white wolf, which is Templar. He had written that the next white wolf would be born on the day of King Tide. With a frown, I decided to look into the weather pattern and condition of the ocean tides the day Templar was born. I suspected it to be the same as mentioned in the book. The next chapter of the book was about other godchildren. I was just about to read it when all of a sudden my stomach started growling. My eyes widened when I realized that it was 12:30 p.m. With a groan, I placed the book back on the table and decided to read it later. Standing up, I stretched my muscles and twisted my neck a few times. Picking up my cell phone, I ordered lunch for both of us. I went upstairs to call Templar. When I opened the door, Templar was in her room reading something on her laptop. As soon as she saw me, she minimized the page and looked at me expectantly. I have ordered lunch. It will be here in 10 minutes, I said, and she nodded. I turned to leave but paused and looked at her over my shoulder. Come down. She didn't come down. She was avoiding me. She wanted me to stay away from her. Last night, when I attempted to touch her, she pushed my hand away as if I were some bug that was disturbing her sleep. I waited for a good 15 minutes before finally taking her food upstairs for her. When I returned after 10 minutes, I noticed that she hadn't touched the food. Taking a deep breath, I decided to initiate a conversation. You have to eat, Templar, I said, staring at her. It's good for your health. I don't care, she replied sourly. Sven said you should eat food good with proteins. I saw the list, she muttered uneasily. Please, I pleaded. Templar gulped and lowered her head. For my sake, I added softly. She didn't reply, instead just staring at her fingers. Templar? I probed. Did you eat? She asked nervously, still not looking at me. Yes, I lied. You should eat too, I pointed out. She gulped before nodding. Okay. Letting out a breath of relief, I asked her, do you want to come downstairs and eat? No, she replied, picking up the plate. I will be fine here. I didn't like that answer. I wanted her to come downstairs. However, I let it slip this time. All right. Call me when you are done. I closed the door behind me before going downstairs. Since I had not gone to work today, I sat in front of my laptop and began searching for the ocean pattern on the date of Templar's birth. It would have been difficult had it not been for the internet. All I had to do was check the newspaper of April 25th, 1991. The page was loading when someone knocked on the door. The door is open, I said to Kier. He came in and furrowed his brows when he did not see Templar. Where's Tem? Upstairs, I muttered, staring at my screen. She is upset. What did you do? Kier growled all of a sudden, and I sent him a furious look. I did nothing. She blames herself for, I trailed off, and Kier winced. Must be terrible, he said, sitting on the sofa. She doesn't talk? Doesn't even look, I said and swallowed audibly. Well, let me try, he said, standing up. However, I told him not to. In the mood she is in, I don't think she will listen to anyone. You can talk, but it will only make her upset because she will listen to only what she wants to hear. And what is that? Kier asked, cocking a brow. That I blame her. That everyone blames her, I said softly. Kier seemed to get the message because he sat down with a sigh. I am giving her some time, but after that, I am taking her away for dash. Away? Where? Kier broke in. I don't know. Not decided yet. But she needs a change of place. Kier was silent for a few minutes before saying, I think that is a good idea. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, You do remember what Sven said, don't you? About not letting her sink into depression? Yes. I couldn't forget that. When I went upstairs to call her for lunch, she was reading something, but the whole room was dark. She had closed the windows and lowered the blinds. The only light in the room was from the laptop screen, I said gravely. I think we have to try better than today to cheer her up, Kier suggested, but I merely shrugged. Try for a week or so. After that, I am taking her out, I declared fiercely. What are you doing? Kier asked, staring at my laptop screen where the weather reports on the date of Templar's birth were on display. As I looked at the ocean pattern, it was given that there would be a high tide that day, but there was no news about a king tide. So, I decided to read the report or an article about the king tide in the next day's newspaper. Are you seriously reading weather reports? Kier questioned incredulously. Yes. On the day Templar was born, I answered, staring at the screen where the page appeared. Templar's birth? Why? Kier asked in confusion. Gotcha. There was indeed a report of the highest tide of the year occurring the previous day, which is the day Templar was born. Some people had to evacuate their houses because of the rise in water level. There was also mention of the particular term, king tide, in the article. I smiled smugly after I finished reading the article. See that book there? I pointed the book out to Kier, who nodded. The author of that book predicted that the next white wolf would be born on the day of king tide. So, there was a king tide on the day. He cut off mid-sentence when I nodded. Where did you get that book from? Kier asked curiously, picking up the book and flipping through the pages. Myron's mate was reading it. Now I know for sure whatever is written in that book is 100% true, I declared with a smile. What is written in that book? Kier asked, staring at the picture of the triple moon goddess. Before I could answer him, my cell phone started ringing. Hello? I answered. How is Templar? Was the first question Myron asked. She is blaming herself. Not good, Myron said from the other end. What are you planning to do? He inquired. When I told him I was planning to take Templar on a vacation, he agreed with the idea. Is there some particular reason for this call? I asked expectantly. Yes, there is. Jen is officially being introduced as the Luna of the pack. You and Templar are invited to come for the ceremony. I was about to decline the invitation, however, I decided against it because maybe going out, even for such a small visit, might be helpful for her. Okay, when? I asked curiously. On the 17th, he replied merrily. Next week. I said sourly. That was like 7 days away. Why? What is wrong? Myron asked seriously. Nothing. I will be there, I said, but before I could end the call, I added one last piece of information. Tell your mate her book is with me. Is that rogue trustworthy? Kier demanded as soon as I ended the call. Myron's mate, he supplied when I raised an eyebrow. Yes, she is. Doesn't seem bad to me. She chose to become a rogue after Marcus refused to hand her the title. Yeah, Jan already told me. Said she was some sort of researcher too, he said with a smirk. I don't know what research she does, I said honestly. How's Truman? She gets extremely tired nowadays. Is unable to even work more than an hour, he said, furrowing his brows. She will be fine, I said, shutting down the laptop. There was complete silence for a few minutes before I asked Kier, does the whole pack know that Templar had a miscarriage? I think so. They are grieving for her. Mom has organized a prayer on the full moon day, Kier said, scratching his forehead. They don't blame her either. Never did. They know all Templar's actions, even though done hastily, are always for a good cause, Kier said, and I agreed with it. Kier stayed quiet for a few seconds before adding nervously, while you guys were away, the temple was attacked. I stiffened immediately and sent him an exasperated look. And you are telling this to me now? I asked with scorching emphasis. I didn't want to trouble you guys. You were already worried about Templar, I didn't want to dash. You should have told me, I said, cutting him off. It is the pack temple. Our foremost duty is to see that it is protected, I said, shaking my head with a frown. Anyway, who attacked? There were 2 rogues. They tried to steal the statue. As soon as I was told about it, I rushed there along with Benedict and captured them alive. But they consumed cyanide before we could question them, Kier said, clenching his fists tightly just like me. I don't like what has been happening to the pack for the past week, Kier said somberly. Neither do I. Whatever was happening was horribly wrong. And this just felt like the calm before the storm. If the calm was this dreadful, I didn't even want to imagine how the storm was going to be. It is like sadness clouded the pack, once again, Kier said, and I froze. It was just like this 7 years ago. Grief, misery, death everywhere in the pack, Kier said, staring ahead. It is more disturbing now because we feel like we are losing hope, Kier added, pinching the bridge of his nose. What happened 7 years ago will not be repeated, I professed. Glendon is not here. But there is still a rogue who caused all this, Kier whispered softly, and I inhaled sharply. He was right. Even though Glendon wasn't here, there was someone else who was causing trouble for Templar. At that moment, I could only point out clearly that whoever those rogue or rogues were had to have a connection with Glendon in one way or the other. Running a hand through my hair, I lowered my head and muttered a few curses. What information did you get on Riker's family? Or anyone else who was working for him? Still on it. But it is true that they were living in Lockwood territory. Templar mentioned a father and an uncle. Our agents from Lockwood say that it was the uncle who died and not the father. I stiffened, and my wolf started growling the moment Kier gave me that information. Father? Not good. Not good at all. How will a father take the death of a son? Since I recently went through that stage, I knew I wouldn't take it kindly at all. I had wanted to kill the person who had hurt Templar and my child. This father, what is his name? I questioned in a whisper. Simeon Riker. He wasn't there in their house in the Lockwood territory when the fighters attacked, Kier responded. He is hiding. Someone else must have helped him. Some friends or some extended family, Kier stated. Find information about that, I ordered, and Kier nodded. It had to be that father, Simeon Riker, and another accomplice who had planned this whole thing. I was 100% sure of that. I just wanted proof. I will take this, he said, picking up Geneva's book before striding towards the door. Templar didn't come down to have dinner that night. I had to take it to her room. There, she barely acknowledged me. When I returned to our room after my dinner, Templar was fast asleep. However, I was relieved to see that she had eaten her dinner. When I joined Templar in bed, she was out like a light. However, as soon as I wrapped an arm around her waist and attempted to pull her closer, I felt her stiffen and slowly take my hand off her body. As soon as I got that message, I shifted and turned so that my back was towards her. The same routine continued for 2 more days. Every morning, pack wolves would come and cheer her up, but nothing would bring her out of her misery. She would be cooped up in the room staring at the walls. Today was the full moon day, and Afra had organized a prayer for it. Since Templar was unwell, she refused to come. So I had to go alone. All the wolves prayed for the safety of the pack and also for Templar's health. At around 2 in the morning, loud noises in my head woke me up. Groaning, I sat up and opened my mind link. I connected with Terrell first. Rhett, Kier called hurriedly, and I stiffened. The temple. Someone tried to burn the temple. Growling loudly, I got off the bed. Who dared to do that? I asked, already pulling down my t-shirt. I turned to look at Templar, who was fast asleep and completely unaware. I debated waking her up. However, I decided against it because this news would only cause her more stress. Don't know. Come here soon, he said, and I soon jumped out of the window and rushed towards the temple. When I reached there, the fire had died down. Actually, it was only the garden in front of the temple that was burned. But how there was a fire in the garden was the main question. This is getting too much, Cameron said from beside me, staring at the burnt garden. I was shaking with anger, but clenching my fists, I composed myself. Where is Templar? Terrell asked. I didn't wake her up, I replied, staring at the burnt moonflowers. The whole garden was ruined. Call the guards, I decreed. They are here, Cameron said, nodding towards the 15 guards who were answering to Kier. Marching towards them, I stood next to Kier. Anything so far? They swear on the goddess that no one crossed the territory, Kier answered with a sigh. Do they? I asked, glaring at the guards. Immediately, they all lowered their heads. Then tell me, how did the temple get burned? You don't know, Alpha, a guard stuttered without looking me in the eye. No scent? I questioned, taking a deep breath. I frowned when I didn't find any familiar scent either. There is. Of an unfamiliar one, Kier replied. Unfamiliar one, I repeated and growled at the guards, who shook their heads in fear. Stepping ahead, I was about to strangle a guard when someone asked me to stop. Don't, Afra cried out as I turned to face her. They are telling the truth, she stated, and I furrowed my brows. Look, she said, pointing at her palm. My eyes widened as I stared at the ash powder on her fingers. Ashes? Cameron said in surprise. Of our kind, Afra replied, dusting them off. Whoever attacked was careful enough to make sure no one doubts them. Ashes of our kind are used to cover scents. It is the oldest but really effective method. In olden days, a wolf would roll itself over the ashes of a dead werewolf. This method was used because the ashes of a deceased wolf would be a shield for our kind. our scent would get absorbed by the deceased wolf's scent. Thus, when the trackers trace, they will chase after the dead wolf scent, which would be a dead end for them. Great, Terrell said sarcastically. But that person must have entered by crossing the territory, Kier pointed out in confusion. Or maybe that person was already in the territory, Cameron added. And still is somewhere in the pack territory, I concluded with a growl. Chapter 12. Templar POV. Before going towards Tanya, that little boyfriend of yours pointed out that you are still his girlfriend. I swear, Templar, he will grow up to be a heartbreaking asshole, Rhett said, and I smiled genuinely at the thought of Theon. No, he will not, I stated defensively. He is just with Tanya because he thinks keeping 2 girlfriends is okay. Why would he think that? Rhett asked, cocking an eyebrow. I furrowed my brows when I saw that, and he just smirked. Idiot. Theon thinks it is okay because I married you even after I was his girlfriend, I said with a chuckle. But we are mates, Rhett protested in confusion. Try telling that to a 9-year-old who has been calling me girlfriend ever since he was 3, I imparted, running a hand through my hair. Rhett and I were sitting on the shore and staring at the wide ocean ahead of us. He had finally convinced me to come out with him, and I agreed. Well, actually was forced to agree because he threatened to break down the door if I didn't let him in. That wouldn't have compelled me, but the part where he had to discuss something important about the pack did. Pack. In my angst, I actually forgot about the pack. I cannot believe I did because the pack actually came before everything to me. He doesn't understand what mates are, and truth be told, he is too young to know about stuff like this. Right now, he understands the concept of a girlfriend because he watches it in the movies. But I am sure when the time is right, Marissa will explain it to him, I said with a sigh. Until then, I have to tolerate that little bugger? Rhett questioned with a frown, and I scowled at him. Rhett surprised me by leaning forward and pecking my lips. It was a chaste kiss, but it startled me, and I gulped when Rhett smiled at me. It startled me because this was the first time we kissed after everything. My heart started beating rapidly as I thought about it, and to divert my mind, I decided to change the subject. What was the something important related to Pac you wanted to tell me? I demanded, refusing to make any eye contact with him. When there was no reply from Rhett, I turned to face him, only to see that he was staring at the ocean. Taking a deep breath, he answered, there are a lot of things, but before that, I wanted to give you your ring back. My wedding ring? I queried in awe. I had noticed that it was missing, but I suspected I had lost it somewhere during the days in my life that I was missing. I felt really guilty, and so I didn't mention it to anyone. Well, that guilt just added to the list of things I feel guilty about, and trust me, that list is really very long. In those missing days, I knew I did serious damage to the packs I have been to, and I don't know how I am going to forgive myself for everything. I didn't have the courage to look at my own reflection in the mirror. I felt that terrible about myself. If I remembered what exactly I had done, then I would have somehow begged for forgiveness, but I don't remember anything. Not a single thing. The last thing I remember was watching Alice's body. I closed my eyes and took in a breath as I thought about Alice. The pack had arranged her funeral when I was missing. Templar, Rhett called, and I blinked. What is wrong? Rhett probed, and I shook my head. I didn't want to tell him where my thoughts had wandered. The ring? I asked, and he held it out. A smile of relief spread over my face as I stared at the dazzling diamond. As I held out my hand, Rhett put it back in its place. Afterward, Rhett studied my hand and smiled jubilantly. It looks perfect as always, he whispered, and then placed a kiss on the back of my hand. As I felt a blush creeping up my face, I shyly pulled my hand back and cleared my throat. Sorry about losing this, I admitted, toying with the ring. You didn't lose it. Jonah removed it when he had to clean your hands, Rhett told me, and I nodded. I knew well and good that the doctor had to clean blood from my hands. On the other hand, hearing that I had not lost the ring was a relief of some sort. We sat in silence for a few minutes until I decided to break the silence. I was about to ask him about the pack when Rhett stood up and started unbuttoning his pale blue shirt. My mouth dropped open as I stared at his body. But unlike other times, I had no intention of jumping over him. This time, I was satisfied with admiring him. It was still too early for that. And right now, kissing Rhett made me jumpy, so I didn't even want to think about how long it will take me to recover from everything. "Join me for a swim?" Rhett asked boldly. "Not in the mood," I replied, shaking my head. That too was a first after a long time because water always calmed me down, but now I didn't want to step into the water. There were many reasons, actually. I never go for a swim during my period, and also, something inside me was telling me not to go for a swim. I think it is my wolf, but I am not exactly sure. And, truth be told, I didn't feel like the ocean was welcoming me either. Judging by the roaring waves, it felt like it was scorning me for what happened. That really wasn't a good feeling. I seriously wanted to remember everything that I did, which is why I closed my eyes. Black. Nothing else. There was complete darkness and nothing else. No image, nothing. Templar. I opened my eyes to look at Rhett, who was crouching beside me. "What happened?" he asked, concern clearly visible in his Pacific blue eyes. I cannot recall anything that I did in that 1 week, I mumbled, swallowing audibly. Every time I try. "But nothing," I said, pressing my index finger on my temple. "I want to know what I did, but I cannot." "I cannot," I said hopelessly. "Hey," Rhett said quietly, cupping my face in his large hands and compelling me to look at him. "It is all right," Rhett soothed, and I shook my head. "Not all right. Not all right at all. I want to know what happened. I want to know everything. I just cannot live like this in darkness. It is making me hate myself. And I feel like everyone around me is scorning me too," I admitted nervously. "I might have hurt so many wolves. What will they think of me?" I added with a gulp. Closing my eyes, I tried to throw that thought out of my head. Right now wasn't the time to think about that. Right now, I want to know what I did in that one missing week of my life. As I looked at Rhett, I found him lost in thought. Then suddenly, something flashed in his eyes before he looked back and said, "The goddess." I blinked, not understanding what he said. "Only the goddess can help you in this. You can recall any event connecting to your life with her help," he said, and then, holding my arms, he forced me to stand up. "If it is bothering you, then I think you must learn the truth. The only way that can be possible is through meditating," Rhett pointed out. "Meditation?" I squeaked and stared at the ocean. I don't know if it was my imagination, but the waves rose exceedingly high, and I took a step back in fear. Rhett immediately held my hands before I could lose balance. I swear, the ocean was scorning me. It wasn't my imagination. However, I decided not to let that dissuade me. I wanted to know the truth, and it was possible only this way. Taking a deep breath, I took a step forward as Rhett loosened the hold he had on my arms. As I slowly marched towards the ocean, a breeze fanned my face. A smile of happiness appeared on my face as I stared at the ocean. This time, I felt like the ocean was welcoming me with open arms. Just as I was about to step into the water, someone called Rhett. Pausing, I whirled around to face January running towards Rhett. Blinking in confusion, I rushed towards them. "Reed is here," I heard Jan informing Rhett, and I furrowed my brows. "Reed?" The name sounded familiar, but I couldn't put a face to that name. Rhett stiffened and clenched his fists tightly. A murderous growl emanated from his throat. Taken aback by his reaction, I stared at him in bewilderment. "What is he doing here?" Rhett asked angrily. "I don't know," Jen said, staring at me in worry. "The guards haven't let him come in," she told him. "You need to go there now," she added quickly. "Who is Reed?" I questioned Jan. "Alpha of Bluebell's pack," she replied, and my eyes widened as I finally realized who he is. The notorious alpha in the country, and I personally think he doesn't deserve to be an alpha. "What is he doing here?" I asked curiously. I desperately wanted to know why that womanizer was visiting my pack. "You had gone through his territory," Rhett replied quietly, and I inhaled sharply. "What?" I asked in outrage. "I passed through his territory. Why didn't anyone tell me this before?" I demanded. They had mentioned some pack names, but they didn't mention Bluebells at all. "I told Rhett not to because I didn't want to worry you," Jan announced guiltily. "I don't want him in my territory," I said, shaking my head in frustration. "He is not welcome here," Rhett said, agreeing with me. After what he said, he will definitely not be welcome here, Rhett added with a furious growl. What did he say? I queried. I wanted to know why Rhett disliked Reed. I hated that wolf because he had no respect for women. He thinks we are just things he could play with and discard as and when he wishes. Such people didn't receive a single ounce of my respect. I will tell you some other time, Rhett said gently, placing his hand over mine. Right now, I have to make sure that dog doesn't step onto my land. You girls go home and stay there until I come. With that instruction, Rhett ran away. I frowned at his retreating figure. Did he really think I would stay inside the house when that womanizer was near my pack? I also mused whether this was the something important about the pack that Rhett wanted to talk about. Tem, come on. Let's go home, Jen said, holding my hand. Gaping, I stared at her for a whole minute before asking, since when did you start agreeing with Rhett? Jan flushed, and I crossed my arms across my chest. Seriously, what is happening? What has happened in that 1 week? Just this once. I have to agree with him, Jen said cautiously. Well, I won't, I declared and then raced after Rhett. However, my speed was very slow, and it felt like I was running like any other human. When I finally reached the pack territory, I was panting like a dog. My wolf seriously needed to recover soon. Rhett was standing there along with Kier, Cameron, Terrell, and some fighters. All had their backs to me, and judging by their posture, all looked tense and ready to fight. Holding the trunk of a tree for support, I stood straight and started taking deep breaths to calm my rapidly beating heart. January, who had already reached before me, rushed to my side and gently rubbed my back. You okay? She asked in worry. Why does everyone keep asking me that when they know I am not okay? I replied gloomily. Sorry, Jan apologized. I brushed it off with a smile and then looked ahead. They were arguing. I was sure about that because they were growling loudly every second. I couldn't see Reed, but I did see his pack members who looked embarrassed. My eyes widened when I saw Terrell taking a threatening step. At the same time, January growled, and I looked at her in confusion. He is talking badly about me, she said through gritted teeth. My fists clenched, and I walked ahead. How dare he talk badly about my friend? As I walked ahead, my eyes finally settled on Reed. He was handsome, something I didn't expect. But then I wasn't really surprised either, because it partly explained why he was so full of himself. When my eyes clashed against his hazel ones, Reed stopped talking. His lips parted before joining again to form a smirk. A sinful smirk. Hello, Templar, he addressed me, and every single head turned to look at me. Having so many eyes on me was nerve-wracking, and so I blinked and looked away. In a flash, Rhett was standing right in front of me. I think I told you to go home, he hissed, and I winced as he enclosed his fingers around my arm. Rhett soon let go of my arm and took a step back. Go home, Templar. I will deal with this, he said softly. Why is he here? I asked, craning my neck to look at Reed from behind Rhett's shoulder. I lowered myself as I found Reed looking at me and smirking. I want him out of here. It will happen. But first you need Dash. It is customary to introduce an alpha to pack members, Reed remarked, cutting Rhett off. Rhett closed his eyes and muttered a curse before turning to face Reed. I introduce my mate to only those whom I think are worthy of her attention, Rhett said with a possessive growl. Holding my arms, he pushed me behind him so that I was covered. And you don't fall in that category. So, please, Rhett trailed off. Do you agree with him, Templar? I heard Reed asking me, and I gnashed my teeth. But I was staring at Reed. I was trying to remember whether I had seen him before. However, my mind was blank. I didn't remember meeting him before at all because I wasn't in control when I met him. Stepping forward, I stood beside Rhett and finally had a good look at everyone standing there. My pack members spread apart, and I stared at Reed's pack members. As soon as my eyes met theirs, they surprised me by lowering their heads in respect. I blinked, startled by that honor, while Reed growled at his pack members. As soon as Reed growled, his pack members looked up and apologized to him. Taking a deep breath, Reed turned to me with a smile. Templar Wayne, isn't it? Reed queried as I took a step forward. Rhett growled at the sound of my maiden name. Templar green, I corrected, taking another step ahead. What brings Burdock Scion to my pack? Your beauty, Reed answered without missing a beat, and I stiffened. There were growls from everyone, and very soon, Rhett wrapped his arms around my waist and pressed me closer to himself. I have to say that you look more beautiful than you did that day. Your flawless face, which was smeared with blood, hid your natural beauty, he said, slowly making his way towards me. I flinched when he mentioned my face being covered with blood. I have brought something for you, Reed said, and I looked at him questioningly. He snapped his fingers, and 2 wolves from his pack stepped forward. I frowned as I noticed the way he treated his pack members. For heaven's sake, they were not his slaves. Open the lid, Reed commanded. It was then that I noticed a jewel box in their hands. As they opened the lid, I found myself staring at a dazzling diamond necklace with matching earrings. The white glitter of the diamond was brighter than the sun. These are for you, Reed said, pointing at the diamonds. Behind me, I heard Rhett growling murderously and taking a step forward. But I held his arm to stop him. When Rhett turned to frown at me, I diverted my gaze to Reed. And what do you expect me to do with these? I asked in disbelief. You wear it and look gorgeous, Reed replied wryly. Stay away from her, you bastard. She is mine, Rhett roared, striding towards Reed and punching him in the face. Kier, I shouted. Stop him. Kier stared at me in incredulity before nodding and holding Rhett back along with Cameron. Taking a deep breath, I first addressed the people holding the jewelry case. Please close the lid. The diamonds are blinding my vision, I said, shuddering, and they happily agreed. Behind me, I heard Jan cackling. Then I turned to look at Reed. Now that you have revealed the purpose of your visit, which I am not at all interested in, I politely ask you to leave my pack along with your wolves because you are not welcome here, I said, giving him my best fake smile. I suspected you wouldn't be interested in diamonds, so I brought something else, Reed said, and I gritted my teeth in frustration. Let Rhett throw him out, Terrell muttered from beside me. At another snap of his fingers, 2 more wolves stepped forward with boxes of what I thought were branded bags. That was it. Alpha Burdock, I called through gritted teeth. This is me asking you politely for the last time to leave my pack. Next time, my mate will ensure it happens, I spat furiously. At that very moment, Rhett bared his fangs. All right, Reed said, sighing deeply, and I furrowed my brows. That easily? I really thought Rhett had to kick him out. But before I go... Here we go, I am specially inviting Y-. No thanks, Rhett barked, cutting Reed off. She is declining your invitation. However, Reed continued as if he wasn't disturbed by Rhett. I am inviting you for an overnight visit to my pack. Having you in the pack would be an honor for my pack. Also, I promise that each and every request will be fulfilled, all the time. This wolf really didn't know when to stop. Sighing, I spoke, as tempting as that offer sounds. I said sarcastically, which vanished Reed's smirk, I will take a pass. My cheeks were hurting from the fake smile I kept plastered on my face for the past 10 minutes. You heard her, Cameron spat. Now leave, Rhett dictated exasperatedly. Reed shook his head and looked at me with what I suspect was his expression of mock sympathy. You should not have declined me or my more than generous offer, Reed launched seriously. And why is that so? I asked interestedly. Because now I will be forced to inform the sorority of the damage you did to my pack. Immediately, everyone stiffened along with me. At the mention of the sorority, I paled and gulped. When Reed took notice of that, he grinned widely and, waving, he marched towards his car with his pack members following closely behind. Sorority? Sorority was an association of wolves, mostly older ones. It was formed almost 100 years ago by a group of elderly wolves who wanted to maintain peace and calm among our kind. It was formed by wolves who didn't want to stay under the command of a younger alpha. Mostly, only elderly wolves were members of the society. The sorority building, located in the Silverstar Pack, was like a court for us wolves. 3 members were elected as judges, who would punish our kind as well as provide justice. However, this was true during the time it was formed. Now the sorority isn't given any respect, even though it exists. However, that didn't stop wolves from going to the sorority building seeking protection. What scared me most at the mention of the sorority was that once any case is brought to their notice, it will not be unheeded. Even if it takes years, they will find out the truth and try their best to provide justice. But the worst part is, justice isn't always served. When a case involves 2 packs, then almost all the pack members are asked to come to the sorority building. When something so big happens, every alpha in the country is invited so they can give opinions and support whichever pack they wish, in case a war is declared. Interested alphas do come. In my case, I knew Reed would convince the alphas of the pack, which I crossed to complain against me, and then I would be forced to go to the sorority. If I had doubts about others not knowing I am a white wolf, they will vanish the moment the sorority invites other alphas, because I am sure every single alpha is interested in watching the white wolf. I whined softly as Rhett wrapped his arms around me. "We will get over this," he swore as I rested my face against his chest. "You don't have to go, Templar. I can go in your place," Kier professed, and I shook my head. He had done it when the sorority had called us after Igor was defeated. Kier had managed to deceive them, and I am sure now they are painfully aware of that cruel deception. "I doubt you can," Jan stated the obvious. I am sure the sorority has already heard about the White Wolf and is desperate to meet her. Personally, I had no respect for the sorority, and the reason goes back to almost 7 years ago. As I took over as Alpha, Kier begged me not to go to the sorority after they invited the Alpha. He said the sorority didn't deserve to know about my existence, and at the time, I agreed. But even then, I went with Kier when they called for the new Alpha. There, Kier was taunted because he caused the death of many wolves, that is, the rogues who used to torture the Waterwave Pack wolves. When I pointed out it was unfair, the sorority head, Mr. Louis Gibb, snapped at me and asked me to pay a hefty fine for disrespecting him. Undaunted, I argued and pointed out how he and his buddies ignored Myron's request to help Waterwave Pack. In return, the sorority had commanded pack wolves not help any of us when we went searching for the statue pieces. Controlling my wolf had been the toughest job that day. So far, I have managed well in avoiding the sorority's attention, but now it seemed impossible. "Gibb will have an attack when he realizes you are the White Wolf," Cameron said with a chuckle. However, I was far from amused because I knew Gibb would make sure I was caged and tortured. "Who cares about that stupid association?" Rhett said angrily. "None of us will go," he declared, and everyone but me agreed. "I am going," I said quietly, and everyone frowned. "Why?" Jan asked confusedly. Guilt was eating me up, and I knew I had to face the punishment for all my sins. Instead of replying, I turned and marched towards the house, painfully aware of my pounding head. Chapter 13. Rhett POV. I was sitting on the couch, waiting for Templar to come downstairs. I had decided to take her out for dinner tonight. I was happy to see her coming out of the house today. Even though she was out for only an hour, I was happy. It was a change because she spent the last few days cooped up inside her room. She would have stayed out a bit longer if only Reed had not come uninvited. My jaws clenched as I thought about that bastard. He had come to woo my mate. How dare he? He knew well, and good Templar is mine, yet he brought those pathetic diamonds for her. I let out a growl of frustration as I thought about diamonds. It was a good thing that Templar wasn't superficial. Her expression when she saw the diamonds was of incredulity rather than greed. I was happy to hear her telling Reed off, but angry because he threatened to tell the sorority about Templar. I don't give two flying fucks about that sorority, but I cannot and will not let them make a decision that will distress Templar. They are just a bunch of old people who, when paid well, would make the decision we want. The sound of footsteps brought me out of my thoughts, and I looked up to see Templar. Dressed in a midnight blue dress, she looked breathtakingly gorgeous. My eyes first gazed at her fingers, and I was pleased to see the wedding ring there. "You look beautiful," I said, leaning forward to kiss her. But before my lips could touch hers, she twisted her head away. "Dinner first," she reminded, and then walked past me. I stared at her tense back and blinked once before following after her. Dinner was served on a terrace of a luxurious hotel where we had complete privacy. None of us spoke a word, and it was like two strangers sitting at the same table and eating. I looked at Templar, who would simply play with her food using the fork. She wasn't looking at me either, and that bothered me the most. What happened to her? She was fine this morning. My wolf growled and started pacing around me, and I wondered what was wrong with him. He was behaving a little strangely these days, especially at night. It was like he was angry and distrustful about something, and what that something is. I had no clue. Shaking my head, I continued thinking about what went wrong today that had Templar annoyed. I was still confused until I recalled the arrival of an uninvited guest. You don't have to worry about Reed, I stated calmly. I am not worried about him. Then why are you so quiet? Just thinking. About? Nothing important. The sorority? I queried. Templar sighed. You don't have to meet them at all. I will answer all their stupid questions. I want to meet them. Why? Guilt, she replied, and I flinched. It is not your fault, I said quietly, and Templar scoffed. I suppressed a growl and almost crushed my fork. Look at me, I growled, glaring at her. Templar dropped the fork and the knife, looked up, but still didn't look me in the eye. Eye contact, I said through gritted teeth, and then her dark brown eyes clashed against mine. I know what happened is sad, but you and I both have to move on from that. Easy for you to say, but I have to live with it, she snapped and then gulped audibly. What does that mean? I asked in bewilderment. I know it is my fault, okay? I know this would have never happened had I not behaved like a reckless animal. She fumed in outrage and stood up. Hearing her words, I turned an ashen shade. She was blaming herself. I never thought about it. Honestly, I didn't blame her because I knew the rogues had caused this. This would have never happened if those pathetic mutts hadn't baited her. Templar, I called calmly, but she shook her head. You might pretend to behave like it isn't my fault, but that is the truth. I would have never lost this baby had I stayed calm that day. With that said, Templar rushed out. Dropping the fork, I leaned back in my seat and closed my eyes. Was I pretending? Did I blame her for losing our child? I asked my wolf, who whined softly and rested his head on his paws. Did I really blame Templar for losing her calm? No. I cannot and do not blame her because she is not in control of her wolf like others, and I still don't know the reason behind it. The reason as to why she loses control to her animal like that. Did I blame Templar for crossing the territory? No. Terrell had told me that some wolf had baited her, and when Templar's wolf had taken over her, the animal cares only about finishing her enemy. Did I blame Templar? No, not at all. Did I blame Templar's wolf? The white wolf? My wolf perked up all of a sudden, and I shook my head. However, my wolf growled lowly. He loved his mate to death, but he didn't like it when she lost control. So the answer is yes. I do blame her wolf. It is only because I don't know why her wolf takes so much control over her. If I understand why it is so, then I wouldn't have. I really want to know why, and I don't know if I will ever get an answer to that why. Sven had once told me that she did a blood test on Templar, but she also told me that she didn't find anything different. Just then, I wished I knew some shrink from our kind who would help Templar in finding why it is so. Taking a deep breath, I opened my eyes and decided to search for one. Templar was already sitting in the passenger seat of the car when I climbed in. I turned to face her, but she pretended to ignore me. Sighing, I started driving. How did this dinner turn out to be such a disaster? She was fine this morning, and I was pleased to see that, which is why I organized this dinner in the first place. But now, I was really happy about one thing, that I already booked a 2-week holiday ticket to an island. We would be leaving the day after tomorrow. It would be a good change of place for Templar to relax and move on in her life. Once Templar reached our bedroom door, she stopped and turned to face me. Rhett, she called, and I looked at her questioningly. Would you mind if I slept on my own for a few days? I couldn't even hide the frown that appeared on my face at her uncalled-for request. It was indirectly her way of telling me to stay away from her. I would not if you want it so, my wolf growled when I agreed with her decision. Thanks. When I stared at the closed door, a frustrated growl escaped from my throat. Just 2 more days. After visiting Myron's pack for the announcement of Geneva as the Luna of Firelight pack, Templar and I will be going on a vacation. With that thought in mind, I went to the guest room to sleep for what remained of the night. Unknown POV. After closing the main door, I marched towards the garage. Once I was there, I first went to pick up the bag that I had kept hidden in the garage. Then I picked up the toolbox. Opening the lid, I picked up the hammer and smirked. This would do. This would totally do for today. I am just going to give a warning to these wolves. Just like the other day. Zipping open the bag, I pulled out the plastic box that Randy had given me. The box contained ashes that would surely cover up my scent. Catching a fistful of ash powder, I roughly rubbed it over my hands and neck. Then, I put on the gloves, my bag, and, catching the hammer, I marched towards the temple. Randy really came up with a perfect plan, and it worked really well so far. No one suspected Randy. I had to agree now that, just like his reputation, Randy is really a dangerous wolf. Personally, I never ever want to get on his bad side. I would prefer working for him than standing against him. What he did to that white wolf. Hats off. I really had doubts that his plan wouldn't work, but now all my doubts have vanished. If his plan failed, then I wouldn't be here now to attack the water-wave-packed temple. Rage filled inside me as I thought about that temple. I wanted it destroyed. I wanted it gone. Taking a deep breath, I calmed myself. I have to be calm and do this according to Randy's plan. If I do anything wrong, our whole plan will fail, and I cannot let that happen. I cannot act in haste, just like the white wolf. Her act of haste cost her a lot. It is a good thing she doesn't remember what happened to her. It is a good thing she doesn't know what she did in that 1 week. Fear enveloped me as I thought about what would happen if she regained her memory. We will all be dead. She will surely come looking for Randy and Simeon and I will be the first one to depart from this world. There will be no body for me. The fear in me increased as an image of the white wolf popped into my head. She looked clearly terrifying, covered in blood that day. It took her less than 5 minutes to kill 10 of our wolves. She is lethal. She will not spare anyone. Just then, my cell phone started vibrating, and stopping in my tracks, I picked up my phone and answered Randy's call. "Did you do it yet?" he questioned. Gulping, I whispered, "No." "Then what the hell are you doing?" Randy snarled, making me flinch. "I am going to the temple now," I answered hastily. "You should have been finished with your work by now," he growled, and I gulped. "Do you even know what you have to do?" he said. "Yes. I do. I do." "Good. Because if you fail today, then remember, just like how I put you where you are, I can remove you too." At that threat, the fear increased, and I started shivering. "You are going to do it now," Randy commanded. "Yes. Yes," I replied weakly. "Then do it. I want action." With that, he cut the call. I let out a breath of relief. Randy was really scary. As I walked ahead, I thought about what would happen if she regained her memory. She will come after Simeon. I stumbled on my path and almost fell, but at the last moment, managed to compose myself. As I heard leaves ruffling, I stopped in my tracks. "Who is there?" a voice called. At that very moment, I climbed up a tree and sat on a branch. When I looked down, I noticed 2 wolves, who I presume were the guards, coming forward and looking around. I closed my eyes, hoping they would just go and not look at me. After 5 minutes, when no one called me or growled, I opened my eyes. Relief washed over me as I noticed that the guards were long gone. I unnecessarily got scared. They would not be able to sense me at all. The body was covered with ash, and there is no way they are going to sense my presence. It was a good thing that Randy planned every single thing in detail. It might have taken him a year to execute the plan after Glendon's death, but he did it without any flaw. Every single detail was carefully planned. After all, wasn't it Randy who made sure her mate wasn't there when she lost control? If he had been there with her that day, then this plan would never have been successful. I need to have a little more faith in Randy because so far, everything has been going just the way he said it would. He also told me there is no way she will gain her memory back, ever, and that was a major relief. If he was sure about it, then I needed to be sure about it too. After all, I have to endure this double life only for another 10 days. Only until the eclipse. After the eclipse, the white wolf will be dead to the world. No one will be able to suspect what has happened to her. By the time they realize it, it will be too late because Templar Wayne will be long gone. Everyone will speak about the white wolf using the past tense, just like they speak about Glendon now. She deserved this. She deserved every punishment she is going through. So does her pack. If it wasn't for the wretched pack, then she would never have come after Glendon. She killed Glendon, and she deserved to die. Pain sliced through my heart as I thought about Glendon, who is very precious to me. I took a deep breath and shook my head. I didn't have to worry about anything. Everything is taken care of. The white wolf will die as soon as the solar eclipse occurs. Just 10 more days. The moment the sun is completely hidden and complete darkness occurs everywhere will be the exact moment the white wolf will say goodbye to the world. Standing in front of the temple, I couldn't help but smile satisfactorily as I saw the burned lawn of the temple. That was just a warning to this pack about what is going to come after the white wolf dies. What I am going to do now will also be a warning to these wolves. No, I am not going to do anything to the pack or the temple now. They will be dealt with only after the white wolf's death. But to divert their minds from her, this has to be done. While they keep wondering what is happening to their pack, their attention will be miles away from what is happening to that she-wolf. While they try to protect their pack, they will forget about their Luna. And the best part, the white wolf herself will not know what is happening to her. I stepped onto the lawn and stared at the statue inside the temple. My lips curved to form a scorn as I saw the way they worshipped their precious goddess. As I placed an arm on the threshold to step into the temple, shock spread all over my body, and I had to take a step back. What the hell? There is no way that would work even now. The wolves that devote themselves to the dark moon goddess will never be able to step into the bright moon goddess temple. However, I thought since everything has changed, I would be able to step into the temple. Muttering a curse, I picked up my cell phone and decided to call Randy. He will be furious to learn about this, too, because I am damn sure he thought I could enter the temple in the current state. But now I realize the opposite. Not only can I not enter the temple, but I cannot touch the statue either, because the moment I touch silver, it will turn black. Silver will lose its brightness as well as its color. Randy picked up the call on the first ring. What? He asked, annoyed. I cannot enter the temple, I said in a whisper, looking around and making sure no one was close by. Come again, he seethed. I cannot enter the temple. I tried, but I couldn't. There was silence on the other end, and I wondered if Randy was even on the line. However, he soon spoke. I think we cannot until the eclipse. He muttered with a growl. I think so too, I agreed. All right. Listen, here's what you'll do. As he informed his plan, I smirked because I knew this would work even if I could not enter the temple. Don't touch silver, ever, he warned before cutting the call. 10 minutes later, after I completed what Randy had asked, I stared at the temple. If I cannot enter the temple, then no problem, but I can surely cause damage to the temple from outside, just like I did now. As I turned to leave, I found a wolf standing near the temple and watching me in bewilderment. Panic surged through me as I wondered what to do now. My knees were shaking as the guard stepped forward and looked at me questioningly. Oh no, he cannot. I have to kill him now. What are you doing here? I asked shakily with a gulp. I am guarding the temple, he replied quietly, and I gritted my teeth. As I saw him peeping at the temple behind my shoulders, I quickly stood in front of him to conceal the view. It was a good thing that he didn't suspect me. I was really grateful for my appearance for that. Taking a deep breath, I said firmly, there is no need for that. You can go back to your house. He looked up, stunned to hear what I said. Blinking, I growled lowly, didn't you hear me? I asked and was thankful that I wasn't stuttering. Yes, he answered, and I sighed. Then leave. The wolf turned and was about to leave, but stopped in his tracks as he saw the bottle in my hand. Paint bottle, he said, confusedly, and I closed my eyes. My heart thudded in my chest, and I wondered how to cover this up. What to do? I couldn't call Randy because he would punish me, as he told me, for this error. I had to think of something, quick. Before I could lie, the wolf looked up and stared at the temple door. Oh shit. He stepped forward, blinked, and then turned to face me in disbelief. I am doing this on purpose, I said, and the wolf furrowed his brows. "The temple door," he said, pointing at the door, and I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. "What is your name?" I asked innocently. "Edward." "Listen, Ed, I need your help in this," I spoke, leaning closer as I shared a personal secret with this guard. Immediately, his eyes lit up like a Christmas tree, and I knew he was eager to help me. Smiling to myself, I whispered, "Since I want to know who burned the lawn, I am doing this." Comprehension lit in the wolf's eyes, and he nodded in understanding. "The whole pack might stand against you, but you have to be firm. No one will believe you, but you will still keep on saying it." Okay, he replied. Total idiot. "No one will believe me for what?" he asked curiously. I resisted the urge to slap him in the face. This much shouldn't be asking any questions. No one will believe you when you tell them what I am going to say. "It is the first step in finding the real culprit," I said, and he nodded. "This has to be done so that the culprit thinks he is safe," I added, and the foolish mutt nodded again. "He will never know that it was me who burned his precious temple's lawn. Tomorrow morning, when the Alpha asks you who burned the temple, this is what you are going to tell." I trailed off and mentally did a victory dance because I knew this foolish mutt would do what I wanted without questioning me. Just 10 more days, and then this mutt will die too. Chapter 14. Templar POV. I woke up to hear Rhett shouting at full volume from downstairs. Pushing back the covers, I rushed downstairs to see what pissed him off so much. This is the second time that someone has tried to attack the temple under your watch, he thundered at a shivering guard. I stopped midway and gasped audibly. Rhett, Cameron, and the guard, Clark, all turned to look at me. "The temple has been attacked?" I asked in shock. "Second time? Why wasn't I informed the first time?" I demanded, staring at Rhett. "You were already tense. I didn't want to worry you," Rhett whispered, and I winced. It hurt every time. "I deserve to know," I said feebly. "What exactly happened?" I questioned. "The first time, someone burned the lawn, and last night, someone left a message on the temple door," Kier said agitatedly. "I don't know how they are getting this far into the territory." "Clark swears that he didn't see anyone crossing the territory," Cameron added, and I looked at Clark. "I do my duty well. I don't sleep at night, and neither do my boys," Clark, a 40-year-old chief guard of the Pack territory, spoke in a whisper. "I know. I trust you. You have been doing a great job for the past 7 years," I said softly, and Clark sighed. "No one was able to attack the temple at night for the past 7 years because Clark and his team are really good," I told Rhett. "Then is it an insider's job?" Rhett queried. "Looks like that," I said with a shrug. "Please just take me to the temple. I want to see what happened," I requested, and Rhett nodded. After freshening up, I requested Rhett to drive me towards the temple since I knew my speed at running wasn't as good as it was before because my wolf was still taking time to recover. When I reached there, I found Kier yelling at someone. He looked furious as his eyes were pitch black and his hands were clenched to form a fist. Afra, who was standing beside him, was looking at the guards with a frown on her beautiful face. As I walked towards the temple with Rhett and Cameron, everyone spread apart to make way for us. My eyes widened as I saw the lawn in front of the temple. The beautiful green patches of grass were burnt, and the ground was now covered with dead, dry grass. I gulped as I saw it. "Who dared to do that to my Pack temple?" "Templar," Afra called, and I diverted my gaze to look at her. When my eyes collided with hers, Afra turned to look at the temple door. I stopped in my tracks as my gaze dropped to the temple door. The magnificent temple door, made out of pure sandalwood, had a message written on it with black spray paint. I couldn't read the message as the door was open. "Close the door," I commanded, and 2 guards stepped forward to do it. "Next time it will be the statue." "Next time," I said through gritted teeth, staring at the temple. A familiar sense of rage filled up inside me, and I desperately wanted to punish the person who had the audacity to step into my territory and do that to the temple door. Such disrespect would not be tolerated. How dare the person threaten to attack the statue? It will not happen as long as I am alive. How did this person get so far into the territory? I snapped furiously. "Are you sure it is not someone from the Pack?" Rhett asked in a whisper, standing beside me. I trust everyone in my pack, and I know no one will dare to do this, I said furiously. But I purposely raised my voice so that it would be audible to everyone present there and said, someone from outside has crossed the territory, somehow managing to hide themselves from the guards. When I turned to face the guards, I found each and every one of them staring at the ground and slowly shaking their heads in denial. There were 22 of them, and I was sure one of the guards must have seen the person. No one has managed to hide themselves from Clark's team for the past 7 years, and the chances of that happening now are less likely. The only reason I could sleep peacefully at night was that I knew for sure that Clark and his team were nothing short of excellent. Taking a deep breath, I spoke softly. I know one of you must definitely have seen something suspicious, which is why I am begging you to please step forward and declare so. You don't have to be afraid of anything because no one in the pack will punish or badmouth you. I can give you my word on that. Minutes passed by and no one stepped ahead. Feeling hurt by their behavior, but at the same time wondering if they really missed the intruder, I closed my eyes. When I opened my eyes, I said in a whisper, there are children in this pack. I am sure none of you wants to watch them hurt. This attacker was already able to get close to the temple. How far is the temple from your house? Please think of that and help us, Kier added. If you help us, we can surely stop these rogues before they can cause much serious damage, Rhett piped in helpfully. As I looked at him, I couldn't help but smile warmly. Any clue will be helpful, Cameron slotted in. Something unusual, than usual, will also be of great help. At that moment, a guard, Nate, stepped forward. What did you see, Nate? I asked hopefully. I didn't see anything. But I heard a sound yesterday of footsteps scrunching some leaves. When I went to check, there was nobody there. You went alone? Rhett demanded. I went with him, another guard, Walt, replied. When we found nothing, we thought it must be caused by a breeze. Did you check everywhere? Kier questioned with a growl. Yes, everywhere, Nate replied sincerely. All right, I said in a whisper, thinking this was a dead end. I properly looked at the message. The handwriting felt a little familiar, but I wasn't sure whose. I couldn't exactly point out because this font size was large. Sighing, I came to the conclusion that everything was a dead end. The handwriting, the guards hearing a noise. I was sure it was a dead end until another question popped into my head. What time did this happen? I asked both Nate and Walt at the same time. Around 3 a.m., Walt answered. And which side of the territory were you guarding? East. Close to Whitefield. Whoever else was with them, please step forward, I requested, and immediately 7 of them stepped forward. I stared at each and every one of them. I knew them all by their names, and I also knew I could trust them with my life. Anyone else find anything suspicious? Rhett asked before I could, and all shook their heads except for one guard. Edward, I called the guard, and he turned to face me. Did you find anything suspicious? I queried, walking towards him. Hesitantly, he nodded. I stopped when I was facing him. What was it? I asked curiously. I saw who did that to the door. He spoke silently, and I blinked. Every single head turned to look at Edward. You what? Rhett roared. You saw who did that to the door, and yet you kept quiet all this time? Kier questioned outrageously. Why didn't you say anything when we asked earlier? Cameron grilled. Because I was told not to tell anything until I was asked, Edward replied honestly. By whom? I demanded. I wanted to know who dared to do that. And most importantly, why would Edward listen to the person? By you, Edward replied, and I blinked. I'm sorry, what? I shook my head and stared at Edward in confusion. Did he just say I ordered him not to tell anything about what was done to the temple? Is this some kind of a sick joke? Rhett demanded through gritted teeth. He is out of his mind, Kier spat. Gone insane. What did you just say? Afra asked in disbelief. Shut up, Cameron snapped. I was actually expecting an honest answer from you. But it is Templar, Edward protested, pointing his index finger at me. How dare you point your finger and accuse my mate? Rhett snarled viciously. Edward, tell us honestly, what did you see? I asked him. I saw you, Edward whispered shakily. I placed my palm on Rhett's chest to stop him from attacking Edward. When Rhett turned to glare at me, I shook my head. Edward, Afra called gently. Tell us everything from the start. Mom, what is wrong with you? Why are you even listening to Kier stopped talking after Afra held her hand in front of his face and asked him to stop. Tell us everything, Edward. Yesterday night, when I took a small break for a drink, I found her standing near the temple. I saw the door, and when I asked her, she told me she did it, Edward said, and I narrowed my eyes. I don't remember any such thing. All I remember is that I slept early last night. Actually, I have been sleeping very early every night for the past few days. Drink? Alcohol? Afra said, shaking her head at Edward in disapproval. How many bottles did you have to drink? Kier asked, cocking an eyebrow. Only one, Edward said, flushing deeply. I think you were high after that one, Cameron muttered, frowning at Edward. No. I saw the Luna. She told Edward was cut off when Rhett punched him square in the jaw. One more lie comes off your mouth, then I am going to cut your head off, Rhett threatened furiously, and Edward whimpered. Taking a deep breath, I stared at Edward. Why would he lie about something so big? Why would he blame me? According to you, Templar wrote the message on the door? Afra asked Edward in suspicion, and he nodded slowly as a reply. I said, Rhett, don't, I incised when Rhett was about to lunge at Edward. What? Rhett snapped at me. He is lying, and you know it. You were in our room, sleeping, Rhett said with a frown. I know it. I agree. He is lying, Kier said, glaring at Edward, who was staring at his own feet. For God's sake, he was drunk, and I think he is making this up. I am not. I was not that drunk, Edward denied hotly. I saw the Luna. She told me she did it. Why are we hearing this? He was drunk last night, Cameron said, scowling at Edward. I agree, Rhett affirmed. What else did Templar tell you last night? Kier asked mockingly. She told me that she was doing this for the pack. I gasped and looked at Edward through narrowed eyes. Really? Until now, I was not sure what I had to do with his words, but now I was convinced he was making this up. As if I would do something this outrageous for the welfare of the pack. Throw him in prison, Rhett commanded, and immediately, Clark and Cameron held Edward. I am not lying, Alpha, Edward pleaded. The Luna was here, and she did it. She told me. Edward's voice faded as Cameron and Clark finally took him away. Unbelievable, Afra said sadly. I cannot believe he would lie about such a thing. Did he forget that it is because of Templar we have this statue? He was drunk, Kier said with a skull. Are you okay? Rhett asked me in a whisper, and I nodded. Don't worry about him. He is lying, and we all know it. But that's the thing. Why was Edward lying about this? I asked with a frown. I seriously wanted to know why Edward would dare to lie about something so big. Why would he put the blame on me? He knew that when I am blamed, no one will believe him yet. He will open his mouth after some good beating, Kier said through gritted teeth. Don't, I warned. Don't do anything to him. Just let him stay in prison. Hopefully, he might explain why he lied when he got suffocated in prison. That is a good idea. Let him stay locked up inside the prison for a few days, Rhett agreed with me, and I smiled thankfully. All right, Kier said. But if he still doesn't give a good reason, then he has to bear the punishment, Kier muttered. Kier, Rhett called. Assign new, efficient guards specifically for the temple tonight, Rhett said, and Kier nodded. He called out a few names, and I watched them. Each wolf was highly compatible, and I knew they would do their duty proficiently. Good choice, I said to Kier after he instructed them on the rules. When one person takes a break, he will inform everyone, I stated, and everyone nodded. Your duty is not to find the culprit. Your main duty is that you should keep a watch on the temple. Understood? Yes, they said in chorus, and I smiled proudly. Afterward, I dismissed them so that they could get their much-needed rest. I wondered where Jan and Terrell were, but thought that they must be asleep as it was only 6 in the morning now and the sun had just risen. Before leaving, I stared at the temple door and wondered why Edward would say I did it. I don't even remember coming to the temple for the past few days. Why would Edward tell such a lie? I don't know what I did last night. I don't remember the dreams or nightmares that I had because I was out like a log. In fact, since I get tired very easily these days, I sleep very quickly too. However, I knew that whoever this culprit was, he would definitely come out in the open either tonight or when Edward confesses. I just have to be patient. Kier, I called before he could leave the place. How's Truman? She is fine. She was sleeping when I came here. I didn't want to disturb her, and I am glad I didn't wake her up. She would have thought Edward had gone mad if she had seen this, Kier said, smirking. I wonder what that Spitfire would have done? Rhett muttered beside me, and I playfully glared at him. She would have knocked Edward out. I still can't believe why he would blame Templar, Kier pondered, and I shrugged. Anyway, hope he regains his senses soon. It will be good for him, Kier sighed. He turned and was about to leave, but stopped and whirled to look at me. Oh yeah, she emptied the pickles. With that said, Kier ran towards his house. My eyes widened while Afra laughed after hearing what Kier said. It would have taken at least 2 months for me to empty the bottle, I said in shock. Don't forget Truman is pregnant, and pregnant women eat a lot. I know about it, and you will too when you get pregnant. Afra stopped mid-sentence as she realized what she was talking about. I turned an ashen shade below my skin as I heard the last part of her sentence. When you get pregnant. I already did, and I lost my baby too. Blood rushed through all my veins, and goosebumps appeared all over my body. The walls that I had built mentally to protect myself started crumbling, and I placed a hand on my chest to stop the pain I felt in my heart. Templar, I didn't mean, Rhett growled warningly, cutting Afra off. He then placed an arm on my shoulder and started walking towards our car. As I sat in the passenger seat of the car, I closed my eyes. I decided to block everything around me. I didn't want to know about anything. I just wanted to bury myself deep in guilt. Guilt I felt about losing my baby. I had tried to act as if everything was okay since yesterday, but the pain and guilt I felt over losing my child were too much. It would take a long time for me to forget about it, and even a much longer time to forgive myself over it. I don't know what I should do about my wolf. I just hope she recovers soon. I could feel her presence constantly, but it was like she had built a wall, blocking everything around her. She was there, just in the corner, and not responding to any of my demands. If she were there, she would help me in dealing with this heart-wrenching pain I felt, but now I didn't know what I should do. Please, Goddess, help me overcome this. Chapter 15. Rhett POV. As soon as Templar stepped into our room, she turned and closed the door shut. Just when I thought things were getting back to normal, something like this happens. She was fine this morning. I don't think she even remembered the small fight we had last night. I was pleased to see it, but then the crazy guard happened. My wolf snarled ferociously as Edward's face popped into my head. How dare that wolf accuse Templar of burning and writing such a threatening message on the board? Even if the goddess tells me, I wouldn't believe it. Templar isn't capable of doing something so malicious. This must have been done by some rogue who had managed to get into my pack territory. But the main question is, how did this rogue manage to get so far into the territory? I shook my head and tried to concentrate on the important issue here, which is Templar. I wanted to take her somewhere away, but when the temple is being attacked, I no longer think it's a good idea. It gives rogues an impression of weakness. The pack might get attacked, too, and most importantly, I know Templar wouldn't agree to come with me. The pack has always been her first concern. However, I didn't like watching her being sad, and if we stay in the pack, she is going to be sad. Suddenly, an idea popped into my head. I knew what, or in this case who, could help Templar when she was dull like this. I immediately connected with January through our mind link. What? The Spitfire snapped, and I growled threateningly. Can you come to the house to talk to Templar? I requested. I'm in the city, January replied quietly. When did you leave? I asked, furrowing my brows in confusion. No wonder she wasn't there this morning. I left last night. I will return this evening. There was this important outdoor assignment, and my boss threatened to sack me if I missed it. I winced as I heard it because, for a moment, I almost forgot January had a job. Is Terrell with you? No. He returned after dropping me. He should be at home, she added quietly. Why? What happened? Is Tem all right? Chill. Templar is fine, and she is. Resting, I hesitated to find the right word. Then, sighing, I narrated everything to her. Has Edward gone insane? He had seen Templar fighting for the temple, for the pack, and still. Something doesn't feel right, she added feebly. I think so too, I said quietly. I cannot believe Edward would intentionally blame Templar. What was he drunk? I am sure he was, I muttered dully. Where is he now? Prison. Good. I hope he comes to his senses soon. Also, I'm sure Offra didn't intentionally hurt Tem. I know that too, I said, rolling my eyes heavenwards. Offra would never say such things intentionally. She would never hurt anyone, especially Templar. But still, the moment Offra said those words, I saw how pale Templar turned. Her eyes, which were bright with happiness, soon turned dull and lifeless. Whatever. Just take care of Tem. I'll be there as soon as I return. Also, when Terrell wakes up, tell him to call me. January blocked me after giving me all the above instructions. Letting out a frustrated growl, I went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Surprisingly, Templar came downstairs for breakfast. She even prepared food for us, but once we were done eating, she quietly returned to her room. She tried her best to behave as if everything was okay. However, I knew nothing was okay. Nothing has been okay ever since Teresa's death. Sighing, I decided to work. An hour later, when I checked on Templar, I found her cleaning the closet. All our clothes were lying in reckless heaps. You don't have to do that, I said calmly. No, it's all right. I am free, and this is better than sleeping the whole day, she said, arranging her clothes in a row. We can watch a movie, I suggested. Your Hugh Jackman movie, I added painfully through gritted teeth. Templar smiled cutely and shook her head. Since when did you become a Hugh Jackman fan? She questioned, narrowing her eyes. I am not his fan, and I will never be any stupid actor's fan, I retorted sharply, and Templar shook her head. I'm not in the mood. Besides, you have work to do, she pointed out, and I sighed. I can help, I said, picking a t-shirt and folding it. Unfortunately for me, I couldn't do it neatly. Templar chuckled, took the shirt from me, and folded it correctly. I can learn, I said defensively when she threw me a pointed look. Not in this life, she muttered under her breath, and I scowled at her. No, Templar shouted when I was about to pick another shirt. You want to help? You stay away from the closet, she said, literally shoving me out. When she noticed that I was about to protest, she slid the closet door shut on my face. I smiled and shook my head. Typical Templar. What should I order for lunch? I asked her from the other side. Nothing. I'll cook after I'm done with this, she replied. Okay, I said, and went downstairs to my office with a smile on my face. My wolf sighed peacefully when he saw that his mate wasn't tense about what happened this morning. Around 11 in the morning, I was sketching the interior of a theater for my client. Since I completed my course, I got my license, and now I have my own office in the city. Terrell and Egbert basically manage the Greens business, while I am happy working on a job I love. While I was sketching a door opening on one floor, my cell phone started ringing. Without checking the caller's name, I answered. Rhett, Egbert said gravely, and I stiffened, fully aware that I was about to receive some bad news. Yes, Teresa's death. It wasn't an accident. The car brakes failed, more like someone intentionally cut them. I closed my eyes and pinched the bridge of my nose. Rhett? Egbert called worriedly. I'm here. Just don't know how to break the news to Templar, I said honestly. They even missed the funeral, Egbert pointed out, and I flinched because I didn't tell them about Alan's death. Specifically, that I killed him. I'll tell them, but not now. The time is just not right, I said miserably. I can understand that, Egbert whispered, and I let out a breath, but my wolf started pacing, wondering how Templar would react to the news. You had to stop Alan, and that was the only way. I'm sure Terrell and his sisters will understand that. The pack already lost 2 she-wolves because of him, Egbert said, and I furrowed my brows. 2 she-wolves. I questioned in shock. Yes. Nikki passed away last week, he replied sadly. Bad news after bad news. I wondered why this was happening to us. Holy Goddess, give us enough strength and courage to overcome this grief, I prayed quietly in my mind. How is her family coping? They're inconsolable, Egbert answered truthfully. Clearing my throat, I asked him to call for any help needed. I was about to cut the call when Egbert stopped me. "There's just one more thing I have to tell you," he said hastily. "Go on," I encouraged and braced myself for the next bad news. "Actually, two more things. One, I am going to send the footage of Teresa's car parked in front of the market. Tell me if you can recognize the guy who cut the brakes. Two, Nicolaides confessed," he said, and I let out a threatening growl. "His family was kidnapped by someone named Clark. I already asked Sam to find out who he is. Have you heard about this guy? He is a rogue," I hissed. "Probably dead by now," I added, breaking the pencil I was holding in two. "I'll find out whether he is dead or not," Egbert said, and I muttered thanks. After that, Egbert cut the call, and I called Keir and Cameron through the link and asked them to come to my office ASAP. 5 minutes later, both were sitting in the chairs opposite my desk. I quickly updated them with the newfound information. Both growled and muttered a few threats at the rogues after they heard everything. "I suppose I already told you that it wasn't Glendon's father, but his uncle who is dead," Keir said, and I nodded with a growl. "Their names," I demanded. "Simeon Riker and Drexler Riker. I don't know if this news will be helpful or not, but Drexler died in the same week during which Templar left the pack," Cameron said, and I furrowed my brows. I honestly didn't know if the news was important or not. "How did he die?" I asked Keir. "Not exactly sure, but there are rumors that it was a suicide," Keir replied, and I inhaled sharply. "Where was he living?" "With Simeon Riker." "There must be some connection with his death and Templar leaving the pack," Cameron said out loud, voicing exactly what I was thinking. I drummed my fingers on the table, wondering what the connection was. I just couldn't understand it. Maybe he committed suicide because of some personal problems, or maybe someone forced him to kill himself. "What is it?" Keir demanded when he saw my frown. "Nothing," I muttered, shaking my head. "Anyone else?" I probed. I wanted to eliminate everyone who was associated with them. "Another uncle from the mother's side of the family. Name, Randy J. Hecker." "This uncle isn't cursed, right?" Cameron asked Keir. "No, he isn't. He is not a Riker." "Where is he living?" "He lives on the outskirts of Blackraven. We didn't pass through their territory, but still call and ask Grant to find out if Randy still lives there or not." "You think he is involved?" Cameron queried, cocking an eyebrow. "Right now, I am not prepared to give anyone the benefit of the doubt," I stated honestly. "Do you have a picture of all these people?" "Not yet," Keir replied, and I bobbed my head. "Anything else?" They replied in the negative and took their leave. An hour later, when the aroma of chicken hit my nose, I stopped sketching and went to the kitchen. There, Templar was making chicken noodle soup. My wolf was eager because the smell of hot, boiled chicken was very strong. "Smells good," I commented, and Templar squeaked. "You scared me," she said, placing a hand on her heart. Raising my hands, I took a step back and looked at Templar, who turned off the heat. "Why were Cameron and Keir here?" she questioned as she transferred the chicken to a plate. "They had some information about a group of rogues," I answered carefully. "I didn't want to tell Templar about the surviving Riker clan, yet. I will not tell her at least until I'm sure she is mentally prepared to hear the news, which includes the truth about her foster parents' death." "Which group?" she questioned and smacked my hand with the hot-slotted spoon when I was about to take a bite of chicken. "Oh my God." Templar squeaked again. "I'm so sorry," she whimpered, and catching my other hand, she dragged me towards the sink. "Baby, it's all right," I told her as the cold water from the tap eased the pain. "I didn't mean to. At least not with a hot spoon," she mumbled guiltily. "I'm really sorry," she said, pressing her lips together. Leaning forward, I pecked her lips. Templar blinked, startled, leaned backward, and, flashing me a bright grin, she kissed me back. Wrapping an arm around her waist, I hauled her closer. "I missed this." My wolf rumbled in satisfaction as I held her. Lifting her, I placed her on the counter. As we pulled apart to breathe normally, I rested my forehead against Templar's. "We can?" I asked, breathing heavily. Templar shook her head as a reply, and I groaned loudly, to which she started giggling. The sound made me happy, and I smiled, tracing my thumb on her cheek. We should stop now, I said, helping Templar to her feet. Guess tonight she will not ask me to sleep in a different room. Planting a brief kiss on my cheek, Templar went back to chopping the chicken into small cubes. Need some help? I asked her. You want to help? Templar queried without looking at me. Yes. Then go and sit there, she said, pointing her knife at a stool beside the counter. After playfully squeezing her waist, I marched towards my office. That evening, I went to talk to Terrell about Teresa's death. I couldn't keep it to myself anymore. Not telling the truth to Templar was torturous, and I knew she would be livid when she came to know that I lied. However, I didn't want Terrell joining her too. Keeping the truth from my friend seemed like I was not just digging a grave for myself, but also filling it with snakes. Taking a deep breath, I used the knocker. I was glad that the Spitfire wasn't home because I really didn't want her commenting in the background. What's up? Terrell asked when he saw me. Enough, I growled murderously, and Terrell stepped back. He had already punched me twice, but I was not going to take any more. My wolf seriously didn't appreciate it. I can't believe you lied. I was trying to contact Alan all these days and that traitor Sam told me he was hospitalized when in reality, you killed him, Terrell snarled, glaring at me. I had to do it, all right? I shouted furiously. Because of Alan, 2 innocent girls are dead. He lost control and attacked others, and 2 of them are dead, I said, and Terrell blinked. Who? He asked in a whisper. Who are they? Rose and Nikki. Terrell gulped and closed his eyes. He slumped on the couch and caught his head in his hands. Sitting opposite him, I told him exactly what happened. I am sorry, but I had no choice. He wasn't surrendering, I said guiltily. I guess I can understand that, Terrell gulped. But he was still a father figure, Terrell mumbled, still staring at the floor. Standing up, I took a deep breath and said, your sisters don't know. Terrell looked up and nodded. I am sorry, I said honestly before marching towards the door. Wait, Terrell called, and I turned to face him. Give this to Templar, he said, handing me 2 magazines. Few pictures taken by January are printed in there, he said when he saw my confused look. Templar likes appreciating her best friend's work. Also, don't blame yourself, Terrell whispered, and I nodded with a small smile. The sun had already set when I was driving home, and the sky was a shade of purple. The stars illuminated the sky, and the waning moon outshone itself. Yet, the bright moon didn't provide enough light in this darkness. It somewhat represented everything that was happening in and around the pack. Why? Why so much darkness? Why all this misery around? Why are innocents suffering? Why Templar? Why the pack? Why Nikki and Rose's family? Why Terrell? Why me? Who is feeding on this misery? As I drove past the packed temple, I noticed that not only was the temple door clean, but the security was also pretty tight. When I didn't find Templar at home, my first thought was that she had gone to the beach. I smiled in relief because whenever Templar goes for a swim, she is in a better mood. The ocean water triggers something powerful inside her that brings a positive vibe of energy. It will be helpful not only to her but also to the whole pack. Since Templar was gray in the past few days, the mood was reflected in the pack too. However, when she is happy, the pack will be jubilant. When I went to the shore, I did find Templar, but I was stunned when I saw where she was and what she was doing. My Templar was standing on the shore with her arms spread wide on either side. She had her eyes closed, and she was raising the waves higher and higher. There was a group of young pack wolves, who I assume had come for a swim, but were now struggling because they couldn't bear the current of the water. They were screaming for help and begging Templar to stop, but she couldn't hear them. Templar! I roared and rushed towards her with inhuman speed. With all my might, I collided against her, and she fell to the ground on her side with me upon her. Quickly rolling on my side, I looked at the boys and sighed in relief when I saw that they were okay. Suddenly, some wolves, whom I suppose the boys called, rushed to their rescue. I turned to face Templar, who was staring at the young boys in horror. Anger? Are you all right? I asked, cupping her face with my hands. She gulped and nodded. I didn't know. I didn't know they were there. I never know who will be around me. Shush, I placed my index finger on her lips to silence her. It's okay. They're all right, I said, and then looked at the boys. Getting up, I marched towards a boy who was sitting on the shore and breathing heavily. Are you all right? I questioned, and he nodded. Are all your friends here? I asked in a whisper and heaved a sigh when he nodded once again. Suddenly, a woman rushed towards the boy and engulfed him in a tight hug. Oh my baby, she sobbed, hugging him. I turned to look at 3 other boys who were all hugging their families. When I looked at Templar, I found her staring at the beach and clutching a fistful of sand. She seemed angry, at whom I didn't know. What happened? One lady asked her son. We were swimming, and the Alpha, the Luna came, and he stopped talking and looked at someone behind my shoulder. When I followed his gaze, I found him staring at Templar, who was still directing her gaze towards the ocean. The boy gulped and lowered his head. The Luna, she came, and she didn't see us. She was controlling the water, and we screamed for her to stop, but he gulped once again, but she couldn't see or hear us, he said in a low voice. Thank goddess you are safe, a girl cried, hugging her brother. Go home. Rest, I told the boys after some time. They nodded and walked towards their homes along with their families. Scratching my forehead, I walked back to Templar, who looked shaken. Are you all safe? She asked through gritted teeth without looking at me. Yes. She closed her eyes and swallowed audibly. What were you doing? I demanded. I wanted to connect with the goddess, and I didn't. I didn't know. Those little wolves were swimming in the ocean. I didn't see them. I will not be aware of my surroundings. Ugh, she screamed and ran a finger through her hair. I want to go home, away from this ocean, she spat, standing up. Templar, I called her name, but she shook her head. I cannot help my own pack. I feel useless, she said. I just wanted my mother, she said in a low voice. Enclosing my fingers around her arm, I pulled her towards me such that her cheek was pressed against my chest. Home, she whispered, quickly pulling away, and I nodded with furrowed brows. I am sure Templar wanted help from her mother for everything going on around here. But I think since her wolf isn't responsive, it must have been difficult for her to connect with the goddess. Just one more week, and then Templar will be able to shift into her wolf. Jonah had said so. I just hoped we could survive this 1 week peacefully. Mystery POV. Guards, huh? So they kept guards to protect their precious temple? Let it be so. After all, this arrangement will not last long. Just 9 more days. Each day feels like a year to me, but as Randy said, I have to be patient. I have to take each step very carefully because I didn't want the white wolf waking up, ever. Her slumber is precious to my subsistence. I smirked as I thought about the white wolf. She is already losing it, and she is not even aware of the truth. Let her keep on waiting for her wolf to arrive, but her wolf will never arrive. In fact, each passing day, her wolf is dying slowly, and the best part, she isn't aware of this. Standing very far away from the temple, I watched the guards. Rage filled me as I saw how vigilant they were. It is impossible to fool so many wolves. Last night, it was quite easy, but tonight, I need a new plan. I closed my eyes and grinned merrily as I thought about last night. Stupid mutt. Did he really think anyone would believe him when he blamed the white wolf? Did he really think his pack members were going to fall for that? The guard blindly followed my instructions, and it made everyone in the pack lose trust in him. That is what I wanted. That is what Randy wants. After last night, my confidence has increased, and I know I can easily face these pack wolves. The guard was keen to impress his pack members. Instead, he ended up in the prison cell. That is where he deserves to be. In fact, that is where this entire pack deserves to be. They should rot in the dungeon. Suffer there until they learn to survive in the darkness. Learn what darkness teaches us. It teaches us to fight our fear. It teaches us to be brave. It teaches us to trust our own instincts, and it makes us independent. We no longer have to follow a leader. No bloody alpha. When my cell phone vibrated in my chest of pocket, I answered the call. Did you do the work? Randy demanded to know, and I stiffened. There are many guards here. And that's a problem for you, he asked through gritted teeth. No, I whispered painfully, staring at the guards. They're not a problem for today's work. You had a year's training, and yet you behave like a coward every time, Randy growled from the other side, and I winced. I should have selected someone better for the job, he spat. It is difficult fooling all these mutts, I said through gritted teeth. Shut up, Randy snarled. How dare you raise your voice against me? Never forget that I can book your ticket to hell any moment. But you will not. At least not until the eclipse and after the eclipse. I will not let you harm me. I will make you suffer, Randy Hecker. I kept my mouth shut because arguing with that cunning wolf right now would be a waste of time. Now do as you are told, he snapped and cut the call. I glared at the phone and resisted the urge to throw it away. I am sure after the eclipse, Randy would try to be our leader, but I will not let him. I will not let him be our leader. He might be shrewd, but he is pretty useless when it comes to a physical fight. If he bullies me after the fight, then I am going to challenge him. During that fight, I am going to end him. The first thing I did was drop this so-called proof of who could be a possible suspect for tomorrow. When these mutts go searching for any clue, this will help them, and soon they will suspect the person I want them to suspect. Then I picked up my bow and arrow. After settling the arrow on the bowstring, I closed my eyes. Taking a deep breath, I opened my eyes and looked at the goddess's statue. The temple door was wide open, and that was a positive sign. This idea was planned because I couldn't enter the temple. I was standing at least 200 yards away from the temple, yet I knew my arrow would hit its target. Blinking once, I released the arrow from the string. I was pretty sure it hit the target because I was accurate. Quickly packing my stuff, I ran away from there. What the hell was that? I heard a wolf screaming before I was out of hearing range. These wolves will keep wondering what is happening to their precious pack and why the white wolf isn't protecting them, but they don't know that the white wolf herself needs protection from me. As for Randy, I will take care of that dog after I am done with the other mutts. Until then, I need him just as much as he needs me. Chapter 16. Templar POV. The temple has been attacked. 4 times in 2 weeks. Even though there were around 7 guards, the temple was still attacked. Someone targeted the temple statue this time, just like they said they would. The arrow had hit the wall behind the statue. The person who shot the arrow missed their target, or so I assume. I inspected the hole in the wall carefully. Show me the arrow, I told Cameron. He handed me the arrow, which shockingly wasn't as light as I presumed it to be. It was made of bronze, and the name of the company was also etched in it. Find who purchased this, I said, handing the arrow back to Cameron. Also, I want a quick patchwork here to cover this hole, I commanded, walking out of the temple towards Rhett, who was talking with the guards. I suppose they might have shot the arrow at a distance of 150 to 200 yards. I already asked guards to search there, Cameron said, walking beside me. I really need some clue on this because this person does as he or she says, I mumbled softly. I think I have some clue as to who it might be, Kier announced, and every single head turned to look at him. Who? I demanded. A Riker, that's for sure, he said, and my eyes widened. Riker? Glendon's father? Rhett had told me that he was alive, but is he out here for revenge too? We know that too, Rhett said with a frown. Yes, but we weren't sure, Kier contradicted. But now I am sure. Why? I asked. See, all the attacks on the temple so far were done from outside. I wasn't so sure after the first one because it was the garden, but this time, they wanted to harm the statue. If you see the records so far, most invaders would step inside the temple to destroy it or steal something, Kier said. I furrowed my brows, not understanding where exactly he was going with this logic. But our attacker, whom I would like to call the evil wolf, didn't do it because he couldn't do it that way. Couldn't? Rhett asked, cocking an eyebrow. Those who worship the dark moon goddess are not immune to silver, Kier stated in a tone that expected huge applause. How do you know that? I asked with furrowed brows because this was news to me. I read it in the book, Kier replied, and I narrowed my eyes. What book? It was there in that book? Rhett demanded, and I frowned. I seriously wanted to know which book they were all talking about. Yes. Did you skip some chapters? Kier inquired. I didn't. You took the book before I could read, Rhett answered acidly. What book are you talking about? Jan asked, marching towards us while also cradling a surprisingly for now silent Luca. Anyway, it is clearly mentioned in the book that the devotees of the Dark Moon Goddess are vulnerable to silver. I know it's true because Glendon had used Igor to burn the temple first. Only after that was he able to enter the temple and destroy the statue, and that too with a hammer, not with his own hands, Kier continued, ignoring Jan's question. He is right, Jan agreed all of a sudden. Remember, Glendon used to keep the pieces of the statue inside a black cloth? I always wondered why, and now I have the answer, she said with a grin. Luca, who saw her grin, flashed one of his own. That means anyone who worships the Dark Moon Goddess, not just the Rikers, I concluded, lightly tracing Luca's soft cheeks with my little finger. But our enemies are the Rikers, at least so far it's only them, Kier pointed out, and I blanched. Since the entire pack is aware that I am a white wolf, I knew the number of our enemies had increased, just like I once thought it would. So what exactly happens to them when they touch silver? I asked Kier. Oh, nothing happens to the evil wolf, but the silver turns dark when they touch them. It tarnishes, loses its shine and turns black. And that is why they cannot enter the temple? The temple is a holy place, and since they are involved in dark practices, they cannot enter. Just like a devil cannot enter a church, Kier concluded, and I nodded. This was mentioned in the book you both are talking about? I asked Kier and Rhett, who nodded in reply. Where is this book now? It's with me, Kier answered. It's your book. No, it's Geneva's, Rhett replied, and I raised my brows in surprise. Geneva, Myron's mate. My friend found his mate, and I didn't even congratulate him. I am such a terrible friend. I vaguely remember Geneva looking at me curiously when we were returning from Thundersky, but I was so overcome with misery that I didn't even acknowledge her presence. She might think I am a snob. I really needed to talk to Myron. What are you thinking? Rhett asked interestedly. Myron and Geneva. I must call him, I replied with a sigh. There is no need for that, Rhett stated, and I scowled at him. He'd better not stop me from talking to Myron. We are going to Firelight tonight. We are. I asked in surprise. Yes. Geneva is officially going to be announced as the Luna of Firelight tonight, he said with a shrug. Oh my. That's wonderful, I beamed in delight. Myron called last week. And you didn't tell me? I pouted. I forgot, Rhett said, and I rolled my eyes. I was just happy that I could be part of that occasion. It's such a big day for Myron. Who else is coming with us? I asked, looking at my best friend. Some guards, I suppose, and definitely Cameron, Sven, and Luca, Kier answered, and Rhett nodded. Why aren't you guys coming? We have to take care of the pack, Kier answered sincerely, and I winced. Was it okay? Leaving the pack when it is getting attacked every night? Jan, who saw my frown, walked towards me and bumped her shoulder against mine. Don't worry. Tonight, most of us will take turns to guard the temple, she said, and I nodded. Tonight, nothing like that will happen, Rhett announced in firm determination, and I furrowed my brows. What are you going to do? Kier asked before I could. I have something planned for which I need your help, Rhett replied, and Kier nodded without any hesitation. I didn't bother interfering because I trusted both of them, and I knew they would do anything they thought fit for the protection of the temple. I gently touched the skirt of the emerald green dress that I was planning to wear tonight. I was excited to meet Myron's mate and befriend her. Things would be just plain awkward if we did not get along, and I didn't want that. Rhett and Jan got along well with her, and if they liked her, then I knew I would like her too. Sighing, I kept the dress on the couch and went downstairs to talk to Rhett, but stopped in my tracks when I saw him leaning against the threshold of the door with his arms crossed against his chest. Nice dress, he commented, and I blushed. Walking closer, he wrapped his arms around my waist and kissed my nose. I chuckled and rested my cheek against his chest. We will find out the culprit, won't we? I asked Rhett, and he replied with a yes. Good, I mumbled softly. It felt good to be in his arms like this. If my wolf were responsive, then she would have just loved it. However, she was taking her time to recover, and I let her take her time. What are you wearing tonight? I queried, looking up. Formals, he said, and I grinned. I loved it when he wore formals. He looked very, very handsome in them. Why are you grinning, Mrs. Green? Rhett asked, cocking an eyebrow, and I frowned. Don't, I snapped, and he purposely did it again. I stomped my foot and walked towards the closet to pick earrings for the dress. Rhett just laughed and followed after me. As I was opening the jewelry case, Rhett mumbled something. Before I could ask him, he rushed downstairs. A minute later, he was back holding a velvet pouch. What is that? I asked curiously. Your chain. It fell on the way, he answered, pulling out the silver chain, and I smiled. Rhett's grandmother's chain. The one he gave me before proposing. Picking up my hair with both my hands, I turned so that he could put it on me. After he was done, I stared at the bright, shining silver. You polished it? I questioned, and he nodded. Since I knew why, I didn't bother asking. Around 12 in the afternoon, I went downstairs to cook for lunch, but before that, I decided to ask Rhett if he wanted something special. When I went to his office, I found an eraser and a ruler on the floor along with some papers. Picking them up, I placed them on the table and looked around. It looked like Rhett was in a hurry to go somewhere and forgot to place the paperweight on them. Sighing, I arranged it neatly and then went out. I followed his scent and reached the middle of the woods, where a heated argument was going on between some wolves. What's going on? I queried, walking towards them. They stopped arguing and turned to look at me. My gaze darkened when I noticed tears in Jan's eyes. Why is my best friend crying? What's wrong? I demanded. The guards found this here, Cameron answered, showing me a wristwatch. One look at the watch, and I knew it belonged to Terrell. So? I asked in confusion. This is where the archer stood and targeted the temple statue, Cameron announced, and I straightened my spine. No. This is ridiculous, Jan whispered. Tell them so, she pleaded. I turned to look at Terrell, who was staring at the ground. Why are you not defending yourself? I snapped at him. He looked up, stared at me once, and then shrugged. I gaped at him in disbelief. What exactly are you doing? I hissed, walking closer to my brother. I know you wouldn't do something like this, so why? I snapped through gritted teeth. Just play along, Rhett said calmly in my mind, and I blinked. Looking around, I found Rhett leaning against a tree with his hands buried inside his pockets. His blue eyes were expressionless. What? Just play along. Terrell is keeping quiet because I asked him to. He is the only friend I have, and I trust him with my life. I know well and good that Terrell isn't involved in something so horrendous, but the real culprit wants us to believe so, which is why let's just go with the flow, Rhett explained calmly, and I inhaled sharply. Gulping, I turned to look at Jan, who was looking at me through teary eyes. I closed my eyes because I knew she wasn't involved in this plan. I hated doing this, but for the pack and the temple, I would do it. Taking a deep breath, I hid all my emotions and then looked at Terrell with an expressionless face. Did you do it? I asked Terrell through gritted teeth. My heart started pounding in my chest the moment I heard Jan gasp and stare at me in incredulity. I asked, did you do it? I snapped a little louder and Jan growled in warning, all ready to defend her mate. I knew my best friend would stand against me now, and I detested myself for putting myself as well as her in that position. But for the pack and the protection of the temple, it was indeed a very small sacrifice. Terrell, I called through gritted teeth. No, he didn't do it, and I can't believe you are asking your brother that, Jan imparted, glaring at me. Without looking at Jan, I muttered thickly, Jan, please don't interfere. I just want to know how Terrell's watch is here. And you think it fell when he stood here with a bow and an arrow while targeting the statue? She asked through gritted teeth. Look at me, Jan yelled at me when I didn't turn to face her. I want you to tell that to my face, Templar, she growled out, and in a flash, Rhett was standing beside me. I did not do it, Terrell whispered meekly. I do not believe you, Rhett said to Terrell. Prove your innocence. He will not prove anything, Mike, Jan's dad, snapped, glaring at Rhett. I trust him, and I know he wouldn't do it. That is not the impression we are getting here, Rhett said, keeping his face blank. I cannot take any risk when it comes to temple security. I cannot give Terrell the benefit of the doubt. Jan called, and I gulped. Can't you see? Everything is happening to break us. I can see that. Actually, it's you. You Waynes are being targeted. First, Teresa got killed. Yesterday the guard blamed you. And now Terrell, she said, and I finally turned to face my friend. Teresa got killed? I asked her in a barely audible voice. Was Teresa murdered? Not an accident? Oh, dear goddess. Things were really terrible. I turned to look at Rhett, wondering whether he knew it. One look at the guilt in his eyes and I knew he kept the truth from me. Why? I asked in a whisper and Rhett gulped. Templar. He tried to touch my hand, but I took a step back and Rhett flinched. Why did you not tell me? I had a right to know, I shouted in outrage. How could you keep something so big from me? I can understand if you didn't want to tell it to Truman, but me. Didn't want to tell me what? Truman spoke abruptly, cutting me off, and I flinched. What's going on? Truman grilled, walking towards us, protectively placing her hand over her belly. Truman? What are you doing here? Kier asked, walking towards her. I came here for a walk, heard a commotion. What's happening between you guys these days? She demanded of Kier with a frown. And don't lie to me. Nothing. Rhett and Templar are fighting. Nothing else, Kier retorted, and I looked away. Fighting? Truman asked, her green eyes puzzled. Don't lie to me, she admonished Kier and then walked towards me. Holding my arms, she turned me so that I could face her. What happened? She questioned in a whisper, her green eyes piercing my soul. I couldn't hold her gaze for long, so I looked away and muttered, a fight. He didn't tell me that the temple got attacked. Truman gasped. Why not? She turned to glare at Rhett. She has a right to know about it, my sister snapped at Rhett, who closed his eyes and clenched his fist. She was the alpha of this pack for nearly 6 years, and she has a right to know whatever happens in this pack. You shouldn't keep such important stuff from her, Truman reprimanded. Kier walked closer to her, placed his hands on her shoulders, and whispered near her ears, Let's go home, baby. They will sort this out. You better, she snapped, glaring at Rhett, who returned the glare. I couldn't help but smile because it was difficult for Rhett to argue with her. However, my smile vanished when Truman turned to glare at me. Watching you stressed after the recent events, I suppose he didn't want to escalate it. Maybe that's why he kept it from you. Truman reminded bluntly, and I blinked. My gaze clashed with Rhett's Pacific blue ones. Is it true? I asked in a soft voice. Rhett nodded as a reply, and I swallowed audibly. I couldn't blame him when he kept the truth for my sake. I still wanted to know who killed Teresa and why. See, Truman said all of a sudden with a smile. Now, don't fight like kids. Go home, have lunch, she advised, and finally let Kier walk her home. Templar, we will talk about this later. Let's focus on Terrell now, Rhett reminded, and I nodded weakly. When I was sure Truman was gone, I turned to face Terrell. You want to tell something? I asked him. Nothing, he mumbled feebly. This is the plan of the real culprit, the evil wolf, Jan said in fury. He wants you to doubt Terrell, and you are doing just that, she snapped, running a hand through her hair. She is right, Templar, Mike said, and I looked away. I am not going to take any risk, Rhett announced from beside me, and Jan growled. He is your best friend, she launched at Rhett. Terrell, baby, please tell them the truth. You were looking for your watch this morning. I know you didn't do this, she cried, holding his arms, and I felt my heart sink to my stomach as I watched my best friend look this helpless. Knowing that I am hurting her made me feel disgusted at myself. He has to prove his innocence, Rhett declared, and I furrowed my brows. He will not prove anything, Mike barked. We didn't ask Templar to prove her innocence when Edward blamed her, Mike pointed out, and I inhaled sharply. We trusted her, and I expect the same trust from you both for Terrell. Rhett growled in warning and took a threatening step forward. Templar's watch wasn't lying near the temple, Rhett barked furiously, and Mike lowered his gaze. Terrell will stay in prison tonight, Rhett announced, and I sucked in a breath. If there is another attack tonight, then we will know that Terrell is innocent, he said in his alpha tone, and everyone lowered their heads. I could see Cameron and Ofra wanting to argue, but throughout the whole scenario, they kept their mouths shut. Jan held my hand and yanked me so that I could face her. "Do you agree with this?" she asked in a whisper, and I gulped. I don't. Yes. My face dropped sideways, and I reeled back in total shock as Jan slapped me across the cheek. There was a loud gasp from everyone, and I blinked as I felt numbness in my cheek. "January," Rhett thundered, pushing me behind him and standing right in front of her face. "How dare you?" he snarled. I stood shaken behind him at the force of the blow, but I didn't blame January. To her, it looked like I broke her trust and hurt her deeply. I felt the same. However, I knew why I was doing this, but she didn't. Hence, I could understand her anger. "Apologize," Rhett commanded, and I snapped out of my stupor. "Rhett, never mind," I said through the link, placing my hand on his arm, only to realize that he was shaking in fury. "Please," I whispered miserably, and immediately Rhett turned to look at me. His blue eyes were replaced with dark ones, and I knew his wolf was at bay. As he saw the vulnerability in me, he blinked, and soon the Pacific blue eyes, which I loved so much, were back. "She took it too far," Rhett said through gritted teeth. "Can you really blame her?" "I hurt her badly." "Not intentionally," he said with a frown, gently running his thumb on my cheek. It had a soothing effect, and I smiled warmly. "But she doesn't know that," I pointed out, and Rhett grumbled. "All right," he said with a frown, and then turned to face Terrell and Jan. "Take him to prison, now," Rhett announced. Hesitantly, 2 guards stepped forward, but didn't hold Terrell's arm. "Wait," Jan said feebly, staring at her hands. I gasped when I noticed the marks on her palms. She had dug her own nails into her skin after she slapped me. She hurt herself. I was about to rush towards her and hug her, but Rhett warned me not to. With all my power, I stopped myself. "I will go with him too," she said, and again there were loud gasps from everyone. "Jan," I called, but she didn't look at me. However, I did see tears dripping from her eyes. "Please," she said, looking at Rhett, who nodded. I closed my eyes because I knew why she was doing this. She was doing this to punish herself for slapping me. Oh no, she really doesn't have to do this. I didn't want her to do this, even though I knew we were doing this to find the evil wolf. "I am sorry on behalf of Jan," Terrell said quietly in my mind. I didn't know she would. "Not her fault," I said, cutting him off. Rhett POV. I was talking with Kier when Templar stepped inside the room. She looked absolutely stunning in the green dress that she had picked earlier today, with her hair tied up. "You look beautiful as always, Mrs. Green," I said and softly pecked her cheek. She smiled, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. "Don't worry about Terrell and January. I will not let anything happen to them. Besides, Terrell knows this is all a plan," I said, and she nodded. "I just hope Jan doesn't hate me," she mumbled lowly, and I gently kissed her cheek where January had slapped her earlier. My blood boiled, and my wolf growled in anger as he thought about that. Friend or not, she shouldn't have assaulted my mate. I wanted to handle January right then and there, but I prevented myself because I knew Templar would be upset if I hurt her best friend. Templar didn't blame January, and I knew why. However, the whole day, she was worried about it, and I felt bad for making her do this. But it should have been believable for the real culprit, and I am sure what happened earlier was believable enough. "Let's go," I asked, and she nodded. It was 6 in the evening, and the sun was about to set. Firelight Pack was a good 2-hour drive from Waterwave, and I knew it would be dark by the time we reached there. Cameron and Sven had left immediately after lunch with their son. "Wake me up when we reach there," Templar said, closing her eyes and resting back against the seat. Sleeping in the evening, it was a very strange habit she developed after the loss of the baby. Every day, she would sleep from 6 in the evening to 8 at night. I turned to look at her and smiled softly when I realized that she had already fallen asleep. I brought my car to an abrupt halt right in front of Myron's house. I had been to Firelight Pack twice so far, and both times it had been for a function. However, tonight, it looked like the Firelight Pack was celebrating Christmas. Every house had lights and other decorations. I turned to face Templar, who woke up as soon as I brought my car to a halt. "Good morning," I teased, and she blinked in confusion. "Come on, let's go meet your friend and his mate." We have to leave soon. Should reach home before 12, I said, and she nodded. When I was about to hold her hand, she didn't let me, and I frowned. Templar looked up, her brown eyes clashing against mine in dead seriousness. Are you not worried about the temple? She asked me, and I nodded. Then we should go back, right? She whispered, and I blinked in confusion. You wanted to be here, I reminded her, and she sighed. I know. I am just worried about the temple. I mean, there were guards around, but still, that didn't prevent the attacker, she muttered, looking around. Don't worry. Tonight, we will catch the culprit, I swore, and Templar gave me a startled look. How? She asked in a whisper. I have cameras hidden almost everywhere in the woods. Even a fly will be caught by the lens, I imparted with a smirk, and Templar gulped. Oh, she whispered, and I furrowed my brows. Before I could ask her what was wrong, I saw Myron and Geneva approaching us. You came, Myron said, hugging Templar, who smiled warmly. Yes, she said cheerfully. I said I would, didn't I? Templar turned to look at me, and I blinked. What just happened? Hi, Geneva said, smiling in delight and staring at Templar in awe. I am so glad you came here, she said, and to my shock, engulfed Templar in a very affectionate hug. Templar smiled and returned the hug rather awkwardly. I knew Geneva's behavior must have surprised Templar. When will the ceremony start? I questioned Myron while we all walked towards the clearing. In about 20 minutes, he said, and I nodded. Templar and Geneva were walking ahead of us, with Geneva chatting continuously while Templar would answer only when needed. I furrowed my brows because Templar looked a little suffocated here. I wondered if Geneva was irritating her or if she was worried about the temple. But I think the latter was more likely. Cameron told me everything that happened in the pack, Myron said in a low voice, and I stiffened. This does look like a ploy to destroy Wayne's, and I am sure the father is involved. But I don't know where the bastard is hiding, I said through gritted teeth. We will find him soon. I already asked Daryl to search for Simeon Riker. Thanks, I said, and he nodded. What's wrong with Templar? Myron demanded all of a sudden, and I frowned. She seemed a bit different. Different? I asked, cocking an eyebrow. Templar seemed nervous. Petrified too, he retorted, staring at Templar with a hawk-like gaze. Dull, uninterested. He kept on listing with a frown. I knew what he was saying was true. Templar had been like that ever since the loss. Very unlike Templar, he murmured, looking at me. She used to be lively and strong, but I suppose losing the baby. She is worried about the temple as well as January, I said, and Myron gave me a weak smile. They are best friends. They will get over this, he stated calmly. Someone from his pack called him, and so Myron walked away, dragging Geneva along. I turned and looked for Templar, and found her talking with a woman. I found Cameron standing around the corner and talking with Daryl, so I decided to join them because I hardly knew the wolves in this pack. While I was walking towards them, I stopped in my tracks and gazed at Patricia's statue in front of the Firelight Pack temple. Even though I had seen the statue before, now I was seeing it from a different perspective. Because now I was aware of a lot about Patricia's history. She was quite a warrior and powerful, oh yes. Very powerful. A born leader. Templar has that capability, too, but she rarely chooses to be a leader. Sighing, I stared at the statue, which very much resembled her painting in the book. It was placed on a pedestal, human-sized, with flat tones. It was curvaceous, earthy, and dramatic because Patricia was holding an ignited metal torch. Her hair, as described in the book, was curly, and when you looked at the statue, it felt like she was looking right at you. They say you were a warrior. Fighting for our kind and protecting us from evil. The same evil has now surrounded us again. Help me in finding who that evil is, so that I can protect my pack as well as my mate, I prayed silently with closed eyes. When I opened my eyes, I blinked and took a step back because, for a second, I felt the statue would move. Shaking my head at my nonsensical thought, I went to look for Templar. Geneva Carey, my mate and Luna of the Firelight Pack, Myron announced proudly, and soon the crowd cheered. I looked at Templar, who was clapping with a soft smile. Are you tired? I whispered near her ear, and she jumped. Don't do that, she said, glaring at me, and I blinked. And yes, I am tired. Can we go home? She asked me, and I nodded. Let's just talk to Myron before leaving, I murmured, and Templar nodded with a cute smile. Holding her hand, I began walking towards Myron, but he and Geneva were already rushing towards the packed temple for the prayer. I followed after them because I wanted to talk to him before the hour-long prayer started. Quick, let's say our goodbyes before the prayer starts, I mumbled, and Templar nodded. When I turned to look, I couldn't see where Myron was. I found Geneva, who was talking with a girl standing near the temple door. Sighing, I decided to at least inform her that we were leaving. We entered the temple premises, and when we were about to climb the stairs, Templar stopped in her tracks. I turned to look at her questioningly. My head hurts, she whimpered, and I furrowed my brows. What's wrong? I asked, holding her arms. My wolf started panicking, and I wondered what happened to Templar. I will just wait for you near the car, all right? Can you please say bye to Myron on my behalf? She asked sincerely. Sure, I said, and then leaned forward to peck her lips. My lips barely touched hers because Templar pulled back quickly. I am sorry, she whispered in a wobbly voice. I blinked and leaned backwards when I noticed something odd. Templar smiled sadly and then turned to leave. Holding her elbows, I stopped her and compelled her to face me. She stumbled on her steps, but composed herself and looked at me in confusion. My eyes widened when I saw what that something odd was. All color drained from my face as my gaze locked with her brown eyes. What? Templar asked. I couldn't form any coherent words and instead just shook my head as a reply. I will be near the car, Templar announced, and then walked away. Standing frozen in my place, I stared at her retreating figure. My wolf started pacing inside me, and he let out one long howl. My whole body was shivering, and I felt like my knees would give way at any moment. Gulping, I turned to look at Patricia's statue. She did help me. She did help me in finding the evil. My skin felt cold, and goosebumps appeared all over my body. Dimly, I recalled what Keir said this morning. Nothing happens to the evil wolf, but the silver turns dark when they touch them. It tarnishes, loses its shine and turns black. And that is what happened to Templar's chain. It got tarnished. That means Templar was the one who was attacking the temple for the past 2 weeks. Chapter 17. Rhett POV. No, it can't be. Templar wouldn't do such a thing. Then why has half the chain turned black? The left side of the chain hadn't just lost its shine, it got tarnished. What was happening? Is Templar really doing all this? My wolf growled ferociously and started pacing repeatedly. No, not Templar. She isn't like this. Something is wrong. Something is terribly wrong. I recalled her crying this morning when Terrell and January were taken to prison. She wasn't faking those tears. They were genuine and heartfelt. Then I recalled the panicked look Templar shot at me when she came to know I had installed CCTV cameras around the pack. What had she to be afraid of? Sweat coated the corner of my forehead, and I wiped it with my fingers. Raking a hand through my hair, I shook my head and tried to think again. Why would she be afraid? Why? Templar seemed nervous. Petrified too, Myron had said. Dull, uninterested. Very unlike Templar. She used to be lively and strong. Holy goddess. This was not Templar. This was someone else. Why else would she not enter the temple? The temple is a holy place, and since they are involved in dark practices, they cannot enter. Just like a devil cannot enter a church. This was not my Templar. The woman who just stopped me from entering the temple was not a Templar. All fear faded away and rage filled me, the very same moment my wolf snapped his teeth. This woman did something to my Templar. She is a fake. Soon, my claws and fangs were out. I was about to go and attack that imposter when, all of a sudden, someone held my shoulders and stopped me. Don't, Myron snarled from behind. Don't do anything stupid now, Myron warned, and I turned to face him. She is not my Templar, I spat through gritted teeth. She is your Templar, Myron stated, and I blinked. What is he saying? Only half the necklace got tarnished, he announced. My wolf retreated immediately, and I shot him a perplexed look. She is your Templar, Myron said, and soon my claws and fangs were gone. No, she is not, I denied, shaking my head. That's not my Templar at all. That was some phony. That's your mate, Geneva said, and I turned to face her. She was standing right at the first stair, having watched the entire episode. How do you know? Only half the silver has tarnished. Which means the other half was still pure, she explained, and I gulped. She was right. The other half of the necklace was still pure silver. I had just not paid any attention to it. I would have done something stupid in anger. What's happened to her? I asked in a whisper. I think she is possessed, Geneva announced, and I felt the ground collapsing beneath my feet. Possessed? Cameron asked, and I just realized that he and Sven were with us too. Both looked shaken, just like me. By some evil, Geneva said carefully. How did you find out? I questioned in a barely audible voice. Her eyes. I can never forget those unique blood-red eyes, Geneva said with a genuine smile. Something I said earlier made her angry, and she glared at me, but her eyes weren't red. They were black. I realized something was wrong, and then I saw her chain. She trailed off, and I nodded. How can it happen to Templar? She is the goddess's daughter, Cameron said in disbelief. How can she be possessed by something? Is Lucas sleeping? Geneva questioned in a shrilly voice, cutting Cameron off, and I frowned at her. What happened to her now? Yes. I wanted to play with him. Myron joined in, and I shot him a puzzled look. It was lovely watching him sneak unexpectedly behind you. Myron stressed the last word, and I got the message, as did Cameron and Sven. Yes, he is. He is sleeping. He had a very long day, Sven said, faking a smile. Oh, hi Templar, she said nervously. Rhett, Templar called me. Myron smiled and then quietly signaled me to face her. Taking a deep breath and unclenching my fist, I turned to face Templar. The first thing I did was stare at her chain, and yes, the other half of the chain was pure silver, which meant my Templar was still there. Let's go, she asked, and I nodded with a growl. My Templar was there, but this was not her, and I was sure of it. Her eyes widened at my growl, and Myron coughed from behind me. Come on, I will walk you towards your car, Geneva said, and then, holding Templar's arm, she literally dragged her away from us. We are coming tomorrow to your pack. Let's talk there. Until then, behave normally. Whatever it is, it doesn't know that we know the truth, Myron said, and I nodded. Just act normal, I said through gritted teeth. Besides, I will know from now on whenever Templar is possessed, because my mate isn't evil at all, I said with a smirk. Game on. I closed the driver's door and buckled my seatbelt. What were you talking about? The possessed Templar asked me. Just stuff, I muttered without looking at her. I felt strange knowing I had tried to kiss her earlier today. Who is it in there instead of Templar? Stuff like, she probed. How the ceremony was and all, I lied smoothly. The possessed Templar didn't bother asking any questions after that. None of us spoke a word until we reached home. I watched her climb the stairs and go to our room. Rhett, she called, and I cocked an eyebrow. The cameras, are they installed everywhere? She demanded to know, and I narrowed my eyes. Honestly, I would have told everything to Templar without any hesitation, but this was not Templar. Yes. In fact, there is one in every house, I lied with a smirk. I don't want the culprit attacking our house, I said, and the possessed Templar paled. Without uttering another word, she walked into our room and closed the door. My wolf growled as he saw the closed door. Just to scare the possessed Templar, I added, I have some work to do, and it might take all night. You go to sleep. I will be in the living room. Okay, she whispered weakly from the other side, and I smirked. I knew she wouldn't step out of her room until the next morning. Sitting on the couch in the living room, I toyed with my wedding ring. Templar. I closed my eyes and my wolf whimpered. What has happened to her? Who did this to her? Jonah? Or someone else? I recalled all her odd behaviors over the past few days. Sleeping at 6 in the evening, making breakfast and lunch, but asking me to order dinner from outside every night. Templar never did that before. She mostly liked to eat home-cooked food. Locking herself in the dark room, avoiding touch at night. Wait a minute. Night. Sleeping at 6 right during the sunset. Not cooking dinner at night. Dark room, likes darkness. Asking me to sleep in a separate room night. It means Templar isn't herself after sunset, and immediately I remembered that Rikers could shift after sunset. Holy goddess. Her body was possessed by a Riker, and I think it's the uncle, Drexler Riker. The one who died the same week Templar left the pack. He is indeed an evil wolf. Stepping inside the prison, I made my way towards Terrell's cell. I found January and Terrell sitting and sleeping. Gulping, I unlocked and opened the gate. The noise woke them up, and they blinked repeatedly. Slowly, both of them stood up and shot me a bewildered look. "It's Templar," I whispered in a barely audible voice. "No," January gasped. "No," she said, shaking her head. "Possessed," I said quietly, and January gasped. "Release Edward," I ordered one of the guards. Edward had been telling the truth that day, but I had called him drunk. Everyone had called him drunk. Around 10 that morning, I, Terrell, January, Cameron, Myron, Benedict, and Geneva were in the living room of Terrell's house. Monica and Sven were assigned the task of keeping Templar busy in the morning. As I expected, Templar was her usual bubbly self in the morning. In fact, she doesn't remember anything that happened last night. I lied to her that she fell sick on the way and that I had to bring her back to the pack without attending the function. My God. Why didn't I see this before? Why didn't I see that Templar behaved normally the next morning after she fought with me during our dinner in a restaurant? "So, you think it's Drexler's spirit?" Kier asked, and I nodded. "But how can a spirit possess Templar?" "She is the goddess's daughter and so powerful," Benedict argued. "There is this concept called body different from soul," Kier said to Benedict. "You have read the book," Geneva said in surprise, and Kier nodded. "Whenever Templar meditates, her soul gets separated from her body," I said softly. "Which means she is basically dead to the world when she talks to her mother," Kier explained. "I think Templar is more vulnerable than us in that matter, and that is how the spirit could easily possess her." He came to his own conclusion, which I doubted to be true. "But why the distraction of rogues attacking packs?" Cameron questioned. "Simple. They wanted Templar away from Rhett," January said through gritted teeth. "My God. What a plan." "Every single detail," Benedict said in disbelief, and then growled in anger. "So that's how the spirit of Drexler was able to possess Templar?" he questioned. "I don't know how, but it has happened, and I am sure it has happened." "There are many changes in Templar's behavior after sunset," I said through gritted teeth. "Edward told me that he saw Templar near the temple that night, and she told him to put the blame on her," Terrell imparted, and I closed my eyes. "The spirit knew no one would blame Templar," Cameron concluded. "It has taken over her for vengeance. When and how I have no clue, but I am sure this is all happening to avenge Glendon's death," I said bitterly. "Who else is involved?" January queried. "I suppose Jonah is," Myron answered guiltily, and I glared at him. He was the one who had stopped me from attacking Jonah the other day. I had doubted that creepy cat-eyed creature the minute I saw him. "Who is Jonah?" Kier demanded. "The doctor who treated Templar," Terrell said, using quotes on the word treated. "But his name is nowhere in the Riker family's file," Kier protested, picking up the file and flipping through the pages. "Do you have any photos?" January asked, but Kier was busy flipping page after page. "I will deal with him later, but I want to know how to help Templar." "Get that thing out of her," I asked, staring at Geneva, who was surprisingly quiet. "You think she will be of help?" January asked through the link. "She might be." "Geneva," I called her, and she looked up. Letting out a sigh, she finally spoke. "I don't know who and what we are dealing with here. You don't know who your enemy is. You don't know how the White Wolf got possessed in the first place, and most importantly, you don't know if Templar's life is at risk," she said, and I turned an ashen shade because all she said was the truth. I couldn't put Templar's life at risk. I cannot lose her. Exactly, if they had to do so much planning to put it inside her, then just imagine how difficult it must be for us to take it out of her, Myron said. "I think we do know who our enemy is," Kier snarled, earning everyone's attention. "Who?" I demanded. "Randy J. Hecker," he said, and my eyes widened. "J?" January asked. "Jonah," I said through gnashed teeth, and Kier nodded. I knew it. I should have dealt with that cat-like-eyed creature that very day. I am going to handle that traitor, I spat in rage. I am going to destroy him. My wolf affirmed with a growl, and picking up my car keys, I made my way towards my car. But I stopped midway because I knew he wouldn't be where I had last seen him. Here, I called. Call Arthur and tell him to find out if there are any wolves still residing in Rosebud. In my heart, I knew that Randy wouldn't be in the same area. What are we going to do? January questioned, looking at me with curious eyes. First, I am going to confront Randy and learn exactly what he did to Templar, I said in a growl. You think he will tell us? Cameron asked, cocking an eyebrow. He might not reveal everything. But if we have a way with our words, then we will definitely find something, Myron said, looking at me with a smirk. Only an alpha can understand another alpha's calculative mind. Until then, January asked. Until then, let's pretend we know nothing, Keir stated. Especially after sunset, I concluded. Templar came rushing towards me and wrapped her arm around my waist as soon as I stepped inside the house. My wolf purred softly, and I closed my eyes. This is my Templar. Where were you all morning? She asked, craning her neck to look at me. Also, I am so glad you released Jan and Terrell, she said, grinning, her brown eyes bright with happiness. Smiling, I bent my head and pecked her delicate nose. I have been at Keir's place discussing pack stuff, and why wouldn't I release Terrell and his mate? They're innocent. So, did you find the real culprit? She asked, pulling away, and I nodded. Who? She asked, her brown eyes now showing anger. It's a rogue. Where is he now? Escaped, I said sincerely. Randy had escaped, and I was expecting Arthur to confirm it. Oh, she said with a scowl. What's his name? She demanded. Randy. I have not heard of him. Do you have any idea where he might be? She asked, sitting beside me on the couch. I shook my head as a reply, and Templar frowned. I watched her staring into space. She seemed lost in her thoughts. She had lines on her forehead, and her expression was calculative. All of a sudden, the lines disappeared, and Templar looked at me. Do you know anyone who might know Randy? She asked, running a hand through her hair. I pursed my lips and began to think. How did you come to know it's Randy in the first place? Had proofs and a guard saw him. I lied because I didn't know how to tell the truth. Then how did Terrell's watch come there? When you got possessed, you took it from there while you went to take magazines, was the actual answer, but I chose to say, he had lost it while on a run. Oh, she said sadly. Don't worry. January is out now, but she said she'll come here later to talk and apologize. I murmured truthfully, gently tucking a strand of her dark brown hair behind her ears. Templar smiled, and I kissed her forehead and inhaled her wonderful scent. She already apologized through the link, Templar mumbled, and I bobbed my head. Okay, back to the main topic. Do you know where Randy lived before? She queried. Yes, but I am sure it's vacant now. Who gave you the address? Templar questioned, and I immediately sat up straight. She is right. That's the way you have to go. Well, Templar demanded. Geneva. Myron's mate, she said in disbelief, and I nodded. Templar never really spoke to Geneva, who seemed to be a huge fan of Templar. She knows Randy? Templar asked, her eyes as wide as saucers. No. She got it from Zane, I said calmly, and immediately I gasped. That is it. Cupping Templar's face, I planted a kiss on her lips. You are a genius, I said with a grin. Thank you, Templar muttered, startled. But how am I a genius, and who is Zane? She inquired interestedly. A former rogue, I said, pulling out my cell phone and calling my dad, who was friends with Zane. My dad picked it up after some 6 to 7 rings. Rhett, he asked in disbelief. Yep, Dad, I need a favor from you. Go ahead. First, forward Zane's number to me, and then I need you to pay a visit to your friend and ask him if he knows anything about Randy Hecker, I said, but paused and added no. Just forward me the number, and I will do the rest. Placing the phone on the coffee table, I smirked. I got you, Randy. I got you now. Your dad knows Zane? Templar asked in incredulity. They are friends, I said. I don't know how that friendship even began. Last I heard, my dad hated rogues, and I don't know why he trusts Zane. However, after personally meeting Zane, I think he is a better person now than he once was. At least that's what conclusion I came to after seeing all the scars on his body. My cell phone beeped, and I immediately called Zane. He picked up the call after the third ring. "Zane," I asked while Templar looked at me peculiarly. "Who is this?" he countered. "Rhett Green. Mr. Green. May I ask what made you call me?" "Randy Hecker. He was the one who hired Clark." I was impressed, because it didn't take long for Zane to put two and two together. "Yes. You know anything more about him other than the address you gave?" "It seems I was tricked into giving you that address," Zane muttered, and I furrowed my brows. "Just a day before you came asking for your mate," Templar gasped, and I shifted in my seat. "One of my boys told me that Randy had changed his location." "Seems like that boy of yours is greedy," I said, and there was no response from Zane for a long time. Sighing, I continued, "Get something good for me from that boy," I snapped. "I don't need to. I know the complete history and geography of Randy Hecker," Zane said, and Templar raised her eyebrows in an impressed gesture. "Care to share?" "Born January 16th. Originally belonged to Goldust and was banished from the pack after the Alpha learned that for a small amount of cash, he let the rogues into the Tem." No. The recent history, I incised. "Say from the past 7 years. "Okay. He has been living in and around Blackraven. He doesn't live in a place longer than 3 months." There was a pause, and I knew Zane realized something. "But he was in Lockwood for around 8 months last year with his brother-in-law, Sim." "I know the name," I said, cutting him off because I didn't want Templar hearing about the Rikers. "She is not ready to deal with that yet." "Do you know where he is now?" I demanded. "That I think only the greedy boy will know," Zane replied. "Then find out and inform me." I was about to cut the call, but stopped after hearing Zane's voice. "How is the White Wolf?" he asked. "Why is he asking about me?" Templar questioned. "Oh, she is beside you," Zane said with a chuckle. "I am glad she is fine." At the very moment, Templar snatched the phone. "Templar Green here," she said, and my heart swelled in pride when she addressed herself as a Green, even though being Wayne is what is more important in her life. "Zane Roach here, Mrs. Green," Zane murmured smoothly. "Roach?" Templar said with a smile, and I narrowed my eyes. "How does she know about Zane? Are you the one who gives shelter to the wolves who leave their packs?" "The very same one," Zane confirmed, and I was pretty sure he was smiling on the other side. "You are doing a good job," Templar said with a genuine smile. "Helping our kind when they don't know which way to go." Both were silent for a few seconds before Templar said, "Thank you." I could actually hear Zane swallowing on the other side. There was another long pause before he spoke quietly. "I don't want them going through what I went through." Templar curved her lips to form a sincere smile before saying, "I am sure if she were here, she would have been very proud of you." Zane's mate. His mate is dead, and I am sure that, after that, Zane turned over a new leaf. "Thank you," he whispered. "It felt good to hear that from you," he added after some time. Templar smiled and then said, "Find Randy, will you?" "Yes," he said with determination before cutting the call. "How do you know about Zane?" I asked Templar while she handed me my phone back. "Heard about him in passing," she said. "He is good. Born leader kind," she said, and I cocked an eyebrow. "He knows the difference between right and wrong. He was a Whitefield pack member. Their former beta, actually. Because of some differences with the Alpha's decision, he left the pack," Templar filled in. "Oh, so that's how my dad knows him." 10 minutes later, while I was sketching, I got a call from Zane. I answered it immediately because I knew why he was calling me. Blackraven. That's where Randy is hiding. Chapter 18. Rhett POV. I was sitting on an armchair in Randy's apartment, with my ankle resting on my knee. He wasn't home, but I had been patiently waiting for him for the past 15 minutes. As soon as I got a call from Zane, I drove to the airport along with Kier and Terrell. For hours later, I finally reached his apartment in Blackraven. If I had come through the land route, I would have still been on the road by now. I ordered Terrell and Kier to stay near the building and not come in because I wanted to be alone when I confronted that traitor. When I broke into his apartment, I found nothing of importance. I suppose this is just one of his hideouts and not his actual home. "He is here," Kier informed through the link, and I growled. My wolf wanted me to end him, but I had other plans for Randy. Just a minute later, I heard footsteps approaching, sounds of keys jingling, and then being inserted into the keyhole. Whistling a tune, Randy stepped inside his apartment and went to switch on the light. But that was an act because he quickly turned and threw a knife in my direction. I caught the knife with both hands just before it could pierce my shoulders. "You have a bad aim," I muttered, placing the knife on the table ahead of me. In the meantime, Randy switched on the light and walked towards the built-in bar. "Just like your accomplice," I added, watching him like a hawk. "Maybe I missed this target, but I did achieve the other," he said with a grin, and my wolf bared his fangs. "Drink?" he questioned, and I nodded. He lifted a bottle of whiskey, opened it, and then poured the amber-colored liquid into 2 glasses. Passing me a glass, he went and sat on the other side of the table, facing me. He looked absolutely confident, and I didn't like it. I wanted him to be scared of me, but he was displaying no such emotion. "So, what do you want to know?" Randy asked after taking a sip. "I already know the answer to why, but I want to know how." "It was quite simple, actually," he said with a shrug, and I almost crushed my glass. Her wolf was in total shock after the loss and had gone weak, refusing to fight. Drexler settled in fine inside her body after just a little prayer. But first, Drexler had to end his own life. There was no peace for his soul because he was a vengeful spirit, and so he easily took over her body to avenge all the injustice that happened to us. He imparted this and took another sip. "You see, I am a faithful devotee of the Dark Moon Goddess. I have been worshipping her even before my sister was mated to a Riker. I have been worshipping her since the day my alpha blamed me for something I did not do. I worship her wholeheartedly, and she pleases all my wishes, and my wish was to end the white wolf slowly." All color drained from my face, and I felt my heart hammering in my chest. "No, he is not going to kill Templar." "So she is going to die?" I asked in a whisper. As I spoke those words, I felt goosebumps appear all over my body. My wolf gave a painful howl, and I closed my eyes. Well, her soul will depart and go right back where it came from, but her body will be there. "I mean, that is what you want, right? Her body," he sneered, and I crushed the glass. Drexler made a comical expression at that and faked a wince. "That's going to hurt," he said when he saw a piece of glass in my palm. I removed it harshly and threw it on the ground, ignoring the pain. As my cut started healing, my wolf paced repeatedly inside me. What has this monster done to her? How am I going to save Templar? What will I do now? I should warn you, it will not be a girl in that body. And as far as I know, Drexler isn't interested in men, he remarked with a wicked grin, and I growled murderously. "Monster," I grated, grinding my even teeth together. "You were absolutely right that day. I didn't miraculously find Templar while hunting for medicinal plants. I don't even know what one of those looks like." He grinned and took another sip. "But she found me. I made her come to me, walk for 2 days to find me. By the end of it, she was so weak that she collapsed right at my feet," he said, pointing his index finger to his feet and then looking at me with a pleased smile, while I watched him in unhidden disgust. With every ounce of energy in my body, I pushed my wolf back. He wanted me to destroy this wolf, but I was not going to do it. I came here knowing fully well that Randy did terrible things to Templar, but my main intention was to make him talk. I wanted him to talk and tell me everything. That was why I was letting him sing like a canary bird. "So, how long do I have my Templar for?" I questioned quietly. "Until the eclipse," he answered and took another sip. 7 more days. I have 7 more days to save Templar before she is lost. And after that? On the day of the eclipse, Drexler will take over her body, but I think her powers will go with her," Randy mused, and I glared at him. As of right now, Drexler is quite enjoying himself with her powers. "Heard he tried to drown some kids, but you saved them," Randy said, and I gritted my teeth. I knew it too. The boys already confessed that Templar had seen them and that she was smirking when they begged her to stop. They were scared that day, and hence they lied to me. Only now we know it wasn't Templar. It was Drexler who had taken over Templar's body. Drexler, who had tried to make Edward look like a fool. Drexler, who had tried to put the blame on Terrell. It was Drexler who had attacked the temple, and the same Drexler who would completely take over Templar's body on the eclipse. Day and night, it will be Drexler inside my mate's body. At that thought, my mouth ran dry, and I was at a loss for words. How did you find out? Randy queried, cocking an eyebrow. He was careless enough to touch silver, I replied, and then thought whether that very silver would be able to defeat Drexler. You cannot, Randy answered for me. If you try to remove Drexler with silver, not only will Drexler perish, but your mate's body will be harmed too, he said with a smirk, and I paled. What can I do to save Templar? My wolf stopped, gave a loud howl, and continued pacing. You cannot do anything to save your mate, Randy said, placing the empty glass on the table. Maybe you can pray to that blind goddess of yours, he added, and I snarled in fury. I still don't get why you worship her. Why does the white wolf worship her? Your goddess didn't do anything to help the white wolf, Randy pointed out, and I clenched my fists. But then, all of a sudden, my wolf stopped pacing and recalled what Randy said. Lowering my lashes, I kept repeating what he said in my mind. You just have 7 more days. Enjoy those days with the white wolf and also prepare yourself to say goodbye to her, he imparted smugly. I raised my head and looked at him with a smirk, and Randy blinked. Thank you, I said as an afterthought, and Randy shot me a puzzled look. For ending your mate, he asked, trying to be cocky, but his eyes were wary. No. I want to say thank you for telling me that I have a problem, and, most importantly, I want to say thank you for giving me a solution to that problem, I said and stood up. Walking towards the bar, I sat on the stool and poured myself a drink. I was fully aware that I had Randy's full attention now, so I decided to take my time. He liked it slow, and that is what I am going to give him. A solution, he queried, and I nodded after taking a sip of my drink. As the liquid ran down my throat, I felt a faint sense of relief. Nothing is going to happen to Templar. Yes, I said, and took another sip. Randy growled lowly, apprehensively, and I smirked at that. You asked me why I worship the goddess. Well, if it wasn't for her blessing, I would have been just like you, living in a world full of misery and darkness. My world may not be full of happiness all the time, but it isn't full of misery either. Every time there is misery, thanks to the blessings of the goddess, I learn to fight it and find that happiness, I said confidently and took another sip. You asked why the white wolf worships the goddess. It's because of the same reason. But there is one more reason for Templar, and that is she spreads happiness around her too. She makes others happy, which I am not always capable of doing. Templar sheds tears of pain when others are sad, but she also sheds tears of happiness when others are happy, I stated honestly, and Randy pursed his lips. And your last question was why the goddess didn't do anything to help the white wolf. Templar always tells me one thing, which her mother, the goddess, tells her. And that is, everything happens for a reason, and the reason is always good, I said, and Randy rolled his eyes. The goddess might give us pain, but she also gives us a tremendous amount of happiness. She gives us so much joy that as time passes, we forget what that pain once felt like. As I said those words, I finally realized I could move on from the loss of our baby. I could slowly forget about the unborn child. I would have loved that baby wholeheartedly had it been born, but since that is not going to happen, I cannot spend my life mourning. Instead, I should focus on giving all my love and care to the children we are going to have in the future. I don't even blame Templar's wolf anymore. She could have done nothing to save the child, and no mother intentionally puts her child in danger. That is your solution? Randy asked, laughing, and I nodded. Good luck to you then, he said smugly, and I shook my head with a smile. Emptying the glass, I placed it on the bar counter and stood up. You gave me 7 days to save Templar. But I am going to give you 10 days to save yourself, I said, and this time my wolf stood at the front line. Randy's smile vanished, and he narrowed his eyes at me. The 3 extra days are for you to pack your bags, run, and find a suitable place to hide, I imparted with a smirk, and Randy frowned. Because on the 11th day, I, myself, am going to bring the white wolf here, I professed, using my alpha tone, and Randy gulped. Baring my fangs, I growled murderously at Randy one last time before marching towards the door. How are we going to get it out of her? Terrell asked, sitting in the back seat. Do you have a plan? I have faith, I retorted confidently. We need to do something soon. We have time only until the eclipse, he said, and I closed my eyes. I really didn't want to think about the eclipse now. At the airport, there was a private jet waiting for us. Call Sven and ask her to sedate Templar before sunset, I told Kier, who glared at me. Are you out of your mind? Terrell bellowed. I don't want Randy having any contact with Templar after sunset, I said to them. I want Templar asleep the whole night, I stated, and Kier nodded. When he called Sven, I pulled out my cell phone and called Templar. Hi, she answered after the first ring. Hi. Templar, listen, I will not be home today, I said, and there was silence on the other end. Why? She asked softly on the other side, and I gulped. Her voice sounded so painful that it almost convinced me to cave in. But then I reminded myself that I was doing this for Templar. I have to go to Green Rock, I replied quietly. I have been missing work, but now Egbert called and asked me to come, I lied. Okay. When will you be back, she questioned. Tomorrow at noon. All right, she said, and I was pretty sure she was smiling on the other side. Templar, I called her. Yeah. I love you. I love you. She cut the call after that. Closing my eyes, I gritted my teeth and pushed back my wolf, who desperately wanted a run. The last 2 weeks had been exasperating for him, and now he wanted a run. He wanted a run to vent all his frustrations. After a few minutes, he settled in, and I opened my eyes. I found Kier and Terrell staring at me curiously. Green Rock? Kier questioned, cocking an eyebrow, and I nodded. Why Green Rock? I just want to go, I told him. My instinct was telling me to go there ever since I began wondering what I was supposed to do. I mainly think it might be because that is where I was born. That is where I grew up. I was an alpha of that pack first. That is where I met my mate. That is the place where this all started. That is the place where the White Wolf was born. It has been only a year since I joined the Waterwave pack, and hence, my ties with that pack weren't as strong as they were with Green Rock. Green Rock was once home, and I knew the doors of that pack would always be open to me, no matter where I go. You can go home if you want to, I told Kier. After a few seconds of contemplating, Kier sighed and shook his head. Let's go to Green Rock, Kier said with a smile. Sven already sedated her, Kier said while we were walking towards the car waiting for us at the airport, close to Green Rock Pack. It was 8:30 in the evening when we landed here. I winced as I heard it. I really hoped Templar was okay. How long will she be out for? I demanded. A good 10 hours, Kier replied, and I nodded. That was more than enough. By the time she wakes up, the sun will be up too, Terrell murmured from beside me. How did they give it to her? I asked in a whisper, climbing into the passenger seat of Sam's car. They put it in her drink, Kier answered. I stiffened as I heard it. I really hoped that the medicine didn't have any side effects. Relax, Sven told me that it doesn't have any side effects, Kier said, and I nodded nervously. However, my wolf was still pacing. He didn't know what to do. He didn't want to hurt Templar, but he wanted to hurt Drexler, who had taken over Templar's body. Every night, Templar isn't herself, and she is not even aware of that truth. I don't know when she will realize it, but I don't intend to tell that truth to her either. I don't know how she'll react, and right now, the most important thing for me is to get rid of Drexler. Get rid of that vengeful spirit from Templar's body. Randy will be dealt with later, but first, I have to throw Drexler out. With so much going on, I wondered how I managed to stay sane. My wolf was getting agitated every passing minute, and I was waiting just until we reached the woods. Once I reached the woods, it would be safe to shift into my wolf and go for a run. However, until then, I had to control myself. You have that book with you even here? Terrell inquired with a chuckle. I turned my head and found Kier flipping the pages of Geneva's book. Yes. I thought it would stop me from sleeping on the flight. Besides, this book is very interesting, Kier murmured. Did you know there are other supernatural creatures like us out there? Kier asked, and I rolled my eyes. I know about vampires, Terrell mumbled. Not just them. There are many out there like the phoenix, harpies, and dragons. What about the witches? Sam asked, cocking an eyebrow. Yes, witches, and then there are many more tribal groups too. Each tribal group has its own practice, its own legends. They were actually humans, but with prayer and devotion, they have acquired blessings from their respective deity in the form of some superpowers that make them supernatural creatures, Kier said, and I nodded impassively. I was just listening to their conversation because I didn't want to shift inside Sam's car. Where are these tribal groups? Terrell asked peculiarly. All over the world. They live in the woods just like us. Who knows, some might even live with humans, Kier replied. Is there something about them in that book? Sam queried interestedly. Yes. There are mentions of a few tribes of various countries. Some worship the sun, some the moon, just like us. There are some who worship nature, while there are also others who worship a particular element too, Kier responded. You mentioned powers. What are their powers? Terrell questioned. Healing. It's written here that those who worship a particular element can control that element. There are others who can see the future. Actually, it varies in each tribe. Makes sense. Our ancestors were tribal people once upon a time, Terrell murmured. Are there any shapeshifters like us? Oh, there are many. Snakes, deer, tigers, beasts. That's all mentioned in this book, Kier answered. Stop the car, I finally said when I spotted the woods. What? Sam asked as I dropped my mobile on the seat. I said stop the car, I growled loudly. Once the car came to a halt, I climbed out and ran towards the woods. There, I didn't waste any seconds shifting into my black wolf. I sensed tremendous joy inside me as I watched my fur grow and my hands and feet transmuting into paws with sharp claws. It felt good, shifting and letting him out. I had him cooped up for almost 2 weeks, and now as my paws touched the ground, I felt relieved. Craning my neck and howling loudly, painfully, I ran incredibly fast. I just needed to get everything out of my system. I kept running, evading branches, jumping through bushes. Trees were a blur to me. All I could see was the path ahead. Since it was night, there were many other pack wolves in the woods. However, they would get out of my way as soon as they spotted me. Around an hour later, I stopped near a lake and drank some water. But I didn't sit and take any rest, I continued running. Early morning, I spotted a hyena in the middle of the woods. Half an hour later, I had finished hunting him. I vented all my energy on that creature and in the end, even though I felt guilty, I was calmed. I felt a lot better than I did when I came here. After running some more, I finally stopped in front of the Green Rock Pack Temple. The guards who were there opened the gate, letting me in. The temple door, like always, was wide open. Entering the temple, I walked slowly because the tiles were kind of slippery for my wolf. The fire torches on either side of the wall provided abundant light. I stared at the statue of the goddess. This is where everything related to the white wolf had started. This is where it once ended, too. But now it had started again, and I wondered how it would end. How am I going to help Templar? What can I do? I sat on the floor and, resting my head on my paws, I stared at the goddess statue. Please show me some way, I prayed and then closed my eyes. I was woken up when I felt harsh rays of the sun on my eyes. Growling, I looked around and realized that I had slept in my wolf form in the temple. Wobbling my head, I stood up. My eyes then fell on the statue of the goddess, which was illuminated like a bright diamond. I suspected it was 1 in the afternoon because that's the only time the statue illuminates like this. I had designed the new temple building. In fact, this was the first building I designed. I had planned that opening in the dome, which would let the sunlight fall directly on the statue. The idea had come to my head after I had seen the way silver shines in the sunlight. The statue looked breathtakingly beautiful. The rays of the sunlight, passing through the opening, seemed like a spotlight on the statue. Watching this is a good way to begin my day, I thought happily. Maybe I can find a way to help Templar today? I looked at the goddess statue, shining brightly thanks to the rays of the sunlight. I had prayed yesterday, and I was confident that she would definitely show me a way. There was no need for any light because we had the natural source of light coming through the dome. Craning my neck, I looked up at the dome opening through which the rays of the sun would pass. The sun was brightening the moon temple during the day, just like it brightens the moon at night, I thought with a smile. However, my smile vanished as I thought about the eclipse. During a solar eclipse, the moon will block the sun and create total darkness. It is exactly during those few minutes that Drexler will be able to take over Templar's body. Normally, we werewolves get weak during the solar eclipse. Our power diminishes when the silhouette of the moon totally conceals the bright light of the sun. What should I do? How can I help Templar? Whining softly, I looked up. As I kept staring at the statue, I suddenly realized something that was happening right in front of me. The sun's light was brightening the moon goddess's statue. The moon has no light of its own. It reflects the sunlight. I clearly remember reading that in school. And that is what was happening now. A solar eclipse is only possible when the moon obscures the sun. An eclipse is possible only when there is the moon and the sun. I also know that the sun is considered to be like a brother to the moon in some mythology. Maybe in all this lies the solution to my problem? Quickly saying a thank you to the goddess, I ran back to my house in this pack. I was surprised to see Terrell and Kier in the living room. Kier was still reading the book, while Terrell was talking to someone on the phone. "He is here," I heard Terrell saying, and I realized he was talking to Templar. I knew Templar might have been worried sick about me because I hadn't called her since the morning. "Get me some clothes," I told Terrell through the link. He nodded and went upstairs. After shifting back and getting dressed, I called Templar. "Rhett," she answered quickly. "Where were you?" "I have been calling you since the morning." "Were you busy?" "Is anything wrong?" "Calm down," I said with a chuckle. "Nothing is wrong. In fact, everything will be all right," I stated brightly. Both Kier and Terrell looked at me in confusion. "You said you'll be here by noon today," Templar complained from the other side, and I knew she was frowning. "There has been a change in plans." "I need 2 to 3 more days," I imparted softly. "After that, I will be returning home." "Truly returning?" she asked, and I smiled. "Yes," I confirmed. "Okay. Did you have lunch?" she questioned, and I replied with a no. "Why not?" "Go have it now," she ordered. "Yes, ma'am," I chuckled while she grumbled something. "Not funny." "Now go and have your lunch and let me have mine," she said, and I knew she was smiling on the other side. "Bye." "I love you," she mumbled, and I replied the same. After cutting the call, I wondered what I was going to do about her tonight. I didn't want her sedated every night. It is really not good. But then I thought, what should I do to keep Drexler away from Randy? I blinked when someone snapped their fingers in front of my face to bring me out of my thoughts. 2 more days? Kier asked, cocking an eyebrow, and I nodded. "Why do you need 2 more days?" "I just found a solution to our problem," I responded calmly, which earned both Kier and Terrell's interest. "That's great," Terrell said with a sigh. "Thank the goddess," Kier murmured at the same time. "But what's the solution?" Terrell demanded. My eyes drifted towards the book and then back to Kier. "You mentioned other supernatural creatures?" I questioned, and Kier nodded, not knowing where I was going with this. "How many of them worship the sun?" "There were a few tribes that worshipped the sun. Most of the tribes have been killed by the witches, but there are a few who exist even now." "I don't know anything about those tribes," Kier said, and I frowned. "What have you been reading then?" I snapped. "It's a thick book," he defended himself, and I rolled my eyes while dialing Myron's number. I should have asked Geneva first. After all, it's her book. Myron answered the call after 9 rings. "I need to talk to your mate," I said immediately. "Well, hello to you too, Rhett," Myron said sarcastically, and I rolled my eyes. "Geneva," I muttered impatiently, ignoring his tone. "What do you want from her?" Myron demanded with a growl. "She might know someone who can help me save Templar," I said. Soon, Geneva was on the line. "Who?" "I don't know anyone who can help Templar," she whispered, stunned, and I gulped. "Please, please, please. Don't let this happen," I prayed. "You know any tribal group that worships the sun?" "What?" Geneva countered in confusion. "Let me talk to her," Kier stated, and I handed him the phone with shaking hands. "This is my only chance. Please help me." "Geneva?" Kier called, and she replied with a yes. "There is a mention of a tribal group here who have existed for centuries and who have been worshipping the sun. Their clan name is not mentioned, but it was written in the book that their leader was cursed by Patricia," Kier said, and I cocked an eyebrow interestedly. There was a long pause from the other side. In those few seconds, I swear I could hear my heart pounding in my chest. Closing my eyes, I kept repeating, "Please help me, goddess. Please help me." I know about that group, Geneva said, and I opened my eyes. Their leader is called Ra, which also means the sun. Chapter 19. Rhett POV. I heaved a sigh as I heard Geneva's words. My legs felt weak, so I fell onto the couch and lowered my head. Running a hand through my hair, I gulped. Thank you, goddess. Thanks a lot. You finally showed me a way. Now I had hope. I knew I could save Templar from Drexler. I could bring the White Wolf back. Ra? Kier repeated while I was thanking the goddess. That's what they call the sun and also the tribe leader. It's like the way we call the moon Luna, Geneva described. Their ancestors come from Egypt, Geneva added, and I nodded interestedly. What's the name of this tribe? I demanded. Kepri. It means morning sun. Do you know where they are? Romos. It's an island, right? I mused. I have heard about that rhombus-shaped island, but I didn't know any tribes lived there. I thought it was owned by a businessman. Yeah, she confirmed. Their leader, Adil, owns that island, she said, and my eyes widened. Have you been there? Yes. Almost 3 years ago. To ask something about Patricia. I was forced to leave the island before I could meet him, she said sourly, and I stiffened. They know what we are? I questioned. How old is this leader if he has met Patricia? Kier demanded at the same time. They know about us, and they are not humans either, she said, and I frowned. And I think Adil is nearly 200 years old. They have longevity, I murmured to myself. What are they? A tribal group. They have chants and their rituals. Unlike us, they are not shifters, but they are warriors. They don't fight in groups. It's usually the leaders of different tribal families who have a one-on-one fight. They use weapons too. Actually, they're completely opposite to us, and I don't know why you think they will help us, she mumbled, and I furrowed my brows. I have a gut instinct that this group can help us. Don't this group and we have anything in common? I asked desperately. They're healers just like us. I don't know if it's true, but I heard they are immune to poison. Also, they are sharpshooters. We chase our targets. But the Kepris, they just stand and shoot down their prey. I sucked in a breath as I heard it. They must have really good eyesight if they always hit the bullseye. Why did Patricia curse Adil? Terrell asked Geneva. He offended her in some way. I had gone to ask the why with Adil, but unfortunately, Geneva trailed off while Myron growled on the other end. While I was wondering what to do, Myron spoke all of a sudden. Hey, I think this tribal group, especially Adil, can help Templar. Why do you think so? Geneva asked him before me. If Patricia had cursed him, then it obviously means Patricia knew about this tribe. If back then they were allies, then surely we can create a friendship between us even now, Myron explained. You forgot the part where Patricia cursed him. It definitely means they were not allies, Geneva pointed out. Oh, Myron said in a pained tone. You are right, he sulked, and I growled in frustration. I don't care, I launched angrily. I am going to meet Adil and ask for his help. I will give him anything he wants in return if he can help Templar, I stated honestly. Guys, Terrell said. We have only 6 days left. If we think we have a chance, then we should go for it. I agree, Kier said. Okay, Myron said. Anything to help Templar, he said, and I cocked an eyebrow because he wasn't calling Templar princess now. It stopped ever since he met his mate. So, when are we leaving? Geneva asked. Tonight, I said, and Kier and Terrell nodded. We are already in Green Rock, Kier informed them. What are you doing there? Myron questioned. I just needed to clear my head, and coming here really helped, I replied with a smile. After Geneva cut the call, I leaned back against my seat and closed my eyes. My wolf, who was anxious all these days, was surprisingly calm now. It was a good thing. When he is positive about something, it obviously means everything is going to be all right. Adil. I don't know who he is or what exactly he is either, but I knew he could help Templar. I also knew he might have some grudge against werewolves after getting cursed by Patricia, but I will do everything I can to make him agree to help Templar. Now all I have to hope is that Adil indeed can help Templar. Templar POV. Around 5 in the afternoon that Saturday, I was sitting with Sven and Jan in the living room. Both were surprisingly quiet, and I wondered what was wrong. I didn't know why Sven was quiet, but Jan. She seemed a little iffy ever since she and Terrell were put into the prison cell. My whole body shivered as I thought about it. I wondered how they both lived inside that prison cell. I couldn't even think of it, and I felt terribly guilty that I had put my best friend there. The other day, Jan had apologized to me for slapping me, but Jan still seemed a little distant whenever she was with me. Maybe she is still angry with me. I was brought back to the land of the living when I heard Luca's loud, hearty cry. "I'll get him," Sven groaned. "Jan?" I called once Sven was out of my sight. "What's wrong?" I demanded. "Nothing," she said, and I furrowed my brows. "It's nothing. You seem a little distant for the past 2 days. Are you still mad that I had agreed to you being Impries?" "No, Tem," Jan said, cutting me off. "I am mad at myself. I should have known you wouldn't do something like that, but at the moment, I was just very furious that everyone doubted Terrell. I didn't like it, and neither did my wolf. I thought you would tell others off, but when you two agreed with them, I just lost it, and I am really sorry," she said. "I felt like shit when I came to know why you did it. Once we were in prison, Terrell started shouting at me before telling me everything," she said, wincing. "He shouted at you?" I asked with a frown. "I totally deserved it," she established with a small smile. "I mean, I claim to be your best friend, yet I didn't understand your motive at that moment, and I will forever live with that guilt." "No," I groaned, and Jan shook her head with a smile. "I told you it doesn't matter to me," I reminded her, and she rolled her eyes. I know. But I still feel like shit," she mumbled with a shrug. "What can I do to make you feel better?" I asked her. "Slap me?" She tested, and I narrowed my eyes at her. "All right, fine. I will feel better when I know for sure you are okay," she said, and I furrowed my brows. "I am okay," I told her. I felt perfectly fine other than the throbbing in my head. "No. I mean, when I see that your wolf is back," she said, and I gulped. Jan noticed it, and she paled. "She is not responding to you, is she?" she asked, and I nodded weakly. "I don't know what's wrong with her," I wobbled. "She just doesn't give any response. No matter how much I try. I cannot shift, I cannot bare my fangs, and my growls aren't powerful. Day by day, my strength is getting weaker. I almost feel like I am going back to how I was 6 years ago. It's like I am Benjamin Buttoning." I finally whispered the last part. "Tem," Jan called softly. "I feel weak," I mumbled. "I haven't felt like that in a long time," I added with a gulp. "Hey, Tem, listen," Jan snapped, and I looked at her. "You are not weak, you understand?" She questioned, and I looked away. "No, Tem," she said, and I looked at her. "Remember one thing, you are not weak," she said, glaring at me. "I feel weak," I repeated. "What makes you feel weak?" she asked. "I don't have my wolf," I answered sadly. "And that makes you feel weak?" she snapped in outrage. "Your mind is weak, that's why you feel so weak. Weak isn't just physically. You are so full of negativity right now, Tem, that I am scared to be with you," she said bluntly, and I winced. "You were never like this. Even 7 years ago, you were a fighter. If you were weak, then you would have never left Green Rock in the first place. But look at you now, you are behaving like a chicken," she growled out and then ran a hand through her hair. "It's difficult for me after the loss. Especially knowing it was my own fault," I cried. "It's not your fault. Why are you thinking that? I shouldn't have lost control that day. You know, the goddess." I sniffed. She told me that day not to lose calm, and I did the exact opposite. Jan was silent for a few seconds before saying, "Look, I can't say I understand how you are feeling, but all I can say is that you need to move on. You are young, and you'll have another chance. Don't ruin your life by blaming yourself," she said softly. "Besides, it's not your fault. Those rogues," Jan rumbled furiously, and I looked up. "They deliberately tried to make you furious. They deliberately took you away so that they could." She paused, and then wiped the tears in her eyes. I furrowed my brows as I recalled what she said. "Why would they deliberately take me away?" I asked her in confusion. "Just forget what I said," Jan muttered without looking at me. "Jan," I called, and she peeked at me through the corner of her eye. "Do you know something I don't?" I demanded. "No," she said, and I knew she was lying. As I glared at her, Jan gulped and said, "Yes, I know." "What? Who?" Who wanted me away from my pack? I stuttered. Who would do that? Who wanted me away from my pack? I had only Rikers as my enemies. Are they after me again? Rogues. They came to know you are a white wolf, she mumbled incoherently. I don't know exactly what happened. No one knows, except your wolf, who is not responding, she said through gritted teeth. Rhett knows about this too? I demanded, and Jan nodded weakly. He doesn't know everything either. Only your wolf does. I just hope you get your wolf back soon, she said and swallowed audibly. Growling, I lowered my head. What happened in that 1 week was a setup. Was I purposefully taken away from my pack? Who would do that? Who is this new enemy? I closed my eyes and then harshly rubbed the tears from my eyes. Before I could ask anything more of Jan, Afra came into the living room holding an envelope. This is for you, she said, handing me the envelope. Thinking it was a letter from the publishing company, I took it and then opened it. However, as I saw the midnight blue paper inside the envelope, I paled. I knew who it was from even before I read what was written on that card. With shaking hands, I pulled the card out. My vision was hazy for a few seconds as I stared at the card. All I could see were silver prints on the navy blue paper. However, after blinking repeatedly, I could properly see what was written in silver ink on the letter sent to me by the sorority. Templar Green. Luna, Waterwave Pack. Mrs. Green. It has come to our notice that your actions have caused a lot of uproar amongst our kind. We have already received the complaints from 3 alphas whose packs have had to endure your wrath. The alphas have accused you of trespassing, damaging property, ending the lives of pack wolves, injuring pack wolves, and coercing wolves to surrender themselves to you. We are also aware that 7 years ago, you have lied to the sorority about your identity in the Waterwave Pack. Your fatalities have come to us with their grievances and, as being the sorority, it is our duty to provide justice to them. If you have anything to say to claim your innocence, then we expect you to send it in writing to us on or before October 31st, 2013. If not, then you are asked to be present in the sorority building at 11 a.m. on November 2nd, 2013. There we will have the first hearing of your trial. Note, the sorority will be forced to take strict actions against you if you choose to miss out on the trial. Sincerely, Mr. Louis Gibb, Chief Justice, Sorority. Shaking my head, I dropped the letter and leaned back against the couch. Reed did what he told me he would. What is it? Jan asked, picking up the letter from the floor. Her expression hardened as she read who the letter was from. You don't have to go to this shitty building, Jan growled out, passing the letter to Afra. And what they wrote is bullshit because you didn't end any pack wolves, Jan clarified. I didn't feel any relief after hearing that truth. I agree. You are above all this. You don't have to answer to anyone about your actions, and besides, those rogues attacked you first, Afra pointed out, putting the letter back in the envelope. I am going there, I stated and extended my hand to Afra, who handed me the letter. Why? Afra asked in confusion. I feel guilty about everything, I said honestly. They're going to make you feel worse, Jan reminded, and I winced. I knew they would. Especially Louis, who hated me. Just reconsider your decision about going to the sorority. Don't act in haste, Afra opined, and I nodded. I was ready to reconsider my decision mainly because I didn't want them to make me feel worse. Jan was right. Her words, even though they hurt, were 100% true. I was full of negativity these days. Ever since the incident, I've been living in darkness. All I do is spend my day cooped up inside my room, and that is not good for my health. Maybe it's time I move on. I cannot forget the child I lost, but I knew I couldn't mourn forever. Thinking only about the loss would make me lose the loved ones I have around me. Jan already said she is scared to be with me, and if Rhett feels the same, then it would hurt me deeply. He has been so patient with me these past few days that I don't know how to thank him. It's time that I get over that grief. Maybe someday I will be able to forgive myself for being so reckless. However, now it's time that I let it go, slowly forget it. If the rogues deliberately riled my wolf up, then I think there was very little I could have done. I should also consider the most basic truth, that I wasn't aware I was pregnant. Had I known, I would have never been so careless. My wolf would have stayed in control, too. Sighing, I closed my eyes and smiled. It's time I learned to get over this grief. As Jan said, I do have a second chance, which I am going to grab with both my hands. I will not act so stupidly again. I don't want you to go, Jan grumbled, bringing me out of my thoughts. Those 3 heads of sorority are not fit to be the heads. I don't even know who chose them. Alphas, Afra supplied. The judges change once every 5 years, only if the alphas agree to it. Since no one did so 3 years ago, we have to bear them for another 2 years. I shuddered at that mere thought. If I can, I will first kick Louis out of there because he doesn't deserve the seat, and neither do his companions, who agree with all his words. The clock struck 6, and soon my head started pounding. My heartbeat increased rapidly, and I felt a cold shiver run all over my body. I felt sick. Jan rushed towards me while I placed a hand on my temple. Tem, can you hear me? She asked, and I nodded, closing my eyes. Tell me what's happening to you, she asked. I don't know, I croaked out. I felt sleepy. My head was too heavy for my neck, and right now all I wanted to do was lie down and take a rest. Sven! Jan shouted, and I winced. It's happening, she cried out. What's happening? What does Jan know? I tried opening my eyes, but I wasn't successful. All I wanted to do was sleep. Templar, I heard Sven calling me, and I looked at her, but everything was a blur to me. I felt her holding my arm and gently rubbing it with alcohol. After 2 minutes, she inserted a needle into my arm. I cried out in pain, but before I could move, Jan held me tightly. What did you do to me? I asked Sven in a whisper after she removed the needle from my body. It's going to put you to sleep, Sven replied softly. Thanks, I whispered before closing my eyes shut and drifting into a dreamless sleep. Chapter 20. Rhett POV. Once we checked out of the airport, we hired a minicab that took us directly to the docks. Kier, Terrell, Myron, and his mate accompanied me to Romos to meet Adil, the leader of the Kepri tribe. There, we hired a sleek, white luxury speedboat. Geneva had already told us that the island Romos didn't have any landing strip because it was too mountainous and rocky. Dropping our bags on the deck, we got into the speedboat. Let's go, Myron said to Terrell, who turned the speedboat back into the wide ocean. Is it far? Terrell asked Geneva, who was giving directions to him. About 40 minutes, she replied with a smile. It was 5:30 in the morning, and the sun was just rising. The wide canvas of the sky was changing colors to different shades of yellow and blue with every passing minute. The water glistened like gold, and it was quite a sight for our eyes. My wolf whined softly, and I knew Templar would wake up soon. They had to sedate her yesterday, too. Sven had called to inform me that Templar was with them when, during the sunset, she started getting a headache. Since they didn't know how to help Templar, they sedated her. I wasn't happy with it because it isn't good for her health. But there was also the thing that I didn't know how else to stop it from happening. But my wolf suddenly perked up because he knew that to find a way to help Templar, I am going to Romos. The boat bounced over the water as Terrell increased the speed on the dancing waves. I wiped my face with my hands when we were showered with salt spray. 30 minutes later, Geneva squealed in delight. Baby, look, she said to Myron, pointing straight ahead. I craned my neck to see what it was. At first, all I could see was a triangle, but then as we headed closer, a small island rose in the background of the wide sea. I reckoned that the triangle visible earlier was an outline of huge, rocky mountains with tall trees. After a few minutes, I figured out that 2 tall pillars were made of a single stone. You said they were completely opposite to us. In what way? I demanded, gazing at the pillars. Ways, Geneva corrected. Let's start with, we worship the moon, they worship the sun. That's like goddess and god. Get the difference? Geneva questioned, and we all nodded. Our tribes are actually a matriarchal family type, while theirs is a patriarchal one. They're out only when the sun is up in the sky, while we're out when the moon is up in the sky. They don't eat food that grows under the surface of the earth. Why? Because sunlight doesn't reach them, she appended, and I blinked. So they are vegan? Kier queried. Not all tribes are, but Kepri is. Silver is precious to us, and gold is precious to them. Our pack has a large number of wolves, but their tribe has barely 50 members, she concluded with a shrug. Nice. It's like north and south, Myron sighed. I didn't care if they were completely opposite to us. All I wanted to do was talk to Adil and ask for his help. What's that pillar? Kier asked Geneva. Obelisk. They have that in front of their temple. Have you visited their temple? Myron asked his mate. Geneva scoffed as a reply. The last time I was here, they didn't even let me take my bag off the boat, she said, and I furrowed my brows. When I tried to fight, they shot my leg, leaving me no option but to return, Geneva added with a frown, while Myron growled. That's why I learned archery, she stated proudly. This time, I am going to shoot them back, she hissed. As we Drexler closer to the island, Terrell slowed the boat and pulled in alongside the jetty. There were many boats beside the long jetty built of wooden planks. Dropping my bag on the dock, I got out of the boat and then went to help Terrell secure the boat to the jetty with a rope. When the task was done, I bent down to pick up my bag. At that very moment, a spear hit right next to my bag. Taken by surprise, I took a step back. I told you, they will not help us, Geneva spat in anger and picked up her own bow. I am not going to let them get away this time, she muttered and placed an arrow on the string. I looked around, but I couldn't find anyone nearby. As I inhaled, I could catch a faint scent which was almost 600 yards away. Before Geneva could even aim at a target, an arrow flew past her ears, which spooked Geneva, causing her to drop her own bow. Myron growled and stood defensively in front of her. I snarled and looked around to find who shot the arrow. Show yourself, I bellowed in my alpha tone, which I knew without doubt would intimidate the person. I heard faint sounds of rustling leaves, followed by footsteps. With confidence, I marched ahead and walked on the shore. At the end of the shore, there was their temple, which was surrounded by woods. The trees blocked my view, and I couldn't make out anything clearly beyond those trees. I said, show yourself, I repeated in the same tone. A few seconds later, I saw a figure approaching us. When the figure was closer, I could make out that it was a man. He was holding a long, wooden spear in his hand. Once his face was visible, I realized that he was just a boy who looked to be fresh out of his teens. He was tall, almost as tall as me. He was lean, bald, and had coffee brown skin. He was dressed in tan shorts and a gray printed shirt. But his eyes, they were gold. His eyes scanned me once before drifting towards someone behind my shoulder. At a point, he narrowed his eyes and then smirked wickedly. You have brought friends, he said to Geneva. Why? He demanded. I want to meet Adil, I pronounced tactfully, taking a step ahead. You cannot, the boy said with a smug expression, and I snapped my jaws. My wolf was at the forefront, and he would do anything to make this boy submit to him. The boy blinked and gulped. I was overjoyed to see that. My alpha power affected him, and he didn't expect it. You're an alpha, he whispered in a soft tone, and I nodded. Something flashed in the boy's eyes, and he gazed at me through narrowed eyes. After a few seconds, he whistled, and soon 3 boys stepped ahead from behind trees while 3 of them climbed down from tree branches. They all looked to be the same age as the boy who spoke earlier, and they, too, had shaved heads and the same coffee brown skin and golden eyes. I noticed that all the boys were wearing a golden chain, the locket of which was concealed by their shirts, and holding spears in their hands. The boy, who looked like the leader of this small group, spoke to the others in a language I couldn't understand. The other boys nodded and then faced us. The leader looked at me once more before running into the woods. What did he say? Kier asked Geneva in a very low voice. To keep an eye on us, she replied. Can they hear us? Terrell questioned, and Geneva replied with a yes. So they have sharp eyes and ears. Well, this is certainly progress, Geneva imparted, and I turned to face her. We have reached the shore and earned that boy's attention, she remarked. I agreed with that. I wanted to see why that boy stopped arguing after he came to know I was an alpha. Was he expecting me to come here? Actually, was Adil expecting me to come here? Around 30 minutes later, the boy was back, but he had a woman with him too. The woman, who I guess was in her late 30s, was very beautiful to look at. She had chocolate skin, dark curly hair, and golden-colored eyes. She was wearing a beige-colored gown, and she had a warm smile on her lips, which I was surprised to see. There were 3 more men standing a safe distance away from her, but they were tall and athletically built. I suppose they were her guards. The boy who spoke to me earlier whispered something to her. "She is his mother," Geneva said, and I blinked in surprise. But as the woman approached me, I stiffened, and my wolf growled lowly. "Welcome to Romos," the woman spoke with accented clarity, standing at least 6 feet away from us. I merely nodded in reply. "My name is Delilah, and I am Adil's wife," she introduced herself, and I blinked in astonishment. "Rhett Green," I introduced myself. "Mr. Green," she imparted with a smile. "My apologies for my son's behavior, but he was only doing his duty," she said gently. "I understand," I said, and pursed my lips. "Your pack members?" she questioned, looking behind my shoulders, and I introduced them to her. "Another alpha?" she questioned, raising one perfect dark brow when her eyes clashed with Myron's. "A friend," I replied, and he merely nodded. "Shall we go to our house?" Delilah asked us. "Sure," I replied and looked over my shoulder at Myron and Kier, who approved. "Lead the way," I told her. The house was nearly 20 minutes away from the beach. Their house was almost a small palace, and the structural design of the building was quite rare and eye-catching. Beside the long driveway, there was a large curved pool where 3 little girls were swimming. As soon as I climbed out of the car, I could hear a loud ruckus. A few boys, who looked below 13 years of age, came running out clad only in their shorts. Delilah shot us a look of apology and then conversed with those kids in their language. The kids immediately kept quiet, and then, standing one behind the other like a train, they went to the backyard of their house. "They all are her children?" Terrell asked wide-eyed while Geneva bobbed her head. I was surprised to hear it too because there were 10 of them. "Please come in," Delilah invited cordially, and we followed after her. The living room of their house was spacious and was decorated in shades of gold, red, and green. Placing my bag on the limestone floor, I sat on the sofa and thought about Templar. It was already 6:30, and I think it's best if I call her now. Pulling out my cell phone, I excused myself and strode towards the door while Delilah went to get us breakfast. Templar answered the call after the first ring. "Rhett," she voiced out in a relieved tone. "I was about to call you, but I thought you might be sleeping," she added softly. "No. I woke up almost an hour ago." "How are you feeling now?" I asked her in a whisper. "Better. Sven sedated me yesterday, and I was asleep the whole night," she said, and I gulped. She really didn't know what was happening to her. "My head feels way better now," she mumbled. "I am glad," I sighed. "Are you out?" she probed all of a sudden. "Yes." "Why?" I can hear children shouting in the background. "They're my client's children," I exclaimed smoothly. I couldn't tell Templar where I was and what I was planning to do. At least not yet. "So you're not in Green Rock?" she demanded, and I knew she was frowning on the other side. "No, I am in his place. I was walking and going where I didn't even know." "Who else is with you?" "Terrell and Kier," I replied. "Kier? What is he doing with you?" "I needed his help." "But you shouldn't have asked him." "You know Truman's due date is close," she reprimanded. "It's just for a day, Templar." "But you said it might take more than that," she pointed out. "If it does, I will send him back." "Okay." "Okay," she said, and I smiled. "You can spend time with Truman until then." "She might feel lonely," I suggested. "Yeah, that's what I am going to do." "I will have breakfast with her," she imparted. "Did you have your breakfast?" "Not yet." "Okay, just go and have your breakfast and remember to call me when you are free," she added, and I agreed. After I ended the call, I stopped in my tracks and looked around. I had unknowingly walked far away from their house, towards the shore, because the sounds of the waves were closer to where I was. I was just about to return when something gold, shining in between the thick canopy of leaves, caught my eye. I walked slowly to find out the source of that gold light because it certainly wasn't the sunlight. At the end of the woods, I came to a dead halt after finding the source of that light. I had to crane my neck to have a proper look at it. And when I finally saw it, I was speechless. There he was, Adil, sitting on a rock at the top of a hill, which was at least 100 yards away from where I was. He was sitting with his legs crossed, in the lotus position, just like Templar. His back was straight, and his hands were placed on his lap. From where I was standing, I couldn't see his face because he had his side towards me. Adil was meditating, just like Templar does. While Templar had a blue ring around her, protecting her body, Adil had a ring that was a mix of orange and gold. It was more like fire. I was mesmerized by the sight, and I just stood there, staring at him. My wolf growled and then, slowly craning his neck, howled loudly because at that time, he knew Adil would definitely be able to help us. Amazing, isn't it? A voice asked from beside me, and I just realized that I had company. It was the same boy who was holding a spear and who had stopped me earlier. I am Taran, Adil's eldest son. He introduced himself when he saw me looking at him questioningly. Does he always meditate? I questioned, staring at Adil, who looked to be out of this world. Yes, he communicates with his father, Taran replied. His father, the sun god. Sighing, I turned to look at the teenage boy. Why did you stop arguing when you realized I was an alpha? I had to know the answer to that. I was told by my father to only let an alpha come to talk to him, Taran replied with a shrug. He was waiting for me? I had already guessed that part. Since the last 23 years, he disclosed, and I furrowed my brows. I am 60 years old, Taran announced with a smirk, startling me. But you look. We age gracefully, Taran incised with a casual shrug. To humans and even to you, 60 is when people are considered old, but to us, it's the time we turn into adults, he supplied. Your siblings, the triplets, who are the youngest, are 25 years old, Taran imparted. My God, those little girls who looked around 7 years of age are even older than me. So, what else is different in your kind? I inquired curiously. We don't have speed, Taran said, and then, lifting his spear, he pointed it towards the woods. He narrowed his eyes and then threw the spear with full force. Immediately, hundreds of birds flew away from the trees, flapping their wings, but there was one bird that was lying on the ground and squawking in pain because Taran's spear had hit one of its wings. But we have excellent accuracy, Taran concluded ingeniously. The bird he had shot, I couldn't even see it from where I was standing. As soon as he finished speaking, a girl who looked to be around 15 years old rushed ahead and gently picked up the whining bird. She then turned and glared at Taran and spoke bitterly in their language. I suspected she was rebuking him for shooting the bird. My sister, Sabah, Taran told me with a smile. I watched as the girl, Sabah, placed her hand on the bird and then, closing her eyes, gently rubbed it on its wounds. Within seconds, the bird was healed, and then Sabah released it. We can heal others, Taran adjoined quietly, and I nodded. Taking a deep breath, I turned to look at Adil, and hitched my brows together when I saw that he wasn't there, where he had been sitting earlier. Where is your father? I asked Taran. Come. I will take you there, he said, and I followed after him. We came to a stop at the bottom of the hill where Adil was meditating earlier. I sighed when I saw the stairs in between the rocks leading to the top of the hill. My eyes, which were trailing on the stairs, came to a pause when I noticed someone's bare feet. My eyes drifted upwards until they clashed with Adil's golden ones. He was staring at me with those curious golden eyes that felt like they were piercing my soul. It was like he was trying to figure me out. My wolf stood up and raised his head in supreme confidence and matched his stare. His eyes gave nothing away. No sort of emotion at all. As Adil descended the stairs, one after the other, his eyes never left mine. He was tall, athletically built, and had coffee brown skin. Just like all the other males here, Adil too had a clean-shaven head. He looked to be in his mid-40s, but I knew he was nearly 200 years old. I noticed that he was dressed in beige slacks and his upper body was loosely wrapped by a golden-colored traditional shawl. He had a thick golden bracelet encircling his wrist, and he was wearing a golden chain with a sun locket. After descending the stairs, he directly marched towards me until he came to a stop at least 3 feet away from me. I knew he was tall, but I didn't expect him to be taller than me. I was 6'2", but I guess Adil is 6'6" or 6'7". I had never met someone taller than me, and so, for the first time in my life, I had to crane my neck to look someone in the eye. In front of Adil, I felt like a Lilliput, and that was quite embarrassing to me. Adil took his arms down behind his back, raised his chin, and scanned me. I let out a low growl, and he narrowed his eyes. Just then, I knew that my alpha powers would have no effect on him. He used power and authority, which made my wolf respect him without any question. "Baba," Terran called his father. "This is Rhett Green," he began. The white wolf's mate, Adil finished dexterously. Chapter 21. Rhett POV. I furrowed my brows, wondering how he knew I was Templar's mate, but then I remembered that he had been waiting for me to come to him for years. "If you know who I am, then I suspect you know why I am here?" I probed doubtfully. "I don't," Adil informed coolly. "I only know you need my help," he said, and then added, "just like I need yours." My wolf started pacing, wondering what he needed my help for. However, at the moment, I was ready to help this man with anything he needed, only if he saved my mate. "Shall we talk about this, mister?" I trailed off uneasily. "Zacher," Adil supplied. "Mr. Zacher," I said. "We will talk about this after breakfast," he declared smoothly, and I let out a low growl. "Why couldn't we do this now?" "As you wish," I said painfully. While I returned, I found out that Delilah had made arrangements for our accommodation in Romos. It was a villa a few yards away from Adil's house. Every one of us had our own room. When I came here, I had expected these people to be like the standard description of tribal people, living in huts and hunting for food, but the Kepris were nowhere close to being that primitive. They have adapted well to a modern lifestyle. In fact, they look like rich business-class people. Only those who knew the truth could tell otherwise. Breakfast was served to us on the terrace of the villa. After breakfast, I went to take a shower in my room and then called Templar, only to find out that she was about to drop Theon off at his school. I was astounded to hear it because for the last few days, she had left the house only after my repeated persistence. However, I didn't mention it because I didn't want to dampen her mood. She seemed happy, and I wanted her to be that way. Myron and Geneva were already in the living room, along with Kier, when I went downstairs at around 10 in the morning. Adil had already told me that he would talk to me after I had finally settled in. Now that I felt settled in, I was waiting for him. But he was a no-show. "I am going to their temple. Who is coming with me?" Geneva asked abruptly, standing up. Myron raised his hand in reply, along with Kier. "Fine, let's go," I said, standing up too, because I was getting bored out of my mind. "Go where?" Terrell demanded, joining us. "To their temple." "Come on," Geneva said, already making her way towards the door. Our temples were built of granite stones, and theirs were built of mud rocks. It was huge. I had to crane my neck to see the top. There were 2 obelisks in front of their temple, which were about 90 to 100 feet in height. Sighing, I stepped into the Sun Temple for the first time in my life. The temple had a hypostyle hall. There were columns and columns of pillars, and the roof of the temple rested on the top of these pillars. The large hall was lit by sunlight passing through the large windows in the roof. The walls of the temple were carved with what I suspect were the stories of their god. But I was surprised when I didn't find any statue in the large hall. I looked around, but still couldn't find any statue. "I thought they practiced idol worship like us," Geneva mumbled, confused when she too couldn't spot the statue. "No," I heard Adil's voice behind me, so I turned to face him. He was still wearing the same clothes as earlier. "The sunlight represents Ra," he said, and my eyes widened. "We worship the sunlight," Adil added. I nodded in understanding and stared at the large windows cut into the roof, which made way for the sunlight to brighten the hall. "You have a beautiful temple," I said to him. It was true. The temple was very beautiful and well-planned. "Thank you, Mr. Green," Adil said, and I nodded. "Is it okay to discuss the reason why I am here now?" I probed. Adil, whose face was expressionless, stared at Terrell, Kier, Myron, and his mate. "I trust them," I wanted him to know that. "I don't," he said, and everyone growled. "Why not?" I asked in exasperation. "I have nothing to do with them," Adil replied calmly. Yet his words had a certain weight. "They are not the ones who came here asking for my help," he said, and I nodded. I could see his point. I turned to look at Myron and the others. "We will leave," Terrell said through the link. "Okay," I muttered, and then they all made their way towards the entrance of the temple. "What is it you wanted my help for, Mr. Green?" Adil inquired. "I want you to help my mate, the White Wolf," I said, staring at him. He was standing on the side of the hall, with his hands behind his back. I stood facing him, with my hands inside the pockets of my jeans. "In what way?" he queried. "She is possessed by a vengeful spirit," I said weakly. I desperately wanted Adil to help her. I couldn't bear it if he refused. "Strange. A godchild being possessed by an evil spirit," he said with a smirk, and I frowned. "The only way it could have happened is because your mate let it happen." I growled murderously at that, but Adil didn't even bat an eyelash. She lost control of her wolf. "She didn't mean for it to happen," I snapped in anger. "She and her wolf are the same individual, Mr. Green. If they don't think alike, it's only because she is not at peace," he declared. "Your wolf is not your inner conscience. You are your wolf. But your kind is used to thinking of your wolf as something else, like your inner conscience or alter ego. Nevertheless, it is not that way. It is you who shifts into your wolf, not someone else," he professed, and I harshly looked away. "Your kinds are cursed creatures, Mr. Green," Adil imparted, and I bared my fangs. "Nobody calls us cursed creatures now. Nobody. Your ancestors were cursed by nature to turn into an animal, kill each other, and then regret it later because they have killed their own family. The moon was their weakness because they lost control during the night. But they turned that very weakness into their greatest strength. They started worshipping the moon to provide peace and tranquility to them," he said, and I gulped. My wolf retreated slowly. Their curse couldn't be taken back, but they learned to live peacefully with it. They accepted they are part animals, but they also learned to maintain humanity because they were also part humans. I nodded and lowered my head. "The White Wolf, your mate, has supreme strength, but even then she is weak. She has skill, but she doesn't know what to do with it. She is a born leader, but she prefers to hide herself in a crowd," he said, and I flinched because, whether I liked it or not, what Adil said was true. 100% true. "That is wrong, Mr. Green, and none of you told her it was wrong. That is why all of you are suffering," Adil announced, and I closed my eyes. The whole pack was suffering because they encouraged Templar to keep her real identity a secret. "You said your mate lost control of her wolf. Ask yourself, Mr. Green, why it is so," he said, and I stared at him in bewilderment. "Ask yourself, Mr. Green, and when you find the answer, I will come to talk to you." With that said, he turned to leave. I fell to my knees and recalled Adil's words again and again. Am I somehow the reason Templar loses control of her wolf? Am I? Closing my eyes, I thought only about Templar. My thoughts started rewinding. Right from the moment when I last saw Templar. We were talking about Zane. But that thought explained nothing. I started rewinding again and expected it to be the moment I learned she is possessed. That thought, too, didn't give any sort of explanation. I kept rewinding but rejected one thought after another. Nothing gave me an answer. I recalled the moment I first realized she was my mate. I expected it to explain something to me, but I was flabbergasted when that too didn't convince me of the reason why Templar loses control. I reeled back my thoughts to the memory I have of Templar. It was actually 6 years before I came to know Templar was my mate. I was 15, about to be 16, while Templar was 14. No. Templar had turned 15 that day. It was her birthday. I remember it not only because the very next day she left the pack, but also because I could never forget her birthday. Templar, her cute self, was walking near a basketball court where I was playing with my friends. She was dressed in worn-out jeans and a baggy top. She was actually in a hurry. I remember watching her walk a few steps and then run a few steps. Her hair was tied into a ponytail. Even though she was dressed simply, she looked beautiful. Like always, my gaze dropped on the beauty spot right beneath her lower lip. I loved the congenital spot because it only added to her beauty. I was staring at her, but like always, she wasn't even aware of it. It always hurt my ego that she wouldn't even spare me a glance. "What are you planning on doing to her now?" Sam asked, standing beside me with a smirk on his face. He loved irritating Templar. "Nothing," I muttered because I knew it was her birthday. I was about to turn when Sam snatched the ball from my hand and then threw it at her. The ball hit Templar's arm, and she fell to the ground by the sheer force of it. Everyone started laughing around me. I sighed and then walked to pick up the ball, but secretly to see if she was fine. The ball was near her feet while she was rubbing her bruised arm. She looked up at me once with brown eyes and then, like always, quickly looked away. I don't know why she does that, but it used to annoy me. Am I not even worthy of her glance? Pass the ball, I ordered, glaring at her. She picked up the ball and then harshly threw it at me. I caught it, but was furious at her behavior. As I looked at her brown eyes, I realized that she thought I threw the ball at her. That just made me all the more furious, so with a loud growl, I threw the ball at her. The ball hit her shoulder, and she winced in pain, while my friends laughed again. Growling in warning, I walked away from her. But there was something else I had seen that day, which I didn't pay any attention to. It was her anger. After I threw the ball at her, she was gritting her teeth and holding her hands in a tight fist. It was like she wanted to lash out at me, but she was preventing herself because she knew she wouldn't be able to stand against me. After that, I kept winding back to one event after another where I had bullied her. At the end, I finally opened my eyes because I couldn't go any deeper. A humorless laugh escaped from my throat, and then, growling in anger, I slammed my hand on the temple floor, injuring my knuckles. I finally knew the answer. Initially, when we used to bully her, Templar was utterly confused as to why we were doing it. But as time passed, she started getting angry. She didn't like it when we used to bully her, but she knew she couldn't stop us either. Fear spread all over my body in a rush, and I felt my heart pounding in my chest. I felt sick. Usually, when an individual is bullied, they lose confidence and start getting depressed. But there are certain cases where the individual who is bullied turns violent. And Templar belonged to the latter category. The more we bullied her, the angrier she got, the more she despised us, and the more she wanted to hurt us. But since she was unable to do so, she always kept that anger within herself. However, once she got her wolf, the anger she had in her just burst out from her like water from a broken dam. She started fighting back. The situation in which she first shifted wasn't helpful either. Templar shifted into her wolf the very moment her friend, June, died. She shifted and then ended the life of the person who was the reason for June's death. She tore him apart and also ended all those who had kept the Waterwave pack wolves in prison. She knew what happened with them was wrong, and thinking about it would make her furious. In that very fury, she would often let her wolf take over and vent it all out. So now, I finally know why Templar loses control of her wolf. It's not because she is different from us. It's because she was once made to feel different from us. And I hate myself because I made Templar feel so. I caused her to turn violent. I caused her into giving into her animal side. I blamed her wolf for losing control. However, the real reason was I, myself, who caused it to happen. Lowering my head, I punched the floor again because I wanted to hurt myself. I kept punching the floor again and again, but stopped when I heard a voice. I just told you a story about your ancestor, Mr. Green, Adil said, standing near the entrance and staring at me. My vision was foggy, and I blinked repeatedly to have a clear look at him. I found him standing at the same place where he stood earlier, staring at me with an impassive look. I just told you how they turned their weakness into their greatest strength, he reminded, and I swallowed audibly. He marched towards me and then towered over me. Hurting yourself will not help the situation, Mr. Green. What you did was in the past, and since you regret it, you have been given a chance to redeem yourself, he said, and I looked at him with wide eyes. Is it true? Do I really have a chance to redeem the hurt I caused to Templar once? You have hurt your mate once, Mr. Green, but now you have been given a chance to heal her, he said with a small smile. What can I do? I asked, standing up and looking at him hopefully. I would do anything to help Templar. Tell me what I should do? I demanded. Adil smirked and then said, I will help your mate in getting her wolf back, Mr. Green. I heaved a sigh of relief. In return, I want your word that whatever I ask at the end, as my fee, will be given to me without any hesitation, he demanded, looking me in the eye. My wolf growled because he found that part suspicious, but I pushed him back. I will not let him bother me now. All I could see was that this man could help Templar. So, raising my chin, I replied, "You have my word, Mr. Zacher. Anything you ask, I will give it to you." Adil nodded once before saying, "Then I'll also give you my word, Mr. Green, that if I fail to help you bring the white wolf back, then I will cut my head and lay it at your feet." I inhaled sharply just by hearing the supreme confidence in his words. Hearing his words even shocked my wolf, and he didn't know how to react. I stared at Adil's eyes, and just by looking at the sheer determination in his eyes, I knew he would do anything to help Templar. I gulped and nodded. "Now tell me, what exactly happened to the white wolf?" 10 minutes later, I was sitting on the stairs of the Sun Temple while Adil was sitting a little away from me. "I have only 6 more days. After that, it'll take over her completely," I murmured, running a hand through my hair. "Then there is no future for our kind." I looked at Adil, who was quiet during the entire time. "Can you do it?" I demanded, rubbing my fingers on my now fully healed knuckles. "You have 6 days, and that's more than enough, Mr. Green," Adil stated calmly, and I blinked. Was he serious? As I looked at his blank face, I understood that yes, he was indeed serious. "You have done something like this before?" I queried, and he shook his head, staring ahead. I followed his gaze and saw my friends walking towards us. "What took you so long?" Geneva queried. "We got worried," she trailed off. "I was just telling Mr. Zacher about Templar," I muttered and stared at Adil, who seemed unfazed. "Can he help us?" Terrell queried me, and I nodded. "Can you take that spirit out of Templar's body?" Kier asked Adil. Adil was silent for a few minutes before finally giving his reply, "I cannot do it." I literally felt like I lost the ground beneath me. My wolf howled painfully while I glared at Adil in anger. What the hell was that all about? Why did he tell me he would help Templar? Why give false hopes? I really thought he could help Templar. But now, growling, I bared my fangs. "Then why did you tell me you would help Templar, or you would cut your head if you fail?" I launched furiously. My claws were out, and I was a step away from attacking this man. There were loud gasps from the others as they heard my words. "He said that?" Geneva asked in a whisper, totally shocked, just like I was a few minutes ago. Adil slowly turned his head and looked at me with his unique pair of golden eyes. He didn't growl, he didn't snarl, but that look of his was very intimidating. My wolf retreated immediately, and I blinked in surprise. "Do not mock my words, Mr. Green," he bit out acidly, and I looked away. "I only told you that I will help you in getting your mate's wolf back. I never told you that I would take the spirit out of her body," he clarified, and I blinked. "So, does that mean the spirit is going to be inside Templar forever?" Myron asked, taken aback. I shivered and felt my hands trembling. Was Randy right? Couldn't I do anything to save her? "No," Adil answered, and I whirled to look at him. "What? Holy goddess. This man is so confusing." "No?" I questioned in a barely audible voice. "The spirit is preventing her from shifting. She can shift only after it's out," Adil replied. "Means, once the spirit is gone, Templar will be back to normal?" Kier queried, and Adil nodded. "But you told me you cannot take the spirit out," I pointed out weakly. "Then how can Templar get her wolf back?" I wanted to know. Adil was so confident with his words that even I wanted to believe him, but now I was having second thoughts. How can he help Templar this way? If he cannot give salvation to Drexler's spirit, or even better, kick it to the deepest pit of hell, then what exactly is he going to do? "The spirit will be taken out, but not by me," Adil said, and I frowned. When I noticed the amusement in his golden eyes, I realized that he was enjoying talking in riddles with us. Or was he simply trying to sharpen our brains? Then who else? Geneva queried in puzzlement. "Another spirit," he replied, and I growled lowly. "I don't know any spirit." "Who the hell talks to spirits?" "Just who is this spirit?" I roared. "Who could take that thing out of her?" Adil cocked an eyebrow while I growled lowly. Boy, how I wish to shake him so that he can just tell me who could do it. "Whose spirit will it be?" Someone, if not stronger than, they should be just as strong as Templar, Adil replied, his golden eyes focused on me. Just as strong as Templar? Strong in what way? Physically, I am stronger than Templar. But when it comes to her powers of controlling water, no other wolf or I am a match to her. You, Geneva grilled, shooting a curious look at Adil. Adil laughed after hearing her words. It was the first time I heard him laugh. He was always so damn serious. I am not a spirit, miss, he replied with a grin. A spirit? Geneva repeated and then started racking her brain. June. Kier probed. Judging by Adil's reaction of who the hell is she, I knew it wasn't her. Stronger than Templar? Who is stronger than Templar? Or, even better, who is just as strong as Templar? As I drummed my fingers on my knuckles, I kept thinking until a name flashed in my head. That person was definitely not alive. That person was as strong as Templar. There were chances of that person being stronger than Templar. And the most important thing, the person made a promise that when someone truly calls her for help, she will come back. I looked at Adil, and he smirked. Say the name, Mr. Green, he encouraged. Patricia, I breathed out. Chapter 22. Rhett POV. Patricia? Myron asked, confused. But how? I mean, she has been gone for nearly 200 years. I don't understand either, Geneva said, equally confused. Is this why Patricia made a promise she would come back? Kier asked me, and I shrugged. I didn't really know about that part. But if Adil thinks Patricia would be able to do it, then so be it. You can say that, Mr. Adil began. Killine, Kier supplied. Mr. Killine, Adil murmured. Her soul left her body of her own free will. We call it attaining salvation. So, Patricia can come back? Myron questioned in awe. She cannot come back forever and live with us. But for a few minutes, yes, she can. Those few minutes are your only chance of saving the White Wolf, Adil stated, and I gulped. This was a gamble. If it succeeds, Templar will be able to shift, and if it doesn't. I didn't even want to think of that negative thought. But how can she come back? Terrell queried. Yeah, what should we do? That is why you need me, Mr. Green. I am the only one who can bring her back. Well, with a little help from you all, Adil added, and I raised my eyebrows. He sighed and stood up. It's time for lunch, he imparted, and I checked my time to see it was 12:30 in the afternoon. Wait a minute, I said quickly, stopping him. When are we going to do this? Bring Patricia? During the eclipse. With that said, Adil was gone. No matter how much we asked him to stop, he didn't. He ignored us and walked away. Eclipse? Terrell mumbled slowly. Drexler will take over Templar during the eclipse. Only if what Adil says doesn't work, Geneva added quickly. It kind of makes sense now, Kier added. Patricia was born during those few minutes of total solar eclipse, and I think, in those few minutes, Adil is going to bring her back, he concluded. I bobbed my head once. But it's a risk, Terrell whispered softly, looking at me. It's a risk I am prepared to take, I declared firmly. Even if it means, he didn't need to continue the sentence because I knew what would happen if we failed. I closed my eyes while my wolf howled in anguish. I still don't know how he can bring her back. Can that even happen? Myron questioned with a frown. It can, I heard a soft, feminine voice saying. I looked over Myron's shoulders and found Delilah walking towards us. She smiled and then said, It can happen. We are called mystics for a reason, Mr. Lassiter, she addressed Myron. So that's what their kind is called, mystics, aka spiritualists. We can communicate with the other world, Delilah stated. So, anyone can communicate with Patricia's spirit? Geneva probed. No. We only help humans with their problems, as you know, the ghosts, haunted houses, and evil spirits, she responded with a grin. We help whoever asks for our help. But my husband can do much more. He has powers that are no match for others. There was sadness in her voice, and I furrowed my brows. Why is she sad if her husband is powerful? He can communicate with Patricia's spirit because she is a godchild just like him. She was born during an eclipse, just like him. She used to manipulate fire, and my husband can do the same, she concluded with a soft smile. Then why did Patricia curse him? Geneva asked, and I turned to frown at her. I really didn't want them to remember it over and over again. I don't like to talk about it, Miss Thompson, Delilah retorted sharply, and I blinked. I knew they were still angry about that curse. If my husband didn't tell you why, then there definitely is a reason. I respect his choice, and I expect you to do the same, she said grimly. Geneva flushed, gulped, and nodded once, while Myron frowned at Delilah. Seems like a sensitive topic to them, Terrell mumbled through the link. Why are they helping us if they are still angry about it? Keir asked, confused, and I shrugged. However, I didn't tell any of them about the promise I made to Adil. Now, I was curious to know what Adil would ask me at the end. Is it something related to Patricia's curse? What was her curse to him? In the book, it was written that it was Adil's fault that he got cursed, but what did he do? I wanted to ask them, but I kept my mouth shut because now was definitely not a good time. Delilah took a deep breath and then turned to face me and flash a polite smile. Lunch will be served soon, she said, and I nodded. After lunch, I called Templar. Hi, she greeted cheerfully, and my lips curved to form a smile. Hey, I answered. Had your lunch? Yes, and you? Just finished, I replied softly. Are you all right? She asked seriously, and I stiffened. Yes, I am, I whispered and cleared my throat. Why? You sound sad, she mumbled. I am not sad, I said. In fact, I am happy because I am coming home tomorrow, I added. Really? Templar asked cheerfully. Yes, really, I replied with a grin. My wolf sighed softly when I heard her say how happy she was to hear it. Calm down, I told her with a chuckle. I am also bringing some guests with me, I said quietly. During lunch, Adil mentioned that he and his eldest son, Taryn, will come with us to our pack on tomorrow morning's flight. I was really pleased to hear it. Adil said that he could bring back Patricia only to our pack temple, and that is why he had to come with us. Guests? She asked, confused. A new business partner, I had to lie. I couldn't tell Templar the truth. Who is it? His name is Mr. Zacher. He and his son will come home with me, I stated. Oh. All right. Are they humans? She asked warily. Yes, I lied again. Oh, okay. I will make arrangements for their arrival, she replied with a sigh. Thank you, I mumbled. Templar? I added before she could cut the call. Yeah, you might like Mr. Zacher, I said in a whisper. Why? You'll see why. With that, I hung up. Once she gets her wolf back, I am sure Templar would appreciate Adil's efforts. Dropping the cell phone on the sofa, I looked at Terrell. Jan said they will sedate Templar even today. Terrell mumbled quietly, and I growled murderously. I didn't like it, but I knew they couldn't stop Templar, unlike me. It's not good for her health, Myron spoke to me with a scowl on his face. You cannot just drug her daily like this, he added with a growl. Today is the last day, I stated. Nothing like this will happen tomorrow, I forecasted. But what else are you going to do? Keir queried. How are you going to stop her for the next 5 days? I will find a way. But no drugs will be used, I said firmly. I didn't want to hurt Templar anymore. Around 6 that evening, I climbed into our speedboat and patiently waited for Adil and his son to join us. What's taking them so long? Keir queried with frustration. I knew he missed Truman and couldn't wait to reach home to her. I wonder why he agreed to come in the first place, though. They will be here, Geneva muttered. Actually, they are here, Myron said, and I looked up. Adil and his son were dressed in black business suits. Now, they actually looked like shrewd businessmen. Delilah was holding Adil's hand, while a few of their kids were following after them. She said something to him in their language before kissing him and waving goodbye. Let's go. Terrell asked Adil, who nodded. We reached Waterwave Pack around 1 in the morning. Myron and Geneva decided to stay overnight and leave for their pack the next morning. The first thing I did was take Adil and his son, Taryn, to the guest house. Adil was silent during the entire journey, but he muttered a thank you after I showed him his room. Mr. Green, he called when I was about to leave. Yes. Where is the white wolf? She is sleeping. I have asked her to be sedated, I said, taking a deep breath. Adil cocked an eyebrow but didn't comment on anything else. If you need anything, just call me, I told him, and he nodded. After that, I walked to my house. The first thing I did was check on Templar, who was sleeping on our bed. She was fast asleep. I was about to tuck a strand of her hair when I realized that it wasn't my Templar. Growling, I chose another room to sleep for what was remaining of the night. I woke up when I felt an arm wrapping around my waist. Blinking repeatedly, I looked down to see Templar snuggling next to me. I checked the time and sighed when I read that it was 5:30 in the morning. Placing an arm around her, I pressed her closer to me and took in her scent. This was definitely my mate. The next time I woke up, Templar was not in bed with me. I felt refreshed. I checked the time and inhaled sharply when it read 9 in the morning. Quickly getting up, I rushed to have a shower. When I went downstairs, Templar was setting breakfast for us on the table. She was wearing a printed skirt and a plum-colored singlet top. Her dark brown hair was left loose, and she looked all the more beautiful. "Good morning," she greeted when she saw me. Smiling, I wrapped an arm around her waist and, pulling her closer, I kissed her. Templar immediately responded and then wrapped her hands around my neck. It felt good to hold her close after a long time. My wolf sighed in joy as I picked Templar up and helped her sit on the table. As she wrapped her legs around me, I pulled away from her mouth and started kissing her neck. "I missed you," she moaned softly while I kissed the area beneath her earlobe. But then, all of a sudden, Templar started pushing me away. At first, I ignored her and continued placing kisses on her shoulders, but then I stiffened because I realized that this was not the right time. "Why did you sleep in a separate room?" Templar queried, but her cheeks were already coloring. At first, all I did was gaze at her dark brown eyes. She sounded so innocent, and that is how Templar is. But when Drexler takes over her body, the innocence is just gone, and instead, all we get is rude and catty. I should have guessed long ago that something was wrong, but Well, Templar probed, and I blinked. "Well, what?" I asked, cocking an eyebrow, and she narrowed her eyes. Grinning, I traced her dark brow with a finger, but she was quick to slap my hand away. "Why didn't you sleep in our bedroom?" she demanded, frowning at me. "You were asleep and sprawled all over the bed." Okay, the second half was a lie. "So, I decided not to wake you up." "I was?" Templar asked, looking guilty. Bobbing my head, I pecked her nose. "Sorry," she muffled sheepishly, and I rested my forehead against hers. We just stayed like that, silent for a few minutes, until Templar pulled away and spoke abruptly. "What about your guests? Did they come here?" she asked, climbing down. "Yes," I told her, and she frowned at me. "What's wrong?" I have to cook breakfast for them too." "Crap," Templar muttered, rushing into the kitchen. "What are you about to cook?" I asked, following after her. I almost forgot that the Kepri people have different food choices from ours. "Hash brown potatoes," she mumbled, picking up a pan from the cabinet. No potatoes," I imparted, shaking my head, and Templar furrowed her brows. "What? Why? I have to think of a lie, or let me just go with the plain truth." They don't eat anything grown below the surface of the earth," I said, and Templar's eyes widened. "Huh. No potatoes, no peanuts, no carrot or onion or anything from taproot plants," I told her. "Then what do they eat?" she queried in astonishment. "Cereals, cornflakes," I supplied. "Okay," Templar mumbled confusedly. "But is cereal enough?" she questioned. "They eat something else for breakfast, but I don't know the name of it," I responded with a shrug, and Templar sighed. "Fine. I'll settle with cereal," she said in a low voice. "Don't you think it's a little strange?" she grilled, taking out a milk bottle from the refrigerator. "It is. But they're our guests and I want them treated well," I reminded her. "All right. You go get them. Until then, I will set the table," she said to me, setting 2 bowls on the kitchen counter. "You sure?" I queried, and Templar nodded without looking at me. Sighing, I decided to go and call them. Adil and Taryn were already awake when I reached there, and they informed me that they already had breakfast, which was given to them by Afra. I was really glad she gave it to them because they wake up when the sun is up. But still, Adil told me that he would like to come with me to the house to meet Templar. I agreed, and so we were now in our house. Templar, I called from the living room, and Templar peeped through the kitchen door. Her eyes widened when she realized we had guests. Oh, she mumbled and then stepped out of the kitchen to walk towards us with a charming smile on her beautiful face. Mr. Adil Zacher, this is my wife, Miss Templar Green, and this is Mr. Zacher, my business partner. I introduced them. Hello, she said and extended her hand for him to take. Adil stared at her for a few seconds with wide eyes before blinking and taking her hand. I am honored to meet you, Mrs. Green, he told her, and Templar raised both her lashes. When she looked at me, she had a does-he-know-what-we-are kind of look. I sighed and shook my head. The mystics smelled a little more powerful than humans, and hence it wasn't that easy for us to say they were not humans. His son, Mr. Zacher, I introduced his son, and Templar beamed at him. Can I call you Templar? Taryn asked her, and she nodded. Cool, he said with a grin. Welcome to our house, Templar greeted, and then told them to have a seat. While she asked them about where they are from and all those formalities, I noticed Adil staring at her curiously. He would reply to her occasionally, but then, when he would stare at her, his golden eyes would start swiveling. I panicked when I saw that and wondered if Templar noticed it too. However, she was busy laughing at something Taryn said. She got along well with Taryn, who, according to her, was just a teenage kid. But in reality, you forgot to ask them if they wanted a drink. I reminded her through the link, and Templar gasped. Crap, she muttered and then asked them. Adil denied, but much to my relief, Taryn said yes to coffee. So, Templar got up and went to the kitchen to make coffee. Well, I asked Adil once Templar was out of our view. She is affected, he replied, and I furrowed my brows. I knew that. Right now, she is herself, and so she could sit this close to me, but at night, she will start covering from me, he added, and I blinked. Will she know? No, but she will suspect that I am something else. Adil sighed. I want to ask you something, Mr. Green, he said, and I shot him a go-ahead look. Did she shed a single drop of tears for your unborn child? At his question, I paled and tried to think about it. However, the answer was no. No, Templar had not shed a single drop of tears. I thought she was shocked, I said in a whisper, and Adil nodded. She is. She is still in that state. Until she sheds those tears and lets it all out, she will still be in that state. She has to cry, Mr. Green. To let go of that pain, she has to cry it all out, Adil stated, and I merely nodded. But how? It will happen on its own, he incised, and I nodded. Looking at her, I can understand why she lost her child, Adil said, and I growled. Are you aware of the 3 phases of the moon goddess? Adil questioned, and I nodded. I had read about it in the book. Templar is still in the first stage. An adolescent. She is not mentally prepared to be a mother yet. Her wolf is still a pup in some way. That's why she carries all that aggression within her. Once she reaches the 2nd phase, the aggression will go away. In that phase, she will be ready to become a mother, and automatically she will learn to be patient, calm, and gentle, he said. I couldn't understand half of the things he said, but I still nodded. What do you do to her at night? He demanded. We sedate her every night so that the spirit doesn't get in contact with his accomplice, I confessed to Adil. There is no need for that. I can put her to sleep, Taryn said, and I turned to look at him. Until now, I thought he just accompanied us to give his father company, but he was useful too. You can do that? I asked hopefully. Yes. However, there is just one thing, Taryn informed. What thing? I demanded to know. When she is asleep, I have to be asleep too, he replied with a shrug. Chapter 23. Templar POV. When I came out holding a tray with coffee, I found out that neither Rhett nor his business partner and son were in the living room. Sighing, I placed the tray on the coffee table and went to look for them. Closing my eyes, I inhaled deeply and followed Rhett's scent, only to realize that he was out of the house. Thinking that he had gone with Mr. Zacher, I went back inside. It was only 10 in the morning and too early to prepare lunch, so I decided to start writing the plot of my next novel. I had no title for the book yet, but the characters were already rolling in my head. Sitting in a dark room for days helped me to at least write another novel. I had already completed 3 chapters. The story was of a woman with a rich, unstable, and unfaithful husband who finally finds love with her husband's driver, a guy 9 years younger than her. The main part of the story is how she deals with her husband before and after he finds out about the affair. But there was another plot going on in my head, and now I wanted to write that one too. An hour later, Rhett was still not home. Sighing, I shut my laptop and went downstairs to prepare lunch. I called Rhett through the link and frowned when I couldn't reach him. At first, I thought he had blocked me, but then I realized the problem wasn't with him. It was with me. I couldn't connect with him through the link. My mind was blank. As I felt my knees shaking and my heart pounding in my chest, I slumped on the couch and tried connecting with others. Another frown appeared on my face when I realized that I couldn't connect with anyone because there was no link for me. My mind was just like a human mind. I tried again and again, but I couldn't mind link with anyone. There wasn't any link in my mind in the first place. What is happening to me? The only relief, which wasn't that great of a relief, was that I could still sense my wolf's presence. But she was just like she had been ever since the miscarriage, static. She didn't respond to me. I tried bringing my claws out. Yes, they did come out, but the thought that I couldn't mind link with anyone was like a huge blow to me. What is wrong with me? Why isn't my wolf talking to me? Is this all connected with the miscarriage? I honestly thought that the reason my wolf wasn't responding was that she was weak and sad after losing the baby. However, this looks like it is something else. The doctor, Jonah, had told me that I would be able to get my wolf back 15 days later. Tomorrow is the 15th day, and I definitely don't think I will be getting my wolf back tomorrow. Instead, I am feeling like I am losing my powers day by day. Standing up, I rushed towards the kitchen and turned on the tap. As the water poured through the tap, I focused all my attention on it. My mind was focused on the water, and with my mind, I tried to stop the flow. However, that wasn't possible. Nervously licking my lower lip, I used my hand and tried to change the direction of the water. No matter how many times I swatted my hand, nothing happened. Stopping the flow of water manually, I slumped on the floor in a heap as I finally realized that I had lost my ability to control the water. For minutes, I just sat there staring at space and wondering what happened to me. Why couldn't I control water anymore? Why couldn't I mind link with my own pack members? When I didn't have an answer, I stood up and walked out. There, I sat on the couch and held my head in my hands. This is something more, and I was sure of that. This is not just about losing the baby. If I had lost the baby, my wolf would have been upset, but she would not have stopped responding to me. At least, not this long. I realized that the only way I could find the answer to this is if I get my memory back. I tried thinking about that 1 week, but once again, I couldn't recall anything. All I remember was watching a rogue who had smirked at me, and then I remember waking up in that small clinic. Nothing other than that. Whatever is wrong with me surely happened in that 1 week. Rhett found me half an hour later in the living room. As soon as he saw me, he rushed towards me and kneeled in front of me. Templar, he called, cupping my face with his large hands. Look at me. I kept staring at space. Baby, please, he said, and I gulped. Hesitantly, I met his bright blue eyes. What's wrong? Rhett asked tenderly. Try connecting with me through the link, I told him, my vision getting cloudy as I spoke in a wobbly voice. Rhett nodded and did as I asked. His hands dropped from my face, and he fell back when he realized that I wasn't in the link anymore. I don't know how it happened, I stated honestly as Rhett blinked. My wolf is not responding to me. I have lost my ability to control water. I burst into a flood of tears. Templar, Rhett called, but I just shook my head and started crying loudly. I couldn't bear what was happening to me. My wolf was everything to me, and now, without her, I felt useless. I felt unworthy. Rhett sat on the floor, and wrapping his arms around me, he helped me sit on his lap. Resting my cheek against his chest, I continued sobbing. My whole body shook as loud, gut-wrenching sobs escaped my throat. I don't know how long I stayed in his arms, crying. Rhett didn't utter a single word, but he would just press me closer to his body. I could hear his heart beating wildly in his chest. He, too, was anxious, and it did nothing to calm me down. As I looked up, I found Rhett staring at me, his eyes glassy. Looking at him made more tears rain soundlessly down my cheeks. Rhett kept whispering sweet nothings to me the entire time. Somewhere in the middle, when I was drained of all tears, I felt sleepy, and so I slept in Rhett's arms. When I woke up, I was in our room. Rhett was sitting on the couch, working on his laptop. As he saw me sitting up, he closed his laptop, set it on the couch, and strode towards me. "I am fine," I mumbled even before he could ask. I was tired of crying too. "Let's go out for lunch," he said. I shook my head. "We are going," he stated with a growl, and I groaned. He held my arms, forcefully got me off the bed, and guided me to the washroom. "Wash your face," he said, and I did as told. 30 minutes later, we were sitting in a private booth of a local restaurant. Since it was 3 in the afternoon, the restaurant was empty. Rhett, who was wearing dark jeans and a plain white t-shirt, looked handsome, while I looked like I would faint at any moment at his feet. He didn't give me any time to change, so I was in the restaurant in my plain white skirt and dark blue tank top. My hair was tied up, and my eyes felt puffy. Only when our order of chicken salad was placed on the table did I realize how hungry I really was. "What arrangement did you make for Mr. Zacker's lunch?" I queried. "Salad," he answered. "Are they vegetarians?" "Adil is," he said, and I blinked. "Mr. Adil Zacker. Taryn said he eats only chicken meat. Where are they from, and how did you meet them?" "They're from Romos. I heard about that place. It's an island, right?" I asked, and Rhett replied with a yes. "Adil owns the island," he said, and I whistled. Rhett cocked an eyebrow, and I blushed. With a grin, I continued eating my late lunch. "I am not taking you home," Rhett said, and I whirled my head to look at him. We were in his car. Driving home was what I thought until now. "Where are we going then?" "Not we. Only you," Rhett stated, and I shot him a puzzled look. "I want you to show Adil around. Take him to the Pack Temple and all. Just show him the territory." "But why?" "He is an important person, Templar, and I need his help." "Please do this for me," Rhett requested, and I nodded. I didn't want to go and be cooped up inside my room for the rest of the day. It was suffocating to me. I wanted to go out and forget about this morning. This was the perfect opportunity. Sure, I beamed. I just didn't want to think about my wolf right now. I would end up with tears again. Rhett dropped me in front of the guest house where Adil and his son were staying. When I stepped inside the living room, I only found Taryn, who was sleeping on the sofa and watching TV. "Taryn," I called, and he sat up suddenly. "Hi," I said with a grin. "Where's your dad?" "Baba has gone to the beach," he answered, walking towards me. "You wanted to talk to him?" Yes, no. I wanted to show him around," I said with a shrug. "Let's go to the beach," he told me, and I nodded. "So, how old are you?" I asked Taryn interestingly. "I am 60. I paused and turned to face him with wide eyes. 16 plus 4, he teased, and I shook my head. "You are still a student?" "No. I didn't want to go to college," he said. "Me too," I said with a grin. "You work with your father now?" "Yes. Do you have a brother or sister?" I queried. "I have 7 younger brothers and 4 younger sisters," he said casually. "Holy moly. A dozen children?" I tried my best to hide my stunned look from him, but judging by the way he was grinning at me, I realized he was aware of what I was thinking. "Sorry," I muttered sheepishly, but Taryn just shook his head with a smile. The rest of the way, Taryn kept talking about his siblings. I laughed when he mentioned some silly things his siblings did. It was clear in the way he was talking that he loved them a lot. "Baba," he said, and I followed his gaze. His father, Mr. Zacker, was standing on the shore staring at the wide ocean. "Come on," Taryn said, and I followed after him. "Mrs. Green," Mr. Zacker said when he saw me. "You can call me Templar," I said with a shy smile, looking up at his golden eyes. He is so tall. He was taller than Rhett. I felt like a dwarf. "Then you can call me Adil," he said, smiling softly, and I nodded. "Adil," I said the name softly. Rhett?" Rhett asked me to show you around the place. Adil nodded. "Lead the way." I showed him around. First, I took him to a market in town. When I realized he wasn't interested there, I took him around the woods to show him all our property. On the way, Adil saw the Pack Temple and insisted on seeing it. Happily, I agreed to take him there. It's the Pack. I mean the local deity's temple, I corrected. For a moment, I almost forgot that Adil was a human. Moon goddess, Adil said, and I nodded. What happened to the lawn? Taryn asked, cocking an eyebrow. It got burnt. Accidentally, I said, grinding my teeth. I didn't know who the rogue who did this was. Once I come to know, I will not spare that person. My eyes drifted towards the door, and I let out a breath when I realized that it was already repainted. The message left by the attacker was no longer visible. I was more than surprised when I saw him removing his sandals and keeping them outside the temple. After doing the same, I stepped inside the temple with them following me. Beautiful, Adil said, looking at the statue. Thank you, I said with a pleased smile. As I stared at the statue, I gulped. I had not visited the temple ever since the miscarriage, and I deeply regretted it now. I just shut out everything around me, and now I was feeling terrible. Genuflecting in front of the statue, I closed my eyes, placed my right hand above my heart, and prayed to the goddess. Please forgive me for all my sins. Please bless me and give me strength to endure this misery, Mother. I kept repeating in my mind. Templar, Adil called, and I opened my eyes to look at him. He stood towering beside me, and I had to crane my head to look at him. My vision was blurry due to unshed tears, and I blinked, letting the tears flow. Think that your prayers have been heard, Adil said with a genuine smile, and I blinked. What? I asked, perplexed. I know you asked for something with the goddess, he began, and I nodded. You will receive it, he said confidently. You think so? I know so, he replied, and I nodded. While we were walking out of the temple, around 5:45 in the afternoon, Adil stopped in his tracks and turned to face me. I have heard about a certain statue that was built in front of this temple. Where is it now? Adil asked. I blinked in confusion. I am sorry, what statue? There was no statue built in front of our Pack Temple. The statue of a certain warrior, a woman, who was considered to be the greatest devotee of the moon goddess, Adil said, and I sucked in a breath. How does he know about Patricia's statue? Yes, there is, I said, staring at Adil's golden eyes and trying to figure out if he knew anything about our kind. However, the man was difficult to read because he had an impassive look on his face. There is. Adil demanded with wide eyes. Yes. But it is in another town, I replied, and Adil furrowed his brows. Other town, he asked, and I nodded in puzzlement. Where exactly? The place is called Firelight. Not here. The neighboring town, Adil mumbled to himself. Blinking in confusion, I looked at Taryn, who too had a frown etched on his face. I can take you there if you want to, I said hopefully. I am sure Myron will let me bring some human visitors to his pack. Whose statue is it? Taryn queried peculiarly. The warrior's name was Patricia, I answered. I'd better learn how to control my tongue when I am talking to humans. If I keep going like this, then I will surely tell them something I shouldn't. Which family does the temple belong to? Adil questioned. I furrowed my brows. How does he know? How does he know that the moon temples belong to certain families, like the Packs? Lassiter. Myron's family. Oh, Adil said, and I frowned. Where is he going with this? All right, he said with a smile, and I blinked. Whoa, such a quick change in mood? What is happening? I shall go to that temple some other day, Adil said with a grin, and I nodded. Yes, it's a little far from here, I agreed. Oh, it's already 6 in the evening, Adil said, and then looked at me. I took a step back when I found his golden eyes looking at me with an intense look. Seriously? Just who is this man? Why do I feel he is not a human? Why do I feel he is powerful? Who is he? Let's go back to our place, shall we? Taryn asked, and I nodded. After dropping Adil and Taryn at the guest house, I went back to our house. As soon as I stepped in, my head started pounding. It was the same terrible feeling I have had for the last few days. What is happening to me? Why does my head hurt at this particular time? Why do I fall asleep every day at this time? Rhett, I called out loudly, sitting on the couch. My head hurt all the more when I shouted his name. Templar, Rhett came rushing towards me when he saw me. "Baby, look at me," he pleaded. Slowly, painfully, I opened my eyes to look at him. I could see two of him because my vision wasn't clear. All I wanted to do was sleep. Sleep and wake up only when the pain in my head is gone. "Mr. Green," I heard Taryn calling, and slowly, I turned my head to look at him. What is he doing here? I just dropped him off at his place 5 minutes ago. What is he doing here now? "It's time," Rhett muttered, standing up. Before Rhett could walk away, I held his hand. "Time for what?" I queried meekly. "Time for you to take a rest," Rhett replied softly, and then placed a gentle kiss on my forehead. I was surprised when Taryn came and sat next to me on the couch. Why is he sitting here? I want to sleep on this couch right now because my head is pounding that badly. Taryn leaned back in his seat and then took my hand in his. I was about to pull away, but was surprised when he tightened the hold he had on my hand. Whining softly, I turned to look at Rhett, only to realize that Keir, Cameron, and Adil were standing beside him. When did they come? "Rhett," I called in confusion. However, my vision was getting blurry once again, and all I could see were their figures. I looked at Taryn beside me, who closed his eyes and started muttering something that sounded like a prayer in a foreign language. What is he doing? However, I didn't have much time to ponder over it because soon, the pain in my head lessened. Just when I thought everything was going to be fine and that the pain was vanishing, I fell asleep. After that, I couldn't keep my eyes open a minute longer, so I let them close and drifted to a dreamless sleep. Drexler POV. I woke up with a jolt. I was in the living room of their house. Sitting up straight, I looked around and frowned when I found the White Wolf's mate, Rhett Green, sitting on a single couch and watching a movie. He wasn't alone. He had company, the beta, Keir Killine, and another boy. Who is this boy? He definitely doesn't look like he belongs to the pack. Is he a human? Why is a human in the house at this hour? I checked the time and frowned when it read 8:20. My eyes were wide as saucers when I saw the date on the cell phone. It's the 21st today. Even though I was totally spooked, I pretended everything was normal. I pretended I knew the human. The last I remember, the date was the 18th, when I had gone with Rhett to the Firelight Pack. I then recalled that all these days, the White Wolf would fall asleep at sunset, and hence, I couldn't wake up either. Her body refused to move, and I was forced to live in it. What happened to her body? Randy said that she will be losing her power day after day, but is she losing her energy too? Is she sick? If she is, then it will affect our plan. "Hi, baby," Rhett called, and I resisted the urge to grimace. He was calling his mate, and I was definitely not his mate. I am a spirit residing in his mate's body. However, he doesn't know the truth, so I should pretend as if I am his mate, the White Wolf. Faking a smile, I looked at him. "Hi," I said. My eyes widened when Rhett came and sat next to me on the couch. "How are you feeling?" he asked, looking me in the eye. Slowly, so that he wouldn't notice, I moved back to create distance between us. I definitely didn't like it when this man came closer to me. He is coming closer, thinking I am his mate, but I am definitely not. I am a man residing in a woman's body. Why couldn't the White Wolf be a man? It would have been much easier for me then. "Fine," I said with a low growl. I resisted the urge to be sick when he took my hands, well, her hands, in his own. "I was so worried," he whispered, rubbing his thumb on my cheek. "You were ill for the past 3 days, and I didn't know what to do. I thought a change would help you, so I brought you downstairs." He went on and on. Damn. What should I do? Oh, right. Women blush when their mate touches them like that. However, I couldn't blush because I am not at all attracted to this man. However, I can fake being shy, so I lowered my head so that he could think I was feeling shy. When Randy proposed his plan to us a year ago, he had wolves following the White Wolf, Templar's every move. For 7 months, wolves followed her. They investigated everything about her so that I would be able to act just like her. The way she walks, the way she talks, the way she smiles, her friends, her relationship with her pack, how she behaves when she is with her mate, every single thing. After that, I had to learn it so that I would be comfortable doing it while I am inside her body. When I took over her body, the first thing I did was practice behaving just like her. Unfortunately for me, Myron found out where she is right at the same time, so I had to pretend to be asleep for almost 6 hours while Randy lied to them about the white wolf slipping into a coma. There was no chance of that happening at all. It was all an act. I was pretending to be asleep while they mourned for the lost pup. "I am fine," I said, hoping my voice sounded shy. I was more than surprised when Rhett growled. I raised my head and looked at him questioningly, only to find him smiling at me. "I am so happy you are fine," he said, grinning widely, and I nodded. "I will go upstairs," I mumbled and stood up, but Rhett caught my hand and forced me back on the seat. "Where are you going?" he asked, and once again I resisted the urge to growl and punch him in the face. The white wolf never behaves rudely with her mate. She is all lovey-dovey with him, and you should be the same. It is important that we convince him that nothing has changed in his mate's behavior. That was what Randy had said repeatedly. "I need to take a shower," I lied. "You just took a shower 2 hours ago," he said, and I blinked. "Damn. I need to get refreshed, though," I added and tried to pull my hand from his, but his hold was tight. It was like he was hurting me. Why would he hurt his mate, though? I pushed that thought out of my head. "But what about your Hugh Jackman movie?" Kier, the beta, asked me. Damn. Hugh Jackman is Templar's favorite actor, and she always goes for the first show of his newly released movies. She is crazy about him and has 2 copies of all his movies. One pirated and the other original. Oh wow, I faked enthusiasm and sat back in my seat. I grimaced when I noticed that the movie had just begun. I have to sit and watch this for the next 2 hours? How do I get out of here? I need to go upstairs, pick up my cell phone from the drawer, and call Randy to know what his next plan is. I already missed 3 days, and I am sure he is going to be furious. However, it is not my fault, though. I didn't expect she would fall sick. Around 9, a parcel from a restaurant came home, and I sighed. I was famished. Kier went home to have his dinner, and I was relieved because I didn't have to deal with 2 wolves. I ate quietly. After dinner, I planned on going up, but Rhett didn't let me. He was sticking to me like glue, and it was difficult to get out of his sight. How should I fool him? What should I do? And when will this movie end? An idea popped into my head, and I decided to go ahead with it. Rhett, I called him because that is how the white wolf addresses her mate. "I am feeling sleepy," I said and faked a yawn. He cocked his eyebrow, and I smiled once again. I didn't know what else to do. Rhett growled and then narrowed his eyes. I blinked as I saw him because he looked furious. His jaws were firm, and his hands were clenched to form a fist. I just cocked my eyebrow. "Templar," he sneered, and I frowned, not knowing where he was going with this. What should I do if he tilts his eyebrow? "What?" I queried, confused. "Never mind," he shrugged and looked away. Finally. "Okay. I will go sleep," I said, standing up, but once again, Rhett held my hand and forced me to sit. "What now?" I asked through gritted teeth. I couldn't even hide my frustration. All I wanted to do was go upstairs, call Randy, and know about his plan. But this alpha isn't letting me go upstairs. How do I get away from him? Most importantly, why is he stopping me every time I plan to go up? Does he have any doubts about my behavior? Did he find out that after sunset, I take over his mate's body? I looked at him curiously, trying to see if he knew, but I couldn't exactly figure it out because he was smirking at me. I shook my head at that unpleasant thought. How can he know? Randy's plan was foolproof. No moon goddess worshipper could have guessed it. That's just impossible. I am fretting over nothing. Even if they do guess, they wouldn't know what to do to get rid of me from Templar. Killing me is impossible because I am already dead. It is my own ash that I used to wipe all over Templar's body so that the pack wolves cannot trace her scent. The human, who was still there in the house, just finished his dinner and came over to stand in front of me. He looked at me once, that is, he looked at my present appearance. A 22-year-old brunette with brown eyes and creamy skin. All the human boy saw was Templar's body. He wouldn't be able to guess that a man's spirit has taken over her body. "Are you ready?" He asked Rhett, and I frowned. "Ready for what?" "Do it," Rhett replied calmly, and then turned to look at me. I gulped when I saw the way he was glaring at me. He was an alpha, and he was quite intimidating, but I should be intimidating too. That is how the white wolf is. Even though I felt my knees shaking from his glare, I didn't look away. Before I could ask anything, the human boy held my hand in his, and I scowled at him. "What are you doing?" I growled out, but winced when he tightened the hold. "Rhett," I called, looking at him. "He is going to cure you." "Templar," Rhett said, and then growled once again, his eyes dark as night. "Let go of my hand." I screamed at the boy because his hold was extremely tight. I was about to fight him, however, I couldn't, especially after the boy sat beside me and closed his eyes. He was muttering something, and I couldn't even understand what language he was speaking. Who is this boy? What is he doing? Did Rhett figure out about me? Damn. Is that why Templar is always asleep at night? What is he doing? I launched furiously. However, my voice didn't have any power in it. I sounded like a weak kitten because I felt sleepy all of a sudden. "I want you asleep at night, Templar." "I don't want you sleepwalking," were the last words I heard Rhett saying before Templar's body got exhausted and was forced to close her eyes. I was in her body, but I couldn't do anything because her body wasn't moving. She was asleep until morning. I am sure Rhett knows I possess his mate's body. Chapter 24. Rhett POV. It worked. Taryn's idea worked, and I was so glad. I stared at Templar's sleeping form on the couch. Taryn had put her to sleep during sunset, but then he woke up suddenly because he wanted to see if the spirit had taken over her even when she was asleep. Unsurprisingly, yes, the spirit did take over her even when she was put to sleep. But because Templar's body is asleep, the spirit can do nothing. Instead, it's kept caged inside a body that refuses to move. Taryn was also asleep beside her, and I sighed. My wolf didn't like that he was holding Templar's hand, but I let it pass because this was all happening so that Templar could get her wolf back soon. "They're out?" January asked, standing near the doorway with Terrell. "Yes," I replied, staring at Templar. She wasn't herself now, and I could see it clearly in the change in her behavior. It was because of Drexler, who had taken over Templar's body. Good thing this worked. "It's way better than drugging her," January said, staring at Templar. "Take her to your room," Terrell suggested, and I shook my head. "Taryn should be holding her hand," I said with a growl, and they nodded in understanding. "You want me to stay?" Terrell queried, and I replied with a negative. "All right," he said, and walked away with his mate. Sighing, I brought a pillow and mattress, placed them on the living room floor, and decided to sleep there for what was left of the night. I groaned when I heard the annoyingly familiar tune of my alarm. Rubbing my eyes, I sat up and ran a hand through my messy hair. I stared at Taryn and Templar, who were both sleeping on the couch. Sighing, I stood up and returned the mattress and the pillow to my room. Then I went back to the living room and decided to wake Taryn up first. The sun was up and Templar would be back to normal. I shook him multiple times, but there was no reaction from him. Then I decided to loosen his grip on Templar's hand, but that too didn't work because I felt current passing through me when I touched their hands. I jumped back from the shock. Not knowing exactly what to do next, I decided to go and bring Adil here. 20 minutes later, Adil was in the house. He stared at his son and sighed before going and pressing a nerve on his hand. Taryn woke up with a jolt and then blinked repeatedly. Adil spoke something to him in their language and Taryn nodded. Sighing, he loosened the hold he had on Templar's hand. "She will wake up in another 5 minutes," Taryn informed me, and I nodded. Carrying Templar in my arms, I took her upstairs, but stopped in my tracks when Adil called me. "I want to talk to you," Adil said, and I blinked in confusion. "Let's meet near the temple at 9. I nodded. Wrapping a towel around my waist, I stepped out of the shower and saw Templar washing her face. "Good morning," I said, and she blushed. My wolf purred when he saw it, but I didn't want him to react much to it. As much as I loved to, I didn't want to because Templar was still not well. Without another glance at her, I walked straight towards our closet. If Templar was shocked, she didn't mention it. After getting dressed, I went directly to the temple. I couldn't wait to hear what Adil wanted to talk to me about. Adil came there exactly at 9. I had been waiting for nearly 2 hours. My wolf was desperate to hear what Adil wanted to say. I was sitting on the stairs at the front of the temple, and Adil sat a little away from me. "How long have you been waiting, Mr. Green?" Adil queried. "Just for a few minutes," I answered with a shrug, and Adil shook his head. "Why did you call me here?" "Your mate. She is not Patricia's heir," Adil said with a frown, and I looked at him in bewilderment. "She is not. Templar's last name is Wayne. Patricia's last name was Lassiter after she married Alexander," Adil said, and I nodded, really not understanding where he was going with all this. "She is from a different family." "I know that." "Patricia's statue is in the neighboring park," Adil added. "Yes, it's in Firelight Pack." "Are you friends with the alpha of that pack?" Adil demanded. "Yes." "Will he let us come to his pack?" "Yes." "Myron wouldn't mind," I said dismissively. I didn't know why exactly it was that important to Adil, but I still nodded. "Myron? Your friend who came to Romos?" "That's him. He is Patricia's descendant?" Adil asked in astonishment, and I cocked an eyebrow. "Yes. Why is it so important?" "We need someone from Patricia's family to sacrifice blood," Adil stated, and I inhaled sharply. "Sacrifice blood? How? Death? Blood?" I whispered. "Just a few drops from a cut in his palm, Mr. Green," Adil said with a smile, and I let out a breath. "Oh, thank God. I thought your mate was a descendant of Patricia and that it would be easier for us to take a drop of blood from her. But after I saw your temple without a statue in front, I got confused. However, now everything is cleared." Adil was right. I understood why he was asking me so many questions earlier. "Even though your mate is not a descendant, your friend is, and his blood is a must," Adil declared, and I nodded in understanding. He needed Myron's blood to call Patricia. "One more thing, Mr. Green. The White Wolf will have to be taken to Firelight Pack on the eclipse," Adil said, and my eyes were as wide as saucers. "What? Why?" "That's where Patricia's statue is," Adil answered, and I frowned. "What's with this Patricia's statue? Why is it so important? Why can't you help Templar bring her wolf back here to my pack?" I snapped in serious frustration. My wolf bristled in annoyance. "Did you know that her statue was made days after her death?" Adil asked, and I shook my head as a reply. "Patricia's ashes were used to make that statue, Mr. Green," Adil announced, and I looked at him in stark disbelief. "Was that statue made out of her ashes?" When Adil noticed my expression, he just nodded once. "She didn't die like others. Her soul left her body on her free will," he said, and I bobbed my head. "I am sure you are aware of the promise she made before her death, that she will come again if there is any evil?" "Yes, I am aware of it," I replied. "Well, for that to come true, she had told her pack members to use her ashes to make a statue," Adil added, and now I nodded in understanding. "If Patricia comes back, then it is going to happen only in Firelight Pack, Mr. Green," Adil declared. I closed my eyes and pinched the bridge of my nose. "You want to go there?" I questioned. "Yes. We have only 3 more days. I will ask my pack members to take you there." "An excellent idea. What are you going to do there?" I demanded. "I have to look at the place and see if it is possible for me to do what I intend to do." Adil chose his words carefully. I couldn't understand what he said, but I still nodded. My wolf was pacing inside me, but I held him back. All I knew was that this man was the only one who was capable of helping Templar, and I needed his help, desperately. "You can return before evening?" "No. I might stay there for the night," Adil replied, and I sighed. "All right. I am going to inform Myron," I said, standing up. I was about to leave, but stopped when I realized one main thing. "Is Taryn going with you too?" Adil nodded, and I paled. "Do I have to drug Templar again tonight? Is something wrong?" Adil asked when he noted my pale face. "Taryn. He would help Templar stay asleep throughout the night," I whispered. "I know," Adil said, and I scowled at him. "What am I going to do tonight?" I snapped. "I cannot drug her again. It is not good for her health." Adil sighed as a reply, which only deepened my scowl. "I am aware of it, Mr. Green." "Then what should I do?" "I will send my son home before sunset," Adil announced, and I heaved a sigh. I wanted Taryn to put Templar to sleep all through the night. It's better than drugging her. When I returned home, Templar was in the living room typing her novel. I stood beside her and stared at the screen. She was writing about a conversation scene between a brother and a sister. "What's the story about?" I asked Templar, sitting beside her. She jumped and then blinked, startled to see me. "I didn't sense you coming," she said, and I shrugged. "Where were you?" "In the guest house." "I had to talk about business with Adil," I lied. "But you were not there when I came to the guest house," Templar said with a frown. "We were walking and talking until we reached the temple." "Oh, okay. Where did you have your breakfast?" "I wasn't hungry. But now I am very hungry." "You prepared lunch?" "Yes. Your sandwich is kept in the box." "Eat," she said, looking back at her laptop screen. "So, what's the story about?" I demanded while I was eating my sandwich. "It's about a crazy stalker," Templar replied, and I cocked an eyebrow. She scrunched up her nose when I did that, and I smiled. Yesterday night, when Drexler had possessed Templar's body, he didn't even care if I had cocked an eyebrow. He didn't even know about it, and that just made me wonder how I could have been so stupid. How could I not realize from the start that Templar was behaving oddly? However, I was glad I found the source of the problem as well as a solution to the problem before the eclipse, or else, due to my ignorance, I would have lost Templar forever. That thought made me shudder, and I closed my eyes. "What's wrong?" Templar asked, placing a hand over mine. Smiling, I shook my head. "So, who is the crazy stalker stalking the main girl?" I queried. "I never said the stalker was stalking the main girl," Templar replied. "It's obvious," I said with a shrug. "In cliché books." "Not mine," she professed fiercely, and I smiled. "So, who is the stalker and whom is the stalker stalking?" I asked, taking another huge bite of my sandwich. "The stalker is the main girl," she replied with a smirk, and I stopped eating. "What?" "The stalker is the main girl," she said with a laugh. "It is going to be revealed only later, though," she added pointedly, and I nodded. "Okay, so the main girl is obsessed with a guy, her neighbor. But he already has a girlfriend, and our girl tries to kill the girlfriend numerous times. But every time I depict the scene in such a way, it seems like the main girl is the victim of the girlfriend's attacks. The only thing obvious is that the main girl doesn't find anything wrong with her behavior. Instead, she thinks the girlfriend is trying to hurt her all the time. If only she knew how similar the story was to what was actually happening in her life. All the bad is being done by her to the temple, but she doesn't know it, just like the girl in her book. What happens at the end?" I had to know. "Well, the guy sends her to an asylum." "She recovers?" "She does. She is not bad. She got obsessed with the guy because he reminded her of her late husband. And after she recovers, she decides to help other such people who go through the same thing as she did." "She helps others?" "Yes. She helps other such patients. She opens an organization, she leads it, and she ensures everything goes well. I do hope Templar's life changes for good once she gets her wolf back." "Sounds more like a starting than an ending," I remarked, and she chuckled. "That's because it is. It is revealed after 5 chapters that she has a problem, and then she is treated very badly. Beaten, humiliated, tortured. The story is all about how this once crazy obsessed stalker and now fully recovered girl earns respect for herself in society." That sounded wonderful. That is what I want for Templar. Most packs have a bad impression about the White Wolf now, but I do hope that after she has recovered, Templar gets the respect she deserves from all our kind. "It's good," I said, and Templar beamed. Leaning forward, I kissed her. Templar smiled against my lips and within no time clutched a fistful of my hair with her hand and started kissing me back. My wolf sighed and closed his eyes blissfully. I pulled away quickly because I didn't want to get carried away. I didn't want to touch Templar until she fully recovers. When I looked at Templar, I noticed that she had paled, and I frowned. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Nothing," she replied, looking away, but I cupped her cheeks and forced her to look at me. "Tell me," I ordered. "What's wrong? Do you not want me anymore?" Templar asked in a meek voice, color rising on her cheeks. I closed my eyes and touched my forehead against hers. I do want her. However, I couldn't, at least not now." "I do," I answered truthfully. Then why? I had no other option but to lie. Sven said we have to wait for at least 1 more week, and, trust me, the wait is killing me, I mumbled. She did? Yes. Why didn't she tell me? I suppose she forgot. But Dr. Jonah. I growled loudly as I heard that name. It was because of him that today Templar has so many problems. I wanted to kill him, but I will not because he is a Templar's transgressor more than he is mine. Templar stopped and looked at me questioningly. He is not your doctor. Sven is, I answered. Randy Jonah doesn't even have a doctor's degree. He is a fraud. Oh, I wasn't aware, she admitted weakly, and I tucked a strand of Templar's dark brown hair behind her ears. It's good you changed. Dr. Jonah said I would get my wolf back within 2 weeks, but she trailed off and I shook my head. You will get your wolf back, I stated confidently. How are you so sure? Templar asked in a shaky voice. I know because my wolf can still feel his mate. He cannot connect with her, but he can sense her presence, I said, looking at her dark brown eyes. It was true. Ever since I found Templar in that clinic, my wolf could sense his mate, but he couldn't get any response from her, no matter how much he tried. At that time, I had believed Randy and thought that it was because Templar's wolf was taking time to recover, but now I knew the truth was something else. Templar nodded with a smile. I hope so, too, she whispered when I kissed her forehead. Pulling away, I picked up another sandwich and started eating it while Templar resumed writing. By the way, I like the ending, and I hope it might get applied in real life too, I said after some time, and Templar furrowed her brows. What? She asked in confusion. I said I like the ending, I replied with a smile. Chapter 25. Rhett POV. It was 4:30 in the afternoon, and I was near the guest house, waiting for Adil, who was returning from Myron's pack. Taryn, who was supposed to go yesterday, chose not to go because he wanted to stay and put Templar to sleep. The Kepris have certain chants that they use when they remove a bad spirit from a person's body. When they do that, only the bad spirit will be awake, while the possessed person will be out like a light. That is what Taryn does to Templar. Every time he holds her hand, he pulls all her energy, which leaves Templar in a limp state. Even though Drexler's spirit is awake, it is unable to do anything because the body it depends on is unable to move. It also explains why I felt a shock pass through me when I touched Taryn to wake him up. His whole body was in fiery heat from the energy he had pulled from Templar's body. Right now, I was also waiting for Taryn, who had gone early in the morning to help his father in the Firelight Pack. As soon as I heard the horns of a vehicle, I climbed out of my car and leaned against the side. 2 minutes later, Adil, Taryn, Cameron, and a few wolves who had gone with Adil as bodyguards got out of their cars. Welcome back, I told Adil, who just nodded. I motioned for the guards to take Adil and Taryn's bags inside for them. Did everything go well? I asked Cameron, who nodded as a reply. Did he say anything? No. He just kept looking around the place. Asked for some stuff to be arranged, Cameron mumbled with a frown, and I looked at him in confusion. Stuff like ropes, gasoline, Cameron answered, and I furrowed my brows in confusion. Why would Adil need ropes and gasoline? Did he say why he needed them? I queried. No. Myron kept asking, but he didn't tell why. Said he is going to tell only once to all of us, Cameron replied, and I scowled. Only once. I mumbled. What is he going to tell us only once? Scratching my forehead, I shook my head and looked at Cameron. Go home, I told him, and he nodded. Once the guards had left, I stepped inside the guest house and called for Adil. Now that you have seen the Firelight Pack, do you think it is possible for you to do what you intend to do? I demanded. My wolf perked up, curious to listen to what Adil had to say. Yes, Mr. Green, Adil replied with a smile. Well, what do you intend to do? I questioned. I wanted to know what Adil had planned. Not right now, Mr. Green. I am tired and I need rest, Adil said sincerely. Feeling embarrassed for not considering that, I nodded once. I will see you tomorrow, I told him, and Adil nodded. Tomorrow, I am going to tell you what I intend to do, Adil stated, and I nodded. But I also need a few trusted wolves who are also capable of fighting with you there. I couldn't even imagine what he had planned because Adil always spoke in riddles, and it frustrated me. I wanted to order him to tell me everything, but manners compelled me to behave calmly. My wolf was pacing inside me, and it only made my frustration rise to a new level. Okay, let's meet at 2 in the afternoon tomorrow, here, I suggested, to which Adil immediately agreed. I decided the meeting would take place at noon because I wanted Myron to also be present. Whatever Adil had planned would happen only in his pack, and I trusted Myron. The first thing I saw when I entered our bedroom was Templar, who was sitting on the floor with her knees close to her chest. My wolf whimpered, and I paled. Templar, I called, but there was no response from her. Templar, I called louder, rushing towards her and kneeling in front of her. She was staring into space and was not responding to me. Her face was expressionless and her eyes bleak. "Baby, look at me," I commanded, cupping her cheeks. My wolf started pacing inside me, wondering what was wrong with Templar. Why wasn't she talking? She was fine this morning. She was fine until I left her alone to meet Adil. What happened in that short period of time? "Templar," I called louder. She dropped something on the floor. Immediately, I looked down to see what it was. I was paralyzed to the spot. My heart stopped beating for a second, and blood rushed to my veins when I saw the tarnished silver chain on the floor. I had removed it the day I found out she was possessed and kept it in my office, away from Templar's view, but she still found it. With shaky hands, I picked up the silver chain and stared at the tarnished side of it. "What is wrong with me, Rhett?" Templar demanded in a voice that was devoid of any emotion. I gulped, and then finally Templar raised her lashes to look at me. Her brown eyes displayed a sadness that made my heart squeeze in pain. I didn't know what to tell her. I didn't know how to tell her. Closing my eyes, I shook my head as a reply. "Please don't lie to me," Templar begged in a wobbly voice, and I immediately opened my eyes to look at her. Her dark brown eyes were swimming with tears. When I attempted to touch her, Templar shrank back, and I winced when I saw that. My wolf howled painfully because he didn't know what to do to help her at this moment. "Just tell me the truth." "I will be able to handle it," she said gravely, and I gulped. "You think I cannot, but I can." "I am not that fragile," she mumbled. "So please, tell me how this chain that I had put on a few days ago got tarnished," she demanded, looking at me. "I don't know," I lied. Templar closed her eyes and pinched the bridge of her nose. "I know something is wrong with me, Rhett. I am not that stupid. I had been ignoring it the past few days, but I do know something is wrong with me," she sniffed and then continued. "I don't remember what I had done in the 1 week I was away. My head starts pounding every day, the minute the sun sets. I don't remember anything after that. I woke up the next morning without the pain and without any memory of the night," she sobbed, and I lowered my head. I couldn't tell her. I just couldn't. How will she behave? What will she do if she comes to know the truth? There is no one who can help her other than Adil, and he too cannot do anything until the eclipse. Templar wiped her cheeks and started talking again. "My wolf is not responding. I cannot mind link with my own pack members. I cannot control water like I used to. I am getting weaker every passing day. You are behaving oddly. My friends are behaving oddly around me. You all are keeping me away. You think I wouldn't have noticed that?" Her hurtful eyes were focused on me. "You think I don't know that you all are keeping your distance from me?" she demanded, and I gulped. My wolf lowered his head and whined softly. I know the problem is with me, but I don't know what that problem is. If you do, then please tell me." "Please," she kept on begging, clutching the lapels of my leather jacket and pressing her forehead against my chest. "Please," she added once more, and I closed my eyes. For a long time, we sat like that. My arms were wrapped around Templar's slim body, and Templar was resting her cheek on my chest and sobbing miserably. No matter what she said, I couldn't tell her the truth. Adil had something planned, and for his plan to work, Templar had to remain ignorant. Looking at her eyes, which were desperately begging me for answers, I couldn't lie to her either. That is why I made the decision to only tell her the half-truth. Clearing my throat, I looked her in the eye and stated, "You are going to get your wolf back." Templar blinked and looked at me unsurely. "Your wolf is not with you, and hence, strange things are happening to you. But you're going to get your wolf back soon, I said confidently. How? Templar asked in a shaky voice. Taking a deep breath, I continued, I cannot tell you how and when. Instead, I am asking you to trust me, Templar. I know you are going to get your wolf back and recover your memory soon. Templar blinked and gulped. Understood. I queried and she nodded. I placed a soft kiss on her forehead and, pulling back, I checked the time. It was 6:15 in the evening. Terrell, come to my place with Taryn, I ordered through the link. Already on my way, he was quick to reply. I wrapped a sheet around Templar's body. Taryn had done what he does, and now both were sleeping soundly, and I smiled when I saw that. Even though Drexler had taken over her body, there was no way he could do anything when Templar's body was weak. Sighing, I decided to get back to my work, but frowned when I recalled something. Drexler, when he takes over Templar, contacts Randy. The only way he could do that, according to me, is through a cell phone. But where is that cell phone kept? At first, I decided to check our room, but I doubted it would be there because the other day, Templar had cleaned our room. If she had found a cell phone, she would have certainly told me because she is herself every morning. So, it's not the house, not the kitchen, not my office or the other rooms, because every day for the last week, Templar has been cleaning a room. Sighing, I decided to check in the movie room. Half an hour later, I found nothing in the movie room, nor in the gym. Kier, who came a few minutes ago, was searching in the game room for the cell phone. Anything? I asked, leaning against the threshold of the game room. Nothing, Kier replied, and I compressed my lips. Where else could Drexler have hidden a cell phone? Did you check outside the house? Kier asked, and I shook my head. I don't think. It might be in the garage, Kier sized. There is so much stuff in the garage, we barely pay attention to any of it, Kier shrugged. You are right, I muttered, going to the garage. I am always right, Kier boasted, and I rolled my eyes. Found it, Kier shouted, and I stood up and removed my gloves. Holy goddess! Our garage was horrible and in desperate need of some good cleaning. Found what? I queried. Look, he said, and then showed me a bag. Undoing the zip, I flipped it upside down and dropped the contents on the nearest table. My eyes widened when I saw the contents in the bag. There was a paint box, a paintbrush, another box that contained bows and arrows, a lighter, a cell phone, a small box that contained ashes, a knife, and some pills. I picked up the pills and decided to show them to Sven to know for what purpose they were to be taken, while Kier inspected the ashes. His own ashes, Kier murmured with a frown. I will flush it, he said, keeping the box aside while I laughed. I then picked up the cell phone but frowned when I noticed that the screen was locked, which, without a doubt, Kier could unlock. You know what to do, I said, handing the cell phone to him. It's just 5 digits, Kier muttered with a smile. I will be done within a few seconds. Exactly 20 seconds later, Kier was able to crack the password and unlock it. Thanks, I said with a wide grin. What was the password? I guess it's his birthday, Kier said with a shrug as I checked the 100+ missed calls Drexler had. The majority were from Randy and Simeon Riker. Smirking, I called Randy, who answered the call on the second ring. Drexler? Randy tested, which caused my wolf to growl. He is sleeping, I replied calmly, and was greeted with silence on the other side. He is barely awake at night these days, isn't he? I purposefully rubbed salt on his wound. You cannot hurt him without hurting your mate, Randy pointed out, and I growled dangerously. I hope you remember that, Randy added, and I knew he was smirking on the other side. My wolf bared his fangs, but I pushed him back with all my force. No matter what you do now, you cannot stop Drexler from taking over your mate's body during the eclipse, he stated. Beside me, Kier growled and clenched his fists. Actually, I can, I answered calmly. The silence buzzed, and I smirked. This time, I will be the one talking while all Randy will be doing is listening. You're lying, Randy spat through gritted teeth. Randy, everyone knows pride comes before a fall, I retorted smoothly, which caused Kier to chuckle. I could say the same to you, Randy snapped. My wolf was pleased to see that I could rile him up so easily. Good. This was really good. I want him to be scared. Yes. You can, I sighed. You do what you have to do on the eclipse to destroy the White Wolf, while I will do what I have to do to bring the White Wolf back. If you win, I will be waiting for you, and if I win, you know what I am going to do," I reminded him coldly before ending the call. Damn. I wanted him to hear the flushing sound, Kier mumbled, and I chuckled. However, the humor in me faded when I realized what Randy was going to do during the eclipse to Templar. Closing my eyes, I took a deep breath to calm myself. Nothing is going to happen. Adil is going to bring back Templar's wolf. I am sure he is going to do that. Adil wants to talk to us about something tomorrow, I said, looking at Kier. Us, he probed. You, Cameron, Terrell, January, Benedict, and Myron, I told him, and Kier nodded. These were the few wolves who were not only fighters, but also the ones I knew I could trust with my life. After telling him the time and place, I asked Kier to share the news with others. He agreed before leaving. Drexler's cell phone rang again, and it was Randy's call, but I cut it off, switched off the cell phone, and removed the SIM card. Not being satisfied with that, I even threw the cell phone on the floor and stomped on it until there was a crack on the screen. However, I didn't cut the SIM card. Instead, I took it to my office and kept it in a drawer. The next afternoon, while Templar had gone to the pack house to play with Luca, I went with the others to the guest house. Myron was already on his way, and I asked the guards to directly escort him to the guest house. I didn't want him meeting Templar, who would, without a doubt, want to know what he was doing here. Sven, Monica, and Afra were assigned the task of keeping Templar busy until we finished talking. I hated the fact that Templar, who was the alpha of this pack once, is now kept away from all the major decisions. Randy made that happen. Randy and Simeon Riker wanted her to suffer, and that is what was happening to Templar. However, I pacified myself by saying that the meeting was for Templar's benefit because we were going to talk about the plan that would help her shift into her wolf. Adil and Taryn were already waiting for us in the living room of the guest house. Is everyone here? Adil queried when he saw us, while Taryn was drawing something on his iPad. Myron hasn't reached yet, January told him after we sat on the couch. Then we will wait, Adil said, and I suppressed a groan. Why can't he just tell me? Myron arrived 20 minutes late, and when I saw him, I was losing my patience completely because, for the past 20 minutes, my wolf had been going crazy. As I had once said, patience was never his gift. Everyone is here. Let us start, I said through gritted teeth. Okay, Adil said, and then turned to look at Taryn, who flipped the screen in our direction. I noticed that he had drawn a spiral on his iPad screen. What's that? January asked before I could. A spiral, Taryn replied. I know that. But why are you showing us a spiral? She inquired. There will be a spiral drawn in front of the Firelight Pack Moon Temple by Baba, Taryn answered. Okay. What's the use of that spiral? Myron demanded. The total time taken for the eclipse will be nearly 2 hours, Adil began. In that, 7 minutes is the time of total darkness. It is exactly at that time, during which, if we fail, Drexler will take over Templar's body. Every one of us growled when we heard that. My wolf curled his lips while my claws snapped out. Control yourself, Mr. Green, Adil advised, staring at me. You will not like what I am going to say next either, he stated, and hesitantly my wolf retreated. What is he going to say? We have a total of 50 minutes before there is total darkness, Adil stated. We? Cameron asked, cocking an eyebrow. What do we have to do in those 50 minutes? I demanded, staring at Adil. I want you to bring your mate, the White Wolf, to the center of the spiral within those 50 minutes, Adil directed, staring at me, while Taryn pointed at the central point of the spiral on the screen. That's it? January asked, and Adil shook his head as a reply. When I stared at Adil's golden eyes, which were bracing for my reaction, I knew I wouldn't like what he was going to say next. All Rhett has to do is bring Templar to the central point of that spiral? Terrell questioned. It will not be so easy, Taryn replied, and I frowned. The moment the eclipse starts, your mate will be fighting to be herself or to let Drexler possess her body, Adil said. I inhaled sharply, and so did the others after hearing Adil's words. You mean to say, she will fight against being brought to the central point? I asked in a whisper, fully aware that the answer would be a yes. Yes, Adil confirmed. Compressing my lips, I ran a hand through my hair while others looked at me curiously. My wolf continued pacing. He wanted to shift. He wanted to go for a run and cool himself. Taking a deep breath, I looked at Adil, who had still not taken his eyes away from me. There is more, isn't there? My voice was barely audible. Yes, Adil replied. What is it? Gulping, I braced myself to hear what Adil had to say. When Templar is brought to that central point, I want her body so weak that she cannot move even her little finger. Chapter 26. Templar POV. Awesome, Theon whispered after Hugh Jackman fought the ninjas in the Wolverine. I know, right? I commented with a grin, watching the actor on screen. God, I love Hugh Jackman. Templar, Rhett called, and I turned to face him. We were in the pack house, where I was watching the movie with other pups on a lazy Saturday afternoon. Let's go, Rhett said, and I frowned at him. I am watching Hugh Jackman's movie, I grumbled, staring at the screen. You own that DVD. You can watch the movie anytime. Now let us go home, he commanded, and I stiffened. What's wrong? I asked and finally noticed the seriousness in his Pacific blue eyes. Rhett looked angry. Why? What happened? Let's talk at home, he muttered and started towards the door. Well aware that he was expecting me to follow him, I did so after saying bye to the pups. Okay, what's the matter? I queried Rhett once we were in our house. Rhett had not uttered a single word when we were walking towards our house. He was silent, clenching and unclenching his fists repeatedly. Something was wrong. We are going to Firelight Pack, Rhett said, and I blinked in confusion. I do hope you remember today is the eclipse, and there is a prayer there, Rhett reminded me, and I gasped. I forgot about that, I said, placing a hand over my head. Why didn't you tell me before? I queried, going upstairs. I thought you would remember, he replied with a shrug, and I rolled my eyes. Well, I forgot. Anyway, when are we leaving? I asked, stopping at the topmost stair. In another 15 minutes. Is that all? I asked, and Rhett looked at me in confusion. You seem stressed. I am fine, he dismissed with a reassuring smile. I need to get changed too, he said, coming upstairs. Who else is coming? I asked, stepping inside our closet and picking dark jeans and a beige and black striped pullover. Sven, Cameron obviously. Kier, Benedict, Terrell, and his mate are joining with us, he replied, and my eyes widened. None of my friends told me about this. Why? Jan didn't tell me anything about this, I muttered, dropping my clothes on the bed. They decided to join us at the last moment. Besides, it's the weekend, right? Rhett reasoned, and I nodded, tying my hair up. I needed a shower. Rhett had already showered and dressed up when I came out of the shower. What about the pack security? I asked Rhett, pulling a black singlet over my head. We collaborated with Myron's pack, Rhett answered, and I smiled. We always collaborate with Firelight Pack wolves during celebrations like this, or when either one of the packs is attacked. That's good, I said, pulling my jeans on while Rhett wore his shoes. You are done, I pointed out with a sigh. I will see you downstairs, Rhett muttered and then walked downstairs without even glancing at me. I stared at his back in bewilderment. Something was definitely wrong. But what was wrong? I have to ask him, or even better, find out from Terrell. I was about to connect with Terrell through the link when all of a sudden I paled. The realization that I couldn't mind link with my own pack members hurt me too much. Compressing my lips, I sat on the bed and ran a hand through my hair. I wanted my wolf back, but she was not responding to me. I closed my eyes, and sure enough, I felt her presence. Nevertheless, it felt like every passing day she was getting further away from me. I knew something was wrong with me, and that is why my wolf wasn't responding. However, I didn't know what that something was. Your wolf is not with you, and hence strange things are happening to you. But you are going to get your wolf back soon. I recalled Rhett saying so to me yesterday. He had asked me to trust him, and trust him I did, with my life. He was confident that I was going to shift, so I should be too. My eyes started stinging with tears, and I gently rubbed my eyes with my knuckles. I quickly pulled down my pullover and went to apply light makeup on my face. I didn't want others to see the dark circles that I have been having around my eyes. It was almost 3:30 in the afternoon when we started our journey. Terrell and January had already left, along with Sven and Cameron before us. However, Kier and Benedict were in an SUV behind us, along with a few fighters who were coming as security. I turned my head to look at Rhett. His face was expressionless, his jaw firm, and his Pacific blue eyes were cold and distant. He looked furious. At whom and for what? Rhett, I called in a soft tone, and he looked at me for a second before focusing his vision back on the endless stretch of road. What happened? Nothing. Of course it's something, I burst out in anger. I became angrier when the outburst didn't earn any reaction from Rhett. Why is he so distant? He was fine until the day before yesterday, until he had gone for some meeting, and when he returned from there, he had been distressingly quiet. Please tell me, I almost begged. Rhett closed his eyes for a second before heaving a sigh and answering, I am just worried about my work, Templar, he mumbled. What happened? I demanded, satisfied that he was sharing it with me. I agreed to a very dangerous deal, he said through gritted teeth, and I blinked. Dangerous. If it doesn't go as planned, it might cause someone's death, he added in a whisper, and I gasped. Now I understand why he was so tense. But I was curious, what kind of deal is that? Then why did you agree? I queried, perplexed. I had no other option. You were talking in riddles. You know that, right? I questioned, and Rhett nodded softly. Tell me exactly what the deal is? I had to know what bothered him so much. The deal, if successful, will make me the happiest man on earth, and if failed, I don't even want to think on those terms, he breathed out roughly. I doubt he even heard my question. I looked at Rhett, who had his lips compressed to form a thin line. His hold on the steering wheel was so tight that his knuckles were snow white, while his powerful profile was taut and hostile. Exactly what is this deal all about? Rhett, I called him in a whisper. Don't, Rhett said fiercely, and I blinked. I don't want to talk about it. He spelled each word out through gritted teeth. I paled. Now that my wolf wasn't responding to me, his tone was able to intimidate me. His behavior sent cold chills down the length of my spine, and I shivered. Nervously licking my lower lip, I nodded. The rest of the journey, neither of us spoke a word to each other. When I couldn't take the silence anymore, I leaned against my seat and stared at the passing scenery. Midway, I fell asleep. I woke up when Rhett brought his car to an abrupt halt. Are you okay? Rhett asked, and I nodded. I removed my seatbelt and looked at him. Come on. Let's go, he said, and climbed out of the car. Still wondering what was wrong with him, I got out of the car and yawned. While I raised my hands to stretch, I looked at my surroundings. Surely, we were in Firelight Pack, but we were not near their pack temple like I expected. Rhett had stopped his car in the middle of nowhere, actually. I looked around and realized we were in some deserted land. There were no wolves. Hell, there weren't even trees here. Just some dried patches of grass here and there. Frowning, I was about to ask Rhett what we were doing here when I noticed that he had already gone ahead, leaving me alone next to his car. Sighing, I followed after him. There was no one around, and even if anyone was here, I wouldn't be able to sense their presence because I had lost my ability to catch others' scents. Gulping and shaking that painful thought from my head, I followed after Rhett, who was walking in the direction of the temple. I didn't know why we had to walk all the way to the temple, but then I presumed there wouldn't be much space to park vehicles next to the temple since it would be crowded today. While I followed Rhett, I stared at the sun in the sky. Within a few minutes, the eclipse would start, and it would be a beauty to watch. I loved watching the eclipse. Today, there would be a total solar eclipse, and I was excited to watch the corona as well as the prominence. But my favorite part was watching the diamond ring effect, which is a spectacular beauty in its own right. It's overwhelming to watch night during the day on Earth at the time of totality. According to me, an eclipse is a transformational event. It is a surreal and splendid sight. I had first seen a total eclipse when I was 12, and now, almost 10 years later, I am going to see it again. While I was walking, lost in my thoughts, I had failed to see Rhett slackening his pace. Rhett, I called when he paused in his tracks. I looked around and realized that we were right in the middle of a clearing. I didn't even realize we had reached it. Why did we stop here? I inquired in bewilderment, looking around. There was no one around, not even Myron's pack wolves. They must all be in the temple, I mused. I glanced at Rhett, who had his ramrod stiff back to me. Just when I was about to take a step ahead, Rhett turned to face me. My eyes collided with his Pacific blue ones, and I didn't miss the pain look in them, which he had been trying his best to conceal from me. I gulped and extended a hand to touch him, to comfort him, and tell him I was there with him, no matter what. Something was seriously wrong. But what? What had him this worried? When I touched his arm, Rhett took a step back. I paled when I saw his unexpected reaction. I felt like my heart sank into my stomach. Rhett flinched from my touch. My mate flinched from my touch. Why did he do that? He loves me. Even though I was hurt deeply by his reaction, I didn't let him see it. Instead, I cleared my throat, blinked constantly, and then nervously lowered my hand. Why did we stop here? My voice was wobbly. Rhett smiled, but that smile didn't quite reach his eyes. It was a small smile. "You know I love you, right?" he asked quietly. Immediately, my heart started pounding in my chest, and I felt lightheaded. He loves me. He does. So, as an answer to his modest question, I nodded happily. I knew my mate loved me, and I love him too. I was confident about that. Rhett stepped forward, cupped my face in his large hands, and then placed a light, feathery kiss on my forehead. I closed my eyes and smiled blissfully at that affectionate gesture. After a few seconds, he dropped his hands, and I slightly tilted my head back to look at him. I narrowed my eyes in absolute perplexity when I saw that once again his face was inexpressive and his features rigid. Rhett took a deep breath and then, taking a step back, curling his fingers to form a tight fist, he whispered, "I am doing this because I love you." My heart pounded in my chest when I saw the coldness in his eyes. I stared at his fist and then glanced up to clash with his Pacific blue eyes. "Doing what?" I prompted, well aware that I am not going to like his answer. Rhett didn't bother replying. Instead, he took a step back, growled aggressively, and then shifted into his huge black wolf, compelling me to take a few steps back. "Shift," he snapped through the link, and I flinched. How did this happen? I thought I couldn't mind linking with anyone, but now I could hear his voice in my head. When I tried to connect with him through the link, I was met with a brick wall. I couldn't connect with him, and once again, I felt like the mind link was broken. How did it come back for a second? "Shift," Rhett commanded this time, looking me in the eye. I looked away, not meeting his gaze because I didn't appreciate the way he commanded me. Nobody commands me. Nobody. Even though I knew I didn't have my wolf, I was still getting angrier with each passing second because Rhett's cold and distant behavior was getting to me. And why is he asking me to shift when he knows I cannot? What is he playing at? Rhett curled his lips and displayed one sharp canine to me. My eyes were as wide as saucers when I saw that. Why is he doing this? What is he going to get from this? I do not even have my wolf with me. I couldn't even think he was playfully fighting with me because his wolf was in an aggressive stance. He was glaring at me. "Rhett," my voice was a whisper. Rhett looked up at the sky, and I followed his gaze. It had started. The eclipse had started. I was staring at the sky in awe when all of a sudden, I was forcefully pushed to the ground by Rhett's wolf. I glanced at his wolf in horror. "What is wrong with you?" I shouted in fury and stood up to glare at Rhett. What is the matter with him? Rhett growled louder and took a threatening step forward. However, instead of getting scared, I got angry. I was shocked because I was experiencing two conflicting emotions. On one side, I was worried, and on the other side, I was getting furious. I gulped and looked at Rhett, who rushed towards me and once again collided his head against my midsection. I fell flat on the ground and winced. Rhett took a step back and bared his teeth. I stared at him in horror. He looked like he was waiting to strike. "Why are you doing this?" "Rhett?" I screamed. My heart hammered in my chest, and I gulped as Rhett bristled. "It's me." My voice was a low growl. All of a sudden, my head hurt and I felt lightheaded. Rhett once again walked closer to me, and I moved backward. He was trying to corner me. Why is he doing this? What do you want? I asked, staring at Rhett in total confusion. My head was hurting. My body was in pain. I was confused as well as angry at the same time. I, Rhett Green, Alpha of the Waterwave Pack, am challenging you, Templar Green, White Wolf, for a fight, Rhett said in his alpha tone, and I turned white as milk. My heart thumped like mad, and I felt goosebumps all over my body. No, he is not. The hair on the back of my neck stood while I stared at Rhett in unhidden dread. Why is he challenging me to a fight when he knows I have no wolf? I tried connecting with him through the link, but once again, I realized that was not possible. What is happening to me? As Rhett took a step back, I stood up and blinked. Rhett, I called hesitantly, and his Pacific blue eyes collided with mine. Stop this, please, I told him nervously. With another feral growl, he lunged at me. However, this time, I was not ready to take any hits from him. There was some kind of fury building inside me, and so, in rising frustration, I fought back. When he lunged at me, I pushed him back with full force. Rhett fell back a few steps away, stood up, and growled. His face was of pure anger, and I wondered what I had done to have him behave like this. He shook his body once, and I saw sprinkles of blood dripping on the ground. Slowly, nervously, I glanced at my hand and gasped when I saw my claws. Long, sharp, and dripping blood. I could have said that I felt like I was getting my wolf back, but I did not because there was no connection between my wolf and me. However, I felt a presence in me, strong but vindictive. The presence only wanted to hurt and cause pain, and for a few seconds, I felt it was not my wolf. It was something else because the presence was encouraging me to hurt Rhett, and my wolf would have never done that. Rhett once again rushed towards me, and this time the presence was encouraging me to end him. I didn't want that, and when I was conflicting with that dangerous side, Rhett collided his head against my stomach. I toppled over his body before hitting the ground. But as I stood up, the presence started taking over me. It felt like every passing minute I was doing what it was encouraging me to do. What is happening to me? I knew for sure it wasn't my wolf because she isn't this vile. The presence inside me, it was poisonous. Glaring at Rhett, I growled. My growl wasn't that powerful, but it still caught Rhett's attention because he stopped and then stared at me. Attack, he commanded through the link. It was then that I realized my mind link was back, but the presence in me was not encouraging me to connect with others. Frowning, I gazed at Rhett, only to see that he was looking at someone behind me. I turned and gasped when I saw Jan standing right behind me. Jan, I muttered and walked towards her, but stopped when she purposefully took her claws out and bared her fangs in warning. My best friend too? Are they doing this so that I can get my wolf? If they are, then it is not working. Because something bad is happening to me, and I could sense it. The presence was getting furious, and now I was slowly letting it take over me because it was too powerful to be pushed back, especially when I didn't have my wolf fighting against it. Growling, Jen rushed towards me, and leaping high in the air, she struck me in the shoulder. I fell near someone's feet, and as I looked up, Kier was standing there. His face was blank, and he, too, had his claws out. Kneeling, I glared at Kier, daring him to attack me. Kier didn't hesitate. He held me and forced me to stand up. He struck me in the stomach, and I fell a few steps away. Myron was the next one to join, followed by Cameron, Benedict, and Terrell. They too attacked me, aiming for my limbs. Sometime later, when I slowly managed to stand up, I looked at Rhett, who had shifted back to his human form. He was fully dressed, and he was glaring at me. In fact, they were all glaring at me. I looked at them, one after the other. My mate, my brother, my best friend, my beta, my third in command, and my other dear friends. All were attacking me. If they expected my wolf to return this way, then it was not happening. She was not responding. But the presence, which I felt inside me, was pacing in frustration. It was tired of encouraging me to fight back. Now it wanted to take control over me. I looked up at the sky and noticed that the moon had almost completed half of its trip across the sun's face. As the darkness started taking over, the presence inside me grew stronger and stronger. Blood rushed to my ears, and I felt cold. My head was pounding badly, and all I wanted to do was sleep. I looked at my friends, who were staring at me in confusion, but none of them came to help me. Staring at Rhett, I closed my eyes, and that was the exact moment the presence fully took over me. I don't remember anything that happened next. Rhett POV. I sucked in a breath when Templar opened her eyes because at that moment, I saw that her eyeballs, instead of being red, were dark as night. She bared her fangs and then snarled. This was definitely not Templar. Drexler had fully taken over her now. I looked at the sky above and winced when I saw that the moon had already shadowed half of the sun, and the sky was now a dull dusky blue. It's not her, is it? January asked from beside me in a low voice. It's not her, I confirmed, and then, rushing towards Templar, I caught her and forced her to the ground. She closed her eyes and ground her teeth. When I saw Templar in pain, my wolf started whimpering, and immediately, I loosened the hold I had on her. I stood up, and Templar soon followed suit. She rushed towards me, and then, leaping in the air, she struck me in the face. I fell on the ground and growled lowly. Your wolf wouldn't like what you are doing. But it is your duty to push him back because you are doing this for Templar. I recalled Adil's words. I was against hurting her, but Adil had said it was necessary to do this because if she were capable of moving, then the plan would be a huge flop. Growling and pushing back my wolf, who was begging me to stop, I stood up and saw Terrell and Kier engaging her. Since Adil knew I wouldn't be able to hurt her, he had asked others to join me. The problem was that they couldn't hurt Templar because they didn't want to. Surely we were hitting her, but we were not hurting her as much as we were asked to. She is healing, Myron said, and I stiffened. When Drexler takes over Templar's body, she has all her powers with her. Hence, I could connect with her through the link. We only have 25 more minutes. We need to take her to the center, January imparted, and I nodded nervously. My hands were shaking because I was scared. I looked at Templar, who was fighting with Cameron now. When Cameron raised his hand to hit her, she stopped it with one hand and then struck him with the other. She then kicked him in the chest, and he fell to the ground. She then targeted Benedict, and after striking him in the midsection twice, he, too, was down. Her next target was Kier. She rushed towards him, skidded at the last moment, and swept his ankle. When Kier fell, she knocked him out. Damn. This is Templar's power, and Drexler is using it, January muttered, and I nodded grimly. There was no way Drexler would have been able to knock all three of them out. Templar could have done that. We expected this, and hence we didn't bring her anywhere close to the sea, where she could have controlled the water. We brought her to a secluded land, far away from the sea or any source of water. Myron, I called when I saw him stepping forward to attack Templar after Terrell fell on the ground. I will do it, I said through gritted teeth, stepping ahead. Only 20 minutes left, Myron warned, and I nodded. I stood facing Templar, who smirked at me. Only 20 more minutes and your mate will be gone, she said with a smirk, and this was the first time I was facing her when she was possessed. The same voice, the same face, except she wasn't Templar. You think you can save her from me? She asked, tilting her head to the side and looking at me with an amused expression. She had been hurt badly when she fought with others, but she was healing. I am here to save her from you, I replied confidently and then smirked at her. She growled at me and then rushed towards me. While she raised her knee, I blocked and struck her. She reacted quickly by hitting me in the stomach, and I followed by catching her hand and throwing her away. She fell a few meters away, but quickly stood up and bared her fangs. My wolf was getting restless every passing second. He didn't want to hurt Templar, that is all he was thinking about. Hence, while I had been in my wolf form, I was not able to attack her, which is why I shifted back. This is not my mate, I kept reminding myself to push my wolf back. As she rushed towards me again, I caught her by her waist and took her to the ground. I had a tight grip on her neck and saw her struggling to fight from my hold. I pinned her down firmly and she winced. Rhett, she whimpered, and immediately I loosened the hold I had on her. She smirked and then kneed me in the stomach. Drexler was messing with me. Grinding my teeth, I muttered a curse and then struck her. If I had wanted to, then I could have hit her really hard, but I didn't because, in some weird way, I am still hurting Templar. She spat blood and then stood up, wiping her lips. Once again, she rushed towards me and struck me twice. However, before she could strike the third time, I caught her small fist and then struck her right below her ribs. Ignoring her groan of pain, I caught her and toppled her until she fell on the ground. I watched her as she closed her eyes and whimpered in pain. To ensure she was incapacitated, I closed my eyes and struck her leg to immobilize the vessel. My wolf howled in anguish when I did that. Remember, Mr. Green, if you want to save your mate, then when she is possessed, you will have to hurt her a lot, Adil had told me. Opening my eyes, I looked down at Templar. She was clutching her stomach and whimpering, and I felt guilt enveloping my heart. However, when she opened her eyes, I saw a different her. A possessed her. Rhett, 15 more minutes, Terrell reminded, and I nodded. Gripping her arm and shoulder, I started pulling Templar. Rhett, she called weakly, and my wolf whined repeatedly, asking me to loosen the hold I had on her. It's me, she added, and I gulped. It's not your mate, Myron snapped at me. Take her to the temple, Myron commanded when he saw my pale expression. When you bring her near the temple, Mr. Green, she will use all tactics to make sure you leave her. Just keep reminding yourself that she is not your mate. If it doesn't help, then for your mate's sake, just don't look at her face, Adil had said the moment he saw my shaken look after I agreed to hurt Templar. Pushing back my wolf, I gritted my teeth and then continued pulling her without looking at her face. Let me go, she screamed. This time, her voice was malicious, and that helped because it was easier to remind myself that she was not my Templar when she spoke like that. You cannot save your mate, she added. If you try to hurt me, she will die too, she continued talking, and I stopped in my tracks. Why can't you ask Taryn to put her to sleep? Why do I have to hurt her? I had demanded of Adil in the meeting. If I ask Taryn to put her to sleep, then either I will lose my son or you will lose your mate, Mr. Green, Adil replied stiffly, and I turned an ashen shade. What are you saying? I asked in shock. They will be holding each other's hands and Taryn will possess all of Templar's body's energy. When Patricia comes, Drexler will not die. My son or your mate will. I have to hurt her? I want her to be possessed when she is brought to that center, Mr. Green. I want her to be completely possessed. When you challenge her to a fight as soon as the eclipse starts, the spirit will slowly take over her body. As time passes, it will take full charge, and that is when I want her in the center because only then will Patricia be able to not only take it out of her, but also send that spirit to hell, Adil answered gently. Rhett, go. You have only 12 more minutes, Kier yelled, and I just realized that he had regained consciousness. Letting out a breath, I blinked and then nodded. I will destroy you all for doing this to me, Templar, who was possessed by Drexler, spat in rage. I tightened my grip and continued moving her. She tried to break free, but it wasn't possible for her. Once or twice, she clawed me, but the pain was nothing I couldn't bear. When I looked up, I was pleased to see that I was near the entrance of the temple. Loud music from drums and other instruments could be heard because a prayer was going on inside the temple. Gritting my teeth, I ignored the pain I felt when she clawed me once more. She was trying her best to fight my hold. Once or twice, she even stopped by, trying to hold on to something. But every single time, I was successful in pulling her. There, Taryn, who was standing near the temple entrance, pointed to the spiral that was done on the ground, behind Patricia's statue, but ahead of the temple. Come on. It's time to say goodbye, I addressed Drexler, walking towards the spiral. There was a screeching sound from Templar, and I knew Drexler was causing it. He was scared, and he should be. She kept kicking and screaming full throttle, asking me to let her go, but I did not. I knew, while we were here trying to take the spirit out of her body, Randy and his team were engaged in keeping it there forever. As I passed Patricia's statue, she sat on the ground, squirming violently, flailing her legs, kicking, and letting out that ear-splitting screech. The screech was something different, out of this world. It was scary, and someone with a weak heart could die just by hearing it. Growling, I forced her to stand up and then, quickly walking ahead, I pushed her so she fell exactly at the center of that spiral. I was tired of this. I wanted that vengeful spirit out of my mate's body now. The six-ring Archimedean spiral done by Adil was a little different. It was different because Adil had dug the ground up to 6 inches in the shape of a spiral and then had fuel and water flow through it. Step back, mister. Green, Adil said, and I looked at him to see that he was holding a flaming torch. Once Templar, who was now completely possessed by Drexler's spirit, fell at the center of the circle, Adil set fire to the outer end of the spiral. Immediately, fire spread on the 6 rings until it reached the inner end of the circle. I watched as she tried to get out, but it was impossible for her because fire was all around her. She was screaming and trying to jump through it, but she couldn't. I gulped and watched in horror, wondering what was going to happen next. I looked at Adil, who passed the flame to Taryn and then went towards Patricia's statue. Only 7 more minutes, January mumbled in a whisper, and I looked up at the sky. The sky was now a shade of midnight blue, and there were only minutes left for the corona, which would eventually lead to totality. Your prayer is necessary. If you want the White Wolf back, then your prayer is necessary. You have to ask the goddess to send Patricia's soul back to Earth so that she can send that evil spirit to hell, Adil had told us. Entwining my fingers, I prayed. All I prayed was that the goddess would send Patricia's soul for just a few minutes to save the White Wolf. That is what the wolves from Myron, as well as our pack, were doing. They were praying. Afra and other ladies had conducted a prayer in our pack, while Geneva was conducting a prayer in Firelight pack. Mr. Lassiter, Adil called, and immediately Myron walked towards him where he was standing in front of Patricia's statue. Adil handed Myron a small knife and queried, "Are you being forced to give this blood, or are you giving it of your own free will?" "I will forever be in debt to Myron for doing this to help Templar." "Of my own free will," Myron replied without hesitation, and then made a small incision in his palm with the blade of the knife. He held his hand out and let the blood sprinkle on the flaming torch held by Patricia's statue. I glanced at Templar and found that she was growling and trying her best to jump, but it was impossible because by now the flame had risen higher than I had expected. She was running her hand through her hair, looking around, taking a step ahead, and then jumping back when the flames rose. She was screaming, she was growling, she was threatening, but her voice was absorbed by the loud music coming from the temple. Myron stepped back and stood beside Kier, who was standing to my left, while January was standing to my right. We were at least 10 feet away from Patricia's statue because Taryn had asked us to stand there. Adil had already warned that no one should come in Patricia's way because then she might destroy you too. I looked at Adil, who placed his clenched fist over his heart and was chanting. His whole body was shaking, and I winced when I saw that. Adil was dressed in a golden robe, and finally, I could see the locket of his long gold chain. The locket, as expected, was of the sun with rays around it. Adil was a mystic, and they all had certain chants during which they would ask for God's help, and today, Adil wasn't asking for the moon goddess's help. He was asking for help from his father, the sun god, to send Patricia back to Earth. Patricia was born during an eclipse, and hence, the sun god was her creator too. Just like the god of ocean was Templar's creator. Adil opened his eyes and fist at the same time, and I noticed that he was holding a fistful of a mixture of fine gold and silver powder. Raising his hand, he threw the powder at the flaming torch Patricia's statue was holding. What happened next was nothing short of a miracle. The flame rose higher and higher. It was almost tree-high, but that was not it. The flame spread all over Patricia's statue, too, and now the whole statue was in flames. The flame spread around the statue in a circle and continued rising higher and higher. No one spoke. Everyone was just watching what was happening. Amidst the flame, I could still make out the curvaceous form of Patricia's statue. Closing my eyes, I continued praying and begging at the same time. When I heard a sharp intake of January's breath, I opened my eyes and sucked in a breath when I saw that the flame around Patricia's statue was slowly dying down. Gulping, I looked at the sky and gasped when I saw that the corona was now visible. There was total darkness, and the sky had turned midnight blue. Birds mistook it for night. Some flew to their homes, while others began singing. As I looked back at the statue, I sucked in a breath when I noticed that over the pedestal, where Patricia's statue was standing in a dramatic position just minutes earlier, now stood a woman, holding the same flaming torch. "Dear Goddess, is it true?" January whispered. "Or am I dreaming?" Kier added from the other side. "No, it is indeed," Myron began. "Patricia," I concluded. Chapter 27. Rhett POV. There are some moments in your life when something happens just the way you wanted it to happen. Trust me, I know it rarely happens, like a 0.00001 chance in 100. But when it happens, you cannot express what you are feeling. Just a few words aren't enough to express it. All you can do is just watch and smile, or pray, or even imagine that you must have done something good somewhere in your life, and that is why you are blessed with that moment. That is what I was feeling now. Staring at Patricia, that is exactly what I was feeling now. There were no sufficient words in any dictionary to explain what I felt. The only thing I knew for sure right now was that Templar is going to be saved. My wolf howled loudly in happiness, and I closed my eyes and curved my lips to form a smile. A very genuine smile, from my side, after days and days of misery. Letting out a breath, I opened my eyes and looked at Patricia. My mouth ran dry, and I just kept staring at Patricia, who had her eyes closed. She was wearing a sleeveless, floor-length white gown, which had an orange-yellow tie around her waist. She had long, waist-length, golden curly hair. As I scanned her face, I didn't miss a perfect straight nose, a shapely mouth, and closed eyes. But then suddenly, as if on cue, Patricia opened her eyes. I sucked in a breath when I saw her eyes. They were blood red, just like Templars. Slowly, Patricia straightened and looked around her until her gaze rested on Adil. As soon as she saw him, her lips curved to form a smile. Her smile was sincere, not teasing or insulting. There was something warm and serene about her. She didn't seem as fierce as it was written in that book. Slowly, she stepped down from the pedestal. But she still didn't take her eyes away from Adil. "I have been waiting for 179 years, Adil began, and my eyes were wide. Adil stepped forward and then took the metal flaming torch from Patricia, who handed it to him without any question. "I told you. I will only come when someone sincerely calls for my help, and this time, he did," Patricia said in a soft voice, and then looked at me. I gulped and blinked. My wolf was quick to react because he bowed his head as a mark of respect, and soon, placing a hand over my chest, I knelt on the ground and lowered my head. Others followed after me. There was complete silence. None of us spoke a word. None of us could say anything. There was nothing we had to say to her. After a few seconds, when I looked up, I found her smiling at us in a friendly and pleased way. Then a screeching sound disturbed the silence. I whipped my head to look at Templar, who was staring at Patricia in genuine horror, and was now desperately trying to jump out of the fire. Every single time, she was forced to cower due to the heat of the flame. I looked at Patricia, who slowly turned her head to look at Templar. She narrowed her eyes and then curved her lips to form a smirk. There was no fear in her eyes, just sheer bravery. When I gazed at the sky, I sucked in a breath because the silhouette of the moon had completely shadowed the sun. It was totality, and totality lasts for a maximum of 4 or 5 minutes. My eyes drifted to Templar, who was still shrieking and looking around. She was soaked in sweat, and her hair was a mess because she had been constantly running her hand over it. Patricia slowly made her way towards Templar. I watched her as she slowly, nonchalantly, walked ahead. The flame rising from the rings of the spiral looked like it wasn't going to die down anytime soon. However, they weren't a problem for Patricia because she walked right through that fire as if she were walking in a garden. At that moment, Templar knelt down and slammed her palm on the ground. I frowned when I saw her doing the same thing repeatedly. It was only when I felt the ground crack that I realized what Templar was doing. She was pulling the water from beneath the surface of the earth to fight against Patricia. My wolf growled, not appreciating it one bit. Drexler knew about Templar's powers, and now he would go to any extent to use them against Patricia. Slowly, she raised her hand upwards, and at that very moment, water sprinkled from the crack. Everyone gasped when they saw it, and Patricia stopped in her tracks. Templar smirked, and with her hand, she motioned for the water to flow forward. I frowned when I saw it sprinkling on the first circle of the spiral. Within seconds, the fire died down, and she threw back her head and laughed in glee. The sound of the laughter was scary and disturbing. When she was done laughing, she motioned for the water to drop over the second circle of the spiral, and I shook my head, afraid she would kill the fire this time, too. But nothing happened. Templar frowned, and with her hands, she motioned for the water to spill over the fire again. The water did spill, but instead of blowing out the flame like I thought it would, it got absorbed by the flame. Templar furrowed her brows and tried again and failed again, too. Growling furiously, she raised her lashes and clashed her gaze with Patricia, who was standing on the last circle and smirking at her. I heaved a sigh when I realized what was happening. As long as Patricia is here, nothing Drexler does will be successful. When Templar tried the same thing again, the flame rose higher. Screaming, she fell back and covered her eyes with her arms. Seeing that, Patricia raised her chin haughtily and strode ahead. Within 5 seconds, she had reached the center of the spiral, where Templar, who was completely possessed by Drexler, was standing. When she is possessed, Templar's eyes turn completely dark, and that is what happened now. The moment she saw Patricia, her eyes darkened, and her claws and fangs were out. She growled at Patricia. Since she couldn't defeat her the other way, Templar now chose a physical fight. While Templar did that, Patricia just smirked. Gone was the friendly look. Patricia now looked like a hunter cornering prey. As she took a step ahead, Templar tried to claw Patricia. But she couldn't do it because Patricia held her wrist and then began twisting it. When Templar screamed, I began marching towards her, but was pushed down to the ground and cornered there by Myron and Terrell. My wolf howled painfully, and I watched in horror as Templar fell on her knees, with Patricia still holding her wrists. Once you die, you either go to heaven or hell, Patricia began talking in a lethal way, her soft voice now sounding powerful. You don't occupy others' bodies and reside in them, she said, shaking her head, and I knew she was addressing Drexler's spirit. Now, get out of her body and show yourself, or I will be forced to take you out, Patricia warned. You will not be able to stop me, Drexler, who had taken over Templar, replied in a lethal tone. That was Patricia's response, and I blinked in confusion. Inferno, Patricia said all of a sudden. I inhaled sharply when she dropped Templar's wrist and placed her thumb on Templar's glabella, the area between Templar's eyebrows. Templar's head bent backward, and she closed her eyes and opened her mouth to let out a high-pitched scream. The moment Patricia placed her thumb on Templar's glabella, the fire rose higher and higher, and there was a strong gush of wind. Dried leaves and dust spread all around us, and I was forced to close my eyes. When I opened them, I noticed a black silhouette-like figure, which had no particular shape, coming out of Templar's mouth. I knelt on the ground and watched in horror until the silhouette, which without a doubt was Drexler's spirit, got fully out of her mouth. Dear Goddess, Kier whispered from behind me as we all watched what was happening in front of us. As soon as the shapeless silhouette was out of Templar's mouth, Patricia caught it in her free hand and then threw it towards Adil. While the silhouette flew through the air, Adil threw silver powder on it, and it fell on the ground. Inferno it is, Adil stated with a smirk and then set fire to the silhouette. It burned suddenly, and just like that, Drexler's spirit was sent to hell. Thank you, Goddess, I prayed quietly, and beside me, everyone else was doing the same. Thank you, Goddess. Thanks a lot, January was whispering from beside me, her hands joined together, and her eyes closed. Everyone was praying, and it was then that I realized that the music from the temple had stopped, and some wolves were peeping from the temple window to see what was happening outside. Gasping and letting out a sigh of relief, I looked at Adil with tears in my eyes, only to see that he was staring at Patricia. As I followed his gaze, I realized what he was looking at. Patricia still had her thumb pressed against Templar's glabella, but she was fading away. Slowly, Patricia's body was turning into dust, and a few seconds later, her whole body turned into dust. Once diminished, the dust fell on the ground and was scattered around by the wind. She was gone. Patricia was gone. She came from her statue, and she was gone now. There was no more Patricia's statue in front of the firelight-packed temple. I never thought it would happen like this. However, I didn't have much time to ponder over it because at that precise moment, Templar, who was unconscious, slumped on the ground. Standing up, I was about to rush towards her, but Adil held my arm and shook his head. I turned to growl at him, but Adil was busy staring at the sky. When I looked up, I noticed that the diamond ring effect was on display, which marked the end of totality. Slowly, the moon's silhouette was now passing away from the sun. What now? I asked Adil in a whisper. Why can't I go to Templar? My wolf was getting anxious. He was relieved that she was free from Drexler's spirit, but I wanted to know why she was down on the ground. Why wasn't Templar getting up? Now you wait, Adil replied calmly, and then, dropping my hand, he walked towards the spiral. There, he extended his left hand and then slowly raised it above. I watched with wide eyes as the fire rose higher, and then all of a sudden Adil pulled his hand closer to his chest. The fire followed suit, and soon Adil consumed all the energy of that fire, causing it to slowly die down. Wow, Cameron breathed out. He controls fire, Myron mused. You didn't know? Geneva asked him. Honestly, I wasn't surprised to see it because I knew Adil was able to control fire. That was just so spiritual and awesome, January sniffed, and I realized that she had been crying all this time. I know, right? I muttered, staring at Adil. He had consumed the energy of the fire from the spiral ring, which was around Templar. Taryn rushed towards his father and then, hugging him, said something to him in their own language. I couldn't understand a word of it, but looking at Taryn's expression, I knew he was happy. Behind me, I heard Geneva gasp, and I turned to face her. What did Taryn say? Kier asked her before I could. He said that Adil. Adil got his powers back, Geneva stuttered the reply. What? Kier said unsurely. Didn't he have his powers until now? Which means Patricia's curse on Adil was that he must lose all his powers. Is that why he helped us? Is that what he wanted from us? Was that his fee at the end? I had so many questions. But I didn't ask him any of it because my main concern was my mate, who was lying on the ground on her stomach. Why wasn't Templar waking up? My wolf wanted to hold her in my arms and comfort her. That is why I shook my head and walked towards Templar. Now that there was no fire around her, I could easily go to her and hold her close to me. Once again, I was stopped by Adil, who looked at me with those golden eyes and shook his head, silently asking me not to go close to Templar. Why is she not getting up? I demanded, staring at Templar's sleeping form. Baby, please wake up. She will, Adil replied calmly. Be happy, Mr. Green. Your days of misery are now over, Adil said with a grin, and I nodded. Everyone was happy, and they were all hugging each other and thanking the goddess. There was cheerful noise around, but Adil and I were just staring at Templar, who still had not gained consciousness. My eyes ran over her body, and I noticed that she had several cuts and bruises on her body caused by the earlier fight. Wake up, baby, I mumbled in a low voice. At the same time, my wolf stepped forward, blinked, and then, craning his neck, he gave a long, loud howl, calling for his mate. Once he was done, he waited for Templar to reply to that howl. I froze when I didn't get any reply from her. What is happening? Why isn't she getting up? Drexler was gone, so why isn't she waking up yet? Did something go wrong? Was this all for nothing? I could hear her breathing, which was slow and steady. Then why? When my wolf didn't get any reply, he slowly lowered his head and whined. Just when he was about to retreat, a feeble howl caught his attention, and he looked up. Templar. Her wolf is back. Templar POV. Pain. I felt only pain. My whole body was hurting. I then recalled that I was hit repeatedly by my mate and my own friends. I didn't know why they did it. I wasn't angry that they did it. I was just hurt. I wanted to know why they did it. I knew I was lying flat on the ground, but I didn't remember how I ended up here. I wanted to open my eyes, but even that felt difficult. I was awake, and I could hear people around me cheering. I didn't know and didn't even want to know why they were cheering. I felt my eyelids weighed a ton, and I couldn't open them. I had blood on my lashes. Blood on my face, in my mouth, my fingers, everywhere. All I wanted to do right now was sleep. But something in me wasn't letting me sleep. Something in me was tired of sleeping and now wanted to wake up and seek answers. The liveliness of that something was so powerful that no matter how much I tried, I couldn't sleep. At that precise moment, I heard Rhett saying, "Wake up, baby." Rhett? Was he asking me to wake up? After hurting me so badly? He was asking me to wake up. No matter how much I tried. I couldn't get angry. I was just hurt. At that moment, I heard a loud howl. Without a doubt, it was from Rhett because he was trying to connect to me. I was shocked. I could hear his wolf. Shocked because I remembered I was losing my powers. All of a sudden, how did I get them back? But I didn't have time to ponder over it because, at that precise moment, I felt my wolf. She, who was at the corner all these days, refusing to respond to me, all of a sudden opened her eyes. Slowly, very slowly, she raised her head. Then, somehow, she craned her neck, and before I knew it, she howled, replying to her mate. The howl wasn't that powerful, but I was glad she was back. Templar, I heard Rhett's voice in my head. I didn't reply. I wasn't in a state to reply. My wolf slowly started taking over. When you pour oil into a pan, it starts spreading around on its own accord. That is what was happening in my mind. While my wolf was trying to take over, every coherent thought was out of my mind. Innumerable questions, the answers to which I desperately wanted, were being fended off for the moment so that my wolf could come to the forefront. My wolf was trying to come ahead, and I was letting her because it was about time she did so. Once she was at the forefront, she growled, and after days I growled. My growl was weak and sounded pathetic, but then my wolf growled again, and that growl rumbled from my chest. This growl was powerful because the silence spread around all of a sudden. Cheers stopped, and I could literally feel that I had every eye on me. "I missed you, stupid female," I said to my wolf and realized that I was talking in my own mind. A small smile curved my lips, and then I felt my wounds healing. My wolf bared her fangs and then stomped her foot. She wanted me to shift, and there was no way I was going to deny her that freedom. Taking a deep breath, I opened my eyes. I still felt blood on my lashes, but after blinking a few times, my vision was clear. Crystal clear. I could see minute things, take in the scent of all wolves around me, and even hear their gasps and soft whispers of wonder. Clutching a fistful of mud, I tried to stand up, but since my back hurt, I fell flat on my face. Templar, many people shouted at the same time, but Rhett and Jan's voices were louder than the others. My wolf bared her fangs once more. She wasn't about to give up. She wanted me to shift. Her willpower became my willpower, and once again, I clutched a fistful of mud and then, gritting my teeth, I slowly raised my back, folding my knees and elbows. I felt pain, and my body hurt when I did that, but I would be damned if I let that stop me. I was on my fours now, and then I decided to let go of the support in my hand. I wanted to kneel on the ground and try to stand up. However, when I took my hands off the ground and attempted to stand up, I fell once more flat on my stomach. Once again, everyone shouted my name, but I didn't pay any attention to it. "Come on, baby. I know you can do this," I heard Rhett whispering. His words were like an energy booster to my wolf, and growling, I managed to sit on my fours. Slowly, my growls turned louder and louder, and soon I heard the sounds of my clothes tearing. "It's like she is shifting for the first time," I heard Jan saying, and it certainly felt like it too, because my whole body was in pain. Even though my wounds were healing, I still felt pain inside my body. My breathing was heavy, and growl after growls were emerging from my chest. I felt my canines grow. I closed my eyes and prayed that the pain would just go. It was too much. And then, miraculously, the pain diminished when I felt fur spreading on my skin. My eyes flew open when once again the crowd cheered, and I was pleased to see thick, snow-white fur on my hands and legs. I had shifted into my wolf. The hard part is over. Now it was time to move those hands and legs. But before that, I craned my neck and howled loudly. As that sound escaped from my throat, I felt deliriously happy. My wolf was happy to be back, and she wanted everyone to know that truth. In my mind, I felt another howl as a response, and my wolf sighed when she heard it. Letting out a low growl, I turned my big wolf head to look at Rhett. He was watching me with a proud, appreciative smile on his face, but his eyes were glassy. Pain spread around my heart, and I wondered why he was crying. Why did he challenge me to a fight? Did he do it so that I can get my wolf back? Did they all do it so that I could get my wolf back? I wanted to ask them that. I wanted to shift back and talk to them, but my wolf wasn't ready for that yet. She wanted to run. I told you, Mr. Green, I am going to help your mate in getting her wolf back, I heard another familiar voice saying. I was shocked to see Adil standing beside Rhett and looking at me with a satisfied smile. Here she is, Adil said, extending his hand towards me. Rhett just nodded a reply with a brilliant smile that had my heart thumping wildly in my chest. Go, Adil said out loud, and I looked at him. Just who and what is this man? I am sure he is not a human, but then he doesn't smell different either. Go, daughter of the moon, Adil addressed me. Go to your haven and seek answers for all the questions you have, he encouraged, his golden eyes staring at me with a kind, sincere smile. Cautiously, I took a step and sighed in relief when I didn't fall. Feeling confident, I decided to walk further, but after 2 steps, I fell on the ground because my legs felt like jelly. Growling, I dug my paws into the ground and then, taking a deep breath, I stood up. This time, I started with small steps, but after a while, I started taking big steps, and no sooner than that, my speed increased, and the next thing I knew, I was racing through the trees. I ran deep into the woods, and my wolf liked it. She loved the feeling of the wind fanning her thick fur. I enjoyed it too. Stopping in my tracks at a certain place, I craned my neck and howled loudly before continuing running. I kept running until I reached the water wave pack border. There, I came to an abrupt halt and looked around. I suppose I had been running for an hour or so now. However, I was so joyous this past hour that I had lost track of the time. Sighing, I looked ahead, only to see the guards of my pack beaming at me in delight before getting down on their knees and bowing their heads in respect. As a reply, I just wagged my tail, and then they made way for me to enter my pack territory. Growling and shaking my head, I ran and then leapt into my pack territory before sprinting. I felt good. I felt jubilant, and all I wanted to do was run in my wolf form for hours. And that is exactly what I did. I ran and ran. Here and there, I did stop to howl and make sure everyone knows I have got my wolf back. Truman, Sven, and Afra all saw me, and they just grinned and shed tears of happiness when they saw my wolf. After some time, when I was tired of running, I stopped and jogged slowly in the woods when a distinct sound caught my attention. My ears perked up, and I turned to look in the direction of the sound. The sound of waves in the ocean. Mentally grinning, I ran towards the ocean, my haven, my home. My heart thudded in my chest as soon as my paws touched the white sand. I slowly raised my head and stared at the wide stretch of water ahead of me. Taking a deep breath, I inhaled the salty scent the air carried and looked at the laps of waves. Each one is better and more powerful than the previous one. Standing near the shore, I lowered my head and contemplated. Like Adil said, once I am in the water, I, without a doubt, would get answers to all my questions. The only reason I was scared of going there was that I didn't want to feel guiltier than I did after I came out of the water. However, the thought of not having answers to all those questions was more disturbing, and without any hesitation, I walked a little ahead before diving into the ocean. At that precise moment, I shifted back to my 2-legged existence. I swam like a mermaid in the water. As I swam further, I not only felt energized, but I also felt all my wounds healing. There was no pain. I felt stronger every passing minute. There were schools of fish, and for a few minutes I chased after them. Life underwater, without a doubt, was beautiful. It was serene, and I liked it very much. The water provided comfort, the water made me feel safe, and I realized that no matter what the truth is, I would definitely learn to live with it. Slowly, I rose out of the surface of the water and looked around. I was far. So far that the shore wasn't visible to my view. Sighing, I looked for the rock. The same rock where I always sit for meditation. Smiling, I dived back into the ocean and swam towards the rock. I sat on the rock unclothed, in Indian style. However, before meditating, I joined my hands and closed my eyes to pray. Help me, Mother, like you always do, to get over this obstacle in my life. Then, touching the tips of my index finger with the tip of my thumb, I placed them above my knees and then started taking deep breaths. While doing so, all the noise around me faded until I couldn't even hear my own breathing. When I opened my eyes, I was standing in the middle of the woods, clad in a white knee-length dress, watching myself staring at Alice's dead body. My whole body was shaking in anger, and slowly, I raised my head to look at a rogue who was smirking. At that very instant, my wolf had taken control, and I had forgotten everything that had happened, but now I could see myself running after the rogue. Before I could fight with him, 2 or 3 rogues came in between, asking for my attention. Without any hesitation, I gave them that and defeated them all within 5 minutes. I noticed that the rogue who was smirking earlier was now running out of the territory, so I wanted to follow him. Just when I was about to go after him, Kier held my hand and stopped me. With a feral growl, I turned to face him, only to see his face turning pale. Since I was not in control, I couldn't recognize Kier. Templar, he called helplessly, but I still couldn't recognize him, so I struck him in the stomach. He hit the farthest tree. At that moment, all I could think of was that Kier stopped me from going after my prey, so I lunged at him. Templar, stop. Cameron was running towards me while I was attacking Kier. Another wolf was stopping me. That's the only thing that was going on in my head, and so after knocking Kier out, I went after Cameron. Leaping high in the air, I struck Cameron on his chest, which caused him to fall flat on the ground. Terrell and I ran towards each other. However, before we could collide, I leapt high in the air and struck his nape, which made my brother lose consciousness. After that, more fighters from the pack came to stop me, and so to fight against them, I picked a broken branch of a tree and defended myself with it. I stood there and watched in horror as I kept attacking my own pack members who were trying to stop me from going out of the territory. I made nearly 20 of them lose consciousness, and the remaining I tried to dominate, forcing them to surrender themselves, and they did. You dare to stop me? I had demanded with an animalistic voice. Fearing, they all shook their heads and bowed down to me. Leave before I destroy you, I spat in rage, and they did just that. They left me alone. When I realized that there was no one else to stop me, I went in the same direction the smirking rogue had chosen to escape in. He had gone to Whitefield Pack. I had spotted him in the Whitefield Pack nearly 3 hours later. The next thing I know, I was standing in the Whitefield Pack territory fighting with 7 rogues. My attention was on that one particular smirking rogue who had managed to escape even now. After defeating all 7 rogues, I went after that smirking rogue. I was stopped again, but this time by almost 15 Whitefield Pack wolves. They were surrounding me, and that just made me furious. I was after my prey. That was all I could think of. You are trespassing, a short, blonde-haired guy muttered with a frown. Back then, I hadn't recognized him, but now I knew that he was Sebastian, Alpha of Whitefield Pack. My hair was covering most of my face, and Sebastian couldn't see me clearly, but once the wind blew, he saw my eyes, and his eyes widened, and he looked startled. This is my territory, Sebastian stated, looking at me. No one stops me, I growled out savagely. If you do, then you are going to pay for it. You have got some nerve coming to my territory and talking to me in that tone, Missy, Sebastian spat in anger. This time, I looked at him. Actually looked and smirked. This only made Sebastian furious. You have got some nerve for trying to stop me, I muttered lethally. Make way for me before I do it myself, I ordered. My wolf was in total control, and she didn't like being disrespected by any wolf. Catch her and throw her to prison, Sebastian bellowed, glaring at me. His pack fighters stepped forward, and I fought them all one after the other. When I noticed a few more Whitefield fighters trying to stop me, I did the same thing that I had done to my pack fighters. I dominated them. I forced them to retreat. My wolf snarled and raised her hackles. My eyes were already burning like charcoal, and as a fighter lunged at me, I caught him and pinned him to the ground. "You dared to disrespect me?" I snarled at him through gritted teeth, and he paled. After incapacitating him, I looked at the other fighters. One of the fighters stepped forward and growled at me, but I bared my fangs and growled louder than him. My growl was not only louder, but more powerful than his. And so the fighter's wolf submitted immediately, and he slowly knelt on the ground and lowered his head. "What are you doing?" Sebastian snarled at that fighter. I forced the other fighters to surrender to me in the same way, and then looked at Sebastian, who looked scared to death. "Now, will you stop me again?" I had asked, tilting my head sideways. Sebastian shook his head as a reply, and that was all I needed to run from his territory and hunt that rogue. The Whitefield guards did try to stop me, but they too failed. After Whitefield, I had spotted the rogue in Gold Dust Pack. There, the Gold Dust Pack wolves were already fighting with the rogues, but as soon as they spotted me, they all looked at me in confusion. I watched myself intervening in the fight and defeating all the rogues one after the other. The Gold Dust Pack wolves were too shocked, and when they stopped me, I forced them to retreat. By the time that was done, the alpha of Gold Dust Pack, Bradley Cunningham, joined us. He was furious to see all his pack of wolves surrendering to me. "What the hell?" he muttered, frowning at me. "She is something else, Alpha," one of the pack fighters mumbled lowly. "My wolf isn't ready to fight with her," a second one said. "Mine too," another added. The others too said the same thing. "Shut up," Bradley snapped in outrage. "She is a she-wolf," he said, scowling at me. Even now, when I was watching what had happened, I wanted to throttle Bradley. "My wolf doesn't want to disrespect her," a fighter said nervously after some time. "But mine does," Bradley spat. "Who are you? And what are you doing in my territory?" Bradley demanded. Another wolf was trying to stop me from going after my prey. Another wolf was trying to disrespect me. My wolf was thinking. "Answer me," Bradley spat in what I suppose was his alpha tone. But his tone had no effect on me. Bradley wasn't an alpha blood. He was actually a beta of the Gold Dust Pack. The former alpha, Joel Hart of the Gold Dust Pack, had killed Emma, Glendon's mate. In vengeance, Glendon had not only killed Joel, but also his mate and his children. After Joel's death, the sorority made the Gold Dust Pack beta, Bradley Cunningham, its alpha. "Move out of my way, wolf," I said to Bradley in that same animalistic voice. "Make me," Bradley challenged, and I smirked. I fought him, and within 10 minutes, he was out of my way. "Who are you?" Bradley asked, clutching his stomach and groaning in pain. "I am the daughter of the moon," I replied in a vicious tone before walking away and ignoring their gasps of surprise. After Gold Dust, I was entering the Blue Bloods pack territory, where the rogue was now at. The pack, which had a total Philistine like Reed Burdock for an alpha. There were more rogues waiting for me there, along with that smirking rogue. Each and every rogue was holding weapons. Some did manage to hit me with weapons, but the pain was nothing I couldn't bear. However, as I looked at myself, I realized that I was tired. The rogues were baiting me to fight, and it would make my wolf furious, and I would fight them and destroy them, but I was tired too because I had been on my feet continuously for hours, either walking or running. I hadn't had anything to eat or drink, and I had not taken a moment of rest. Reed's pack wolves had surrounded me too. But what surprised me more was that before I could force them to retreat, they surrendered themselves to me. One of the wolves, I didn't know who he was, bowed his head and said in a gentle voice, "We don't want to fight with you, daughter of the moon." "We will not come in your way," he said, and even my wolf was pleased to hear it. She was happy that these wolves weren't coming between her and her prey. "So be it," I said with a growl, and they nodded. But as I was passing through, a few more wolves stopped me, and one among them was Reed. Even now, when I saw the way he was watching me, I flinched. There was an unhidden desire in his gaze, and that made me furious. My, what a beauty, Reed murmured silkily, and I growled. He was in my way. When they said you were a white wolf, I honestly didn't believe them. White wolf is a myth, but now that I see you, looking so appealing even when you are soaked in blood, I guess you are indeed a white wolf, he added with a smirk. He was in my way. I heard you were Rhett Green's mate, Reed added, and even at the mention of Rhett's name, I didn't calm down. I was still growling and shaking in anger because this wolf was in my way. He owes me a debt, Reed stated. He gave shelter to a she-wolf who belonged to me, Reed added with a growl. I noticed that his eyes were turning dark and his claws were out. It's time to settle that debt, don't you think? Reed questioned. When he got no reply from me, he sighed dramatically. Well, if I couldn't have that she-wolf, then I am going to take his mate, Reed declared, rushing towards me. While I was hunting for my prey, many wolves came on my way and disrespected me. But no one crossed the line as Reed did. His vile words made me see red, and as he attacked me, I skidded on the ground and clawed his thigh. He winced in pain, clutching his thigh. I took that opportunity and, jumping, I caught the back of his neck and slammed him to the ground. His pack wolves watched me, amazed, but none of them came forward to stop me or protect their alpha. Piercing my sharp claws on his, I whispered next to his ear, "Careful, wolf. You are talking to someone way beyond your level. If you disrespect any other she-wolves, then I will come after you. But next time, I will not spare you like I did now," and then I struck him right beneath his ears, which was enough to put him out. No one from his pack stopped me after that. As I watched what I did to Reed, I didn't regret it one bit either. Minutes after I crossed Bluebells, I stopped in my tracks because I sensed eyes on me. I inhaled and found scents of wolves around, but they were all hiding. Thinking that they wouldn't come in my way, I marched ahead, but I was wrong because as soon as I took a step ahead, someone shot my leg with an arrow. Growling murderously, I pulled the arrow out and broke it into pieces. 3 or 4 she-wolves came forward to attack me. I was beyond furious. So, I fought with them and injured all of them. However, there was one more she-wolf who, after falling on the ground, quickly got up and wiped the blood from the cut in her lip. Now, I knew she was Myron's mate, but back then, she was one more wolf who was trying to keep me away from my prey. Before she could attack me, I leapt high in the air and kicked her in the chest. As she fell on the ground, I straddled her and struck her twice in the face. At that moment, she picked up a broken piece of an arrow and tried to pierce me with it. She was unsuccessful only because I saw what she was about to do. I held the wrist of the hand in which she was holding the arrow and pierced my claws there before taking the arrow and piercing her chest. The she-wolf groaned in pain, and I stood up and kicked her in the thighs. Her companions stood up, and I immediately compelled them to retreat, which they did. But now, as I looked at myself and the speed at which I was walking, I grasped that I was exhausted. My speed had slowed down, and my breathing was ragged. My wounds were healing slowly, and sometimes my vision would turn dark. I had been walking for nearly 24 hours by now. My next pack was day dusk. The wolves there, too, weren't ready to fight with me, but the alpha of that pack, Marcus Thompson, did. However, he was an elderly wolf. He did try his best, but he was no match for me. While fighting with Marcus, he accidentally pulled the silver chain I was wearing, and then, after I left his pack, he picked it up. By the time I entered Thundersky, I was swaying. I was exhausted, and I desperately needed water to quench my thirst. But there was no water anywhere. I looked like a scarecrow. My wolf was exhausted too, and she wanted to hand control back to me. Just when she was about to do that, I saw the same smirking rogue. Tired already, he demanded with a grin, and I glared at him. "Come on, is that all you have got?" he questioned, and I growled before running after him. He wasn't fast, I was slow. Since I was tired, my speed was very slow. My wolf wanted to retreat, but now that he was close, she wasn't going to let him go either, so I went after him. I ran for another hour after that rogue, who would often stop at some places and mock me. After a few minutes, he had a few more companions with him, and they too would mock me. I gulped as I saw myself. I was tired, but I was furious too. I didn't give up. Instead, I went after those rogues, ignoring the pain in my limbs. It was an immense challenge chasing them, but I still forced myself to do that. I ran and ran until I came to a stop in what seemed like a village. There was a shop, 2 single-story buildings, and a mill. But I didn't stop because of that. I stopped because about 20 feet away, the same smirking rogue was standing, facing me. He had baited me from my pack to here. Why did he want me here? As I was about to take a step towards the rogue, I heard clapping sounds. I turned my head to my right to see Dr. Jonah descending the stairs with a smirk on his face. My eyes widened when I saw him. Was he the one? He was the one who planned all this? Why? However, he answered my question a minute later. Well done, Clark, really well done, Jonah said, clapping again and again. Each clap was like a slap to my face. I knew you were the right person for the job. My part of the deal is over. Now it's your turn, Clark, the same smirking rogue, said to Jonah. Your money has already been transferred to your bank account, another voice said, and I looked at an elderly man with green eyes standing beside Jonah. This man's eyes reminded me of someone. Who? I couldn't point out at the moment. Riker, Jonah said, looking at that elderly man, and I inhaled sharply. My wolf, too, knew who they were, and at that immediate moment, her claws were out. Riker? Were they Rikers? His green eyes, they resembled Glendon's. Dear goddess. He was related to Glendon. The father or the uncle? Your son's transgressor is here, Jonah said, staring at me. Do you want me to finish her now, or do you want to see her destroying herself? Jonah questioned with a smirk, and I bared my fangs at them. I want to see her bleed, slowly and painfully, Randy, the elderly man replied through gritted teeth, looking at Jonah. Randy? Is that Jonah's real name? As you wish, Jonah said with a smirk. Come on then, White Wolf, Randy said, motioning with his hands for me to come towards him. It's time you start counting backwards, Randy grinned. Growling murderously, I marched towards them with wobbly limbs. All I wanted at that moment was to end them all. When I was an arm's length away from Randy, someone struck the back of my head with a metal rod, and I stopped in my tracks and winced in pain. I was exhausted. My whole body was in pain. My head was pounding, and after that hit, I had no energy left, which is how I ended up falling in a heap at Randy's feet. My heart wrenched in pain as I saw myself near Randy's feet. I watched him laugh when he saw me unconscious near his feet. I also saw the face of the wolf who had hit me in the head. I didn't know who he was, but I was not going to spare him. Take her in, Randy said to his companions, kicking my legs. They took me to a dark room where there was a black statue of the dark moon goddess. I flinched when I saw that. There, they laid me on the floor. There weren't any windows in the room, nothing. The only light was from the flaming torch on either side of the wall. After that, a man came and sedated me. We don't want her waking up during the ritual, Randy muttered after I was sedated. Another man cleaned my wounds after some time. The next day, I was sedated again, and then their actual ritual began. The first step was Drexler's death. The same wolf who had hit me in the head. He pierced a poison-imbibed knife to his heart. Randy had said he had to take his own life in a tortured way because only then could his spirit be back for vengeance. I watched in horror as he died in pain and grief. He coughed violently, convulsed, and cried. Watching him struggle for his life was the most dreadful sight I have ever seen. For nearly an hour, Drexler fought for his life until finally his skin turned cold and he died. Once he was dead, his spirit came out of his mouth and Randy pulled it in and preserved it in a jar. The next day, they conducted Drexler's funeral, burned his body, and collected his ashes. The third day, they planned to put Drexler's spirit inside my body. While I stood there watching what they were doing, I actually took a step back in shock. Was I possessed? By Drexler's spirit? All these days? Dear goddess. A cold shiver ran down the length of my spine as I saw it. Disgust and repulsion were the least of the things I was feeling right now. Randy, aka Dr. Jonah, prayed in front of the dark goddess and asked for her blessing, and he did get it. I was now lying on the floor and Randy was sitting beside me. He muttered some prayers, did some terrible rituals that included blood sacrifice, and then finally opened the jar, which had Drexler's spirit. Go. Take your place and avenge us, Randy muttered as Drexler's spirit, which was in the form of a dark silhouette, was floating in the air. Drexler then came closer to my body and tried to get inside my body through my mouth. A few seconds later, he was completely inside my body. I closed my eyes and lowered my head as I watched this. They did all this to me. Me, to hurt my own pack and family? What did I do to deserve this? I looked up painfully to know what else they did to me. I wanted to see it all. I wanted the truth. I wanted to hurt them the same way they hurt me. Randy had his eyes closed, and he was repeatedly chanting. However, something didn't seem to happen the way Randy wanted it to, because all of a sudden, he opened his eyes and frowned before looking at my sleeping form. At that precise moment, Drexler's spirit came out of my mouth and once again was floating in the air. What happened? Simeon Riker, Glendon's father, whom I had presumed to be dead, demanded curiously. I took a step forward to know what exactly happened. There is something inside her, fighting. It is not letting Drexler's spirit take over, Randy said, staring at my sleeping form in bewilderment. What? How can that happen? Simeon questioned in frustration. You said her wolf would be too weak to fight, Simeon pointed out. It shouldn't happen like this, Randy remarked. I will try again, he said and closed his eyes. Once again, he failed. Drexler did go inside my body, but he came out quickly too. Is it her wolf? Is it still there fighting? Simeon asked, and Randy shook his head. No, it is not her wolf. If so, she would have woken up. Something else is fighting. Something else is protecting her, Randy whispered. Call the doctor, he ordered. I paled that instant because I knew what that something which is protecting me. My heart pounded in my chest, and I prayed to the goddess. Please don't. Please don't. Please let it not be what I think it is. Within a minute, a doctor was in the room, and Randy asked him to check me. She is pregnant, the doctor announced, staring at Randy, who muttered a curse. A child? Her child is defending her and not letting Drexler take over. Simeon asked, outraged. We did not expect this, Randy said, running a hand through his hair. What are you going to do now? Simeon demanded. Our whole year is wasted. It's all of no use. You said you would avenge Glendon, yet you failed. You failed, Simeon spat in fury at Randy, who glared at him. I should have killed her. I should have just ended her. I was a fool to listen to you, Simeon went on and on. Keep quiet before I lose my temper, Randy bellowed at Simeon, who cowered instantly. Keep quiet, he repeated through gritted teeth. There was complete silence for a few minutes before Randy opened his eyes and said aloud, if the child wasn't there, I could have put Drexler's spirit inside her body easily. No, please don't let what I think is going to happen. How long? Randy asked the doctor. A month and a half, the doctor replied. It's a fetus, hence it has a soul. So, we can remove it? Randy asked. I fell on my knees and shook my head. Please don't. Please. Don't let this be true. Don't make my baby pay for anything I did. You can, the doctor answered. Then do it, Simeon hissed. End the pregnancy. She killed my son. Now, I want her to know what that pain is. I want her to go through the pain of losing a child. There is no revenge better than this. The goddess has blessed us indeed. Get rid of it, Simeon commanded, looking at Randy. Randy smirked and then looked at the doctor before saying, take out the child so that we can put Drexler inside her. With a loud gasp, I opened my eyes and stared at the ocean ahead of me. My baby! I didn't have a miscarriage. They killed my baby.